Young master at 7 o'clock. Two soft knocks sounded at the door. Lu Fang opened his eyes and stared up at the chandelier on the ceiling. The chandelier was made of crystal large, an imposing morning sunlight slipping through the gap in the curtains and scattering a faint glimmer across its facets. The mattress beneath him was soft, half his body sinking into it, while the silk quilt clung smoothly against his skin. Lu Fang drew in a breath. There was a faint scent of incense in the air, sandalwood. He sat up and rubbed his hair. Today was Monday. It was also the most important day of his life, the day of profession awakening. Lu Fang lifted the quilt and set his feet down on the carpet. The carpet was soft and springy, pure, while swallowing the sound of his steps. He walked to the enormous floor-to-ceiling window and pressed a switch on the wall. The heavy curtains slowly parted to both sides. Blinding sunlight surged into the room at once. Lu Fang narrowed his eyes, taking a moment to adapt. Outside the window stretched a neatly trimmed lawn, a fountain in the distance, and beyond that the skyline of Jiangqing. This was the mid-mountain villa district. Those who lived here were either wealthy or noble. Jiangqing had 3 pillars, the 3 strongest guardians, and Lu Fang's parents held 2 of those seats. Both of them were powerhouses above level 400, a height most people would not even dare to imagine. Lu Fang lowered his gaze to his own palm. His palm was fair, the lines distinct without a trace of callus. It was the hand of a rich young master. I have to awaken a decent profession, he thought. At the very least, I can't disgrace father and mother. Lu Fang thought to himself. He turned and walked into the bathroom. In the mirror, a young, handsome face looked back at him, calmness resting between his brows and eyes. After washing up, he put on his school uniform, white shirt, black trousers, the fabric crisp, the cut perfectly fitted. Lu Fang stood before the mirror and adjusted his collar. He opened the door and stepped out. The old butler stood at the threshold in a tailcoat, hair slicked back, without a strand out of place. Though his temples were graying, his spirit was excellent. Young master, breakfast is ready. After eating, Lu Fang walked to the villa's entrance. A black stretch limousine was parked there, its body polished to a mirror-like shine. A teenage boy stood beside the car. He was about as tall as Lu Fang, his skin somewhat dark, and when he smiled, a row of white teeth flashed. This was Jiang Xia, the old butler's son. He was also Lu Fang's childhood playmate. Fang Ji. Jiang Xia chuckled, pulling the car door open for him. The two of them slid into the back seat. The car started and glided smoothly out of the villa district. Inside, it was very quiet, the soundproofing so good that no wind could be heard from outside. Jiang Xia shifted his hips on the leather seat, looking a bit restless. Lu Fang glanced at him. Nervous? How could I not be, Fang Ji? Jiang Xia pulled a wry face, his hands rubbing back and forth over his knees. This is awakening. If I end up with some life profession like chef or tailor, my life's basically over. I'll just have to go home and inherit my dad's work, be your butler. Lu Fang smiled. Being a butler isn't so bad. Look at Uncle Jiang. He's respected. It's different. Jiang Xia shook his head, a strong yearning shining in his eyes. In this world, only combat professions stand above the rest. I want to go to the front lines to kill alien races, to level up and grow stronger. I want to see what the world beyond level 100 looks like. In this world, everyone could awaken a profession. There were many categories: combat, support, and life. Any profession could gain experience and level up by killing monsters. The higher the level, the greater the strength. That was the fundamental pillar of humanity's resistance against alien invasions. Lu Fang leaned back against the seat, watching the trees outside sweep past in a blur. I want to awaken a combat profession too. Though his family was powerful and influential, his parents both top-tier experts, and even if he were a complete waste, he would never lack food or clothing in this life. Who did not yearn for power? Especially in a world where such immense might could be owned by the individual. Only when one's own strength was great was one truly strong. Jiang Xia turned his head to look at Lu Fang. In his eyes, Lu Fang was always this composed. You'll definitely be fine, Fang Ji, Jiang Xia said with firm conviction. Your father and mother are level 400 giants. The genes are right there. I read in books that awakening has a lot to do with heredity. You'll definitely awaken some hidden profession, or at least a powerful damage-dealing one. Anyway, you'll definitely be stronger than me. Jiang Xia sighed, then his eyes filled once more with hope. I'd be satisfied if I could awaken as a warrior. Even a shield warrior would be fine, able to take hits and fight. The car drove steadily on. It was not long before the gate of Jiangqing First High School came into view. This was the best high school in Jiangqing. Those who entered here either had top-tier grades or illustrious family backgrounds. Several luxury cars were already parked at the gate. Lu Fang and Jiang Xia got out of the car. At the school gate, people flowed past in both directions, students in identical uniforms walking in groups of 2 or 3. Excitement and nervousness showed on every face. Lu Fang. Good morning, young Master Lu. Good morning, Senior Lu. As he walked along, greetings came at him one after another. Lu Fang wore a polite smile. Morning. Hello. He replied to them one by one, nodding in acknowledgement. His steps never slowed, yet he did not seem perfunctory. The two of them entered the classroom of Senior 3 Class 2. Many students were already seated inside the room, noisy and bustling. On normal days they would chat about games or celebrities. Today, there was only one topic: awakening. Lu Fang had just reached his seat, and had not yet sat down when a voice rang out from behind him. Lu Fang. The voice was quite loud, carrying a hint of provocation. The classroom fell silent at once. Many people turned their heads to look. The speaker was a tall boy, hair slicked until it shone, thick eyebrows, eyes round and glaring. This was Wang Yixing. Lu Fang turned around to look at him. Wang Yixing strode up to stand before Lu Fang, chin slightly raised. Today is the day of awakening. Wang Yixing locked his gaze on Lu Fang's eyes. In past exams I was always behind you by a few marks. That was theory, rote memorization. He snorted. But awakening is different. This depends on talent, on bloodline. Wang Yixing's father was Jiangxing's third pillar. He too was a level 400 powerhouse. The two families were old acquaintances and the two boys rivals. From childhood Wang Yixing had loved competing with Lu Fang, grade sports, even who received more love letters. Unfortunately, he had never won. Looking at Wang Yixing's face all wound up with determination, Lu Fang couldn't help finding it a little amusing. And so, Lu Fang's tone was even. So today I'm definitely going to beat you. Wang Yixing clenched his fist, his voice rising a few notches. I can feel it. Power surging restlessly inside me. The profession I awaken will absolutely be stronger than yours. Lu Fang pulled out his chair and sat down. Wang Yixing. Lu Fang called his name once. You've never beaten me before. He paused for a moment. And you won't beat me in the future either. His tone was light, as if stating a simple fact, like the sun rising in the east or water flowing down. There was no trace of mockery in his tone, yet it was precisely that matter-of-fact attitude that could drive one to madness. Wang Yixing's face flushed scarlet in an instant. He bit down hard on his teeth. Don't get arrogant too soon. We'll see who has the last laugh. With that he spun around, storming back to his seat. The chair clattered noisily against the floor. Jiang Xia leaned over, lowering his voice. Fanga, that was domineering. I was merely speaking the plain truth, Lu Fang replied. The murmur of discussion in the classroom gradually swelled. Hey, what do you think? Will Lu Fang or Wang Yixing awaken a stronger class? Hard to say. Lu Fang's parents are both level 400 and Wang Yixing's father is level 400 as well. Their genes are outrageously strong. I hope I awaken as a mage, of fire mage. How cool would that be, casting fireball with a mere flick of the hand? Mages burn through money too fast. Assassins are better, silent in their coming and going. Stop daydreaming. If we can awaken any combat class at all, we should light incense and thanks. If I end up awakening as a gardener, I'll have no choice but to go home and grow flowers for a living. Everyone was caught up in the discussion. Their voices were filled with longing for the future, yet tinged with fear of the unknown. This was a watershed moment. If one awakened a powerful class, one would soar effortlessly, rising above the masses. If one awakened a trash class, one would be left to struggle at the bottom, seeking protection under others. Cruel, but utterly real. At exactly 8 o'clock, footsteps echoed from the doorway. Homeroom teacher Old Zhang walked in, and the classroom fell silent at once. Old Zhang waved his hand. Everyone stand up. We're going to the gymnasium. Desks scraped as the entire class rose to their feet. Lu Fang and Jiang Xia walked in the middle of the line. Out on the sports field, lines from other classes were also converging toward the gymnasium. A dark mass of heads filled the view. Footsteps overlapped in chaotic rhythm, yet no one spoke. The mood grew increasingly solemn. The closer they drew to the gymnasium, the stronger that oppressive feeling became, like the eerie calm before a storm. The gym of Jiangxing No. One high was enormous. Its domed ceiling soared high above rows of large lights, hanging down, bathing the interior in brightness akin to broad daylight. The gym was already packed. The entire senior year, over 1,000 students, were gathered there. At the very front stood a high platform. After a brief speech, the principal spoke directly. Now we shall begin the awakening ceremony. Those whose names are called step forward. Groups of 10 will enter the 10 awakening chambers behind me. Each person has at most 5 minutes. First group: Zhang Wei, Li Lan, Zhao Chang. Names were read out one after another. Those called visibly trembled, then stiffly stepped out of their lines. They walked toward the 10 rooms. The doors opened to admit them, then swung shut once more. A deathly silence fell over the arena. Every gaze was fixed on those 10 doors. Lu Fang could feel Jiang Xia trembling beside him. Don't be afraid. Lu Fang reached out and patted Jiang Xia's shoulder. Jiang Xia drew a deep breath, forcing a strained smile. I'm not scared, I'm not scared. Yet despite his words, his teeth were chattering. A few minutes later, the door of chamber 1 opened. Zhang Wei, who had gone in earlier, stepped back out. In his hand, it was the initial equipment bestowed by the awakening and the symbol of his class. Zhang Wei hung his head, eyes reddened. Farmer, someone murmured softly. A wave of regretful sighs rippled through the crowd. Farmer, A textbook example of a life class destined to till soil and cultivate spiritual plants. Soon the others in that batch emerged from their chambers as well. One person came out clutching a wok spatula. Another held a pair of scissors. One more emerged with a short sword in hand, his face flushed with excitement. That was a warrior. Joy, sorrow, anger, and grief were all laid bare in that moment. Time slipped by bit by bit. One batch after another went up, then came back down. Most awakened into life classes or ordinary combat classes. On rare occasions, one or two would gain a rare class, such as an elemental mage, and each such appearance drew a chorus of gasps. Next group, Jiang Xia Wang, Yixing Lu Bo. The principal's voice rang out once more. Jiang Xia shuddered from head to toe. It's my turn, it's my turn. He muttered under his breath, casting a glance at Lu Fang. Fang, I'm going. Go on and good luck, Lu Fang nodded to him. Wang Yixing stepped out as well. As he passed by Lu Fang, he paused for a moment. Just watch, Wang Yixing, I'll show you what a true genius looks like. With that, he strode toward the awakening chambers. Jiang Xia entered chamber 3, Wang Yixing went into chamber 5. The doors closed. Lu Fang's gaze settled on the door of chamber 3. He was genuinely worried about Jiang Xia. Although Jiang Xia usually acted carefree and boisterous, his thoughts ran deep. If he truly awakened a useless class, the blow to him would be immense. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Suddenly the door of chamber 3 swung open. Jiang Xia burst out. In his hands he gripped a wooden longbow, and an arrow quiver now hung across his back. His face was radiant with wild joy. Before he even made it back to the line, he couldn't help but leap into the air. Fanga! Fanga! Jiang Xia shouted, heedless of the stares around him. Divine archer! I'm a divine archer. A stir rippled through the crowd. Divine archer? What luck! This is a powerful long-range damage dealer. He'll never have trouble finding parties for dungeons in the future. Watching Jiang Xia's excitement, Lu Fang couldn't help but smile as well. Divine archer was indeed an excellent class. With proper cultivation, its damage would become terrifying in the later stages. Jiang Xia jogged back to Lu Fang's side, so thrilled he was practically incoherent. Fanga, did you see? I've got a bow. I'm a combat class. He thrust the wooden bow toward Lu Fang to show it off. Though the bow's body was rough, a faint glimmer of light flowed across its surface. I saw it. Congratulations. Lu Fang was sincerely happy for him. Just then, boom. A deafening roar erupted like a thunderclap, exploding right beside their ears. The entire gymnasium shuddered. Everyone flinched in fright, instinctively clapping their hands over their ears. Lu Fang snapped his head up, his gaze locking onto chamber 5. That was the chamber Wang Yixing had entered. Above chamber 5, a mass of dark cloud suddenly formed out of thin air. The cloud churned violently, streaked with flashes of violet lightning. Crackling sounds of electricity were clearly audible. What's happening? It's an anomaly. An awakening anomaly. Heavens, what kind of class is this? Exclamations rose one after another. Even the principal's eyes widened as he leaned forward from the high platform. Usually only a special class or an exceptionally powerful hidden class would provoke a heaven and earth anomaly. The dark cloud did not last long. After a few seconds, a thick bolt of lightning crashed down, plunging straight into chamber 5. Then the anomaly dissipated. The door of chamber 5 slowly opened. Wang Yixing stepped out. His entire appearance had transformed. His hair stood on end like it had been electrocuted, thin strands of blue lightning coiling around his body. In his hand, he gripped a long sword. The blade was no ordinary steel sword. Its entire body was a deep, ghostly blue, sporadic bolts of lightning racing across its surface. Wang Yixing walked with deliberate slowness. With each step, it seemed as though currents of electricity flowed through the floor beneath his feet. The expression on his face was the pinnacle of arrogance. He reveled in the focus of thousands of eyes upon him, gazes woven from shock, envy, and jealousy. Thunder Swordsman. Someone finally recognized this class. It's actually a Thunder Swordsman. That's rarity among rarities, coming with innate lightning attribute attacks and outrageously high damage. And it even inflicts paralysis. In a duel that's practically unbeatable. If I remember correctly, the last Thunder Swordsman in our Longhua was already a top expert above level 400. The Wang family is going to soar now. They were already a prestigious clan, and now they've produced a true prodigy. Listening to the murmurs around him, the arc at the corner of Wang Yixing's lips grew ever more pronounced. He did not return to his team. Instead, he strode straight toward Lu Fang. The two stood facing each other, separated by only 2 or 3 meters. Lightning still danced over Wang Yixing's body, crackling with a harsh sizzle that pressed down on the senses like a tangible weight. Jiang Xia instinctively stepped in front of Lu Fang, fingers clenching tightly around his longbow, as he watched Wang Yixing with wary eyes. Wang Yixing ignored Jiang Xia entirely. Fixing his gaze on Lu Fang, Wang Yixing raised the thunder sword in his hand. See this? His voice carried a pride he could no longer conceal. This is my class, Thunder Swordsman. He drew in a deep breath as if determined to vent all the frustration he had accumulated over the years. My dad awakened as nothing more than an ordinary swordsman back, then only later transferring to become a wind swordsman. But I from the very start began as a thunder swordsman. Wang Yixing locked his gaze on Lu Fang, eyes sharp as blades. In the future, I will definitely surpass my father. Lu Fang, what do you have to compete with me? Even with Wang Yixing's face drawing ever closer and the electric arcs crackling right before his eyes, Lu Fang did not so much as blink. He merely nodded lightly. Congratulations. His tone was as flat and cool as a glass of water left to grow cold, devoid of jealousy, fear, or even the slightest trace of envy. It was as casual as greeting a neighbor one happens to meet on the street. The wild grin on Wang Yixing's face froze in an instant. It felt as if he had thrown a full-strength punch only to have it sink into soft cotton. The pent-up frustration left his chest tight and heavy. You? Wang Yixing tried to speak further. Next group, Lu Fang, Chun Zhao Yiming. The principal's voice rang out at just the right moment. Lu Fang did not spare Wang Yixing another glance. Skirting past him, he walked straight toward the high platform. As they brushed shoulders, a faint breeze stirred. Wang Yixing fixed his eyes on Lu Fang's departing back, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked. The lightning on his body grew all the more violent under the sway of his roiling emotions. Putting on airs. He ground the words out between his teeth. Let's see what you can possibly awaken. Lu Fang arrived before the door of Awakening Room No. 10. The door slid open. Darkness lay within. Lu Fang stepped inside. The door slowly closed behind him, shutting out all the noise and prying eyes. The room was small, roughly 10 square meters. All four walls were made of black metal, cold to the touch and bone-chilling, with such excellent soundproofing that even one's own heartbeat seemed unnaturally loud. At the center of the room stood a stone pedestal. Resting upon it was the awakening crystal sphere. Mist seemed to swirl within the orb, releasing a faint, gentle glow. Lu Fang drew a deep breath. He stepped up to the pedestal, extended his right hand, and pressed it against the crystal sphere. The touch was icy cold, like laying one's palm upon a block of ice. Immediately, a warm current surged in through his palm and into his body, the energy of awakening. Lu Fang closed his eyes. He felt that energy roaming through him before finally gathering in the depths of his mind. Ding! A clear chime echoed in his mind. There were no accompanying phenomena, no thunder, no flames, no phantom divine beasts. Everything remained utterly quiet. Lu Fang opened his eyes, and a semi-transparent panel appeared before him. Awakening successful class minor tycoon. Lu Fang was momentarily stunned. Minor tycoon? What kind of class was that? Some sort of life support type. He looked further down, and the data on the panel made his brows knit faintly. Name: Lu Fang, class minor tycoon, level 1 strength, 10 agility, 10 spirit, 10 constitution, 10 HP, 100 constitution, 10 equipment, none gold, 0 skill, money smash LV. 1 money smash LV. 1 consumes 1 gold coin to deal strength 3 damage to the target. Talent: money moves heaven. Temporary. A faint disappointment rose in Lu Fang's heart. All attributes were at 10 points. It was the standard value for the most ordinary of classes, utterly lacking any standout traits. As for the skill money smash, its damage multiplier was only threefold, and it even consumed gold coins. No matter how one looked at it, this class seemed useless. Am I really meant to just go back and inherit the family business? Lu Fang gave a bitter little laugh. But when his gaze fell upon the final line, talent, his pupils abruptly shrank. Talent: money moves heaven. Temporary money moves heaven. Temporary 1. Allows conversion of Longwa currency into gold coins at a ratio of 1001. 2. Allows spending 100 gold coins to enhance class potential. 3. This talent will disappear in 5 minutes. This talent could enhance class potential. In this world, once a class was awakened, it was essentially fixed. Trying to raise its potential was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yet this talent could directly use money to enhance it. But it lasted only 5 minutes. Lu Fang glanced at the countdown in the upper right corner of the panel. 0452. The seconds were already slipping away. Lu Fang did not hesitate in the slightest. Convert. With a thought, he activated the function. He had some pocket money in his bank card, 2 million Longwa yuan. Conversion successful. Gold obtained 20,000. The gold count on the panel instantly jumped from 0 to 20,000. Lu Fang immediately turned his attention to the second option. Spend 100 gold coins to enhance class potential. Yes. The gold decreased by 100. The panel flickered. Class advancement: minor tycoon. Tycoon, all attributes 5. Skill: money smash. Damage multiplier increased to strength 5. It really worked. Lu Fang clenched his fist, feeling a subtle surge of power coursing through his body. He continued reading. At this moment, the requirement in the talent description had changed. You may spend 1,000 gold coins to enhance class potential. The price had increased tenfold. But Lu Fang still had funds. Enhance. Class Advancement Tycoon Great Tycoon All attributes increased skill effects enhanced another advancement. Now the requirement had become 10,000 gold coins. Lu Fang still had 18,900 gold coins remaining. Keep enhancing. He poured another 10,000 gold coins into the upgrade. Class Advancement Great Tycoon Financial Magnate. This time the panel's radiance grew noticeably brighter. Lu Fang felt a warm current surging through his body, his bones emitting faint crisp pops. He glanced at the talent section. You may spend 100,000 gold coins to enhance class potential. 100,000 gold coins, the equivalent of 10 million Longwa yuan. Lu Fang checked his remaining balance. 8,900 gold. It was not enough. A fine layer of sweat beaded across his forehead. The countdown continued its relentless march. 03 to 8. Just a little over 3 minutes remained. This was his chance to change his fate. He could not allow it to stall here. A conglomerate tycoon was definitely not the final destination. Beyond that, there had to be even more formidable professions. Lu Fang pulled out his phone. His movements were swift and practiced as he deftly dialed the number of his father Lu Tianxiong. Beep. Beep. Each ring of the waiting tone felt like it was pounding against Lu Fang's chest. Hello? Son, what's wrong? The call connected. Lu Tianxiong's voice was low and resonant, and in the background there was the roaring of wind, as though he were flying high above the ground. As guardians of the city, Lu Fang's parents enjoyed the reverence of countless citizens, yet bore responsibilities to match. Every year they were required to go out and carry out at least one mission. Dad, I'm in the middle of awakening. Lu Fang spoke with extreme speed, yet his voice remained remarkably calm. I need money, a lot of money. Transfer it to me immediately. There was a brief pause on the other end. Lu Tianxiong neither asked why nor questioned whether his son was being scammed. His trust in his child was absolute. Moreover, Lu Fang had never asked for money with such urgency before. How much do you need? Lu Tianxiong's voice turned grave. As much as possible, Lu Fang replied. Lu Fang fixed his gaze on the countdown displayed on the panel. You have to hurry. I only have 3 minutes left. Understood, Lu Tianxiong answered with a single word. Wait. The call ended. Silence reclaimed the awakening chamber. Only Lu Fang's heavy breathing remained. 0300, 0230, 0200. Time slipped away second by second. Lu Fang stared unblinkingly at the phone screen, its pale glow reflected in his pupils. Each second felt as interminable as a century. What if his father could not make it in time? What if if that happened, he would be forced to halt at this level. 0130, 0100. Only the final minute remained. At that very moment, buzz. The phone shuddered. A bank notification popped up. At XXXX, your account has received 150,000 Longwa coins. 150 billion. As Lu Fang stared at that long string of zeros, his heart clenched violently. Had his old man emptied out the entire family fortune? Perhaps he had even borrowed some. After all, even a level 400 powerhouse could not possess limitless liquid funds. But this was no time for sentiment. Convert all of it. Lu Fang roared inwardly. Conversion successful. Gold obtained 150,000. 15 billion gold coins. Adding the 8,900 that remained from before it was an astronomical sum. Lu Fang's eyes reddened. Upgrade. 100,000 gold coins were deducted. The panel blazed with light. Immediately a new requirement appeared. You may spend 1,000 gold coins to enhance occupational potential. 1 million gold. Upgrade. Lu Fang did not hesitate in the slightest. In a moment like this, even a second of doubt would be an insult to his own talent. 1 million gold coins vanished. Energy within his body began to boil like molten lava coursing through his veins. You may spend 1,000 gold coins to enhance occupational potential. 10 million gold. Upgrade. Lu Fang gritted his teeth, enduring the agonizing pain and intoxicating ecstasy of bodily enhancement. You may spend 1,000 gold coins to enhance occupational potential. 100 million gold. Upgrade. Boom. Lu Fang felt as though something in his mind had detonated. It was like shattering an invisible shackle. Yet he did not stop, because his talent was still active. You may spend 1,000 gold coins to enhance occupational potential. 10 billion gold. The countdown showed only the last 10 seconds. Lu Fang stabbed his finger fiercely into the air. Level me up. 10 billion gold coins evaporated in an instant. In the next moment, the talent bar labeled, Money can communicate with gods, no longer displayed any option to spend money for further potential, indicating that his occupational potential had been raised to its absolute limit. As the countdown reached 0, the talent suddenly dimmed, then dispersed into a myriad of star-like motes. At the same time, the entire panel erupted with dazzling golden radiance. This radiance was not harsh, instead it carried an exalted, almost divine aura. Bathed in the golden light, Lu Fang felt as though his entire being was ascending. The light faded. A completely new status panel appeared before his eyes. Lu Fang focused on it, and his breath halted in an instant. Name: Lu Fang. Profession: God of Wealth. Unique: Level 1 Strength, 1000 Agility, 1000 Spirit, 1000 Constitution, 1000 Health, 10,000 Equipment, none. Gold coins 38890890. Skills: Tossing thousands of gold. Level 1 Money. Can make ghosts grind. Level 1. As Lu Fang stared at those 1,000 values, he was utterly dumbfounded. 1,000 points. For ordinary people post-awakening, initial attributes above 10 in a single stat were considered normal and surpassing 20 min excellence. When his parents awakened back, then they were hailed as super geniuses, yet even their highest single attribute had never broken past 50. But he possessed 1,000 points in every attribute. This was not merely monstrous. No, this was divine. Lu Fang swallowed hard and moved his gaze down to the skills section. Tossing thousands of gold. Level 1. Spend gold coins to inflict true damage on a target equal to gold coins 100. Maximum gold coins per cast 10000. True damage. It ignored all defenses. If he spent 10,000 gold coins in a single cast, that would be 1 million points of true damage. And what did 1 million damage even mean? Even bosses of several dozen levels might be annihilated instantly. Lu Fang shifted his gaze to the second. Money can make ghosts grind. Level 1. Spend 100 gold coins to summon 1 money ghost. The money ghost attributes are equal to Lu Fang's base attributes, excluding equipment bonuses. Current available money ghost summons 010. Summon 10 enforcers with the same attributes as himself. That would be 10 monsters with 1,000 points in every attribute. Lu Fang felt slightly dizzy. So this was the delight of sheer financial power. Gazing at the more than 300 million gold coins that still remained, he could not restrain the upward curve of his lips, which finally broke into roaring laughter. Outside the awakening chamber, Wang Yixing fixed his stare on the door of room 10. For minutes had already passed. Nothing at all had happened. No dark clouds, no lightning. There was not even the faintest shimmer of colored light. The smile at the corner of Wang Yixing's mouth grew broader. He relaxed his clenched fist. Seems I was overthinking it, he murmured, a hint of disdain lacing his tone. Some people, no matter how powerful their parents, are destined to live the life of ordinary folk. Around him, classmates whispered among themselves. All eyes were fixed on that tightly closed door. Initially, everyone had assumed Lu Fang would awaken some world-shaking profession. After all, his parents were such formidable figures. But now it seemed that hope was all but dashed. Suddenly, boom. A streak of golden light erupted from room 10 without warning. The brilliance was blinding, at least 10 times brighter than the lightning Wang Yixing had previously summoned. In an instant, the entire gymnasium was suffused with gold. Everyone instinctively squinted, some even raising their hands to shield their eyes. The golden light did not dissipate. It pierced straight through the dome of the gym, soaring into the heavens. Through the glass ceiling, the crowd could faintly see the light condensing in midair. At last it coalesced into the phantom image of an enormous coin. The coin was round with a square hole at its center etched with ancient patterns that gleamed brilliantly beneath the sun. An indescribable sense of authority settled over the entire venue. What is that? Lao Zhang's insulated mug slipped from his hand with a crisp clatter, scalding water splashing across the floor. Ignoring the heat, he stood there with his mouth agape, staring up at the sky. The principal rose abruptly from his chair, both hands gripping the railing so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Unprecedented. This is an unprecedented phenomenon. He had been a principal for 30 years and had witnessed no small number of phenomena. Flames, frost, ferocious beasts, weapons. Yet never before had he seen coins. Moreover, the pressure radiating from this phenomenon was even more overpowering than the thunder just now. By established patterns, the stronger the manifestation, the more formidable the awakened profession would be. The golden radiance lasted a full 10 seconds before slowly fading away. The gymnasium fell into a deathly silence. Everyone remained frozen with their heads tilted back, necks aching, yet no one dared to move. Click. The door of room 10 swung open. Lu Fang stepped out. His expression was as calm as ever, as though the earth-shaking phenomenon just now had nothing to do with him. Every gaze turned toward him subtly transformed. There was reverence in those eyes, curiosity, and even a faint trace of awe. Wang Yixing stood rooted to the spot, the smile on his face stiffening like a cheap, brittle mask. He watched Lu Fang approach. The sense of oppression pressing down on him felt deeply uncomfortable. What did you awaken? Wang Yixing could not restrain himself. He rushed forward and blocked Lu Fang's path. His voice was a little hurried, a little shrill. Lu Fang halted and looked at him. Classified was all Lu Fang said. Wang Yixing froze for a moment, then flushed with humiliation and anger. Classified, he echoed. He refused to believe Lu Fang could possibly be stronger than him. Absolutely refused. Lu Fang ignored him, walked around him, and returned to his class's formation. Fanga. Jiang Xia was the first to burst forward, throwing his arms around Lu Fang in a bear hug. That was insane. That giant gold coin just now nearly blinded me. Jiang Xia's face flushed red with excitement, veins bulging on his neck. I don't know what profession it is, but it has to be incredibly strong. That aura was far more overwhelming than Wang Yixing's lightning. The nearby classmates quickly crowded around as well. Congratulations, young Master Lu. Lu shall take us along in the future, okay? Everyone was brimming with enthusiasm. Lu Fang responded with a gentle smile. He took out his phone from his pocket and walked toward the edge of the formation. He had just spent so much of his dad's money, although his awakening had succeeded, he had not yet had the chance to share the good news. He dialed his father's number. Beep, beep, beep. The call rang for a long time with no answer. Lu Fang frowned slightly. He tried again. Still no one picked up. He called his mom several times as well with the same result. Could they both still be busy, he wondered. Lu Fang stared at the phone screen, lost in thought. Earlier when his father had picked up, he had already heard wind whistling through the receiver. His father might have been on the move or engaged in battle against the alien races. Conditions on the front line changed in an instant. Having no time to answer calls was perfectly normal. Lu Fang put his phone away and stopped dwelling on it. He had already sent word. Their parents would see it once they were free. Soon the awakening ceremony for all students came to an end. Of more than 1,000 students, fewer than 200 had awakened combat professions. Only Wang Yixing and Lu Fang possessed visible manifestations. The principal stepped back onto the high platform. The flush on his cheeks had yet to fade. His mood was clearly excellent. Very good. This year's awakening ceremony has gone splendidly. The principal cleared his throat. Then he produced a new crystal sphere from behind him. This crystal sphere was a size larger than the one used for awakening. Within it a mass of gray mist slowly spiraled. This is the entrance to the initial instance. The principal pointed to the crystal sphere. Every newcomer who has just awakened a profession is granted one chance to enter an initial instance. This is a benefit provided by the nation. There are 15 stages within. For every stage you clear, you will gain a wealth of experience and rewards. The more stages you conquer, the higher your final evaluation, and the more generous the rewards will be. At the mention of rewards, the students' eyes lit up. The initial instance was a newcomer's first pot of gold. In past years, some had obtained top-tier skill books there and soared overnight. Others had acquired rare materials and sold them for a fortune. To further encourage everyone, the principal raised his voice. The school has decided to grant additional rewards to the top 100 students in this instance's clearance rankings. The first place will receive. The principal paused, then drew a black canister from his pocket. It was small, no larger than a palm, sealed with a layer of red wax. An exclusive equipment blind canister, unbound. A roar swept through the crowd. Even those students who had awakened life professions could not help but cry out in amazement. An exclusive equipment blind canister. And unbound. My God, if you put that on the market, it would sell for at least 5 million, right? 5 million. You couldn't buy it even if you had the money. This thing can yield profession-exclusive equipment tailored to you. If you're lucky, you might even get golden grade gear. They're going all out. Looks like the school is really betting on this year's admission rate. Lu Fang's eyes were shining as he watched the black canister. He could clearly sense his own state. As a god of wealth, Kaishin, his profession's attributes were monstrously abnormal, yet it came with a restriction. He could not equip weapons or armor meant for ordinary professions. In other words, all the blades and armor sold on the market were useless to him. If he wanted to equip gear, he had to rely on profession-exclusive items. This blind canister was something he absolutely had to obtain. First place. Lu Fang murmured under his breath. What you want it to? A grating voice sounded at his ear. Without him noticing, Wang Yixing had sidled up again. He looked at Lu Fang wearing that familiar expression of provocation. We're all special professions here. We all have manifestations. Wang Yixing lifted his chin, one hand resting on the hilt of the thunder sword at his waist. But I will prove that I am the strongest. Jiang Xia could not bear it any longer and cut in. Wang Yixing, don't be so arrogant. Fang's manifestation just now was much larger than yours. Big, so what? Wang Yixing snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping across the entire gym before he raised his voice. My initial strength attribute has reached 60 points. He shouted, his voice booming. The surroundings fell instantly silent. An instant later, even more intense chatter erupted. Holy crap, 60 points. I only have 8. I've got 12 and he has 60. Is he even human anymore? An ordinary warrior's initial strength is around 15, right? He's at 4 times that. Terrifying. So this is the true value of a special profession. The chorus of astonishment was immensely satisfying to Wang Yixing. This was the source of his confidence. 60 points of strength at the initial stage was undeniably a crushing level of power. He looked at Lu Fang with smug delight, hoping to see shock, panic, or even a flicker of inferiority on Lu Fang's face. Even the tiniest hint would have pleased him. But he was disappointed. Lu Fang simply looked at him and blinked. Oh, Lu Fang replied. His expression remained as placid as still water. There was even a faint trace of the kind of gaze one might reserve for someone mentally challenged. Lu Fang's heart remained utterly calm. After all, with that dazzling 1000 shining on his own status panel, it was impossible for him to feel any reverence for the mere number 60. Wang Yixing's face instantly flushed a livid pig liver hue. That feeling of having his punch land on a ball of cotton was driving him to the brink of madness. Just you wait. Wang Yixing ground out the threat through clenched teeth. We'll see the truth in the dungeon. At that moment, the principal stood upon the high platform, his palm pressed against a gigantic gray crystal sphere as he spoke with imposing authority. All students prepare for teleportation. The crystal sphere flared with blinding light. Beams of gray radiance shot out from within, precisely enveloping each and every student. Lu Fang felt his vision blur, his body suddenly weightless. The next instant the light faded. The open space of the gymnasium that had been packed with people a heartbeat ago was now utterly empty. Over 1,000 students had vanished at once. Above the principal's crystal sphere, a gigantic semi-transparent light screen was projected into the air. Names were densely listed across its surface row upon row. It showed the real-time status of every student who had entered the dungeon. At the moment, everyone's progress read, first stage. It has begun. Homeroom teacher Old Zhang adjusted his glasses, eyes locked on the light screen as he searched for the names of his class. All around, the other teachers were murmuring among themselves. I wonder if this year's cohort will produce someone who can shatter the record. It'll be difficult. The vice principal shook his head, hands clasped behind his back as he watched the screen. Last year's student who awakened the hidden class, Bloodthirsty Warrior, the current holder of the school record, cleared the 12th stage in 2 hours and 38 minutes. That record is brutally solid. Even though this year's students include 2 with special phenomena breaking, it will be a stretch. After a brief bout of vertigo, Lu Fang opened his eyes. The noisy gymnasium was gone. In its place stretched a vast gray-shrouded expanse. There was no sky, no earth. Beneath his feet was solid ground that felt like condensed mist. All around lay deathly silence. Not a single sound reached his ears. The air carried a faint chill. Welcome to the initial dungeon. First stage challenge commencing. Number of monsters 10. The frigid synthetic mechanical voice reverberated through the space. Immediately afterward, a patch of air several dozen meters ahead of Lu Fang began to glow crimson. It was the sign of monsters coalescing. Lu Fang was utterly unperturbed. He cast a glance at his skill bar. Summon money ghosts. With a single thought, Lu Fang activated the skill. Without the slightest hesitation, he pulled it to the maximum. Deduct 1000 gold coins. The gold balance before his eyes dropped abruptly. Immediately, the air around him began to warp. Clink, clink, clink. It was the bright, pleasing sound of gold coins colliding. 10 dazzling pillars of golden light appeared out of nothing, flooding the gray space with radiance. When the brilliance dispersed, 10 figures stood encircling Lu Fang, shielding him at the center. They were money ghosts. Rather than terrifying specters, they emanated a resplendent aura of wealth from head to toe. Each was roughly 2 meters tall, with an extraordinarily burly build, their muscles stacked like bricks of gold, brimming with explosive power. They possessed no facial features, only a single gigantic copper coin imprint in place of a face. As the 10 beings simply stood there, a terrifying pressure surged outward. It was the oppressive presence of all attributes set at 1000. Lu Fang glanced over the money ghost stats. Name: Money Ghost Owner Lu Fang, level 1, HP 100 Strength, 100 Agility, 100 Spirit, 100 Constitution, 100 Attack, 100 Strength 2, Base Modifier. It was outrageous, utterly beyond belief. It was simply absurd. Just then the crimson light ahead finally finished condensing. A guttural roar echoed. 10 wild boars had appeared. They were a size larger than ordinary domestic pigs, bodies covered in coarse black bristles. 2 sharp tusks jutted from the corners of their mouths, eyes blood red and drooling heavily. Tusked wild boar, level 1. HP 200, defense 15. The boars had barely landed. They had no time to complete their first roar, no time even to clearly see the enemy before them. The money ghost standing foremost before Lu Fang moved. It merely swung its arm with casual ease. The motion was indescribably fast. Boom. The air erupted with a sharp detonation, the sound of compressed air torn apart by excessive speed. The 10 freshly spawned tusked wild boars froze in place in an instant. The very next second, 1985, 2010, 1990, 4020 critical hit. Bang, 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 bang. 10 terrifying damage values floated over the boars' heads one after another. With only 200 HP each, this wasn't merely a one-hit kill, it was complete annihilation. All 10 boars detonated at once. There was no gruesome spray of flesh and blood. Under that overwhelming force, their bodies were crushed into the finest of dust, transforming into crimson motes of light that dispersed into the air. It was as if they had been struck heated by an invisible cannon of compressed air. A single strike, total wipeout. Lu Fang remained where he stood, not even taking a single step. First stage cleared. Time used 1 second. The system prompt sounded its tone, carrying a faint hitch of disbelief. Immediately 10 golden rays descended onto Lu Fang's head in succession. Tusked Wild Boar Slain, EXP 10. Tusked Wild Boar Slain, EXP 10. Current EXP 100100. At last a single golden glow flared from Lu Fang's body. It was the radiance of leveling up. He glanced at his panel. The EXP bar was violently surging. To rise from level 1 to level 2 required exactly 100 EXP. Lu Fang felt warmth rushing through his body as that intoxicating sensation of increased power washed over him once more. He had leveled up already. In a single second, he had cleared the stage and advanced. Watching the scene, Lu Fang's lips curved upward. I'm simply too strong, aren't I? He did not rush into the next. Instead, he opened his status panel once more. His gaze swept over the data, and his pupils abruptly contracted. Level 2 Strength 1100, 100 Agility 110, 100 Spirit 110, 100 Constitution 110, 100. It increased by a full 100 points each. Lu Fang drew in a sharp breath of cold air. He had known he was strong, but he had not expected his strength to reach such an absurd level. One had to understand a typical warrior class gained only about 20 points of strength upon leveling, with even smaller increments to other attributes. Total attribute increases of 40 were already considered decent. Even someone like Wang Yixing with the hidden class Thunder Swordsman would see all attributes combined barely reach an increase of 100 points per level. In Lu Fang's case, each individual attribute had risen by 100. Together, his 4 core stats had soared by a staggering 400 points. So this is the one and only hidden class. At this rate, as my level rises, the gap between me and everyone else will only grow wider and wider. The shock in Lu Fang's eyes gradually transformed into wild joy. As his base attributes surged, the 10 money ghosts guarding him on all sides swelled larger in turn. Money Ghost stats: synchronized strength 100, attack 200. Their originally 2-meter tall bodies stretched to 2 meters 20. Muscle contours grew even more exaggerated, like sculptures hewn from granite, while the golden radiance flowing across their skin intensified. Lu Fang suddenly realized the most bizarre loop of this profession. The stronger he became, the stronger the money demon he summoned. The stronger the money demon, the faster the monsters were cleared, and the quicker he leveled up. The faster he leveled up, the more his attributes skyrocketed, making him even stronger. This was an unsolvable, perfect, closed loop. Ha ha ha. Lu Fang looked at the 10 golden figures around him, as solid as a copper wall, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Come on, let the storm come even fiercer. Meanwhile, outside the gym, the massive leaderboard flickered for a moment. Lu Fang's name suddenly jumped from 1 to 2 without warning. This jump wasn't very conspicuous on the densely packed leaderboard, but it was still noticed by old Zhang, who had been paying attention to this side. Immediately the crowd erupted with gasps of astonishment. What the hell? Lu Fang cleared the first level. That's too fast, right? Just now it was the first level, how did it jump to the second level in the blink of an eye? Is there a display error? This exclamation drew everyone's attention back to the leaderboard. The vice principal adjusted his glasses, frowning deeply, staring intently at that number. Time taken. 1 second. He estimated the time the students had entered, his voice cracking. How is that possible? The surrounding teachers all wore expressions of disbelief. It must be a problem with the instance. Many felt that the system had a bug, as passing a level in 1 second was beyond human comprehension. However, just as everyone was discussing whether it was a system bug, the number on the screen flickered again. It wasn't a slow flicker, but a frenzied flashing. Inside the instance, the second level's monsters had just refreshed. 20 gray wolves appeared. But before they could even see their enemy, they were instantly shredded by 10 golden afterimages. Lu Fang's experience bar surged again. Following were the 3rd and 4th levels. The difficulty increased exponentially. By the 5th level, 5th level challenge begins. Monsters: Jungle Leopards, level 3. Quantity 50. Experience per kill 30. The air was filled with dense growls. 50 agile jungle leopards pounced from the void. They excelled in speed, and if an ordinary player encountered them, they would likely be severely injured in an instant. But Lu Fang simply stood there with his hands in his pockets, unmoving. Kill. He softly uttered one word. The 10 money demons charged into the leopard pack, like 10 golden reapers. Their speed was countless times faster than that of the jungle leopards. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sounds of collision melded into one. The jungle leopards had just refreshed, and hadn't even landed before their bodies exploded into blood mist in midair. Instant kills. All were instant kills. Kill a jungle leopard, experience 30. Kill a jungle leopard, experience 30. Total experience gained 1500. Lu Fang's body once again shone with golden light of level up. Congratulations on reaching level 3. Attribute increase all attributes 100. Current strength 1200 money demon strength synchronized 1200 Lu Fang couldn't help but complain about the difficulty of leveling up. It was said that the stronger the profession, the greater the growth at each level, hence the required experience for leveling up was also greater. It seemed that he was likely the most difficult. But it didn't matter. With his terrifying monster clearing speed, a little more difficulty was acceptable. The slaughter continued. The 6th, 7th levels. In the blink of an eye, he reached the 8th level. 8th level challenge begins. Monsters Ironhide Bears, level 6. Quantity 100. Experience per kill 60. 100 rugged Ironhide Bears roared and charged, shaking the ground. Yet in front of the money demons whose strength was at 1,200, their proud defense felt like paper. The money demons didn't even need to use skills. Merely relying on their terrifying attributes, they crushed these massive creatures with a single punch. Kill an Ironhide Bear, experience 60. Total experience gained 6,000. Lu Fang's experience bar was once again full. Congratulations on reaching level 4. Attribute increase all attributes 100. Outside the gym, the atmosphere in the square, which was once lively, had turned into a dead silence without anyone noticing. At this moment, no one spoke and no one played on their phones. All eyes were glued to that massive screen. Even the sound of breathing was inaudible. One could see that the data representing Lu Fang was refreshing at a terrifying rate. It wasn't just flickering, it was scrolling across the screen. 2nd level, 5th level, 8th level, 10th level. The rate of progress completely defied everyone's common sense. For other students, even reaching the 2nd level hadn't appeared yet. But Lu Fang, it was as if he was riding a rocket, leaving everyone behind. What kind of monster is this? Old Zhang felt his legs growing weak, leaning against the railing, trembling as he pointed at the screen. 1 level per second. The vice principal's face had turned pale, his mouth hung open, unable to close for a long time. This is definitely not a bug, he muttered to himself. If the system had a bug, it couldn't have bugged out continuously for over 10 times, and each level's completion time had slight differences, which indicates he really is clearing the levels. But how is that possible? No one could answer him, because this scene had shattered their worldview. Inside the instance, the continuous instant kills caused a massive flow of experience to surge into Lu Fang's body, like rivers pouring into the sea. In the blink of an eye, he stood at the threshold of the 15th level. 15th level challenge begins. Monsters Bloodthirsty Lizards, elite level 10. Quantity experience per kill 150. This was the final level of the initial instance, and also the most difficult one. 200 elite monsters with blood-red eyes and exuding a fierce aura surrounded Lu Fang. But Lu Fang didn't even glance at them. At this moment, due to leveling up several times, his attributes had reached terrifying numbers. Level 4 strength, 1300 money demon strength, 1300. Accompanied by the 10 money demons who had now surged to a height of 2.5 meters, resembling 10 golden deities. Clear them out, Lu Fang commanded lightly. Boom. A golden storm swept across the field. The 200 elite monsters that could induce despair in ordinary newcomers were still as fragile as cutting vegetables in front of the money demons. In just 3 seconds, the field was cleared. Kill a bloodthirsty lizard, experience 150. Total experience gained 30,000. Lu Fang's golden light flashed once more. Congratulations on reaching level 5. Attribute increase all attributes 100. Current strength 1400. The prompt for clearing the 15th level echoed, and Lu Fang stood in the center of the battlefield, littered with corpses, quietly awaiting the teleportation light of the instant settlement. However, the white light he expected did not appear. The originally gray sky seemed to be torn apart by invisible hands, instantly dyed a shocking blood red. The temperature of the entire space suddenly dropped, and a strong smell of blood permeated the air. An urgent, piercing alarm blared in Lu Fang's ears. The Azura hidden level has been activated. Warning: the difficulty of the Azura hidden level is extremely high, with a significant risk to life. Option 1, give up the challenge and settle directly. You will receive the highest evaluation of SSS for this dungeon and be teleported away. Option 2, enter the challenge. If successful, all rewards for this dungeon will be doubled. If you fail, it may lead to death. Lu Fang's gaze passed over the red warning text, steadfastly locking onto the words double rewards. SSS evaluation. That was already a done deal. For Lu Fang, who currently possessed billions of gold and overshadowed his peers in all attributes, the words retreat simply did not exist in his dictionary. Fortune favors the bold. Moreover, Lu Fang glanced at the 10 money spirits beside him, a confident smile forming at the corners of his mouth. This isn't really a risk. Without any hesitation, he decisively pressed the confirm entry option. At the moment he made his choice, the ground suddenly collapsed beneath him, and a massive blood-red vortex appeared out of thin air, instantly engulfing his figure. A violent sensation of weightlessness struck him. When Lu Fang opened his eyes again, the surrounding scene had undergone a dramatic transformation. No longer trapped in that small gray mist space, he found himself in a desolate, boundless, ancient battlefield. The ground was charred black, scattered with broken weapons and enormous beast bones as a fierce wind swept through, howling like a wailing ghost. Before Lu Fang could discern his surroundings, the earth suddenly began to tremble violently. Boom! The sound of heavy running echoed from all directions like thunder rumbling across the ground. At the horizon, countless pairs of ghostly green eyes lit up. They were wolves. Entirely black, as robust as a calf, exuding a black, demonic aura. Abyssal Demon Wolf, level 10, quantity, 500 experience per unit 100. Lu Fang glanced at the densely packed wolf pack surging like a black tide. Such a scale of beast tide was enough to instantly overwhelm a well-equipped team of 100 professional players, devouring them down to their very bones. Facing this terrifying onslaught, Lu Fang remained calm, even leaving his hands in his pockets. Go, he merely thought. The 10 money spirits that had been guarding him sprang into action in an instant. Instead of forming ranks, they transformed into 10 golden storms, charging into the black tide of wolves. Current power of the money spirits, 1400. Money spirit normal attack damage, 2800. Bang, bang, bang. The moment the golden light collided with the black tide, countless abyssal demon wolves exploded. This was a completely one-sided massacre. The speed of the money spirits was so great that the demon wolves could not react at all. Their sharp claws had barely touched the bodies of the money spirits before being crushed into minced meat by golden fists. Not a single demon wolf could breach the defensive circle formed by the money spirits approaching Lu Fang, not even a bit. The system prompts in Lu Fang's ears blended into a continuous line, and due to the high frequency, they eventually transformed into a strange humming sound. Kill Abyssal Demon Wolf experience 100. Kill Abyssal Demon Wolf experience 100. The massive experience points surged into Lu Fang's body like a flood. Golden light flickered on him. Congratulations, leveled up to level 6. All attributes 100. Money spirit attributes, sync, refresh, strength, 1500. Congratulations, leveled up to level 7. All attributes 100. Money spirit attributes, sync, refresh, strength, 1600. Lu Fang stood at the center of the pile of monster corpses, feeling his power surge within him. In just 1 minute, his level skyrocketed to level 7, like a rocket. All attributes surged once again. Finally, with the last abyssal demon wolf collapsing with a wail, the noisy, ancient battlefield fell into a brief silence. The ground was littered with wolf corpses, rivers of blood flowed. Before Lu Fang could catch his breath, a sudden change occurred. Crack! A massive fissure suddenly opened in the ground of the ancient battlefield, and torrents of magma erupted from the crack. A giant charred black hand gripped the edge of the fissure, followed by a terrifying figure towering 10 meters high crawling out from the magma. It was clad in heavy dark red armor, wielding a gigantic sword engulfed in flames. Each step it took left a deep crater in the ground. Final BOSS, Hell Demon General, level 50. Health 2, Physical Defense, 3000 skills, Hell Roar Flame, / Demon Armor. The moment the boss appeared, a suffocating aura of terror swept across the field. Final BOSS, Hell Demon General, level 50. Health 2, Physical Defense, 3000 skills, Hell Roar Flame, / Demon Armor. The moment the boss, if an ordinary novice stood here, the mere shockwave from this roar infused with mental impact would be enough to stun them, even shatter their heart veins. Lu Fang frowned slightly. Indeed, the aura of this boss was far stronger than the previous minions. Attack! He commanded softly. The 10 money spirits, undaunted, flashed into position around the Hell Demon General, their golden fists raining down like raindrops on the seemingly weak joints of the boss. At this moment, the power of the money spirits had reached 1600, with an attack power exceeding 3200. Bang! 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 The sound of concentrated strikes echoed like rolling thunder. However, in the next second, Lu Fang's pupils constricted slightly. The terrifying attacks that could annihilate small monsters and even elite monsters only sparked a few embers when striking the thick dark red armor of the Hell Demon General. 200, 180, 215, 500 critical hit. A series of damage numbers floated above the boss's head, hundreds with the highest being just 500. Although the money spirit struck rapidly, delivering dozens of punches in the blink of an eye, for the Hell Demon General, with its 2 million health, it was akin to rubbing skin. A level 50 BOSS with a staggering 3000 physical defense formed a perfect defensive suppression against the money spirits, who were only level 7, with barely over 3000 attack. Not even a scratch. Lu Fang watched this scene, not feeling the slightest panic at the ineffectiveness of the attacks. Instead, he smirked with a hint of mockery. Physical defense too high, can't break through, he murmured, looking at the imperious Hell Demon General. Then I'll crush you with money. Without missing a beat, Lu Fang slowly raised his right hand, pointing his index finger at the massive a throw of 1,000 gold coins. With the activation of the skill, Lu Fang's account instantly lost 10,000 coins. In the next moment, a brilliant golden light suddenly illuminated the previously dim blood-red sky. A massive, fully materialized illusion of a gold coin rapidly condensed in the air. This gold coin was as large as a grinding disc devoid of any intricate patterns, exuding only the purest aura of wealth. It carried a destructive force as if a mountain were crushing down, aimed directly at the Hell Demon General. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. The Hell Demon General's impenetrable dark red armor crumpled before the gold coin as if it were made of paper. 1000000 true damage. A massive and somewhat exaggerated white damage number floated above the boss's head. The Hell Demon General let out a heart-wrenching scream as its 2 million health points evaporated in an instant. The so-called defense and armor were nothing but a joke in the face of true damage. Lu Fang remained expressionless, not even blinking. If one shot didn't suffice, then another was in order. He raised his hand again, his motion as casual as feeding fish. Go! Another 10,000 gold coins were instantaneously deducted. Once again, a giant illusion of a gold coin coalesced in the air and heavily smashed into the Hell Demon General. Boom! 1000000 true damage. Under such terrifying true damage, this level 50 final boss didn't even have a chance to unleash a single skill before its massive body collapsed. Bang! The giant body exploded into a multitude of light points upon hitting the ground, leaving behind a huge pit. You have killed the level 50 BOSS Hell Demon General and earned 800 experience. A golden light indicating a level up shone over Lu Fang once again. The massive 800 experience caused his experience bar to overflow. Congratulations on reaching level 8. Congratulations on reaching level 9. Congratulations on reaching level 13. Current level 13 strength, 2200 agility, 2200 spirit, 2200 constitution, 2200. Meanwhile, several glowing orbs radiating brilliant light exploded on the ground. These were the spoils dropped by the boss. Lu Fang walked over to pick them up and took a glance. Demon General's heavy armor, black iron grade warrior exclusive flame staff, bronze grade mage exclusive skill book, Hellfire C mage skill book, berserker, charge warrior, all good items. If these were placed in an auction house, each item would fetch a high price. However, Lu Fang merely took a glance before losing interest. All are class restricted items, unusable for me. He shook his head regretfully and casually tossed these items into the backpack that came with his awakened profession. At that moment, the blood-red battlefield around him began to collapse, and the system settlement panel popped up out of thin air, with gigantic golden letters nearly filling Lu Fang's entire field of vision. Completion rating SSS system prompt. Due to your successful completion of the hidden stage Shura, Hell, your completion rewards receive a special bonus. Base rewards 100 gold coins, 1 free skill point, 1 golden grade profession equipment blind box. Hidden stage bonus rewards doubled. Final reward 200 gold coins, 2 free skill points, 1 diamond grade exclusive equipment blind box. Lu Fang's gaze passed over the gold coins and skill points in front of him, locking firmly onto the final reward. Diamond grade exclusive equipment blind box. Lu Fang's breath quickened slightly. In this world, the hierarchy of equipment was extremely strict, ranging from low to high as follows: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, epic, legendary, sacred artifact, semi-divine artifact, divine artifact. Ordinary novices, even those from well-off families, would consider it a good fortune to acquire a full set of bronze equipment at this stage. Silver grade would be considered middle class, while gold grade was even harder to come by, often only obtainable by second-generation heirs like himself. As for diamond grade, that was typically a high-end domain accessible only to second transition powerhouses above level 100. Now, due to the doubling mechanism of the hidden stage, this reward, which was originally only gold grade, had been dramatically elevated to diamond grade. Lu Fang took a deep breath and retrieved the blind box, radiating a dazzling diamond light from the system space. Open. Click. The box opened, and a gentle light flashed. You have obtained equipment diamond grade tycoon boots. A pair of exquisitely designed boots, seemingly flowing with golden sand, appeared in Lu Fang's hands. He immediately checked the attributes. Tycoon boots, diamond grade, defense 0, special ability running is paramount, passive effect movement speed 200. Description: as a wealthy person, it's not embarrassing to run away if you can't fight. Running fast is the hard truth. Looking at this simple and straightforward attribute, Lu Fang was taken aback. There were no additional attribute bonuses. However, this single attribute, movement speed 200, was simply a divine skill. At the low levels, while everyone else was still relying on their 2 legs to run, having 3 times the speed of an ordinary person was an absolute divine artifact, whether for escaping danger or hunting down enemies. Good stuff. Lu Fang immediately put on the tycoon boots. The moment he slipped them on, he felt as light as a feather, as if with just a gentle push of his toes he could soar into the wind. Having equipped the gear, Lu Fang turned his gaze to the 2 precious free skill points. This was also the benefit of the doubling. Let's upgrade a skill first. Lu Fang opened the skill panel and attempted to allocate 1 skill point to a throw of 1,000 gold coins. Skill A, throw of 1,000 gold coins upgraded successfully. A throw of 1,000 gold coins. Level 2 consumes gold coins to deal true damage equal to gold coins 150 times to the target maximum gold coin consumption. The damage coefficient increased from 100 times to 150 times. Simple and brutal. Lu Fang was very satisfied. He wanted to continue investing points into this skill, but found the skill upgrade button had turned gray. Prompt level insufficient to continue upgrading this skill. It seems there is a level restriction. Lu Fang didn't dwell on it, and allocated the remaining skill point to another core skill with Money Ghosts Push the Mill. A flash of light. Skill with Money Ghosts Push the Mill upgraded successfully. With Money Ghosts Push the Mill, level 2 consumes 100 gold coins to summon a Money Ghost, which inherits 150 of the host's total attributes, current summonable Money Ghost 0. In the moment he clearly perceived the change in the skill description, an ecstatic light burst forth in Lu Fang's eyes. The inheritance ratio has increased. Originally, it was 100 inheritance, meaning that whatever attributes Lu Fang possessed, the Qian Gui would share equally. Now it has become 150. This means that the attributes of the Qian Gui will directly exceed half of Lu Fang's own body. Lu Fang stood on the shattered battlefield of the Azura, surrounded by the gradually dissipating crimson mist. The dungeon settlement has been completed, it is time to leave. He glanced at the 10 loyal golden demons guarding him. Come back. With a slight movement of his mind, the 10 Qian Gui, which had originally stood like iron towers, instantly transformed into 10 streaks of flowing light, effortlessly drilling back into Lu Fang's body. This is a hidden feature of the skill Money can make ghosts push the mill. As long as the summoned object is alive, it can be recalled at any time. After recalling them, the next summoning requires no additional gold consumption, allowing for true on-demand summoning. As the Qian Gui disappeared, a white beam of light descended from the heavens, precisely enveloping Lu Fang. In the next moment, his figure vanished from this purgatory, filled with the aura of death. Jiangcheng No. 1 high school gymnasium. The venue, which had been momentarily stunned by the wildly fluctuating clearance levels of Lu Fang on the light screen, seemed to have the air completely solidified, becoming thick and heavy. All eyes were fixed. The principal, vice principal, head of instruction, class teachers, and all the staff present were all staring intently at the intricately runed teleportation array in the center of the venue. Just a minute ago, the name Lu Fang on the light screen had its progress number fluctuating wildly, ultimately freezing at a suffocating number 15 levels. Now behind that number, 2 more words finally appeared, cleared. Immediately afterward, the humming of the teleportation array sounded, and brilliant light soared to the heavens. Buzz. As the light dissipated like a tide, Lu Fang's figure slowly emerged. He casually had his hands in the pockets of his blue and white school uniform pants, his expression calm as water, with no hint of turbulence in his deep gaze. Most astonishingly, not a speck of dust marred his body. The corners of his clothes were smooth, without a single wrinkle to be found. His leisurely demeanor did not resemble someone who had just ventured into a life-and-death dragon's den. Rather, it seemed as if he had simply gone downstairs to a convenience store to buy a bottle of water and returned from a stroll. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. This eerie quietness felt as if even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Dozens of pairs of eyes stared at Lu Fang as if he were an unknown extraterrestrial being, filled with confusion, terror, daze, and deep existential doubt. The head of instruction responsible for recording data clutched a specially designed timer tightly in his hands. Due to excessive force, his knuckles turned white and his fingers trembled violently. He lowered his head to glance at the frozen time on the timer, and his pupils instantly contracted to pinpricks, as if struck by lightning, leaving him frozen in place. He opened his mouth, his throat feeling as if it were stuffed with cotton, producing a dry and hoarse voice, trembling with evident fear, yet daring to only whisper in a tone audible to the principal beside him. Principal. This time. The principal, unable to uphold his dignified demeanor at this moment, snatched the timer from the head of instruction's hand. After a mere glance, his heart nearly stopped. His hazy old eyes widened instantly, and the sound of him gasping for breath resonated clearly on the quiet podium. Hiss! The principal suddenly raised his head, looking at Lu Fang below his gaze, as if staring at a monster. In the next moment, the massive light screen above the gymnasium trembled violently. A line of golden text, as if cast from molten gold, slowly emerged, occupying the topmost position on the light screen. First place, Lu Fang cleared levels 15 levels cleared. With the appearance of this line of text, the previously silent gymnasium instantly detonated like it had been hit by a deep-sea bomb. 15 levels. Cleared. My goodness. Wasn't the previous school record only 12 levels? He cleared it directly. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. How long has it been? Even if he sprinted through the map, it couldn't have been so fast, right? The class teacher of Class 6 held his head, his expression one of utter disbelief, mumbling incoherently. Crazy. This world is crazy. Is there a bug in the dungeon? Did it directly teleport him to the finish line? Are you stupid? The dungeon is a product of national regulations, a manifestation of supreme laws. Where would a bug come from? Old Zhang stood among the crowd, adjusting his glasses, palms drenched in cold sweat, ignoring the mist on his lenses. He looked at the calm young man, not far away, feeling that the student he had taught for 3 years suddenly seemed incredibly foreign. However, the shock did not end there. Just as everyone was still dizzy from the number 15 levels, the light screen changed once again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The light screen trembled violently, and behind the originally blank final evaluation column, an eye-popping purple gold light suddenly erupted. The brilliance was so immense that it even overshadowed the lights within the gymnasium, stinging the eyes of those who gazed upon it. Amidst this dazzling radiance, 3 massive letters slowly formed, exuding an ancient, noble, and inviolable aura. S. Final evaluation SSS level. Boom. If the earlier 15 levels was a bomb, then these 3 purple gold S were a nuclear bomb detonating directly on everyone's heads. At that moment, everyone in the venue completely lost their ability to speak. SSS level. What is in the history of Jiangcheng, and even in the history of the college entrance examinations in the entire province, in a level evaluation is already rare, being called a child of destiny. S-level evaluation is a domain that only a Onsenatacade prodigy might touch. As for SSS level, that is simply beyond the scope of everyone's understanding. It is the theoretical limit, the embodiment of perfection. This means that Lu Fang not only cleared the dungeon, but did so in a crushing, flawless, and utterly perfect manner. Am I blind? SSS level, the legendary highest evaluation, Wei Jiangcheng, actually produced an SSS level. Is this even human? This is simply a god. The vice principal's lips trembled, and he leaned back against his chair as if utterly exhausted. Jiangcheng, no. One high school has been established for 100 years, and has never had such a thing. The shock of the crowd surged like a tsunami, one wave higher than the last. They gazed at the 3 purple gold letters, a sense of indescribable reverence rising within them. Some were trembling with excitement, their bodies shaking slightly. Yet what they still did not know was that what they were witnessing was merely the tip of the iceberg. No one had any idea that in this extremely brief moment, Lu Fang not only pushed through 15 levels of ordinary challenges, but also effortlessly slaughtered 3,000 abyssal demon wolves and turned a level 50 hell demon general with 2 million health points to dust. If they were to learn this truth, the gym would likely be filled not just with shock, but with people fainting in fear. Lu Fang stood in the center of the arena, feeling the nearly tangible gazes of awe and terror surrounding him without much fluctuation in his emotions. He slowly raised his head, directing his gaze toward the enormous screen in midair. At the very top of the screen, his name shimmered with golden light, dominating the ages. Below his name, the disparity was as vast as a chasm. Lu Fang's gaze swept across the leaderboard, quickly finding the familiar name Wang Yixing. At this moment, Wang Yixing's name ranked second. Second place, Wang Yixing, current progress level 2. Seeing the pitiful level 2, a faint smile curved the corner of Lu Fang's mouth, revealing a meaningful arc. A few minutes later, the teleportation array in the center of the gym lit up once more. This time the glow was somewhat chaotic, and soon the first batch of eliminated students was teleported out one after another. Most of them had been defeated in the 2nd or 3rd level, their faces covered in dirt, some still bearing injuries, their expressions filled with dejection and unwillingness. It's too difficult. The speed of that wolf pack in the 2nd level was too fast, I couldn't react at all. I only lasted a minute in the 3rd level, almost got bitten to death. They looked at the settlement panel in their hands, the words appearing like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads. Clearance evaluation F. Clearance reward 50 copper coins. Some clutched a bottle of murky low-quality red potion, tightly, a bitter smile appearing on their faces. Struggling for their lives, almost risking everything, and this is what they got. Just as the group of people were feeling downcast, someone with sharp eyes spotted Lu Fang, standing by the side, hands in pockets, looking indifferent. Hey, is that Lu Fang? He came out too. A few exchanged glances, a hint of confusion flashing in their eyes. Logically speaking, although Lu Fang had awakened an unknown profession, he shouldn't have been eliminated so quickly, right? It looked like he even came out earlier than they did. A boy curled his lips, a strange sense of satisfaction bubbling up in his heart. He probably also got eliminated in the first or second level. Look, he doesn't have a speck of dust on him. Maybe he got pushed out by a wild boar as soon as he entered. This is human nature. When one fails, seeing someone who has fallen from a higher position, even if they fell just as hard, brings a sense of balance to the heart. Look, even if it's Lu Xiao, even if he awakened with a shocking phenomenon in the actual battle instance, isn't he just a waste with an F evaluation like us? Thinking of this, the boy adjusted his expression, pretending to be concerned as he walked over, wanting to pat Lu Fang on the shoulder to offer some comfort and regain a bit of psychological balance. Lu Xiao, it's alright, after all, it's the first time in a dungeon. The boy's hand hadn't even touched Lu Fang's shoulder when the previously silent homeroom teacher of Class 2 could no longer bear to watch. He looked at the boy with a gaze that seemed to regard him as a fool, a hint of pity in his eyes, then pointed at the massive screen above the gym. Don't embarrass yourself here, look up. The boy was taken aback. Look up. What for? He instinctively, not just him, but the others who also thought Lu Fang was an early dropout, looked up as well. Upon seeing this, everyone's expressions froze instantaneously. At the very top of the screen, a name was magnified countless times, radiating dazzling golden light and purple aura like a divine king suspended above all, overlooking all beings. First place, Lu Fang, cleared levels 15, cleared final evaluation SSS. What the? The boy who was about to pat Lu Fang's shoulder felt his legs go weak, almost kneeling down on the spot. That string of dazzling purple gold characters struck him like a heavy hammer, smashing his pitiful sense of superiority to pieces. 15 levels. Cleared. And that SSS level that only existed in legends. He glanced down at the low-quality red potion in his hand, then looked back at the divine-like performance displayed on the big screen. A profound, suffocating sense of disparity instantly overwhelmed him. Just a second ago, he thought they were all comrades in misfortune. The next moment, he realized he was gazing up at an unattainable deity. This group of eliminated students was completely speechless, mouths agape, like fish out of water, forgetting even to breathe. Time passed second by second. An hour and a half later, buzz. The teleportation array lit up once again. A somewhat disheveled figure appeared. It was Jiang Xia. At this moment, his once neat school uniform had been torn in several places, his hair a chaotic mess, face covered in sweat and dust, clearly having endured a tough battle. However, he showed no signs of dejection. Instead, his eyes sparkled with excitement, his face glowing with uncontainable joy. Huff! Huff! Jiang Xia leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. He glanced at his settlement panel. Cleared levels 8, clearance evaluation, B clearance rewards, silver grade windwalker bracers, skill book, piercing arrow, awesome. Jiang Xia punched the air fiercely. To reach the 8th level and achieve AB evaluation was already quite an impressive accomplishment. Not to mention, he also obtained a piece of silver equipment and a skill book. I wonder how Fang did. Jiang Xia straightened up, wiped the sweat off his face, and eagerly scanned the surroundings for Lu Fang. Soon he spotted Lu Fang in the resting area. At this moment, Lu Fang was leisurely seated in a chair holding a bottle of mineral water. Without a word, Jiang Xia jogged to Lu Fang's side. Fang Gu, you were so fast. Jiang Xia panted, plopping down beside Lu Fang, grabbing the bottle of water Lu Fang offered and gulping down half of it. Huh, I'm alive. Jiang Xia wiped the water stains from the corner of his mouth, filled with emotion. I almost died in there just now. Was the 8th level designed for humans? 100 iron bears. My hands nearly fell off trying to defeat them. He then looked at Lu Fang, curiosity and a hint of rivalry in his eyes. Brother Fang, how many levels did you pass? You look so clean, it must have been much easier for you. So did you manage to get an A rating? Lu Fang looked at the sweaty Jiang Xia and smiled casually. I cleared all of them. The last sip of water Jiang Xia had just taken spurted out. He coughed violently a few times, staring wide-eyed at Lu Fang. Cough, cough. Brother Fang, don't joke with me. Jiang Xia waved his hand, a look of disbelief on his face. I know you're strong, I recognized your awakening when that phenomenon appeared, but the school record is only 12 levels. Jiang Xia decided to check for himself as he turned his head. His originally playful face suddenly froze. On the screen, the top-ranked golden achievement struck his retina like a bolt of lightning. Lu Fang, 15 levels cleared. Rating SSS. Jiang Xia's eyes were about to pop out. He glanced at the glaring SSS on the screen, then stiffly turned his head to look at Lu Fang, then back at the screen. A clucking sound came from his throat, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long while. He thought clearing 8 levels in an hour and a half and getting a B rating was already impressive. But Lu Fang not only cleared the levels, but also obtained the legendary SSS rating. Brother Fang. Jiang Xia felt his worldview shatter into pieces in that moment, unable to piece it back together. SSS rating. Are you still human? Time ticked away. It had been 2 hours and 8 minutes since the instance began. In the center of the gymnasium, the teleportation array that had been silent for a long time suddenly lit up one last time. This light was exceptionally glaring, accompanied by a strong smell of blood. A figure slowly emerged from the radiance. It was Wang Yixing. At this moment, he was no longer the glamorous figure he had been when he entered. The thunder sword in his hand was still dripping with black blood. His originally handsome school uniform was torn into shreds, and his body was covered in wounds drenched in blood. Yet he showed no signs of distress, instead holding his head high, his eyes filled with extreme arrogance. Huff, huff. He breathed heavily, but the smile on his face grew more sinister and excited. He glanced at his summary panel. Cleared levels 12, clearing rating A rewards, silver level thunder gauntlets, silver level gale, necklace, universal skill book block, level 12. Wang Yixing clenched his fists tightly, feeling the power surging within him. He remembered clearly that the school record was set by the previous hidden job, the bloodthirsty warrior, at level 12, taking 2 hours and 38 minutes. However, he, although also at level 12, had only used 2 hours and 8 minutes. A full half an hour faster. I broke the record. I am the true number 1 of Jiangcheng No. 1 high school. Wang Yixing roared in his heart. He looked around with the posture of a victor, wanting to enjoy the cheers and applause. At first glance, he saw Lu Fang, who had long been standing in the resting area by the side of the field. Lu Fang held a half bottle of water, leisurely watching him. What struck Wang Yixing the most was that Lu Fang's school uniform was pristine, not a single wrinkle, and his white sneakers were so clean they seemed untouched by dirt. Seeing this scene, Wang Yixing's mind instantly conjured the truth. Heh! Wang Yixing sneered, dragging the thunder sword as he strode towards Lu Fang. Young Master Lu, you're out so early. He scrutinized Lu Fang from head to toe, his eyes filled with mockery and disdain. Wang Yixing's voice was loud, deliberately letting those around him hear. He raised his chin, pointing to himself with his thumb. I was just too excited inside, accidentally clearing to level 12, and conveniently broke a school record. At this point he paused, his eyes carrying a hint of provocation. Young Master Lu looks so clean, you must have rested early, right? He finished speaking, staring intently into Lu Fang's eyes, wanting to see expressions of shame, jealousy, or embarrassment on his face. However, Lu Fang said nothing. He merely looked at Wang Yixing quietly, his gaze calm, as if watching not just Lu Fang. Wang Yixing suddenly realized that the atmosphere around him seemed a bit off. It was too quiet, too strange. Logically, having broken the school record, there should at least be thunderous applause and gasps, if not a grand celebration. But now in the entire gymnasium, with thousands of people, not a single person was speaking. Everyone was looking at him with an extremely complex expression. That expression was not admiration nor reverence, but a kind of indescribable pity. There was even a hint of mockery, as if they were watching a fool. What's going on? Wang Yixing's heart jumped sharply, and that bad premonition grew stronger. He instinctively raised his head, following the gazes of the crowd, to look at the huge screen above the gymnasium. The first thing that caught his eye was the name on the second line. Second place. Wang Yixing cleared levels 12, rating a second place. Wang Yixing's pupils suddenly contracted, his voice rising sharply by 8 degrees. I'm in second place. How is that possible? Who can clear it faster than me? His gaze trembled as it slowly moved up. When he saw the name hanging at the top, shining like the blazing sun, and the rating behind it, that symbolized supreme glory, his entire being froze in place. First place, Lu Fang cleared levels 15, rating SSS. Boom. At that moment, Wang Yixing felt as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in his brain. The arrogant smile on his face shattered like broken glass, instantly replaced by sheer terror and 15 levels. SSS rating. His lips trembled, each word squeezing out like it was forced through his teeth, carrying a strong taste of blood. How is this possible? SSS level. Does such a thing really exist in this world? The A rating which I worked so hard to earn is nothing compared to the SSS level. It's like a firefly trying to compete with the bright moon, utterly ridiculous and trivial. At that moment, the principal, who had been silent all this time, suddenly adjusted his collar and stepped up onto the high platform. He held the report card tightly in his hand, his face flushed with near fervor. He picked up the microphone, took a deep breath, and his voice trembled slightly with extreme excitement. Everyone, please be quiet. The screech of the microphone brought the entire venue back to their senses. The principal's gaze was sharp as he scanned the crowd, finally landing on Wang Yixing and Lu Fang. Since everyone has completed the instance, let's begin the awards ceremony. The principal paused. In this assessment, our Jiangcheng No. 1 high school has given birth to a miracle that is worthy of being recorded in the annals of the Federation. Hearing this, everyone perked up their ears. The principal paused again, a proud smile spreading across his face, his voice suddenly rising, resonating like the sound of a great bell echoing through the skies. Student Lu Fang's clearance count 15. Rating SSS. His final time is... The principal raised the score sheet in his hand, practically shouting with all his might. 1 minute and 17 seconds. Boom. If the earlier SSS rating was akin to a nuclear bomb, then the announcement of this time was like the Big Bang. The gymnasium, already on the brink of boiling over, erupted completely. 1 minute and 17 seconds. No way. Did I hear that wrong? Am I dreaming? Clearing 15 levels in 1 minute and 17 seconds. An average of 5 seconds per level. Is this a monster hunt or a 100-meter sprint? Even running without fighting monsters shouldn't be this fast, right? Unless it was all one-hit kills. And full-screen one-hit kills. Cheers, screams, and roars erupted like a tsunami, almost lifting the dome of the gymnasium. In the resting area, with a loud clap, Jiang Xia's water bottle fell to the ground again, spilling water everywhere. His mouth was agape wider than before, staring at Lu Fang with a look of astonishment, as if he was gazing at an alien. Lu Gu. Jiang Xia's voice was drifting, as if his soul had flown away. 1 minute and 17 seconds. You were actually telling the truth. Lu Fang bent down to help him pick up the water bottle, brushed off the dust with a faint smile, and casually said, "When have I ever joked with you?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Yixing's thunder sword clattered to the ground. The crisp sound stood out sharply amidst the chaotic cheers. He felt as though all his backbone had been instantly extracted, his eyes vacant, his face as pale as paper, his body swaying unsteadily. 1 minute and 17 seconds. This number was like a sharp knife, ruthlessly slicing through all his pride, shattering his dignity. The 2 hours and 8 minutes he had once been proud of became a complete joke in light of this number. An unprecedented sense of despair surged in his heart. What thunder swordsman? What unparalleled genius? What breaking records? In front of that 1 minute and 17 seconds and the SSS rating, they all became mere illusions. I lost. Wang Yixing murmured to himself, his body swaying, collapsing onto the cold floor. At that moment it felt as if something inside him had completely shattered. That was his arrogance. On the high platform, the principal, with a flushed face, solemnly handed the black jar sealed with wax to Lu Fang. "Student Lu Fang, this is your glory as well as the school's expectations for you." The principal's voice resonated throughout the venue. "I hope this exclusive equipment will help you achieve even greater brilliance in the college entrance examination a month from now." Lu Fang took the blind jar, feeling its coolness and substantial weight. He politely nodded, said nothing more, and turned to walk down the platform. As he returned to the class group, Jiang Xia immediately rushed over, his eyes fixated on the jar, swallowing hard. "Lu, go hurry and open it. It's an exclusive equipment blind jar. It's my first time seeing one in my life." Lu Fang was also a bit curious at this moment. Unlike others who would burn incense and take a bath praying before opening blind boxes, he quietly pulled the jar's tab, while the principal continued to recognize other outstanding students, and everyone's attention was slightly diverted. Click. A soft sound. The black jar instantly transformed into countless specks of light and dissipated, followed by a flash of light that was not glaring but extremely solid. An ancient-looking ring quietly landed in Lu Fang's palm. The ring was dark golden all over, with no flashy gemstones on its face, only a circle of patterns resembling coins emanating a heavy aura. With a thought, Lu Fang's attribute panel appeared instantly. Item: ring of monetary barrier, gold, position finger, attribute none, active skill, spend all wealth, effect consumes 100 gold coins to instantly generate an absolute shield lasting 1 second, with a defense value equal to the number of consumed gold coins multiplied by 100. Cooldown 24 hours. At the moment he saw the attributes, Lu Fang's heart skipped a beat. Spending 1000 gold coins to generate a shield. The shield value is equal to the gold coins multiplied by 100. 10,000 multiplied by 100 equals 1,000,000 points of shield value. Keep in mind that the previous level 50 Hell Demon General only had a health of 2 million. This 1 million shield value is almost equivalent to half of a boss's health. Moreover, this is a shield generated instantly. Although the duration is only a brief second, it is not meant for tanking monsters, but to block a lethal strike in that moment of life and death. An absolute life-saving skill. Lu Fang's heart trembled, his fingers tightening slightly, as he slipped the seemingly unremarkable ring onto his left index finger. The ring fit perfectly, and the moment he wore it, it lost a hint of luster, appearing like an ordinary piece of. The surrounding students were also secretly watching Lu Fang's movements, noticing him opening and wearing the ring, their eyes revealing unmistakable envy. The awards ceremony continued, with students taking turns to go on stage. But perhaps because Lu Fang's earlier achievements of 15 levels cleared and SSS rating were simply too terrifying, the invisible pressure made everyone present feel suffocated. The atmosphere in the venue carried a strange oppression. Finally, the awarding segment on stage came to an end. The principal reorganized his emotions, stood in front of the microphone, and delivered his final summary. Students, although the awakening ceremony has concluded, this is just the beginning of your lives. I hope everyone does not feel disheartened, and even more, do not become arrogant. Everyone must keep a humble heart and prepare for the college entrance examination a month from now. The principal's passionate voice echoed throughout the gymnasium. Now I declare that this year's senior awakening ceremony has come to a successful conclusion. As soon as the words fell, a loud boom. A violent tremor suddenly erupted above the gymnasium. Everyone looked up in confusion, only to see the usually impenetrable transparent protective shield above the gymnasium shaking violently, making a series of ear-piercing creaks as if struck by a heavy hammer. The once clear sunlight streaming through the dome vanished in that instant. It was as if a massive black curtain was being forcefully drawn down, instantly swallowing all the light. The light within the entire gymnasium suddenly dimmed, as if day had plunged into night in an instant. What's happening? A power outage? No. Look at the sky. Amidst panicked shouts, three figures emanating a thick, dark red aura pierced through the pitch-black darkness, slowly descending from midair. They hovered in the air above the gymnasium, looking down upon everyone with an air of superiority. The bloody scent surging around them made the air thick and nauseating. Behind them, several sharp whooshing sounds rang out. Hundreds of figures clad in identical black combat suits descended like a dark cloud pressing down on the city. On their chests was emblazoned a ferocious blood-red wolf head insignia. These people moved with perfect synchronization, highly disciplined. The moment they landed, they instantly dispersed, surrounding the entire stage and the surrounding spectator seats, leaving no gap. A chilling aura of slaughter instantly enveloped the entire venue. Who are you? How dare you trespass on Jiangxing No. 1 high school? The principal's face changed drastically. He stepped forward and bellowed sternly. As the head of the school, he had to step up at this moment. Among the three leading powerhouses, a bald man in the center grinned, revealing stark, white teeth, laughing with unbridled arrogance. Who are we? He made no attempt at concealment, instead seeming to relish the process of instilling Blood Wolf Syndicate. The aura of the bald man erupted without restraint. The terrifying pressure it released was even more unsettling than the hell General Lu Fang had encountered before. Blood Wolf Syndicate. At these three words, the principal and the teachers present turned deathly pale. Among the students, Lu Fang's pupils constricted slightly. A memory flashed through his mind. It was from a casual conversation his parents had at home some time ago. That Blood Wolf Syndicate is getting bolder. Their methods are extremely cruel. They stop at nothing for profit. They're in class a legal organization on the Alliance's wanted list. Those madmen are capable of anything. Lu Fang's heart sank. The principal's lips were pale as he asked again, "What do you want?" At this moment, the three Blood Wolf Syndicate powerhouses, suspended in midair, swept their gazes across the entire venue sharp as hawks. Their eyes were utterly cold, devoid of any human emotion, like butchers selecting livestock for slaughter. Finally, those three suffocating stares locked precisely onto two positions in the crowd, Lu Fang and Wang Yixing. The leading bald man let out a laugh, harsh and grating like rusted iron scraping together. Our purpose here today is, of course, to kill Lu Fang, son of Lu Tianxiong, and Su Qingyu, Wang Yixing, son of Wang Zhen. The bald man recited the names, his tone icy. Years ago, your parents joined forces to destroy our southern branch, killing countless of our brothers. This blood debt will be repaid by the two of you today. At these words, the entire venue erupted in uproar. Wang Yixing, already pale, turned completely bloodless, his body trembling uncontrollably. Although Lu Fang remained outwardly calm, his hand hidden within his sleeve had already tightened around the newly acquired ring of the Golden Fortress. The principal took a deep breath, suppressing his fury, stepped forward and roared sternly, "How dare you? This is Jiangxing. Are you not afraid that the three pillars will sense this and tear you apart?" Facing the reputation of Jiangxing's ultimate combat power, the three in midair showed not a trace of fear. Instead, they exchanged glances as if hearing a tremendous joke and burst into arrogant laughter. "Huh, the three pillars." The bald man laughed uncontrollably, then abruptly stopped, looking at the principal with utter disdain. "Old fool, do you take us for mindless idiots? Since we dared to come, we naturally came fully prepared. As far as I know, the three pillars of Jiangxing have all received urgent deployment orders to the front lines to suppress the Abyss Rift, haven't they, The principal's pupils contracted sharply. This was top secret. No one outside Jiangxing's high command knew. How could these people? The bald man spread his hands triumphantly. By the time they get word and rush back, this place will already be in ruins. The principal's heart sank, but he didn't give up, continuing coldly. Even if they're not here, Jiangxing has its guard corps. Countless high-level professionals. With such a commotion, the guard corps will surround this place immediately. Guard corps? You mean those blind men outside? The bald man pointed contemptuously at the pitch-black canopy above. Open your dog eyes and see clearly what this is. This is the night curtain barrier laid by our Blood Wolf Syndicate. The bald man's gaze turned icy. Inside this barrier, even if we kill every last one of you and raise this gym to the ground, no one outside will hear a sound, nor sense even a ripple of energy. This place is now an isolated island. Cold sweat beaded on the principal's forehead. He refused to believe it. A large-scale high-level barrier like this was extremely difficult to set up. How could it be formed instantly? He immediately pulled out a special emergency communicator from his pocket, frantically pressing the distress button. However, the screen showed only static, the signal indicator, a glaring red cross. There was no response. The principal turned to look at the vice principal, exchanging a grave glance. Attack! Break it! Without another word, the principal and vice principal both roared simultaneously. Two immense auras surged into the sky. The principal was a level 120 holy light priest. Though a support class, his level was undeniable. As he erupted with full force, a faint phantom of a giant of light appeared behind him. The vice principal was a level 110 berserker axe. A massive battle axe materialized in his hand, carrying the momentum to split mountains and cleave rocks. Break! The heavy fist of the light giant and the flaming battle axe, channeling all their powers, slammed fiercely into the black canopy above. A deafeningly dull boom erupted. But the seemingly thin black light barrier merely rippled with an insignificant wave, followed by a terrifying backlash of force. The principal and vice principal both spat out a mouthful of blood, their bodies flung backward, crashing heavily onto the stage, their complexions instantly turning ashen. The vice principal clutched his chest, his eyes filled with despair. A barrier of this level, unless a powerhouse above level 200 intervened, could not be forcibly broken from within. In midair, the bald man watched this scene, the mockery in his eyes replaced by an endless chill. The farce. He slowly raised his right hand and made a decapitating gesture towards the crowd of teachers and students below. Move out. Except for the two targets whose heads we take. Kill everyone else. The moment the command was issued, the hundreds of black-clad subordinates surrounding the audience and the podium sprang into action. They were all battle-hardened desperados with levels generally ranging from 40 to 50, and their class combinations were exceedingly reasonable. Wind blade storm. Explosive fireball. Shadow arrow rain. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of skill effects illuminated the dark gymnasium, carrying a sense of destruction as they rained down upon the defenseless students below. Help! The piercing screams and cries filled the entire venue. The newly awakened students, who were still unfamiliar with how to unleash their skills, had never witnessed such a scene and were thrown into chaos. Damn it! Fight back! All teachers stand ready. The principal, disregarding the turmoil within his body, forced himself to rise from the ground, his staff striking the floor heavily as he let out a tragic roar. All faculty, stand firm. Engage in battle. No matter the cost, we must protect the students. With the principal's roar, the initially panicked teachers also regained their composure. Most of the teachers at Jiangqing No. 1 High School were also professionals of several levels. Although their combat experience paled in comparison to these desperados, they were nonetheless resolute in their determination to protect the students. Earth wall technique. Water shield. Holy light barrier. Dozens of teachers rushed to the front of the students, unleashing various defensive skills in an attempt to block the overwhelming attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions from the skills colliding echoed continuously, the shockwaves instantly turning the front row's desks and chairs to dust. The principal glanced at the chaotic battlefield, and then at the three leaders hovering in the air, yet to make a move. He knew that the real crisis loomed in the sky. Once those three leaders made their move, the defense below would collapse in an instant. The principal turned to the vice principal, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. Only hold off the one on the left for me. The vice principal understood the principal's intent the moment he met his gaze and tightened his grip on the giant axe. All right, let's give it our all today, brother. The principal took a deep breath, his gaze cutting through the chaotic crowd, landing on the boy named Lu Fang. The boy who had just created a miracle. The genius with an SSS rating. He is the hope of our human race. The principal's gaze grew unwavering. Lu Fang must not die here. Even if we all perish, we must protect. In the next moment, the holy light on the principal suddenly ignited, not a skill's glow, but the burning of his very life essence. You rabble of the Bloodwolf Club. If you want to kill my students, you must first step over my corpse. Boom. The principal transformed into a blinding streak of light, charging towards the strongest bald leader in the air with unstoppable momentum. Boom. The battle in the sky erupted instantly, yet it quickly revealed an overwhelming collapse. The principal raised his staff high, the holy giant's phantom behind him, initially dignified and sacred, attempting to unleash a legendary skill known as Holy Light Judgment. However, the bald leader merely sneered coldly, a thick inky blood mist erupting from his body. Before my filthy blood domain, your holy light is but a joke. The bald man's profession was an extremely rare and evil hidden class bloodthirsty Shura. This class inherently possessed corruptive properties, severely countering light and healing professions. The blood mist instantly enveloped the holy giant, and the once brilliant holy light fizzled as if doused in sulfuric acid, emitting a hissing corrosive sound as the holy giant's form rapidly dimmed and disintegrated. With his signature skill shattered, the principal suffered a severe backlash, spitting out blood once more, his body swaying unsteadily. Old Jean. The vice principal's eyes widened with rage, the giant axe in his hand engulfed in roaring flames, activating his class skill Mountain Splitter, attempting to distract and save Zhao by striking at the bald man. However, the effeminate man standing to the left of the bald man moved. He held two pitch-black daggers, his form vanishing like a phantom, reappearing behind the vice principal. Too slow. The effeminate man sneered mockingly, his dagger accurately aiming for the vice principal's back. Though the vice principal barely avoided a fatal blow through instinct, he still suffered a deep wound that exposed bone blood gushing forth. The last of the three leaders who had yet to make a move was a cursed sorceress. She held a strange spell seal, casting gray weak halos upon the principal and vice principal, slowing their movements and sapping their strength. In just one exchange, the two pillars of Jiangqing One high school were forced back, facing imminent peril with no ability to counter. The gap is too great. Below, a young teacher fighting desperately caught sight of this scene, a glimmer of despair flashing in his eyes. If even the principal could not hold them off, how long could these level 30 teachers last? A scream shattered the defense. A soil mage teacher responsible for defense was struck down by a black-clad attacker, his earth wall shattered, and he was sent flying by the tremendous impact, his fate unknown. With a breach in the defense, the ravenous members of the Blood Wolf Club surged in. Wind Blade. Shadow Slash. Various lethal skills rained down upon the panicked students in the back. Run! Don't kill me. I don't want to die. The newly awakened students had never witnessed such a scene. The once orderly formation erupted into chaos, students screaming and fleeing in all directions, some even collapsing in fear, trembling uncontrollably. It's over. All over. In the crowd, a usually high-achieving boy known for his broad knowledge huddled in a corner, his teeth chattering as he analyzed the situation. Those black-clad people. Their skill fluctuations are at least level 40 or above. He looked up at the three in the sky, swallowing hard in despair. If they can suppress a level 100 principal, they must be over level 100 strong. Since these bastards appeared, it hasn't even been 3 seconds, and we've already become this pitiful. With such a disparity in strength, we are but ants with no chance of resistance. This remark spread to the ears of the surrounding students, deepening the already desperate atmosphere. Level suppression is the cruelest law of this world. A single level difference is like a mountain between us, a 10-level gap is like a chasm. And now the disparity is tens or even hundreds of levels. Huff. Lu Fang took a deep breath, his fingers slightly moving within his sleeves. His current level was only 13, but his attributes soared to a remarkable 2,200 points. The attributes of the Qiangui were 5 times his, reaching 3,300 points. Such attributes would definitely provide a fighting chance against the enemies lurking below. Lu Fang took a step forward, preparing to summon Qiangui to clear the area. Just then, two hands suddenly reached out from either side, gripping his arms tightly. Lu Fang, have you lost your mind? Wang Yixing, his face smeared with blood from the chaos, shouted at Lu Fang with wide eyes, unable to bother with wiping it off. What are you trying to do? Are you going to rush to your deaths? On the other side, Jiang Xia also held on tightly to Lu Fang, her eyes red and her voice laced with tears. Brother Fang, don't act impulsively. I know you've cleared level 15, but you just awakened. To them, Lu Fang was indeed powerful, almost absurdly so. But that kind of power was only relative to newcomers. A newcomer who had just awakened less than half a day ago would at best have 100 points in attributes, no matter how outstanding their talent. How could they possibly contend against those who had awakened for years, even decades? Although Wang Yixing usually disdained Lu Fang, he gritted his teeth and said at this moment, if you rush in, you'll definitely be taken down in an instant. Lu Fang looked at the two holding on to him, feeling a slight stir in his heart. He could sense that they were genuinely worried for his safety. Although their judgment was wrong, Lu Fang halted his steps, turned to face Wang Yixing and Jiang Xia, his gaze calm and profound. Don't worry. Lu Fang gently broke free from their grips. With his strength attribute at 2,200, even a slight tug made Wang Yixing and Jiang Xia feel as though they were pushed aside by an immense beast unable to hold on. I never engage in acts that lead to death. With that, he turned around, ignoring the gasps behind him, and faced the brutal battlefield ahead, his gaze suddenly sharpening. Qiangui, come forth. With Lu Fang's thought, he summoned. A chilling aura erupted in the gymnasium, without warning, causing the temperature to plummet instantly, as if even the bloody scent in the air had frozen at that moment. Following that, the void before Lu Fang began to twist and 10 figures slowly emerged. They were not ordinary human forms. They stood over 3 meters tall, their frames as robust as iron towers. Although their bodies shimmered with a dark golden glow, the radiance was not warm. Instead, it exuded a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Their faces lacked features, bearing only a massive, dripping black aura copper coin mark deeply imprinted. 10 Qiangui. They stood silently beside Lu Fang, each radiating an overwhelming sense of greed and the scent of death. The terrifying pressure they emitted was no less than that of the seasoned level 40 professionals across from them. What are these things? Originally hiding behind Lu Fang, the trembling students were stunned into silence by this sudden scene. They stared at the grotesque and terrifying Qiangui, their teeth chattering. Are they monsters summoned by the enemy? But how could they emerge from Lu Fang's side? The students could not discern if these were allies or even more terrifying demons summoned by the Blood Wolf Society, retreating in fear, their eyes filled with terror. Lu Fang ignored the strange gazes around him, raising his hand and pointing toward the members of the Blood Wolf Society, wreaking havoc ahead. Kill. Just one word. Boom. The 10 Qiangui sprang into action in an instant. They made no sound, only the explosive sound of air being torn apart. 10 dark golden shadows surged forth like tigers released from their cages, charging into the fray below with an unmatched momentum. A level 45 elite from the Blood Wolf Society was overpowering a teacher, his long knife about to strike down. Suddenly, a large hand adorned with dark golden patterns appeared out of nowhere, seizing his blade. The elite was horrified, trying to withdraw his blade, but found the hand's strength was as immovable as a mountain. In the next second, the faceless Qiangui leaned in close, its massive copper coin mark flashing with a ghostly light. Bang! Another fist crashed heavily into his chest. The terrifying force of 2,700 points erupted instantly. The level 45 elite didn't even have time to scream. His body was struck as if hit by a speeding train, his chest caving in and flying backward like a cannonball, crashing into the distant wall, dying on the spot. Instant kill. This scene unfolded simultaneously in every corner of the battlefield. The 10 Qiangui were like tigers among sheep, completely disregarding the defensive skills of the level 40 professionals. Wind blades. Resist. Fireballs. A punch to shatter. Shadow arrows. Unable to break through defenses. With their overwhelming attributes, these 10 Qiangui instantly tore through the originally unbreakable defenses of the Blood Wolf Society. The battlefield, which had been one-sided and on the verge of collapse, was forcibly equalized at this moment and even began to push back. How is this possible? The teachers, who were struggling desperately, were stunned as they watched the scene unfold, seeing those black-clad figures who had just forced them into a corner now being casually crushed to death by the golden monsters. Are these monsters summoned by Lu Fang? All eyes unintentionally turned toward the calm-faced youth in the back. Shock, terror, disbelief. At that moment, both teachers and students had a lightning bolt strike through their minds, finally realizing the truth. No wonder he could clear level 15. No wonder he received an SSS rating. This is absolute power. Each of these summoned beings had the potential to sweep through the initial dungeon, not to mention there were a full Wang Yixing and Zhang Xia, who had originally thought Lu Fang was going to his death, now gaped, staring blankly at Lu Fang's figure, unable to utter a single word. This sudden turn of events naturally caught the attention of the 3 leaders in the sky. They had been toying with the principal and vice principal when they suddenly felt the terrifying aura emanating from below. Looking down, the expressions of the 3 changed instantly. Is that a summoned creature? How could there be such strong summoned creatures? That kind of attribute fluctuation. It's even stronger than those teachers. The bald man stared intently at Lu Fang, the mockery in his eyes completely vanished, replaced by a deep sense of dread and an even stronger intent to kill. To be able to summon such a level of monster on the first day of awakening. The dagger in the effeminate man's hand trembled slightly, his voice cold and chilling. This child cannot be allowed to live. If he grows stronger, where will there be room for our Blood Wolf Society in the future? We must kill him. Although the situation on the ground has been instantly reversed due to the addition of 10 money ghosts, Lu Fang knew very well that the real victor still lay in the sky. As long as the 3 leaders of the Blood Wolf Society above level 100 took action, the advantage on the ground would vanish in an instant. Lu Fang looked up at the principal and vice principal, who were being heavily suppressed by blood mist shadows and cursed halos. At this moment, the ethereal figure of the light giant was already battered and broken, and the vice principal's flame giant axe had also dimmed significantly. Both were covered in blood, their breaths weak to the extreme, clearly at the end of their strength. No more waiting. Lu Fang took a deep breath, channeling his energy into his dantian, and let out a loud shout towards the battlefield in the sky. Principal, vice principal, at any cost, control one of them for me. Even if it's just for a second, I have the ability. This shout was powerful, piercing through the sounds of explosions all around, clearly reaching the heights above. The principal and vice principal, who were barely holding on, suddenly froze at these words. The first thought that rose in their hearts was absurd. This was simply the greatest joke on earth. A student who had just awakened for less than half a day, no matter how much of an SS-level genius he was, or how he could summon those bizarre golden monsters, he was ultimately just a newcomer. And who were they up against? The 3 leaders of the Blood Wolf Society. Beings over level 100. This gap in levels was like the chasm between heaven and earth. Let alone killing someone, it was likely that even Lu Fang's strongest attack would leave no mark on the opponent's protective chi. Crazy. Has this child gone mad from fear? The vice principal felt a chill in his heart, almost losing grip on the giant axe in his hand. Meanwhile, the 3 leaders of the Blood Wolf Society looked as if they had just heard the biggest joke in the world. Ha ha ha. The bald leader, wrapped in blood mist, laughed so hard that tears nearly streamed down his face, while swinging his blood-colored battle knife to suppress the principal. Listen, you all hear that? That little ant says he wants to kill one of us. The nearby effeminate assassin also curled his lips into a cruel arc, the dagger in his hand tracing deadly arcs in the air. Has he lost his mind from fear, starting to babble? How pathetic! At the brink of death, only arrogance and ignorance remain. Boom. Just as they mocked, the cursed witch seized the opportunity, a withering curse accurately hitting the vice principal's movements instantly slowed, and the bald leader let out a sinister laugh, delivering a heavy kick to his chest. Accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, the vice principal smashed toward the ground like a cannonball. Although he barely steadied himself and did not fall, blood gushed from his mouth, clearly heavily injured. Oldly, the principal's eyes widened in anger. Is it not done yet? Lu Fang's anxious shout came again. This time there was no hint of panic in his voice, only a chilling calmness and determination. Trust me this once. If you don't want to die, do as I say. The principal looked at the cold-eyed youth on the ground. In those eyes he saw not a shred of fear, nor any hint of jest. It was an absolute confidence, as if what he said was not a madman's raving but a truth that was about to unfold. Damn it. The vice principal wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Old Zhang, it's death either way. Let's trust this kid once. A dead horse can be treated as a live one. The principal glanced at the defense line that was on the brink of collapse, gritting his teeth hard. All right, then let's take a gamble. In the next second, the two made a move that caught everyone off guard. They actually simultaneously removed all their defensive skills. They abandoned their defenses against the effeminate assassin and cursed witch, allowing the deadly daggers and cursed halos to rush towards them. They crazily burned the remaining life source within them, pouring it all into the control skills, firmly locking onto the most arrogant and forward bald leader. Light shackles, sacred confinement. Earth's hand, absolute binding. Boom, boom. A thick chain of holy light reached out from the void, instantly wrapping around the bald leader's limbs. At the same time, 2 giant stone hands appeared out of nowhere, firmly gripping his legs. What a... The bald leader's expression changed. He never expected that these 2 old fellows would go crazy, risking their lives to control him. Just as the control skills took effect, the effeminate assassin's dagger brutally stabbed into the principal's shoulder, and the cursed witch's poison ball exploded on the vice principal's back. Both were drenched in blood, their breaths plummeting to rock bottom, but their hands still maintained the gesture of forming seals, their throats letting out hoarse roars. Lu Fang. Make a move. Actually, they didn't even need to shout. The moment the bald leader was restrained, Lu Fang had already acted. He stood on the ground, his black hair dancing wildly in the gale, his dark eyes instantly locking onto the bald leader in midair. He raised his right hand, extending his index finger. The motion was simple, yet held an indescribable majesty. 1,000 gold coins vanished from his account balance in an instant. Skill Spendthrift. Activate. In midair, the bald leader, firmly locked down, looked at the youth below, who pointed at him, his astonishment instantly turning into deep disdain. Just you. He'll stand here and let you hit me. Can you break my blood demon's chi? As a level 115 bloodthirsty Azura, his physical defense was as high as 8,000, and with this layer of blood chi condensed protective aura, even a full-force strike from a similarly ranked powerhouse might not break through. However, before the thoughts in his mind could finish turning, his expression suddenly changed. A terrifying aura enough to make even his soul tremble descended from the void. It was neither a magical element's fluctuation nor the eruption of fighting spirit. It was a kind of rule that seemed capable of piercing through everything. Buzz. A dazzling golden light, so brilliant it seemed to blind everyone, pierced through heaven and earth. The bald leader looked up. He saw the last and most terrifying sight of his life. A gigantic gold coin, more solid and larger than the phenomenon that appeared when Lu Fang awakened. The gold coin appeared to be forged from pure gold, lacking any intricate patterns, exuding only the essence of pure wealth. It descended from the sky silently, and without the sound of a howling wind. Yet in the perception of the bald leader it felt as if a mountain of gold was crashing down upon him. No. What is this? This is impossible. The disdain in the bald leader's eyes instantly crumbled, replaced by confusion, followed closely by an overwhelming terror that ultimately transformed into a despair that pierced to the bone. He struggled madly, trying to break free from his restraints. But he could not escape. Those were chains forged with half the lives of the principal and vice principal. Die, you bastard. Lu Fang's finger pressed down heavily. Boom. The colossal gold coin's phantom pierced through the proud blood magic barrier of the bald leader effortlessly, as if it were penetrating a layer of paper. Then it crashed heavily onto his flesh. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a faint sound like that of a balloon bursting. The once invulnerable body of the bald leader felt as fragile as tofu before this gold coin. And in the eyes of all, a gigantic suffocating pale number, representing absolute true damage, slowly floated above the bald leader's head. 150,000 true damage. 1,500,000. The bald leader's health bar, which had once been as deep as a sea of blood, evaporated by 2/3 in that instant. Ah! A horrified scream echoed throughout the entire gymnasium. Blood gushed from the bald leader's mouth, and his bones shattered under the impact, causing him to fall from the air like a lump of mud. Silence. A deathly stillness. At that moment, whether it was the teachers and the black-clad men engaged in battle, the students hiding in the back, or the two remaining leaders of the Blood Wolf Society in the sky, everyone's movements came to a halt. They seemed to have pressed the pause button, staring blankly at the figure falling from the sky, then vacantly at the long string of zeros drifting in the air. That was 1,500,000. And it was white true damage. Ignoring defenses. Ignoring resistances. Ignoring level suppression. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard, and the sound rang out clearly in the dead silence of the gymnasium. The next second, the expressions on the faces of the principal and vice principal, who had been filled with despair, instantly froze, then transformed into a kind of almost twisted ecstasy. It was the exhilaration of being yanked back from the brink of hell. Did he just get killed? The principal's voice trembled, barely believing his eyes. 1,500,000 damage. Even he, a level 120 holy light priest, could only deal about 100,000 damage at full strength. Yet Lu Fang, with just a flick of his finger, dealt 15 times that amount. What are you still dawdling for? Lu Fang's cold voice rang out again, interrupting their stupor. He gave his enemies no chance to breathe. Taking advantage of the bald leader's severe injuries and immobilization, Lu Fang raised his hand once more. Spendthrift. Another 10,000 gold coins deducted. Buzz. The second colossal gold coin's phantom coalesced from thin air, descending with even more ruthless pressure, crashing heavily onto the bald leader's shattered body. Boom. This time, there wasn't even a scream. 150,000 true damage. The bald leader's health bar, which had barely a sliver of health left, was instantly emptied. His body disintegrated under this terrifying force of rule, turning into a myriad of golden light particles, leaving not a trace behind. A level 115 powerhouse, one of the 3 leaders of the Blood Wolf Society. Just like that, he fell on the spot. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. The previously desperate 3 against 2 situation instantly transformed into a balanced 2 against 2. The remaining feminine assassin and cursed witch in the sky now looked at Lu Fang with completely changed expressions. They no longer regarded him as an insignificant ant, but as a monster wearing human skin. Fear crazily spread in their hearts. Damn it. Damn it. The feminine assassin's hand gripping the dagger trembled violently. He couldn't comprehend how a newcomer could possess the ability to kill a 100-level powerhouse in an instant. This kid is the biggest threat. The cursed witch screamed, her voice turning sharp and piercing with terror. Kill him, quickly kill him. Their gazes instantly met in midair, reaching a silent agreement. At that moment, the principal and vice principal had just finished releasing their binding spell, and having been heavily injured previously, they were in a critical gap of old strength fading and new strength not yet rising, completely unable to assist. Let's do this. A crazy glint flashed in the feminine assassin's eyes. Ignoring the vice principal's giant axe swinging towards him, he braced himself against a heavy blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body abruptly changing direction with the recoil. His target was no longer the principal, but Lu Fang on the ground. Little beast, die for me. The feminine assassin's face twisted hideously, merging the 2 pitch-black daggers in his hands into one. The shadow energy throughout his body crazily compressed at that moment, coalescing into a beam of pitch-black death light. This was the pinnacle strike of his lifetime's cultivation, a fatal blow filled with the resentment of a 100-level powerhouse. Black death magic light. Whoosh. The speed of the death light was at its utmost, almost transcending the flow of time. It carried the momentum to destroy everything, bypassing the principal who attempted to block it, and shot straight towards Lu Fang's brow. Lu Fang. The principal's eyes widened in terror, screaming in an attempt to assist, but that death light was too fast. There was simply no time. It's over. Wang Yixing, not far away, closed his eyes in despair. Jiang Xia was so frightened that he sat down on the ground, his face pale. Everyone believed Lu Fang was doomed. A newcomer who had just awakened not long ago, even with high defenses, could only manage around 100 points. Facing the inevitable fatal blow from a 100-level powerhouse, the only outcome was to be obliterated. However, at this critical moment, Lu Fang, at the center of the storm, appeared eerily calm. He slightly raised his left hand, gently rubbing the dark golden ring on his index finger. Money barrier. System prompt, deducting 1000 gold coins. Buzz. A pale golden transparent spherical shield appeared out of nowhere, enveloping Lu Fang entirely. The shield looked as thin as a cicada's wings, seemingly shattering with a single poke. The next second, the pitch-black death light struck fiercely against the golden shield. Boom. A terrifying energy storm erupted in front of Lu Fang, with black death energy frantically eroding, trying to tear apart everything in front of it. Yet the anticipated scene of Lu Fang being blasted to bits did not occur. The seemingly fragile golden shield, although it rippled violently and emitted a grinding sound that made one's teeth hurt, even swayed precariously at one point. But it did not break. Shield value 280,000. Shield value 350,000. Current remaining shield 37000010000000. That's a full 1 million points of shield value. Even the ultimate strike from a level 100 powerhouse could not penetrate that layer of the wall of size in the face of this million-thick shield. 1 second later, the light faded away. Though the shield shattered and disappeared, Lu Fang still stood firmly in place, not a single hair out of place. He slowly lowered his hand, his gaze coldly fixated on the slender assassin in the air, whose eyes were bulging from maintaining an attack stance. The entire place fell silent. If Lu Fang's earlier attack power had shocked everyone, then now his ability to withstand the fatal strike of a level 100 powerhouse unscathed left everyone feeling their scalps tingle and their understanding collapse. Not dead. The slender assassin gaped, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. His strike, capable of instantly killing others of the same level, had not even grazed this kid's skin. What the hell is this monster? Lu Fang coldly snorted, not giving the enemy any further chance to doubt that. He knew very well that now, while the opponent's skills were all exhausted and their psychological defenses were completely shattered, was the best time to counterattack. Principal, Vice Principal, no need to hold back. Keep them occupied. They'll take care of the rest. The principal and vice principal, coming to their senses, now had their initial joy transformed into endless battle intent. Lu Fang did not die. Not only did he not die, but he also remained completely unharmed. This was simply miraculous. Good. The principal laughed heartily, feeling a surge of power despite his injuries. Boldly, don't let these rabble escape. Don't worry. They won't get away. The two burst forth again, tightly entangling the already disoriented slender assassin and the cursed witch. The ensuing battle turned into a one-sided slaughter. Under Lu Fang's unreasonable bombardment of cash ability, the so-called level gap and defense resistance became a complete joke. A fortune thrown away. Boom. The slender assassin screamed in agony as half of his body was crushed by gold coins. Another one. Boom. The cursed witch's shield crumbled like paper, directly reduced to nothingness. Every release of overwhelming true damage from each attack was like a heavy hammer, not only shattering the enemy's body, but also striking hard at the hearts of everyone present. 1 minute later, as the last cursed witch dissipated into light with a piercing scream, this sudden crisis was completely resolved. The entire gymnasium returned to silence. Only the residual energy fluctuations in the sky proved what an intense battle had just occurred. Lu Fang stood in the center of the arena, slowly retracting his hand, his expression still calm. And around him, thousands of teachers and students, including the bloodied principal and vice principal, leaned on each other. Everyone looked at the back of the boy with eyes akin to those one would reserve for a deity. They were not only shocked that Lu Fang had saved everyone, but even more astonished by this terrifying ability that completely defied logic and shattered their understanding. The smoke of battle finally dissipated. Huff, huff. The principal leaned on his staff, supporting his swaying body. His robe was already stained red with blood, the wound left by the slender assassin piercing his shoulder, yet he did not care about treating his injuries at this moment. He took a deep breath, pushed away the vice principal trying to assist him, and walked briskly, but unsteadily toward. Looking at the calm and unscathed boy before him, a complex emotion flashed in the principal's eyes. There was shocked gratitude, but more than that, a profound sense of shame. Lu Fang. The principal's voice was hoarse, laced with a tremor. He slowly lowered his head, even wanting to bow. I'm sorry. As the head of the school, I failed to protect my own student, and in the end, it was the student who saved my life. This is my negligence, and also my shame. This scene left the surrounding teachers and students dumbfounded. In their minds, the principal had always been a stern and imposing figure. When had they ever seen him apologize so humbly to a student? Seeing this, Lu Fang's expression shifted slightly. He had witnessed the moment when the principal and vice principal fought desperately to buy him time, even prepared to sacrifice themselves. Lu Fang reached out, firmly supporting the principal's arm, halting his bowing motion. Principal, you are being too harsh on yourself. Lu Fang shook his head, his tone calm, yet sincere. You do not need to apologize, nor do you need to blame yourself. Lu Fang glanced at the injured teachers and frightened students around, his gaze slightly heavy. Those three individuals were targeting me and Wang Yixing from the very beginning, drawn here by the grievances of our parents from years ago. The school was brought into this because of us. This was an undeserved disaster. Lu Fang's voice was not loud, yet it clearly resonated throughout. My actions were not only for self-preservation, but also because I did not want to see everyone harmed because of me. This is my responsibility, not your negligence. This statement was reasonable and assertive. The principal raised his head to look into Lu Fang's clear and profound eyes, feeling his shame slightly ease, replaced by deeper admiration and relief. This child not only possesses extraordinary talent and strength, but also this temperament is incredibly rare, regardless of everything. Thank you. The principal patted Lu Fang's hand heavily, with 1,000 words finally condensing into these 2 words. Beside them, Wang Yixing had been keeping his head down, silently listening like an outsider. He watched Lu Fang, who was now conversing with the principal on equal terms, even subtly taking a dominant position, and then glanced down at the thunder sword in his hand, which he had once been proud of, now appearing somewhat dimmed. A feeling of unprecedented bitterness surged within him. If Lu Fang's earlier level 15 clearance and SSS rating had only shocked him and ignited a desire to chase and surpass a fierce competitive spirit, then just now, those gold coins that fell from the sky, dealing 1.5 million true damage. That golden shield that casually withstood the fatal strike of a level 100 powerhouse without shattering. This earth-shattering offense and defense was like 2 mountains, completely crushing all the pride and competitiveness within him. The gap is too great. Wang Yixing let out a bitter laugh in his heart. This was no longer competition on the same track. This was simply a clash of beings from 2 different dimensions. While he was pleased with his ability to deal a few thousand points of damage, Lu Fang was already slaughtering gods with millions of damage. What can I use to compete with him? Wang Yixing lowered his head, slowly relaxing his tightly clenched fists. At that moment, the unruliness in his eyes completely dissipated, replaced by profound helplessness and submission. As the 3 Blood Wolf Society spellcasters maintaining the barrier fell lifeless, the pitch-black sky that had enveloped the gymnasium, a source of despair for all, finally lost its energy support. A faint crackling sound echoed as the black light curtain began to flicker violently, rapidly dissolving and dispersing like melting snow in early spring. A ray of golden sunlight pierced through the dissipating darkness, once again illuminating the scarred playground. The long-awaited light. There's a signal. The call can go through now. Excited shouts erupted from the crowd. With the barrier's disappearance, the previously blocked communication signals instantly returned to normal. Meanwhile, in Jiang City, at the command center of the guard team, what was once a busy yet orderly scene was now filled with staff monitoring various data of the city. Suddenly, a shrill, piercing red alarm blared throughout the hall without warning. On the enormous city monitoring screen in the center, the previously calm map suddenly displayed a prominent red exclamation mark accompanied by a frantic stream of data flashing. Report to the captain. High-energy reaction detected. A monitor operator abruptly sprang from his seat, his voice trembling with fear. Coordinates locked. Jiang City No. 1 High School. The energy detector has captured an extremely high concentration of bloodthirsty aura, along with residual fluctuations from 3 terrifying skill waves. The guard team captain Ji Xiaoning, who was reviewing documents, abruptly raised his head upon hearing Jiang City No. 1 High School, his eyes fixated on the red dot on the screen, his pupils contracting sharply. Jiang City No. 1 High School. Today was the awakening ceremony. Moreover, if he recalled correctly, the children of 2 significant figures, Lu Fang and Wang Yixing, were there. Analyze the energy levels. Ji Xiaoning shouted, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. The monitor operator's fingers flew over the keyboard, and moments later his face turned pale as paper. He turned to the captain, his eyes filled with despair. Based on the residual readings, the intruder's energy levels are at least above level 100. Quantity: 3 individuals. Moreover, there are energy remnants from the dissipated ceiling barrier. Boom. Ji Xiaoning felt as if his mind was struck by lightning darkness enveloping his vision as he nearly stumbled. 3 level 100 powerhouses, plus the dissipated ceiling barrier. Clearly this was a premeditated targeted assassination attack. What defensive forces did Jiang City know? One high school possess. Aside from a few teachers in their 30s, the strongest were just the principal and vice principal, both slightly over level 100. But in a surprise attack with intent compounded by the barrier's lockdown, how long could they hold on? As for the newly awakened students, Ji Xianing's heart turned icy. Rationality told him that in such a closed slaughterhouse facing the rampage of 3 level 100 powerhouses, the chances of survival were almost zero, especially for those 2 key protected targets. If anything happened to Lu Fang and Wang Yixing, Ji Xiaoning couldn't bear to imagine the wrath that would erupt from the 3 pillars of Jiang City upon their return. The entire Jiang City might be turned upside down. It's over. Ji Xiaoning murmured to himself, a deep sense of helplessness surging within. But he couldn't stop. Even if it was to collect corpses, he had to reach the scene at the first opportunity. All units assemble. Ji Xiaoning snatched up the communicator on the table and let out a desperate roar, his voice tinged with a sense of tragic tremor. First and second combat teams, follow me immediately to Jiang City No. 1 high school. Quick. Boom. Boom. In the far-off sky, several silver-white streaks of light sliced through the air, followed by an ear-splitting. Several high-speed fighter jets of the guard team, painted in dark gray, charged forward with urgency, bypassing standard procedures to decelerate, directly hovering aggressively beside the ruins of Jiang City No. 1 high school's gymnasium. The massive airflow swept up clouds of dust and debris. Crack. Without the hatch fully opened, a figure leaped down from a height of several meters. It was Ji Xiaoning, the captain of the guard team. This usually composed and capable head of public security in Jiang City now had a disheveled appearance, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, and his expression was filled with extreme panic. His eyes were brimming with the fear of facing hell. Quick! Medical team! Search and rescue team! Ji Xiaoning yelled, rushing madly into the gymnasium while shouting. On the way, he had already mentally prepared for the worst. 3 level 100 powerhouses attacking a middle school was no different from throwing wolves into a sheep pen. He had even envisioned how to apologize to those 3 big figures. However, when he burst into the devastated gymnasium and quickly scanned the scene, he froze in shock. The anticipated scene of corpses strewn about, rivers of blood, and students suffering nearly fatal injuries had not materialized. Though the site was littered with deep pits and cracks left by the battle, the podium had collapsed halfway, and there were numerous gruesome bodies of Blood Wolf Society members. Those students in uniforms were all still alive. Though they looked disheveled and terrified, some even crying, they were indeed still standing and appeared to have not sustained any fatal injuries. This is... Ji Xianing's gaze frantically searched, and soon he spotted 2 familiar figures in the center of the crowd. Lu Fang, Wang Yixing. Though they looked a bit disheveled with some dust on their clothes, their limbs were intact. Huff! Seeing this scene, Ji Xiaoning felt his heart drop like a roller coaster, suddenly falling back, and the overwhelming sense of relief surged within him, causing his legs to weaken, nearly bringing him to his knees. They're alive. They're all alive. Ji Xiaoning wiped the cold sweat from his face, his lips trembling. Thank heavens, my career is saved. His gaze then fell on the principal and vice principal, who were being bandaged by the school nurse. The 2 elders were covered in blood, their breaths weak, especially the principal, whose shoulder bore a gaping wound still oozing blood, looking utterly gruesome. In an instant, Ji Xianing's mind conjured an image of an incredibly tragic battle. Faced with 3 terrifying level 100 invaders, the 2 school leaders had risked their lives, burning their life force and exhausting their potential, desperately fighting back in an impossible situation to ultimately save these children's lives. Heroes. These are true heroes. Ji Xianing's eyes instantly reddened. He hurriedly rushed in front of the principal, disregarding etiquette, and tightly grasped the principal's uninjured hand. Old Zhang. Oldly. Ji Xianing's voice trembled with excitement, stumbling over his words. You were incredible. So magnificent. Ji Xiaoning tightly grasped the principal's hand, almost wanting to bow deeply to the 2 older men. Don't worry. I will surely report your contributions to the nation. This time you are the primary contributors. Absolutely first-class merit. I want the entire Jiang City to know about your heroic deeds. Ji Xiaoning became increasingly excited, his words punctuated by spittle flying. However, as the principal and vice principal were receiving bandages, their expressions became increasingly interesting while listening to this chorus of flattery. Awkward. Strange. Even a hint of shame. Ahem. The principal's old face turned red, unsure if it was due to blood loss or embarrassment. He could no longer bear it, and awkwardly withdrew his hand from Ji Xianing's grip. Captain Ji, please calm down for a moment. The principal sighed with a wry smile, glancing at the vice principal, who was equally awkward and fidgeting, then sighed again. While I would love to take this credit, one must act with integrity. Huh? Ji Xiaoning was momentarily stunned, somewhat at a loss. What do you mean? Didn't you kill them? The principal shook his head. He slowly raised his hand, pointing to Lu Fang, who was calmly adjusting his sleeves nearby. Captain Ji, to be honest with you, although we two old fellows indeed risked our lives to hold them back, the real kill of those 3 level 100 powerhouses, the one who turned the tide and saved everyone, was Lu Fang. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Ji Xiaoning's expression became stiff. His neck creaked like a rusty gear, turning stiffly in the direction pointed by the principal's finger, looking at that moment, Lu Fang had just brushed off a speck of dust from his sleeve, noticed the gaze, and politely nodded. Captain Ji, long time no see. Ji Xiaoning's mouth fell open. His jaw nearly dropped to the ground, his eyes bulging like copper bells as they switched back and forth between the 3 gruesomely dead corpses of the Blood Wolf Society leaders and this seemingly harmless, even somewhat handsome youth before him. His brain completely crashed. The CPU burned out. Who? Ji Xiaoning's voice turned sharp and comical. You mean him? A student who just turned 18 and awakened today. Killed 3 level 100 powerhouses. Ji Xiaoning's first reaction was, these people must be joking with me. This was simply absurd. 1,000 times more outrageous than an ant killing an elephant. He tried to find even the slightest hint of a joke on the faces of the principal, vice principal, and the surrounding teachers. But there was none. Everyone's expressions were so serious, so earnest. Even when looking at Lu Fang, the gaze revealed not just gratitude, but also a deep, soul-stirring sense. It was a reverence for the strong. Ji Xiaoning's heart sank. As an experienced captain of the guard, his rationality began to return. He quickly released the principal and hurried to the corpse of the bald leader. He squatted down to examine the wound. This corpse had all its bones shattered, muscle tissue completely disintegrated, as if it had been smashed into meat paste by some indescribably massive object from above. This was absolutely not the kind of damage that could be inflicted by the principal's holy light or the vice principal's furious battle axe. This was an unprecedented, overwhelmingly destructive force. Ji Xiaoning's fingers trembled. He stood up and looked at Lu Fang again. The youth still stood calmly there, his posture upright, showing no discomfort in the face of the bloodshed all around and the gazes of everyone, instead exuding a kind of nonchalance, as if he controlled everything. The facts were laid bare before him. No matter how shocking, no matter how much it overturned his worldview, this was probably the truth. Gulch. Ji Xiaoning swallowed, feeling his throat dry. Is it really him? He murmured to himself, having to accept this chilling reality. Ji Xiaoning took a deep breath again, trying to calm the tumultuous waves within his heart. Then he stepped forward solemnly to Lu Fang. Looking at this upright youth who remained unfazed even after such a great battle, Ji Xiaoning couldn't help but feel a moment of daze. He seemed to see the young Lu Fang's parents, those 2 super geniuses who once dominated Jiang City and protected the area. Ji Xiaoning extended that hand, which had become somewhat stiff due to excessive tension, and patted Lu Fang's shoulder forcefully. Little Fang. Ji Xiaoning looked at Lu Fang with a tone full of emotion. You are simply more of a genius than your parents were when they were young. Ji Xiaoning's voice rose slightly due to excitement. You are the blue that surpasses the blue. If your parents knew about today's achievements, they would surely wake up laughing in their dreams. In the face of this elder's praise, Lu Fang did not show the slightest pride, merely nodding humbly. Uncle Ji, you flatter me. It was just luck. This is not just luck. Ji Xiaoning's smile faded, his expression becoming serious in an instant. At that moment, he was no longer a reminiscing elder, but the captain of the guard, bearing the safety of all Jiang City. He took half a step back and, in front of all the teachers and students, in front of all his subordinates, deeply bowed to Lu Fang. Captain Ji. No. The principal tried to stop him, but Ji Xiaoning raised his hand to halt him. Ji Xiaoning maintained his bow, his voice heavy and filled with lingering fear. Little Fang, this bow is my apology representing the Jiang City Guard to you and to all the teachers and students of the school. This is our serious dereliction of duty. Ji Xiaoning straightened up, his eyes filled with guilt. The Blood Wolf Society is an S-level wanted organization. They infiltrated Jiang City and even set up sealing barriers in a crucial place like the school, yet our guard was completely unaware. Right under our noses, we almost caused an irreparable tragedy. Saying this, Ji Xiaoning's back broke out in a cold sweat again. He couldn't imagine that if Lu Fang hadn't been there today, the gym would have likely turned into a silent grave. The principal and teachers would have died, and over 1,000 innocent students would have been slaughtered. That would have been the darkest day in Jiang City's history, and Ji Xiaoning would bear the sins of countless deaths if it weren't for your efforts. Ji Xiaoning looked at Lu Fang, his tone serious. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Lu Fang looked at the Iron Man in front of him, whose face was filled with guilt, and softly said, Uncle G, the enemy, came prepared, and their methods are strange. This cannot all be blamed on the security team. No negligence is negligence. There are no excuses, Ji Xiaoning said decisively. He then turned around facing the crowd, his voice booming like a bell as he made a public promise. I, Ji Xiaoning, guarantee to everyone here. The security team will take full responsibility for this incident. He continued, at the same time I will report the astonishing achievements of classmate Lu Fang to the National Alliance. The glory that belongs to you will not be diminished by a single bit. Upon hearing the words about reporting to the nation, the students present cast envious glances at Lu Fang. However, Lu Fang remained largely indifferent to these superficial accolades. He looked at Ji Xiaoning and suddenly spoke up. By the way, Uncle Ji, there is something I find quite strange. Lu Fang's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze sharpening. My parents as well as Wang Yixing's father were both summoned to the front lines as 3 pillars. This should be the highest level of military secrecy, right? Ji Xiaoning was taken aback, then nodded. Of course, only a few individuals at the highest levels of the city lord's mansion are aware of such a mobilization. Lu Fang pointed to the corpses of the Blood Wolf Society leaders on the ground, his tone somber. Since it's a top secret matter, why do the thugs from the Blood Wolf Society know it so well? Boom. This statement was like a thunderclap echoing in Ji Xiaoning's mind. His face instantly turned ashen, and a terrifying killing intent erupted from his eyes. Indeed, how could the Blood Wolf Society know so precisely? Unless... Are you suggesting? Ji Xiaoning gritted his teeth, squeezing out a few words between clenched jaws. There are traitors among us. Lu Fang said nothing, merely looking at him silently. But the implication was already clear. There are spies from the Blood Wolf Society within the upper echelons of Jiang City. Moreover, their rank is definitely not low. Ji Xiaoning laughed, in anger, his fists cracking with tension. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly assured Lu Fang, Xiao Fang, rest assured. I, Ji Xiaoning, will turn Jiang City upside down to root out that traitorous scum. I will give you and the 3 pillars an explanation. After saying that, Ji Xiaoning waved his hand. Team 1. Seal off the scene. Clean up the traces. Team 2. Medical team, immediately treat the injured. Psychological counseling team, comfort the students. As the orders were given, the well-trained security team members swiftly took control of the scene. The once chaotic gymnasium finally began to restore order. Lu Fang glanced at the bustling scene, then at Jiang Xia, who was still standing by, dazed. Let's go, Lu Fang said, patting Jiang Xia's shoulder. Huh. Oh, okay. Jiang Xia, as if waking from a dream, hurriedly followed. Thus the two of them walked through the crowd under the awe, admiration, and complicated gazes of the school's faculty and students, heading toward the gymnasium's entrance. In the Hills Villa area, as soon as Lu Fang entered the gate, the familiar figure of the old butler came into view. He had been waiting for a long time. Although he hadn't gone to school, it was evident that he had learned through some channel about Lu Fang's safe return. At this moment, the wrinkles on his face could not conceal his joy. Young master, you are back, the old butler said, his tone trembling slightly. As long as you are safe, that's good. Lu Fang smiled. Uncle Jiang, I worried you, he said. Young master, good fortune is always with you. The old butler straightened, his expression suddenly becoming serious. He turned and brought out an exquisitely crafted black gold box from the shelf behind him, holding it with both hands. The surface of the box shimmered with a muted luster, clearly not an ordinary item. Young master, this is something your father and mother specifically instructed me to leave for you before leaving Jiang City. The old butler presented the box to Lu Fang, his gaze respectful. They said this is a gift to prepare you for awakening your profession. No matter what profession you awaken, this gift. Lu Fang's heart stirred as he reached out to take the box. The touch felt slightly cool and substantial. A gift from my parents. Lu Fang, filled with anticipation, gently unfastened the box's clasp. Click. The box opened. There was no earth-shattering spectacle. Inside lay a card quietly resting. The card appeared to be crafted from crystal, radiating a rainbow of colors, dreamy and elusive. Lu Fang picked up the card, and a line of information instantly appeared before his eyes. Item equipment upgrade card, special grade, none effect, designate one piece of equipment below diamond grade to use. After use, that equipment will unconditionally upgrade by 1 major grade, while retaining its original characteristics and enhancing its attributes. Description: transforming decay into the wondrous. This is the power of rules. Usage times 11. Looking at the attributes of this card, Lu Fang's pupils constricted slightly. Unconditionally upgrading by 1 major grade. This is simply against the heavens. It must be understood that in this world, each level of equipment significantly affects its value. Moreover, this card can also retain and enhance the original characteristics. A good item. Lu Fang took a deep breath, putting the card away and nodding at the old butler. Thank you, I really like it. Back in his room, Lu Fang locked the door and sat on his soft bed. Without hesitation, he removed the golden barrier ring from his finger, which had contributed greatly today. This ring was currently at the golden grade. If it were another piece of equipment, I might have hesitated, but the mechanism of this ring suits me perfectly. Lu Fang's gaze was firm. For him at this moment his attack power had already overflowed. What he lacked most was the ability to survive. Upgrade. Holding the ring in one hand, and the card in the other, Lu Fang silently recited in his heart. But the colorful card in his hand instantly shattered, transforming into countless mysterious runes rushing into the dark golden ring like a river converging into the sea. The originally ancient and somewhat dull ring began to tremble violently after absorbing these runes. Its surface began to change, the original coin patterns became more intricate and exquisite. On the dark golden ring a layer of crystal structure, as clear as diamonds, faintly emerged, radiating an enchanting glow. Moments later the light converged. A brand new ring appeared in Lu Fang's palm. It was no longer inconspicuous, but radiated an air of nobility and indestructibility. Lu Fang immediately checked the new attributes. Item: money barrier ring, diamond grade slot, finger attributes, all attributes, 50 active skill, unbreakable wealth, advanced effect, consumed 0 gold coins to instantly generate a shield lasting 2 seconds, with a defense value equal to the consumed gold coins 100. Cooldown time 12 hours. Hiss. At the moment he discerned the attribute, Lu Fang couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Powerful. Too powerful. The original skill, all wealth dispersed, had evolved into unbreakable wealth. Although the cost increased from 10,000 gold coins to 20,000 for Lu Fang, who possessed a fortune of hundreds of millions, it was merely a drop in the bucket. The key was the effect. The duration had doubled to 2 seconds. The shield's upper limit had also directly doubled, reaching an astonishing 2 million points. A shield of 2 million. To put it into perspective, the level 50 held demon general they faced today had only 2 million hit points. This meant that whenever Lu Fang casually activated a shield, it was akin to having the health bar of a level 50 boss hovering above him. Moreover, the cooldown time had changed from once a day to twice a day. Lu Fang contentedly put the ring back on, feeling a sense of stability in his heart. The night grew deeper. Lu Fang lay on his bed, playing with the ring in his hand. Once he became quiet, longing surged within him like a tide. He thought of his parents. So much had happened today. Awakened an SS level rating, single-handedly defeated 3 level 100 powerhouses, and received the highest commitment from the guard team. He most wanted to share all this glory with his parents. I wonder what dad and mom are doing. Lu Fang turned over, skillfully dialing the encrypted number that only his beep, beep, beep. A monotonous waiting tone came from the receiver. 1 beep, 2 beeps, 3 beeps. Until the call was automatically disconnected, there was still a busy signal on the other end with no one picking up. Lu Fang watched the phone screen gradually dim, his brow furrowing slightly. Are they still busy? Earlier during the awakening ceremony, his father had answered the call and transferred money to him, but after that there had been no further news. Logically, even if they were busy with tasks, there should have been a response by now. Especially with the commotion in Jiang City today, the Blood Wolf Society's raid would certainly have been reported, and as pillars of Jiang City, his parents couldn't possibly not have received the news. Maybe they're in a signal jamming zone, Lu Fang thought, forcibly suppressing the unease in his heart. At the same time, in the Abyss Rift, Lu Tianxiong and Su Qingyu had just teamed up to kill a level 410 Abyss creature, and the two were resting back to back. I wonder what kind of profession Fang awakened. It's such an important day, yet we can't be with him. Sai, Lu Tianxiong said with a hint of guilt. Su Qingyu laughed. Let's finish our tasks quickly and return early. All right. The two felt their condition had mostly recovered and were about to continue the battle when suddenly a spatial rift inexplicably opened before them. What is going on? The two tensed up, preparing to flee, but were shocked to find themselves bound, unable to move at all. Oh, are these two the parents of that one? Gradually, a large crimson eyeball emerged from the gap, spinning around to scrutinize the two. Come with me. Half an hour later, Jiang City Guard Command Center. Ji Xiaoning sat in his office, a faint blue encrypted screen hovering before him. On the screen was the information he had compiled about Lu Fang. Name: Lu Fang, age 18, awakened profession, unknown mysterious profession, newcomer, mystic realm, achievement, achieved level 15, final rating SSS, level time, taken 1 minute 17 seconds, special achievement, killed 3 level 100 powerhouses of the Blood Wolf Society, detailed process. Ji Xiaoning stared at the line about the special achievement, and even though he had personally confirmed it at the scene, his heart couldn't help but twitch violently. This was simply outrageous. If he hadn't personally visited Jiang City, one high school, seen the 3 bodies of the leaders of the Blood Wolf Society with his own eyes, and heard the testimonies of the principal and vice principal, he would absolutely think this report was the nonsense of a madman. But facts are facts. Ji Xiaoning took a deep breath and tapped the screen. Confirm submission to the Dragon Country Guard headquarters. Confirm. Buzz. The encrypted information instantly transformed into a stream of light traveling through the highest-level military communication channel, directly reaching the Dragon Country Guard headquarters. After finishing all this, Ji Xiaoning leaned back in his chair, exhaling a long breath of stale air. Next to him, the vice captain had endured for a long time and finally couldn't help but speak up. Captain, given Lu Fang's abilities displayed today, he probably won't even need to take the college entrance examination, right? Ji Xiaoning glanced at him. The vice captain swallowed hard, his eyes filled with shock and envy. With such a resume going out, wouldn't the top vocational universities be scrambling to recruit him? Indeed. Ji Xiaoning nodded after a moment of silence. It's certainly true. Even the top 5 vocational universities in the Dragon Country would probably grant him a direct admission offer. The vice captain gasped. The 5 great schools. As those 3 words left his mouth, the air in the office seemed to grow heavier. The 5 top vocational universities of the Dragon Country. Jinyuan Academy, Tianwu University, Starry Sky College, Divine Mechanism Academy, Holy Spirit Academy. These are revered places in the hearts of countless vocationalists. For an ordinary student, being accepted into a provincial key vocational university is already enough to bring honor to their family. To enter a first-class vocational university in the Dragon Country is a mark of genius. As for the 5 great schools, that is a place that ordinary talents cannot even dream of. There gather the top prodigies of the entire Dragon Country, the seeds that will defend the country, fight in the abyss, and stand at the peak of humanity. Every year, tens of millions of awakened individuals compete in the college entrance examination. In reality, only a few thousand can step into the 5 great schools. Each one is a monster that has fought their way out from various provinces and cities. The vice captain's eyes glazed over as he murmured, "That's the dream of all vocationalists. If I could have entered the 5 great schools back in my day, even if it was just to sweep the floors, my father would have opened a page for me in the family tree." "You think too much." Ji Xiaoning glanced at him. "The lowest level for those sweeping floors in the 5 great schools is a level 200 life profession." The vice captain, heartbroken. Ji Xiaoning looked back at the screen, a hint of complexity flashing in his eyes. Was he envious? Of course he was envious. As a vocationalist who didn't fantasize about stepping into the 5 great schools in their youth. Unfortunately, reality was very cruel. Talent, profession, resources, achievements. None can be missing. Even Lu Fang's parents, Lu Tianxiong and Su Qingyu, who were once rare talents in Jiang City, had still failed to enter the 5 great schools. They ultimately went to a first-class vocational university in the Dragon Country. That was already bright enough. But now their son probably wouldn't even need to take the exam. The 5 great schools would actively extend an olive branch. It wasn't that Lu Fang was seeking to join a school, it was which school could offer him satisfactory terms. Thinking of this, Ji Xiaoning couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. This kid is truly more monstrous than his parents. The vice captain was just about to respond. Suddenly, dingling, the red encrypted communicator on the desk rang without warning. Ji Xiaoning's expression changed slightly. His communicator was not on a regular line. It only rang during the highest-level emergency incidents in Jiang City. He immediately answered. "This is Ji Xiaoning." In the next second, a low, hoarse voice came from the communicator. After hearing just a few sentences, Ji Xiaoning's expression froze. He felt as if he had been frozen in place. The color drained from his face at a visibly rapid pace. The vice captain sensed something was off and cautiously asked, "Captain, what happened?" Ji Xiaoning did not respond. His fingers gripped the communicator tightly, his knuckles turning white and his lips trembled slightly. After a few more seconds, the call was disconnected. Thud. The communicator slipped from Ji Xiaoning's hand, landing on the desk with a soft sound. The vice captain's heart sank. He had followed Ji Xiaoning for many years and had never seen this captain display such an expression. It was neither shock nor anger. Rather, it was a kind of terrifying fear that was close to collapse. "Captain, what exactly happened?" Ji Xiaoning slowly raised his head, his voice hoarse to an extreme. "The sky has fallen." In the hillside villa area, Lu Fang had just turned off the bedside lamp, preparing to force himself to sleep. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Lu Fang opened his eyes. "Come in." The door pushed open, and the old butler, Uncle Jiang, stood outside with a solemn expression. "Young Master, Captain Ji has arrived." Lu Fang frowned slightly. "Uncle Ji, so late." The unease that he had just suppressed surged back to the surface. He got up, put on his coat, and hurried downstairs. In the living room stood Ji Xiaoning, still in the guard uniform, evidently having rushed over. But unlike during the day, Ji Xiaoning's face was pale, his eyes re-dimmed, making him appear as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Lu Fang's heart sank heavily. "Uncle Ji, what happened?" Ji Xiaoning opened his mouth, but the words seemed to be stuck in his throat. He looked at the young man before him. Earlier in the day, he had just praised Lu Fang for his brilliance. He had also said that if Lu Fang's parents knew about today's achievements, they would probably wake up laughing in their dreams. But now he had to deliver the cruelest news to Lu Fang himself. Ji Xianying's throat moved and his voice was hoarse. Xiaofang, you need to hold on. Lu Fang froze for a moment as if he already knew what was coming and directly. What happened to my parents? Ji Xianying closed his eyes briefly. We received news from the front lines. The 3 pillars. His voice trembled noticeably at this point. Were killed in battle. Boom. In that instant, Lu Fang felt as if something had exploded in his mind. All surrounding sounds faded away. The lights, the sofa, the coffee table, Ji Xianying's face, Uncle Jiang's suddenly pale expression. All of it felt like it was behind a thick veil of water, becoming blurry and unreal. Lu Fang stood frozen in place. After several seconds, he slowly spoke. What did you say? Ji Xianying's eyes were even redder. Xiaofang, I want to know the details. Lu Fang's voice was very soft, so soft that it sent chills down one's spine. Ji Xianying took a deep breath, forcing down the pain in his heart. According to the battle report from the front lines, the 3 pillars encountered a powerful alien being while executing suppression tasks at the Abyssal Rift front. The 3 of them joined forces to fight fiercely, but during the battle, the space node they were in suddenly went out of control. The node triggered a spatial storm. The 3 pillars and the alien being were simultaneously caught in the spatial storm. Lu Fang suddenly looked up. Caught in? Just being caught in doesn't mean death. Ji Xianying fell silent. Lu Fang stared at him. Right? The living room was terrifyingly quiet. Uncle Jiang stood nearby, gripping his sleeves tightly, his eyes already red. Ji Xianying struggled to speak. Xiaofang, I know this news is hard for you to accept. The spatial storm is a devastating disaster formed after the complete disruption of spatial rules. Inside there are no stable coordinates, no direction, no sense of time, and even the material structure can be constantly torn apart by the chaotic spatial flows. Once a professional is caught in, communication is instantly cut off and positioning is completely lost. Historically, Ji Xianying paused for a moment. Each word felt like it was squeezed out from between his teeth. Historically, no one who has been caught in a spatial storm has returned alive. So according to the frontline's rules, once confirmed to be swallowed by the spatial storm, it will be assumed they are deceased. Assumed deceased. As these 4 words fell, Lu Fang's expression finally changed. He took half a step back, as if an invisible hand had tightly grasped his chest, making it hard to breathe. Earlier in the day, he had passed the newcomer's secret realm. He had received an SSS rating. He had killed 3 level 100 strongmen from the Blood Wolf Society. He had gained the notice of the guard team. He had even thought about how he would tell his parents everything when they returned. He wanted to see his father's shocked expression, speechless in awe. He wanted to hear his mother laugh and praise him for growing up. He wanted them to feel proud of him. But now what he received was not congratulations, but rather a cold declaration of death. Impossible. Lu Fang shook his head. Impossible. My parents cannot have died like this. They were just caught in, their bodies aren't lying in front of me. No body, no belongings, no visual confirmation. Why would you say they are dead? Ji Xianying's lips moved, but he didn't know how to respond. Rationally, he knew Lu Fang was right. But in reality, there had never been a survival case from a spatial storm. This was the harshest truth. Lu Fang's eyes were slightly red, his chest rising and falling violently. They must still be alive. They must. I believe they are still alive. This statement seemed to be directed at Ji Xianying, but also at himself. Ji Xianying looked at Lu Fang's expression, his heart feeling like it was being sliced by a knife. He stepped forward and patted Lu Fang's shoulder. Xiaofang, don't think too much right now. The front lines are still searching for residual spatial fluctuations. As soon as there is any news, I'll inform you immediately. Right now, the most important thing is for you to stabilize yourself. If your parents knew about your performance today, they would definitely be very proud. After these words fell, Lu Fang's eyes finally turned completely red. Yet he did not cry out loud. He simply stood there, biting his teeth tightly, his body slightly trembling. Ji Xianying continued to comfort him for a long time. But such comfort felt particularly pale in the face of such devastating news. In the end, he could only let out a heavy sigh. Xiaofang, I still need to go to the Wang family. This news must also be conveyed to Wang Yixing. Lu Fang did not respond. Ji Xianying glanced at him and ultimately turned to leave. The front door closed. The living room fell silent once more. Lu Fang stood in place, and after a long time he slowly spoke. Uncle Jiang. Young master. Uncle Jiang's voice trembled. I want to go find them. Uncle Jiang's heart jolted. Young master, the place where master and madam went missing is at the Abyssal Rift front. That is the most brutal battlefield between humans and aliens. At least only those above level 200 have the qualifications to step in. Lu Fang raised his head. His eyes were very red. Yet in those eyes there was no collapse, only a nearly stubborn determination. Then I will level up to 200. I will do it very soon. Uncle Jiang looked at Lu Fang, his heart aching so much he could hardly speak. He had watched Lu Fang grow up. To him, Lu Fang was not just a young master, but more like his own child. Deep down he also understood. The master and madam are unlikely to return. But he could not say it. He dared not say it. He could only follow Lu Fang's words and hoarsely say, "Oi, young master will surely make it." Lu Fang nodded. "He'll go upstairs first." After speaking, he turned and walked upstairs. Uncle Jiang stood in the living room, watching as Lu Fang's figure gradually disappeared at the top of the stairs, and tears finally fell from his eyes. But soon he forcefully wiped away his tears. He knew that beyond grief, there were more pressing issues. The master and madam were gone. The Fang merchants they founded would theoretically be inherited by the young master. It was a large trading association that ranked among the top in Jiang City and even the entire southern province. Wealth channels, resources, connections, supply chains, potion workshops, dungeon material trading. Each aspect was enough to make one envious. In the past, with Lu Tianxiong and Su Qingyu holding down the fort, no one dared to act. But now, Uncle Jiang's expression turned serious. The young master is still young. This inheritance may not go smoothly. Dragon Country, Longxin City. This is the true center of Dragon Country. It is also the holy city in the hearts of countless professionals. The towering class change divine tower pierced the sky, and the crisscrossing energy tracks spanned the entire city, with floating buildings surrounding the city like stars. And the 5 most powerful class change universities in Dragon Country were all located here. Among them was the Yuan Academy. Inside the principal's office, an elderly man with white hair sat before a huge light screen reviewing a recently delivered top-secret document. His gaze was initially calm, but as lines of data came into view, those weathered eyes gradually widened. Mysterious profession. Newcomer completed the secret realm in 1 minute and 17 seconds, OSSS rating. Killed 3 level 100 powerhouses on the day of awakening. The old man lightly tapped the table with his fingers. After a long time, he uttered 2 words. Monster. The next second, he raised his hand to press the communication button. Have Teacher Zhou from the admissions office come here. Moments later, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses hurried into the office. Principal, you called for me. The old man wasted no words and directly pushed Lu Fang's information forward. Go to Jiang City. Test this student. If the information is accurate, try to recruit him. Teacher Zhou looked down at the document. At first he was somewhat calm, but the more he read, the more he struggled to maintain his composure. When he reached the last line that read killed 3 level 100 powerhouses, he was completely stunned. Principal, this is this student who just awakened. The old man replied indifferently. That's what the document says. Teacher Zhou swallowed hard. What kind of treatment will he receive? The old man raised his head. S-level recruitment privileges. Boom. Teacher Zhou's pupils constricted. The recruitment treatment at Yuan Academy was classified into 4 levels, S, A, B, and C. Level is for students who normally enroll in Yuan Academy. Being able to get into Yuan Academy itself is already a sign of a super genius. But inside Yuan Academy, they also start at level. Level corresponds to the top 10 geniuses in various regions. A level is for specially recruited prodigies from each province. As for S-level, that is a treatment reserved for true strategic geniuses. Even at Yuan Academy, there are fewer than 10 students in each cohort who receive S-level treatment. Teacher Zhou couldn't help but say, Principal, is it too high to directly give him S-level treatment? The old man's gaze remained calm. If this information is true, it is not too high. It may even be insufficient. Teacher Zhou's heart shook. The principal continued, the other 4 schools must have received the news. If Yuan Academy wants to compete, it must act quickly. This competition will undoubtedly be fierce. You go personally and try to bring him in. Teacher Zhou's expression became serious. Understood, I will set off right now. He turned and was just about to leave. Suddenly, ding, the light screen in front of the old man flickered. An encrypted message popped up. The old man casually glanced at it. The next second, his expression changed. The principal of Yuan Academy, who was originally as stable as a mountain, unexpectedly revealed a look of shock. Wait a minute. Teacher Zhou stopped in his tracks. Principal. The old man stared at that message, remaining silent for several seconds before slowly speaking. No need to go. Teacher Zhou was taken aback. No need to go, he instinctively asked. Could it be that the information is false? The old man shook his head. No, the information is not false. The Tianlong has intervened. Teacher Zhou's expression instantly froze. The entire office fell into silence. Tianlong. These 2 words carry an almost supreme weight in the professional system of Dragon Country. It is neither a university nor an ordinary organization. It is the true core power standing at the pinnacle of Dragon Country. Teacher Zhou's throat felt dry and his voice changed. A student who has just awakened has actually caught the attention of Tianlong. The next morning, in a mountainside villa area, when Lu Fang opened his eyes, his gaze was terrifyingly clear. Not a hint of despair could be seen. He simply got up calmly, washed up, changed into a clean black casual outfit, and then pushed the door downstairs. In the dining room, the old butler Uncle Jiang had already prepared breakfast. He stood by the dining table watching as Lu Fang walked down step by step, filled with worry. Young master. Lu Fang sat down, picked up the knife and fork, and appeared calm. Good morning. His voice was steady as if nothing had ever happened. Uncle Jiang felt even more unsettled. If Lu Fang had cried and vented, even if he smashed the room, he would have felt a bit more at ease. But unfortunately, Lu Fang was too calm. Uncle Jiang couldn't help but speak up. Young master, you don't have to hold on. About the master and madam. Crack. Lu Fang's knife and fork paused slightly in his hand. But it was only for a moment. The next second, he continued eating breakfast and said calmly, they are not dead. Uncle Jiang's heart trembled. Lu Fang raised his head, looking toward the distant sky outside the window. Since no bodies have been found, then they cannot be considered dead. Whether it is a spatial storm or an abyssal rift. As long as they are still somewhere, I will find them. Today I am going to grind dungeons. I need to level up quickly. Lu Fang drank a sip of milk and put the cup down. Looking at Lu Fang's young, yet calm face, Uncle Jiang suddenly felt a strong sense of déjà vu. It was as if overnight Lu Fang had grown up. Jiang City Professional Center. This is one of the places where all professionals in Jiang City often come. Awakened individuals who want to grind dungeons, do professional certifications, receive tasks, or buy basic supplies mostly come here. A huge circular building is located in the city center, covering a vast area. Many people come and go at the entrance. There are newly awakened newcomers clutching equipment in groups of 3 to 5, their faces filled with excitement and nervousness. There are also professionals who have long been mixed in low-level dungeons, bearing injuries and showing a kind of numbed expression like an old hand. Lu Fang walked into the hall, paid, and then entered a separate room. Immediately, rows of enormous dungeon selection light screens stood before him. Each light screen displayed different dungeon names, level restrictions, recommended numbers, and difficulty options. Blackwind Valley entry level 510. Rotten Mine entry level 812. Lu Fang's gaze swept across, eventually stopping at a light screen of icy blue. Frost Cave entry level 1318, recommended number 4, dungeon, attribute ice, selectable difficulty, easy, normal, elite, hard, nightmare, hell. Lu Fang's current level was exactly level 13, just at the threshold for entry. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and pointed at the difficulty selection. Hell difficulty. The light screen shuddered slightly. Selected Frost Cave, hell difficulty. Applying for entry. Application failed. Notification: difficult and higher difficulty dungeons require manual confirmation from the staff at the vocational center. Lu Fang raised an eyebrow. Just then a staff member in a vocational center uniform strode in from outside. He was a young man in his 20s with the badge reading Dungeon Administrator Lu Chung. Lu Chung took one look and almost thought he was mistaken. One person. Frost Cave. Hell difficulty. This was practically a standard suicide template. Lu Chung quickly walked up to Lu Fang, noticing that he looked like a student who had just awakened, and asked in a serious tone, "Student, did you click the wrong option?" Lu Fang glanced at him. "No." Lu Chung was taken aback. "Are you sure you want to enter the Frost Cave on hell difficulty?" "Yes." Lu Cheng's expression immediately turned grave. "This is absurd. Although the Frost Cave is a low-level dungeon, hell difficulty is not meant for newcomers to solo. This dungeon is recommended for a 4-person team, and at least 1 defensive class and 1 healing class should be included, at its best if the other 2 are fire-type damage dealers. You're not just running a dungeon, you're looking for death." Lu Fang remained calm. He understood that the other party was just following the rules, and indeed it was to prevent newcomers from dying. However, he didn't have time to explain too much. Lu Fang took out his phone and directly dialed Ji Xianing's number. The call connected quickly. A slightly fatigued voice came through. "Xiao Fang. Uncle GM at the I want to enter the Frost Cave on hell difficulty, but the staff won't let me in. Please help me confirm this with him." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Then Ji Xianing's voice came through. "Give the phone to the staff." Lu Fang handed the phone to Lu Chung. Lu Chung frowned as he took it. "Hello, I am Lu Chung, Dungeon Administrator at Jiangxing Vocational Center. May I ask who you are?" In the next moment, Lu Cheng's posture straightened abruptly, as if he had been jolted by electricity. Captain Ji. The captain of the Jiangxing Guard team, Ji Xiaoning. That was a truly significant figure. Lu Cheng's expression transformed from seriousness to shock, then from shock to confusion, and finally into awe. "Yes. Understood. I confirm." The call ended. Lu Chung returned the phone to Lu Fang, and when he looked at Lu Fang again, his expression had completely changed. Just a moment ago, he viewed Lu Fang as an inexperienced newcomer. Now he looked at him as if he were some hidden identity monster. Being able to directly call Ji Xiaoning. And Ji Xiaoning even confirmed his entry into the Hell Dungeon personally. Lu Fang, the confirmation has been approved. You can enter the Frost Cave on hell difficulty." Lu Chung tapped on the management screen. Aloham. An ice blue portal slowly opened. Frost Cave, hell difficulty. Entry approved for Lu Fang. Entry level 13. Number of people 1. Upon seeing the last line, number of people 1, Lu Chung couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. He gritted his teeth and reminded, Lu Fang, if you encounter danger in the dungeon, you can use the emergency escape scroll. Although there will be a 3-second delay under hell difficulty. No need. Lu Fang walked towards the portal. He'll be out soon. As soon as the words fell, his figure vanished into the eye. Lu Cheng stood there lost in thought for a long time. Suddenly his communicator on his wrist vibrated. It was a message from Ji Xiaoning. From now on, keep a close eye on Lu Fang's situation. Report any changes to me immediately. Frost Cave. An icy wind rushed towards him. As soon as Lu Fang landed, a faint cracking sound came from beneath his feet. It was the sound of the ice layer being shattered. All around was a vast underground ice cavern. The cave walls were adorned with sharp ice spikes, the ground was covered with thick frost, and a faint blue mist floated in the air. Notification: you have entered Frost Cave Hell difficulty. Environmental effect: extreme cold domain. All entrants have their movement speed reduced by 30, attack speed reduced by 20, and stamina consumption rate increased by 50. Lu Fang glanced at it casually. Then he showed no reaction. A 30 speed reduction. Is that it? Lu Fang's mind stirred. Money Ghost. Alohom. 10 dark golden figures appeared simultaneously. The tall money ghost stood amidst the ice mist, its copper coin mark emitting a chilling glow. In the next second, from the ice mist ahead came a cacophony of growls. One after another, snow-white frost wolves with blue glints in their eyes charged out from the depths of the ice cavern. Frost Wolf. Level 12. Health, 3,500. Skills: Ice Claw, Cold Bite. To an ordinary newcomer, these frost wolves were undoubtedly a nightmare. They were fast, their attacks carried a slowing effect, and there were numerous of them. If an ordinary 4-person team entered, they could easily be wiped out in an instant if surrounded. However, Lu Fang merely raised his eyes. Clear them out. Boom. 10 money ghosts charged out in an instant. The ice surface shattered. The dark golden phantoms swept through the ice cavern. One frost wolf leaped into the air only to have its skull smashed by a money ghost's punch. Another frost wolf attempted a side attack, but was grabbed by a money ghost and slammed into the ice wall like garbage. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled explosions echoed through the cavern. Those frost wolves, which were exceedingly difficult for ordinary practitioners to deal with, were as fragile as a pile of snowballs before the money ghosts. Kill Frost Wolf experience 150. Kill Frost Wolf experience 150. Kill Frost Wolf experience 150. System notifications flooded in. Yet Lu Fang couldn't be bothered to look. He simply moved forward. No. To be precise, he was running through the map. The money ghosts were clearing the path ahead. As soon as a monster appeared, it was instantly killed. As soon as a trap was triggered, it was forcefully countered by the so-called monster density of hell difficulty, the so-called slowing effect of the ice attribute environment, the so-called nightmare level dungeon for newcomers presented no obstacles at all before Lu Fang. 3 minutes for the first section of the Ice Wolf area. 5 minutes for the second section of the Ice Spider Nest. 6 minutes for the third section of the Frost Armor Bear Passage. All the way he pushed through. All the way he crushed it. Lu Fang's experience bar was skyrocketing. Level up. Current level, level 14. All attributes increased. Level up. Current level, level 15. Deep within the dungeon, the final boss room opened slowly as a massive ice door creaked wide. A chilling aura thick enough to almost solidify surged forth from behind the door. In the center of the room lay a colossal ice blue bear, 10 meters tall, sprawled atop an ice platform. Rows of translucent ice crystal spikes grew from its back, and with each breath white mist billowed forth like a storm. Frost Tyrant. Level 50. Health, 120000. Skills: Ice Roar, Frost Armor, Counter, Extreme Cold Recovery. Hell difficulty special mechanism: when health drops below 50, recover 5 of maximum health per second for 20 seconds. The Frost Tyrant opened its eyes, its scarlet pupils locking onto Lu Fang. Roar. A roar reverberated, shaking the entire boss room. Large ice crystals plummeted from the ceiling, crashing to the ground and exploding into countless shards. If an ordinary team were to arrive here, they would first have to break the Frost Tyrant's armor and then suppress its healing mechanism with burst damage. A lack of sufficient output would result in being dragged down to death. But Lu Fang had no tactical arrangements. He simply uttered a single word: kill. Boom. 10 money ghosts surged forth simultaneously. The Frost Tyrant had just stood up, its massive paw yet to come crashing down when the 10 money ghosts charged right up to it. Fists, elbows, knee strikes, heavy stomps. No fancy skills were employed. Only the most brutal attribute crushing. Bang, bang, bang. The Frost Tyrant's enormous body trembled violently. Its health bar evaporated in an instant. 90, 70, 50. The ice crystals on its body suddenly glowed brightly, triggering the extreme cold recovery mechanism. The Frost Tyrant activated extreme cold recovery. The next moment, the attacks from the 10 money ghosts continued to rain down. Boom. The Frost Tyrant's head was violently driven into the ice layer. The health bar was emptied. Healing mechanism. In the face of absolute power, there was no qualification even to retaliate. Not long after, a mechanical voice echoed in the dungeon. Kill the Frost Tyrant. Experience gained 80000. Completed Frost Cave Hell difficulty. Completion rating SSS. Level up. Current level 17. Lu Fang looked at the level on the panel, his expression still calm. The ridiculous world rules had once again reduced his experience. However, leveling from 13 to 17 in half an hour was still quite impressive. Lu Fang glanced at the ground littered with equipment and skill books. Unfortunately, they were all for other professions, which he casually collected into his backpack. Then he put away the money ghosts and stepped into the completion teleportation array. Jiangxing Professional Center. Dungeon Hall. In front of the entrance to the Frost Cave, Lu Cheng was idly chatting with friends on his phone. Suddenly, buzz. The ice blue teleportation portal lit up. Lu Fang's figure emerged from within, his clothes clean, breath steady, and expression calm. Not even the tips of his hair had been touched by frost. Lu Cheng was taken aback, instinctively thinking that Lu Fang had failed. After all, Lu Fang had only been inside for half an hour. Of course, being able to stay alone in a hellish dungeon for half an hour and then emerge was already quite astonishing. He immediately approached, trying to keep his tone gentle. Lu, it's okay, it's normal to fail the first challenge of hell difficulty. The mechanisms in the Frost Cave are indeed quite annoying. Being able to hold out for half an hour is already. His words were cut off. The completion light screen beside them suddenly trembled. A line of purple golden text slowly appeared. Frost Cave Hell difficulty. Completer Lu Fang. Number of participants 1. Completion time 29 minutes 48 seconds. Final rating SSS. Boom. Lu Cheng's voice halted abruptly. He felt as if someone had squeezed his throat, his eyes nearly bulging out. What the hell? Completed it. 29 minutes 48 seconds. Solo. Hell difficulty. SSS rating. Are you kidding me? Lu Fang then patted Lu Cheng on the shoulder. Help me open the next dungeon. Lu Cheng reflexively asked. What dungeon? Level 17 entry dungeon, still hell difficulty. Lu Cheng trembled all over. If it were half an hour ago, he would have unhesitatingly stopped him. But now, stop him. What could he use to stop him? He had just soloed the Frost Cave on hell difficulty in half an hour and achieved an SSS rating. Such a person could no longer be measured by normal standards. Lu Cheng hurriedly opened the dungeon list, his fingers trembling. Gee. Good. Lava Ruins. Entry level 1720. Recommended number of players 5. Dungeon attributes fire. Selectable difficulty easy, normal, elite, hard, nightmare, hell. Lu Cheng took a deep breath. The Lava Ruins on hell difficulty have been opened for you. Lu Fang nodded. Thank you. After saying that, he stepped into the new teleportation portal. Lu Cheng watched Lu Fang's disappearing figure, swallowing hard. Then he suddenly came to his senses and immediately dialed the communication that Ji Xiaoning had left for him. Jiangxing City Lord's Mansion. In the meeting room, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was almost hard to breathe. Ji Xiaoning sat on one side of the long table. At the main seat sat a middle-aged man in a dark blue robe. He was the city lord of Jiangxing, Han Qianshan. At this moment, Han Qianshan's expression was extremely grave. All 3 pillars have perished. Jiangxing now has no top-tier pillars left. If this matter leaks out, the consequences will be unimaginable. Ji Xiaoning nodded. The Blood Wolf Society previously attacked Jiangxing. No. One high school, indicating that they have been targeting Jiangxing for a long time. Now that the 3 pillars are gone, some illegal organizations and abyss cults will likely stir. We must quickly apply to the provincial government for support. At least one strong individual above level 300 must be temporarily stationed in Jiangxing. Ji Xiaoning said solemnly. The provincial government may not be able to send someone immediately. Recently, the abyss rifts have been frequently disturbed, and every city is short on high-level combat power. Jiangxing suddenly losing the 3 pillars makes it very difficult to fill this gap. The meeting room fell silent again. A city without pillar-level strong individuals is like a treasury without walls. Just then, Ji Xiaoning's communicator suddenly vibrated. He glanced at the caller. Professional Center Lu Cheng. Ji Xiaoning frowned. Why call it this time? Could it be that Lu Fang encountered trouble in the dungeon? He immediately answered. Speak. On the other end of the phone, Lu Cheng's voice trembled noticeably. Captain Ji, Lu Fang just came out of the frost. Ji Xiaoning's expression shifted slightly. Came out. Was he injured? No. Lu Cheng. Not only was he unhurt, but he completed it. Ji Xiaoning was taken aback. Completed it? Yes. Lu Cheng's voice was airy. Frost Cave held difficulty, solo completion. Final rating SSS. Time used. 29 minutes, 48 seconds. The conference room fell silent in an instant. Ji Xiaoning's hand, which held the communicator, stiffened slightly. Han Qianshan also lifted his head. Although he could not hear everything on the other end of the phone, the change in Ji Xiaoning's expression clearly indicated it was not a trivial matter. Ji Xiaoning slowly inquired. Are you sure? Lu Cheng forced a smile. Captain Ji, I am certain. Ji Xiaoning took a deep breath. Check the historical records. How fast was the previous record for the held difficulty of the Frost Cave? The sound of keyboard tapping came from the other end of the phone. A few seconds later, Lu Cheng's voice became even more strained. Found it. The record from Jiangxing was set 5 years ago by a 4-person team with an average level of 15. The team consisted of a shield warrior, a priest, a fire mage, and an archer, a standard full configuration team. The completion time. Lu Cheng paused. 3 hours, 17 minutes, and 42 seconds. Ji Xiaoning fell silent. Han Qianshan's brows furrowed even tighter. What happened? Ji Xiaoning put down the communicator and looked at Han Qianshan, his expression complex to the extreme. Lu Fang went to grind dungeons. Han Qianshan was taken aback. The son of Lu Tianxiong and Su Qingyu, He just soloed the held difficulty of the Frost Cave. The Frost Cave? The one with level 13 entry. Yes. Ji Xiaoning said slowly. SSS rating. 29 minutes and 48 seconds. Han Qianshan's pupils constricted sharply. Even as the city lord who had seen countless talents, he could not help but show a look of shock. What was the previous record? A full team of 4 with an average level of 16. Ji Xiaoning's voice was low. 3 hours, 17 minutes, and 42 seconds. The conference room fell silent again. After a while, Han Qianshan slowly uttered 2 words. Monster. Ji Xiaoning forced a smile. Not just a monster. Han Qianshan leaned back in his chair, a complex look flashed in his eyes. Just yesterday, Jiangxing had lost 3 pillars. For the entire city, it was almost like the sky had fallen. Yet on the same day, Jiangxing produced another loot, one who could kill level 100 powerhouses right after awakening. One who soloed a hell dungeon at level 13 and refreshed the historical record in half an hour. Han Qianshan remained silent for a long time, eventually speaking softly. If Lu Tianxiong and Su Qingyu knew, they would surely be gratified. Ji Xiaoning did not respond. Because those words were too heavy. Han Qianshan looked out the window and sighed. The situation in Jiangxing is very dire. Extremely dire. But at least... He paused, and a faint glimmer of light finally appeared in his eyes. The monster that is Lu Fang is currently the only good news for this city. Speaking of which, Han Qianshan lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze flickering. Lu Fang's greatest value now is not just his own talent, but also the resources he will attract. Ji Xiaoning was taken aback. Are you implying? Han Qianshan lifted his head. The 5 major academies. Given Lu Fang's performance yesterday, the 5 major academies would definitely be interested. If the 5 major academies send someone to recruit him, we might be able to ask Lu Fang to propose a condition. Are you suggesting that the 5 major academies coordinate powerful individuals to settle in Jiangxing? Han Qianshan nodded. Even if it's only a temporary settlement. As long as we can get through this most dangerous window period, Jiangxing will have a chance to breathe. Ji Xiaoning's eyes lit up. This was indeed a solution. But soon his brows furrowed again. Wait a minute. Han Qianshan looked at him. What is wrong? Ji Xiaoning spoke in a deep voice. I reported Lu Fang's information through the highest encrypted channel last night. This kind of news cannot go unnoticed. Yet until now, not a single person has contacted me to confirm the information. Han Qianshan's brows furrowed as well. Ji Xiaoning continued. It's not just the 5 major academies. Even those top universities that are slightly less renowned have shown no signs of activity. This is very strange. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly fell silent. It was indeed strange. With Lu Fang's talent, once the news spread, normally the admissions offices of various academies should have already gone wild, let alone contacting Ji Xiaoning to confirm the information. Even if someone directly rode the teleportation array to Jiangxing, it wouldn't be surprising. Han Qianshan was silent for several seconds, a hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes. Could it be that the news has been suppressed? Ji Xiaoning's heart skipped a beat. Who has such authority? As soon as he finished speaking, a calm voice suddenly echoed in the conference room. Of course, it's someone qualified to suppress this news. Both Ji Xiaoning and Han Qianshan's bodies stiffened simultaneously. The two turned their heads sharply. They saw a figure that had appeared by the window in the conference room, unknown when. It was a man dressed in a black long coat. He appeared to be around 30 years old with an ordinary face and no overwhelming aura emanating from him. But perhaps because of this, he was even more terrifying. This was the highest level conference room of the city lord's mansion. Outside there were layers of guards. Inside there were energy detection arrays. The surroundings were also covered with runic restrictions to prevent spatial infiltration. Yet this person appeared without a sound. No alarms were triggered. No energy fluctuations. Even Ji Xiaoning and Han Qianshan had not noticed when he stood there. It meant that if the other party had wanted to kill them just now, they probably would not have had the chance to react. Ji Xiaoning immediately stood up, his hand already resting on the weapon at his waist. Who are you? Han Qianshan also stood up, his eyes filled with shock and vigilance. The man in black did not answer, but casually took out a token. The token was entirely black. The front was engraved with a spiraling golden true dragon. At the position of the dragon's eyes, a faint golden light flowed. The back had only 2 characters. Tianlong Ji Xianing's brows knitted tightly. He did not recognize this token. But beside him, Han Qianshan's expression changed completely upon seeing the token. Shock, fear, reverence. Even a hint of incredible joy. He almost hesitated not at all, and immediately bowed deeply to the man in black. Jiangxing City Lord Han Qianshan, I have the honor to meet you, my lord. Ji Xianing's heart trembled. What status did Han Qianshan hold? The city lord of Jiangxing. Even when facing high-ranking officials from the provincial government, he would not act so out of line. Yet now he was actually bowing to this man in black, and even addressing him as my lord. Who on earth was this person? The man in black put away the token, his tone calm. No need for such formalities. Han Qianshan straightened up, but still maintained his respect. Are you here for Lu Fang? The man in black nodded. I happen to be on a mission near the southern province. The higher-ups issued a temporary inspection order, so I came by to take a look. On the way. Upon hearing these 2 words, Ji Xianing's eyes twitched sharply, to suggest entering the highest conference room of the Jiang City Lord's mansion as casually as going out to buy vegetables. How strong is this person? Han Qianshan quickly asked, how can we assist, my lord? The man in black retrieved the complete file on Lu Fang. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Qianshan immediately accessed the lord's permissions. Soon encrypted data appeared on the light screen. The file on Lu Fang was organized from his birth to school enrollment, from family relations to professional awakening, from the Jiang City No. 1 high school incident to clearing the Han Shuang cave, encompassing all relevant information. The man in black merely raised a hand. All the data transformed into a small light dot and was collected in his palm. The entire process took less than 10 seconds before he turned to leave. Han Qianshan quickly said, my lord, what about Lu Fang? The man in black paused his steps. You don't need to inform him for now, and do not make it public. Furthermore, do not disclose to anyone that I have been here. His gaze swept over Han Qianshan and Ji Xianing. That calm gaze, however, made both men feel a pressure rising from the depths of their souls. Do you understand? Han Qianshan immediately bowed. Understood. Jiang City will not leak a single word. The man in black nodded. The next moment his figure faded away before the 2. There was no flash of a teleportation array. No spatial rift ripples. It was as if a drop of ink had fallen into water, disappearing silently. The conference room fell silent once more. Yet Ji Xianing and Han Qianshan remained speechless for a long time. Cold sweat had already formed on Ji Xianing's back. After a long while he turned to Han Qianshan. My lord, who exactly is that person? Han Qianshan took a deep breath, his eyes still filled with shock. Tianlong. Ji Xianing frowned tightly. Tianlong. Han Qianshan glanced at him. This name is not something an ordinary professional is qualified to touch. Ji Xianing's heart sank as Han Qianshan spoke slowly. The Dragon Kingdom has 5 major academies, which are sacred lands in the hearts of all young professionals. However, above these 5 academies there exists a place that truly stands above the clouds. That is Tianlong. Ji Xianing's pupils constricted. Han Qianshan continued, Tianlong does not recruit publicly, and does not participate in any public rankings. It does not belong to the universities, nor to ordinary military divisions, nor to local systems. It is only accountable to the highest levels of the Dragon Kingdom. Every person inside is a monster filtered from countless strong individuals. Even the most outstanding graduates of the 5 major academies only have the qualification to participate in the selection. Boom. Ji Xianing's mind felt as if it had exploded with thunder. The most outstanding graduates of the 5 major academies only qualify to participate in the selection. What concept is this? The 5 major academies are already the pinnacle for young professionals in the Dragon Kingdom. Those who graduate from the 5 major academies are geniuses admired by countless people. And yet Tianlong only filters through the top among these geniuses again. This is not just a sacred land. This is a sacred land above the sacred land. Ji Xianing's voice became a bit dry. No wonder. No wonder no one from the 5 major academies comes. Han Qianshan nodded, his expression complex. If Tianlong has its sights on Lu Fang, the 5 major academies naturally wouldn't dare to snatch him. Or rather, they wouldn't even have the qualification to take action. Ji Xianing felt his scalp tingle. Just last night, he was speculating that Lu Fang would be fiercely contested by the 5 major academies in the future. Now it seems they had underestimated Lu Fang's worth. Han Qianshan's eyes suddenly erupted with an unprecedented light. If Lu Fang really passes the Tianlong assessment and gets selected. His voice trembled slightly. Then Jiang City will absolutely be saved. Ji Xianing let out a long breath. This kid is truly terrifying. For the next whole day, Lu Fang spent his time at the vocational center. At 10:10 in the morning, Lava Ruins held difficulty single player clear time 34 minutes 12 seconds rating SSS previous fastest record 4 hours 5 minutes. At 11:30 in the morning. Toxic Fog Swamp held difficulty single player clear time 37 minutes 56 seconds rating SSS previous fastest record 4 hours 41 minutes. At 1 in the afternoon. Bone Graveyard held difficulty single player clear time 32 minutes 9 seconds rating SSS previous fastest record 3 hours 58 minutes. At 2:20 in the afternoon. Thunder Canyon held difficulty single player clear time 41 minutes 33 seconds rating SSS. One after another the clearance records were refreshed crazily. Every time Lu Fang entered a dungeon, he just happened to meet the minimum entry level. Level 13 into a level 13 dungeon. Level 20 into a level 20 dungeon. Level 25 into a level 25 dungeon. Moreover, all of them were on held difficulty. All single player. All rated SSS. All significantly breaking the historical records of the Jiang City Vocational Center. Lu Cheng stood at the entrance of the dungeon, staring blankly at the light screen. He went in again. He had been shocked since the morning and was now numb to it. In just one day's time, Lu Fang had entered dungeons 16 times. Even as the experience required for leveling up became increasingly outrageous, Lu Fang still managed to reach level 40. When this news reached the city lord's mansion, Ji Xiaoning and Han Qianshan were discussing the defense layout of Jiang City. The communicator rang. Ji Xiaoning answered. After listening, he remained silent for a long time. Then he hung up expressionlessly. Han Qianshan glanced at him. Is it Lu Fang again? Ji Xiaoning nodded. Yes. Han Qianshan rubbed his temples. How many dungeons did he clear this time? 39. This kid must be level 40 by now, right? Should be. The conference room fell silent again. He had just awakened yesterday. Today, level 40. What kind of leveling speed is this? How long does it normally take a new player to go from level 1 to level 40? Even for a genius, it would take at least a few months with a full team and maximum resources constantly clearing dungeons. But what about Lu Fang? One day? And all within their watchful eyes in just one day. Han Qianshan was silent for a moment and suddenly asked, what is the fastest record for completing the first transition in Jiang City? Ji Xiaoning quickly answered. Half a year. The record set by Lu Tianxiong back then. Han Qianshan looked out the window. The first transition requires reaching level 100. How long do you think it will take Lu Fang? Ji Xiaoning thought for a moment. Half a month. As soon as he said it, he felt it was a bit absurd. Half a month for the first transition. In the past, this would have been considered madness. But for Lu Fang, he surprisingly felt it was quite conservative. Han Qianshan shook his head. I think 10 days. Ji Xiaoning's mouth twitched. My lord, you are even more daring than I am. Han Qianshan smiled wryly. It's not that I'm daring. It's that this child is too unreasonable. Ji Xiaoning was left speechless. Indeed. Lu Fang's existence could no longer be explained by conventional logic. For others, leveling up means fighting monsters, resting, coordinating, recovering, and reviewing. For Lu Fang, leveling up is about entering dungeons, running maps, clearing stages, exiting, and switching to the next. Dungeons do not seem like dangerous areas to him. They are more like an experience assembly line. The next day, Lu Fang once again appeared at the Jiangxing Career Center. When Lu Cheng saw him, he instinctively rose to his feet, and even changed his form of address. Sir, is it still held difficulty today? Lu Fang nodded. Lu Cheng asked no further questions. Without Lu Fang needing to speak, he had already adeptly pulled up the highest experience dungeon accessible at the current level range. This is the held dungeon for level 40 entry. Lu Fang glanced at him. Appreciated. Lu Cheng felt flattered. No trouble at all. He had now fully realigned his own position. Obstruct him? That was out of the question. His sole task now was to make Lu Fang's grinding as smooth as possible. He must not under any circumstances delay this lord's leveling. Throughout the day, the career center continued to replay the terrifying script from yesterday. Come evening. As the dungeon portal flickered to life, Lu Fang stepped out from within. His clothes remained pristine, though a trace of weariness lingered in the depths of his eyes. Continuous high-intensity dungeon runs, even with his physical attributes far exceeding those of his peers, were bound to exact a toll on his spirit. Yet the gains were equally terrifying. Level 58 a day and a half. From level 13 to level 58. Lu Fang gazed at his own attribute panel, a hint of satisfaction finally surfacing in his eyes. According to the rules for professionals, reaching level 100 enables the first class advancement. After the first advancement, a professional undergoes an elevation in life essence. Simultaneously, the core of their profession is further refined. Most importantly, new professional skills become attainable. For Lu Fang, every new skill could potentially bring about a qualitative transformation. A sharp glint flashed across Lu Fang's eyes. At most a week. Within a week, I will complete my first-class advancement. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Fang Chamber of Commerce in Jiangxing, Inside the top-floor conference room, the atmosphere was oppressive and delicate. Seated around the 20-meter-long black conference table were the chamber's high-ranking members. These individuals were the core managers of the Fang Chamber of Commerce. Some were responsible for equipment trading, others for the alchemy workshop, and still others oversaw the channels for dungeon materials. There were also several elders who held substantial shares. In the past, when Lu Tianxiong and Su Qingyu were still present, these people never dared to harbor any disloyal thoughts during meetings. Those two were not only the founders of the chamber, but also the pillars of Jiangqing. Their strength, prestige, resources, and connections were all sufficient to command the room. But now things were different. News of Lu Tianxiong and Su Qingyu's disappearance had not yet been made public, but most of these high-ranking members present had their own sources of information. That seat rightfully belonged to Lu Tianxiong. No one dared to occupy it now. Yet each person's gaze towards that empty seat had grown complex. Was empty. That seat rightfully belonged to Lu Tianxiong. No one dared to occupy it now. Yet each person's gaze towards that empty seat had grown complex. Some were contemplating how to preserve the chamber. Others were thinking of how to exploit the chaos for personal gain. And still others were already scheming to seize power. After a long silence, a slightly stout, middle-aged man was the first to speak. His name was Chun Guangmao, the head of the equipment trading department for the Fang Chamber of Commerce. Everyone, I believe you are all clear on the situation. President Lu and President Su encountered a spatial storm and are presumed dead. Once this news becomes public, the chamber will inevitably be shaken. We must propose a course of action in advance. Beside him, an elderly man with graying hair spoke coldly. A course of action. The most important course of action now is how to survive. The Fang Chamber of Commerce has grown too quickly over the years and has made quite a few enemies. In the past, with the two presidents holding the fort, no one dared to make a move. Now that they are gone, do you think those people? Another executive immediately nodded in agreement. Exactly. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce in Nan Province, the Blackstone Consortium, and Tiana Pharmaceuticals. Haven't they all had their eyes on our channels for a long time? Once the news spreads, they will surely pounce. With our current strength, we simply cannot withstand it. Many in the conference room wore grim expressions. Indeed, without a top-tier powerhouse to hold the reins, even the greatest wealth is merely the scent of blood that attracts wolves. A middle-aged woman in a black suit spoke slowly. Therefore, we need to seek protection. Everyone turned to look at her. Her name was Lin Man, the financial director of the chamber, and a figure of considerable influence within the organization. Lin Man tapped her fingers lightly on the table. We can sacrifice a portion of our interests. Offer up parts of our channel's shares and profit divisions in exchange for the patronage of a large chamber or a top-tier force. As long as we can stabilize the situation, the Fang Chamber of Commerce won't collapse immediately. At these words, a look of interest appeared on many faces. I think it's feasible. This is not the time to be stingy with our interests. Exactly, where there's life, there's hope. As long as the chamber survives, there may be a chance for a comeback later. But others frowned. The problem is the legal heir of the Fang Chamber of Commerce is Lu Fang. According to the inheritance documents left by the two presidents, should anything happen to them, the majority of the chamber's shares belong to Lu Fang. Such a significant transfer of interests requires his consent. The conference room fell silent for a moment. Lu Fang. That name brought subtle expressions to many faces. Previously, they would never have taken a high school student seriously. But things were different now. Lu Fang had awakened the day before yesterday, and reportedly it had caused quite a stir. Chen Guangmo's eyes flickered as he spoke slowly. Lu Fang is still young, just turned 18. What does he know about running a chamber? Letting him take over the Fang Chamber of Commerce would be the greatest irresponsibility towards it. Someone chimed in. Exactly. The chamber is now in a precarious state. It needs mature decision-making, not the impulsive actions of a student. If he agrees to our plan, then all is well. If he doesn't. The speaker paused, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. We cannot just stand by and watch the chamber be destroyed by his hands. Another executive lowered his voice. You mean sideline him? In the conference room, many exchanged glances. Sideline the heir. Although it was a bit troublesome, it was not impossible to pull off. Lu Fang was young with no experience in chamber management. These high-ranking members held real power in their respective departments. If they united, they could easily reduce Lu Fang the heir to a mere figurehead. Just then, a middle-aged man who had remained silent at the end of the conference table suddenly spoke. It seems Lu Fang awakened a special profession yesterday, and there are reports that right after his awakening, he slew a level 100 powerhouse. As soon as the words were spoken, the atmosphere in the conference room froze. Some people's expressions changed, but soon Chen Guangmao smirked coldly. Do you really believe such news? A newly awakened student slaying a level 100 powerhouse. Zhao Qiming, you are responsible for security. You should know better than us what a level 100 powerhouse represents. However, it is true that Jiang Cheng No. One high school had an incident yesterday. The Blood Wolf Society attacked, and in the end 3 level 100 powerhouses perished. Chen Guangmao narrowed his eyes. It's true they died. But who can prove that Lu Fang killed them with his own strength? Who are Lu Tianxiong and Su Qingyu? Would they not leave behind a life-saving trump card for their son? In my opinion, if Lu Fang can kill, it's likely due to a backup plan left by his parents. Perhaps it was a one-time forbidden item, or a sealing scroll, or some kind of triggering killing move. Such things are used once and lost forever. If Lu Fang truly possesses such strength, do you think the 5 prestigious academies would remain silent? With these words, many fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Chen Guangmao continued. I have been monitoring the movements around the Half-Mountain Villa area and the vocational center these past few days. So far, no one from the 5 prestigious academies has approached Lu Fang. Not even a recruitment officer from a top university has shown up. What does this indicate? He sneered. It indicates that the rumors outside are mostly exaggerated. Upon hearing this, the fear in everyone's hearts dissipated considerably. Indeed, the insights of the 5 prestigious academies cannot be wrong. If Lu Fang were truly as extraordinary as rumored, how could no one come to him? Zhao Qiming still felt uneasy. But what if? Chen Guangmao looked at him. What if what? What if Lu Fang really grows up and harbors resentment against us? The conference room fell silent for a moment. Lin Man spoke lightly. Therefore, we do not want to tear our faces directly. The first step is to negotiate. The few of us will go to meet Lu Fang together, explaining the current crisis of the Chamber of Commerce to him. Let him agree to sacrifice some of our interests in exchange for external protection. At the same time, we will form a temporary management committee to take control of the operations of the Chamber of Commerce. In name, he will still be the heir. In terms of real power, it will be managed by the committee. Someone whispered, what if he disagrees? Lin Man's gaze turned slightly cold. Then we will use the rules of the Chamber of Commerce. He has no management experience and no ability to fulfill his duties. We can convene a high-level joint meeting under the guise of protecting the assets of the Chamber of Commerce to freeze some of his decision-making powers. If that doesn't work, we will let the departments jointly halt operations. What can an 18-year-old child use to fight against us? Chen Guangmao laughed. Lin is right. We are not harming him. We are helping him preserve the inheritance left by his parents. This sounded quite lofty, but many present understood well. The so-called preservation of the industry was merely a facade. The real aim was to take advantage of Lu Tianxiong and Su Qingyu's absence to redistribute the lucrative business of the Chamber of Commerce. In the conference room, discussions continued for a long time. Eventually, several core executives reached a consensus. Chen Guangmao, Lin Man, Zhao Qiming, and a few other elders would visit the Half-Mountain Villa the following morning to meet Lu Fang. If Lu Fang is perceptive and agrees to their plan, everything will be fine. If he is not perceptive, then the young heir will have to learn what reality truly is. As the meeting concluded, everyone gradually stood up to leave. Chen Guangmao stood at the door of the conference room, glancing back at the empty seat at the head of the table, a meaningful smile slowly forming on his lips. President Lu, President Su. The territory you built is too vast. A child cannot defend it. Half-Mountain Villa. Lu Fang went downstairs right on time. For the past couple of days, he had been leaving as soon as dawn broke and returning late at night. He was either grinding dungeons or on his way to grind dungeons. From level 9 to level 58. Such an upgrade speed was enough to make all practitioners in Jiangcheng question their lives. But the cost was also very evident. Even though Lu Fang's mental state remained stable, the old butler Uncle Jiang could tell that the tension on him was growing stronger. Thus there was an extra person at today's breakfast table. Jiang Xia. He was sitting opposite Lu Fang, holding a piece of toasted bread and making an effort to put on a relaxed smile. Good morning, Fang Ge. Lu Fang glanced at him and then looked at Uncle Jiang, whose expression was somewhat unnatural, and instantly understood. He sat down and took a sip of milk. Did Uncle Jiang send you here? Jiang Xia chuckled awkwardly. Did you see through that? Uncle Jiang cleared his throat softly and said in a low voice, Young master, you've been out early and returning late these past few days, and I am genuinely worried. Jiang Xia grew up with you. Some things he might say better than I do. Jiang Xia immediately chimed in. Exactly. He placed the bread back on the plate and looked at Lu Fang earnestly. Fang, I know you've been under a lot of pressure lately, and I understand how much the matter regarding uncle and aunt affects you. But you can't keep holding it in. You've been grinding dungeons too harshly these past few days. How about taking half a day off today? Lu Fang remained quiet, simply looking at him calmly. Jiang Xia felt a bit guilty under Lu Fang's gaze, but steeled himself to continue. Exactly, we haven't properly celebrated after our awakenings. Let's go out for a nice meal. He'll treat. After saying this, he patted his chest, acting all generous. Although I'm not as wealthy as you, treating you to a meal is still doable. Lu Fang looked at Jiang Xia and then at Uncle Jiang, who stood aside with a worried expression. He felt a slight warmth in his heart. He understood what these two meant. They were not trying to hold him back. They were just afraid that he would be crushed by the news of his parents' disappearance. Afraid he would bury all his emotions in the dungeons and ultimately push himself into problems. Lu Fang set down his cup, his voice much calmer now. I'm fine. Jiang Xia opened his mouth. Fang Ge, I know what you are worried about. Lu Fang looked, but I am very clear-headed. I am neither avoiding reality nor going mad. When I need to rest, I will naturally. Uncle Jiang hesitated, and Jiang Xia didn't know how to persuade him either. At that moment, a maid hurried into the dining room, her expression somewhat hesitant. Young Master Uncle Jiang. A few senior members from the Fang Chamber of Commerce have arrived, saying they have important matters to discuss with you. Uncle Jiang's expression changed slightly. What was meant to come has ultimately come. Lu Fang raised his eyes. Let them in. Before long, several figures entered the villa's living room, led by Chun Guangmao, the head of the equipment trade department. Beside him stood the finance director Lin Man, the security chief Zhao Qiming, and several other elders of the business association. Each of them was elegantly dressed and wore a composed demeanor. Yet the way they looked at Lu Fang lacked any respect for the heir. Instead, there was more scrutiny, even a hint of condescending pity. Lu Fang did not rise. Uncle Jiang stood behind him. Jiang Xia was beside him, frowning, instinctively sensing that this group of people came with ill intentions. Chun Guangmao spoke first, a pained expression on his face. Young master, we are already aware of the situation regarding the master and madam. Please accept our condolences. Lu Fang looked at him. They are not dead. Chun Guangmao's expression stiffened. Lin Man immediately took over the conversation. Young master, we certainly hope that both presidents will return safely. However, the operation of the association cannot be based on hope. Currently, the external situation is turbulent, and although Fang Association is large, it has lost its top powerhouse to maintain order. If we do not respond quickly, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lu Fang said calmly. So how do you plan to respond? Lin Man took out a document and placed it on the coffee table. This is a proposal drafted overnight by several of our executives. We plan to sacrifice some channels and profit sharing to seek joint protection from several large associations in the southern province. At the same time, we will establish a temporary management committee composed of those of us familiar with the association's operations to temporarily take control of the association's operations. The young master will still be the legal heir and will enjoy the association's profits, but the specific decision-making power will need to be temporarily entrusted to the management committee. Jiang Xia's face suddenly changed. This sounded pleasant. What temporary management committee? In plain terms, it was just an attempt to marginalize Lu Fang. Lu Fang looked at the document on the table without even touching it. In other words, you want to hand over my parents' legacy to outsiders. Chun Guangmao frowned slightly. Young master, this is not handing it over. It is preserving strength. The situation is stronger than the person. The current Fang Association is no longer the same as before. Without the two presidents present, we cannot maintain such a large operation. Lu Fang said calmly. As long as I am here, the association will not collapse. The living room fell silent for a moment, and then Chun Guangmao could not help but laugh. It was not a hearty laugh, but rather a helpless smile akin to an elder observing a child who does not understand things. Young master, I know you have performed well since your awakening. I also know that you are currently very ambitious. But the association is not a school nor a dungeon. This is reality. You may have that capability in the future, but that is a matter for 10 or 20 years from now, not now. Another elder spoke up. Young master, you have just awakened. The most important thing is to grow. Running an association is too complex and too dangerous. Let us handle it for you. That is the safest choice. Uncle Jiang's expression darkened. These words seemed to consider Lu Fang's situation, yet in reality each statement denied Lu Fang's qualifications. Lin Man suddenly looked at Uncle Jiang, her tone softening slightly. Steward Jiang, you have watched the young master grow up. We also know that the young master trusts you the most. At this time you should help us persuade the young master. As she spoke, an assistant beside her immediately took out a delicate silver box and placed it on the table. The box opened. Inside was a pale blue crystal core, a high-level potential potion, and a set of silver glimmering archer gear. Lin Man said slowly, Young Master Jiang Xia awakened as an archer, right? This wind spirit crystal can enhance the elemental affinity for archers. This potion can boost early potential. Also, this set of silver-level Gale Hunter gear is suitable for archers from level 10 to 30. Steward Jiang has worked diligently for the association over the years. This is our small token of appreciation. As long as you are willing to help persuade the young master to take the right path, there will be more resources available in the future. Uncle Jiang said nothing. His face had turned extremely grim. Jiang Xia, however, moved first, stepping forward to grab the silver box. Lin Man's lips had just begun to show a smile. The next second, bang. Jiang Xia slammed the box hard onto the ground, causing the crystal core to roll away. The potion shattered, and the silver gear scattered across the floor. The expression of everyone in the living room changed. Jiang Xia glared fiercely at Lin Man and the others. What do you mean? Are you trying to bribe my dad with these worthless things? To make my dad help you betray Brother Fang? Lin Man furrowed her brows. Jiang Xia, you are young and do not understand. I don't understand your convoluted schemes. Jiang Xia interrupted her directly, his voice suddenly rising. But I know that Brother Fang has treated me like a brother since childhood. My dad has been with the Liu family for so many years. Uncle and aunt have never mistreated us. Now that uncle and aunt have just run into trouble, you come to pressure us, and even offer us things. Do you have no shame? His chest heaved violently as he pointed at the broken potion bottle on the floor. Even if I, Jiang Xia, live my life as a waste, I will never betray Brother Fang for these things. Uncle Jiang slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his gaze was resolutely firm. He took a step forward, standing behind Liu Fang with a low voice. Gentlemen, please take your things back. The young master's decision is my decision. Chen Guangmo's smile finally vanished. Steward Jiang, you must think carefully. Uncle Jiang replied calmly. I have thought it through clearly. The atmosphere in the living room instantly turned cold. Lin Man withdrew the softness from her face, her tone turning flat. Young master, we came today to discuss matters more decently. If you agree, everyone will benefit. If you do not agree, we have other ways. But if that happens, the situation will not be pleasant. Chen Guangmao continued. Young master, while you are the primary heir, the association is not just your toy. There are also senior joint systems director agreements and operational rights for various departments. If we really follow procedures, you may not be able to take over smoothly. Liu Fang finally smiled. Legal means, huh? I am the primary heir. If it comes to a lawsuit and following procedures, you may not win. Chen Guangmo's expression darkened. Young master, what exactly do you want to do? An elder beside him could not help but stand up, his tone filled with anger. Do you know how dangerous the association is right now? Do you want to drag the association down with you? This is the legacy your parents worked hard to build. Do you want to destroy it with your own hands? Hey, moral coercion, labeling, standing at the so-called high ground of the greater good. Liu Fang looked at them with no change in expression. He had grown weary of watching these people put on a show. Ultimately, this is a world where strength speaks for itself. Chen Guangmao and the others were momentarily taken aback. Liu Fang slowly stood up. Since you believe I am unqualified to control the Fang Chamber of Commerce, let's resolve this in the simplest way. In 5 days, I will go to the headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce. You all, along with everyone in the chamber who opposes me, gather together. Let's have a battle. Silence fell instantly in the living room. Uncle Jiang's expression changed drastically. Young master. Liu Fang did not turn around and continued speaking. If I lose, I will no longer concern myself with the affairs of the Fang Chamber of Commerce. Do as you wish with me. If I win, everyone in the Fang Chamber from top to bottom will listen to me. Chen Guangmao and the others were stunned. They even doubted if they had misheard. A student only 18 years old and having just awakened a few days ago to challenge everyone in the Fang Chamber who opposes him. This was beyond arrogance. This was madness. Lin Man frowned and said, Young master, are you sure you know what you are saying? Liu Fang looked at her. In 5 days at the headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce. All dissenters come at me together. I won't say it a third time. This time, everyone heard him clearly. In the next moment, an uncontrollable ecstasy erupted in Chen Guangmo's eyes. He almost laughed out loud. Initially, they thought it would take considerable effort to oust Liu Fang. They might even need to resort to legal procedures, rally departments, create a standstill, and slowly force him out. But now, Liu Fang had actually placed the challenge at their feet. In 5 days, a battle would determine the victor. This was not confidence. This was insanity. The security system of the Fang Chamber of Commerce had far more than just a few dozen high-level practitioners. The strongest among them were even at level 200. Chen Guangmao suppressed his joy. Good. Since the young master insists, we will respect his choice. Lin Man immediately echoed. This matter needs a written agreement. We don't want anyone to back out later. Liu Fang said indifferently. That can be arranged. Soon a temporary agreement was drafted. Uncle Jiang tried several times to intervene, but was silenced by Liu Fang's gaze. Both parties signed. The agreement was established. When Chen Guangmao put away the document, the corners of his mouth could barely be contained. Young master, we will be waiting at the headquarters in 5 days. Liu Fang did not look at them again. See them out. Uncle Jiang's expression was grim, yet he still spoke in a deep voice. Please, gentlemen. As Chen Guangmao and the others left the villa, their steps were noticeably lighter. It was as if they were not being kicked out, but rather as if they had just won a grand victory. After the group left the living room, fell silent once more. Uncle Jiang finally couldn't hold back any longer. Young master, you are too reckless. His voice carried a rare urgency. The security system of the chamber has many high-level practitioners. Among them, the strongest are even at level 200. No matter how talented you are, you've only just awakened a few days ago. This gamble is too risky. Jiang Xia also felt a bit flustered, but he gritted his teeth and said, Dad, Fang Ge can defeat even a level 100 practitioner. Surely he can defeat a level 201. Uncle Jiang shook his head, his expression grave. Jiang Xia, you don't understand. The young master can defeat a level 100 practitioner right after awakening, which is indeed monstrous. But the difference between level 100 and level 200 is not a mere 100 levels. Uncle Jiang took a deep breath. I inquired with the guard team about what happened at school that day. The Blood Wolf Society sent several leaders, all just above level 100, to avoid the city's energy monitoring of top-tier practitioners. They are indeed strong, but essentially they have just crossed the threshold of level 100. Every 100 levels a practitioner faces an obstacle. They must complete a job change task to continue level. Each job change is a transformation of life level. Jiang Xia swallowed hard. How big is the most direct manifestation is in attributes. If a practitioner can gain a full attribute bonus of 50 points for each level before reaching 100, then after completing the first job change for each level gain, the attribute points received will at least multiply by 5. That is starting at 250 points for all attributes per level. And this is only for ordinary professions. Hidden professions, rare professions, and top-tier inheritance professions will be even higher. Jiang Xia's face changed instantly. A difference of more than 5 times per level. This is too exaggerated. He initially thought that since Lu Fang could kill a level 100, perhaps he had a chance against a level 200. But now after listening he realized he had been thinking too simply. Before and after the first job change they were entirely different species. Uncle Jiang continued, thus a level 200 practitioner is not just a level 100 practitioner with an extra 100 levels. They are beings who have undergone a transformation of life. Skills, attributes, core profession, combat experience, all are incomparable. The young master is truly taking a great risk this time. Lu Fang, however, remained unfazed after hearing this. He was not unaware of what Uncle Jiang said. But the problem was others below level 100 only gained dozens of attribute points for each level. And he, as a fortune god profession, he gains 400 points in all attributes for each level. Judging by attribute growth alone, he had already surpassed the growth efficiency of a first job change practitioner before his first job change. Now he was at level 58. His base attributes were already extremely exaggerated. Give him 5 more days. With his leveling speed, it was highly likely he could complete his first job change. An ordinary level 200 practitioner based purely on attribute points might not even be higher than him. Moreover, not only would his attributes surge again, but he would also gain new professional skills. Each skill of the fortune god is of a freakish level. Lu Fang looked at Uncle Jiang and Jiang Xia. I know what you are worried about, but I do not fight unprepared battles. 5 days is enough time. Uncle Jiang opened his mouth. Young master. Lu Fang picked up his coat. I am going to the vocational center. After saying that he strode toward the door. Uncle Jiang looked at his back and sighed heavily. This is too risky. After a moment of silence, Jiang Xia suddenly spoke. Dad, I think Fang Ge might really win. Uncle Jiang looked at him. Jiang Xia scratched his head, his voice somewhat uncertain, but still serious. Fang Ge has always been steady since we were young. He is not the type to act rashly on impulse. And Jiang Xia paused. Fang Ge has always been the most outstanding among his peers. Since he dares to say this, he should have some confidence, right? Uncle Jiang looked at his son, his eyes filled with complexity. He certainly understood Jiang Xia's trust in Lu Fang. Since childhood, Lu Fang had always been the one everyone looked up to. Steady, intelligent, and excellent. It was precisely because of this that Jiang Xia had a nearly innate aura of admiration for Lu Fang. But Uncle Jiang had lived longer and saw things more realistically. He slowly shook his head. Perhaps it is precisely because the young master has had it too easy all along that he underestimates the true terror of high-level practitioners this time. However, Uncle Jiang sighed. If the young master loses in 5 days, it might not necessarily be a bad thing. Jiang Xia was taken aback. Daddy, Uncle Jiang said softly, young people need to experience failure at least once to truly understand how cruel this world can be. For those who dare not harm the young master's life, this setback may become a lesson for his growth. Jiang Xia opened his mouth wanting to refute. But thinking of the difference between the first and second job changes that Uncle Jiang had just mentioned, he lost his confidence. He could only look out the door, silently clenching his fists. Fang Ge, you must win. On the other side, several luxurious hover cars drove away from the mountainside villa area. Inside the car, Chen Guangmao could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. This is truly a blessing from heaven. Lin Man sitting beside him also wore an unmistakable smile. I originally thought it would take quite a bit of effort. I didn't expect him to take the initiative to decide the ownership of the association through battle. Young people are, after all, young people. An elder snorted coldly. Does he really think that by killing a few members of the Blood Wolf at the early 100 level, he would be invincible? Moreover, he is relying on his parents' protection. He has no idea what it means to be a 200-level professional. Zhao Qiming frowned and said, "We still cannot be careless. Lu Fang is after all the son of Lu Tianxiong and Su Qingyu. Perhaps he has some hidden cards up his sleeve." Chen Guangmao waved his hand dismissively. "What if he has hidden cards? Can a hidden card be used once, or can it be used 10 times? This time we are not fighting alone. At that time, all high-level professionals from the association will be present." Lin Man nodded. "The most important thing now is to contact the major associations in other cities in advance. Once Lu Fang loses in 5 days, we will immediately push for the agreement to be signed. The management committee will take over the association. The external protection agreement will take effect simultaneously. We won't give him a chance to backtrack." A glint of greed flashed in Chen Guangmo's eyes. "I will contact the Wanbao Association. They have always been very interested in our equipment channels. I will negotiate with the Blackstone Consortium," another elder said. "They have powerful resources. As long as we give up a portion of our shares, they will definitely be willing to send someone to oversee it." "I will communicate with Tiana Pharmaceuticals," Lin Man said lightly. They have been eyeing the potion workshop of the Fang Association for a long time. Everyone quickly reached an agreement. On the other side, at the Jiangxing Professional Center, Lu Fang had once again entered the dungeon area. He did not take the high-level members of the Fang Association too seriously. That was merely a temporary threshold he needed to cross. What he truly had to face was never the internal power struggles of the Fang Association, but rather the Abyss Rift, the place where his parents might have gone missing. Buzz. The dungeon portal lit up. Lu Fang stepped into it. "Tip, you have entered Black Rock Volcano. Held difficulty entry level 58, recommended number 8 people, environmental effects, scorching field. All entrants suffer continuous burning damage every minute, and stamina consumption speed increases by 80. A scorching wave of heat surged towards him. Underfoot was a piece of crimson magma ground. In the distance, the volcano continuously spewed black smoke with flowing magma cascading down the mountain walls, and the air was filled with a pungent sulfur smell. Normal professionals entering here would probably have to immediately activate their defensive skills or consume fire resistance potions. However, Lu Fang merely glanced around. Money Ghost. Buzz. 10 dark golden figures appeared simultaneously. The tall money ghosts stood at the edge of the magma, their copper coin faces looking even more eerie in the firelight. The next second, the magma churned ahead. Fiery magma hounds engulfed in flames charged out from the sea. Magma hound level 62 health, 380 skills, flame, bite, lava charge. To a professional of the same level, such monsters were definitely troublesome. They were fast, had high attack power, and also inflicted continuous burning damage. Yet Lu Fang simply stated calmly, "Clear the field." Boom. 10 money ghosts rushed out simultaneously. The magma exploded. Flames erupted. One magma hound had just opened its bloody maw when it was smashed through the skull by a money ghost's punch. Another magma hound attempted to pounce on Lu Fang, but was grabbed by a money ghost, which then slammed it hard into kill. Magma hound experience 180 kill. Magma hound experience 180 kill. Magma hound experience 180. A flurry of notifications rapidly refreshed in front of Lu Fang. Monsters were being killed one after another. Dungeons were being cleared one after another. Level up. Current level 59. Level up. Current level 60. Level up. Current level 61. As it progressed, the experience required for leveling indeed became more and more substantial. For normal professionals at this stage, grinding for 10 days or half a month to level up once would be considered quite efficient. But Lu Fang was different. Every time he leveled up, his attributes would surge dramatically, and the money ghosts inherited his attributes. He grew stronger, and the money ghosts also grew stronger. When the money ghosts grew stronger, the progress in the dungeon would naturally accelerate. With faster dungeon progression, the speed of experience acquisition would also increase. This formed a nearly perfect closed loop. Therefore, even as the levels got higher and experience requirements became increasingly exaggerated, Lu Fang's leveling speed did not slow down much. After a whole day of effort, Lu Fang's level reached 75. Refreshing. Time to go home for a rest and continue tomorrow. At the city lord's mansion, Ji Xiaoning had just finished discussing internal spies with Han Xianshan when he received the latest report from the professional center. Han Xianshan glanced at him. "Is it Lu Fang again?" Ji Xiaoning was silent for a moment, then nodded. "Yes." Han Xianshan rubbed his brow. "Go ahead," he said. "How many levels of dungeons has he cleared this time?" "Level 75, Han Xianshan couldn't help but say. "Why do I feel like this world is a bit abnormal?" Ji Xiaoning smiled bitterly. "It's not that the world is abnormal, it's that Lu Fang is abnormal." Han Xianshan fell silent for a moment before suddenly saying, "I now feel a bit sorry for the high-level members of the Fang Association." As the top figures in the city, the two were well informed and naturally knew about the incident that happened at Lu Fang's house in the morning. Ji Xiaoning was taken aback. Han Xianshan let out a cold laugh. "They are not foolish either. It's just that they cannot even begin to imagine what kind of monster Lu Fang truly is. Indeed, Ji Xiaoning nodded. Han Qianshan's eyes flashed with a hint of sarcasm. They have such a true dragon, but choose not to support him, instead wanting to carve up the association while his parents are missing. These people are truly blinded by profit. Ji Xiaoning pondered for a moment, and said, City Lord, should we let out some whispers to the Fang Association? Han Qianshan looked at him. Ji Xiaoning continued, no need to say too much. I believe those people will make the right choice once they understand Lu Fang's talent. This way Lu Fang taking over the Fang Association will be smoother. Han Qianshan did not answer immediately. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, lost in thought. From the perspective of Jiangqing, stabilizing the Fang Association was certainly a good thing. But the problem was Lu Fang was not just the heir of the Fang Association. After a moment, Han Qianshan shook his head. No, that's not possible. Ji Xiaoning was slightly stunned. City Lord. Han Qianshan replied in a low voice. Lu Fang is currently being assessed by the Heavenly Dragon. No one knows what the Heavenly Dragon is looking for. We cannot meddle casually. Ji Xiaoning fell silent instantly. Han Qianshan continued, this duel, regardless of the outcome, is a good showcase for Lu Fang. If we leak information in advance and make those higher-ups lower their heads voluntarily, it might ruin his assessment. Ji Xiaoning nodded slowly. That makes sense. Han Qianshan leaned back in his chair, his expression complex. Moreover, I want to see just how capable this kid really is. Lu Fang's Merchant Association has 4 level 200 experts. If they shamelessly join forces. He paused for a moment. Han Qianshan took over the conversation. Lu Fang might not win. This isn't a matter of underestimating him, but the gap between level 200 professionals and level 100 professionals is simply too vast. Han Qianshan continued, but we can't completely rule it out. Since awakening, has anything this kid done been? Ji Xiaoning then smiled. Yes. The next day, Lu Fang continued to grind dungeons like an unyielding machine, constantly leveling up. By the end of the night, he had already reached level 88. Another day passed. At night, darkness had fallen. There weren't many people left in the dungeon area of the professional center. Only Lu Cheng remained by the teleportation portal, his eyelids heavy with fatigue. But he dared not sleep, because Lu Fang was still grinding. Buzz. The teleportation portal lit up. Lu Fang walked out, displaying a clear hint of exhaustion on his face. Level 99, only 1 level away. Just 1 level to go. Lu Cheng immediately approached. Sir, you've been grinding for a long time today. Should you take a break? Lu Fang looked at his panel, remaining silent. He was indeed very tired. Waves of mental fatigue surged, and his body felt somewhat heavy. But looking at that level 99, he ultimately raised his head. Let's start another dungeon. Lu Cheng quickly pulled up the dungeon list. This is the dungeon for level 99 entry. Hell difficulty. Lu Fang nodded. Yeah. Blood Moon Altar, hell difficulty entry, level 99, recommended number 10. Lu Fang stepped in. 40 minutes passed swiftly. As the final BOSS, the Blood Moon Priest, fell, the entire altar collapsed with a thunderous crash. Kill the Blood Moon Priest, experience gained 600. Cleared Blood Moon Altar, hell difficulty, clear rating SSS, level up. Current level 100. Notice you have reached the first job transfer level cap. Current experience cannot be further increased. Please complete your first job transfer quest before continuing to level up. Seeing this notification, Lu Fang finally paused. Level 100, he made it. From awakening until now 6 days. He finally reached level 100. An indescribable sensation of exhilaration erupted from his chest. Even though his body was exhausted and his mind was stretched to its limits at this moment, Lu Fang couldn't help but smile. It felt so good. It felt so good. The duel was the day after tomorrow. That means he still had 1 more day tomorrow. Tomorrow. Time to transfer jobs. He put away his money ghost and stepped into the clear teleportation array. What Lu Fang didn't know was that at the same time he left the center. Above Jiang City on the clouds, 2 figures stood quietly. One was the man in black who had appeared at the city lord's mansion before. The other was a middle-aged man in a gray robe. Neither of them had any flying equipment beneath their feet, nor did they spread wings. They simply stood above the clouds as if stepping on an invisible ground. The lights of Jiang City shone beneath them like a sea of stars. The brilliance of the professional center dungeon area was also clearly reflected in their eyes. The middle-aged man in gray gazed downward, his expression unmistakably filled with awe. 6 days. From awakening to level 100. This kid is indeed a bit frightening. The man in black maintained a calm expression, yet deep in his eyes there was a subtle ripple. Indeed, it's very fast. The middle-aged man in gray chuckled. Just in terms of breakthrough speed, even in the entire history of the Dragon Kingdom over the past 10,000 years, he would definitely rank among the top. Do you know who among our current Tianlong members reached level 100 the fastest after awakening? The man in black replied casually, Qin Guanhai. That's right. The middle-aged man in gray nodded. Qin Guanhai. That guy not only awakened an extremely rare special profession, but he also had the Qin family fully backing him with resources. With a top-tier team assisting him, experience potions maxed out and dungeon permissions fully opened. Even so, it took him a full 8 days to go from awakening to level 100. The middle-aged man in gray looked down at the professional center. But what about Lu Fang? 6 days. And all of its soloing hell dungeons. This can't be explained by mere talent anymore. The man in black did not refute. Tianlong had too many geniuses. The so-called prodigies in the 5 major academies were merely candidates in their eyes. Yet even with Tianlong's perspective, the things Lu Fang demonstrated in these 6 days were still astonishing. The middle-aged man in gray suddenly laughed. With someone like him after the training camp, ends let him join my team. The man in black shot him a glance. He hasn't passed my assessment yet. I know. The middle-aged man in gray waved his hand. I'm just giving you a heads up. Who wouldn't want such a good... Besides, with his talent, isn't it just a matter of time before he passes your assessment? The man in black said calmly. Tianlong doesn't only look at talent. The smile of the middle-aged man in gray paused slightly. Then he sighed. You're right. But if such a talent can't make it into Tianlong in the end, it would be such a shame. He looked at the man in black. How about you relax your standards a bit? The man in black remained expressionless. No way. The greater the genius, the higher the standards for assessment. Ordinary talents going astray cause limited damage. But someone like Lu Fang is different. His growth rate is too fast. If issues arise with his character or mindset, the threat he poses to this world would be greater than that of an ordinary person. On the clouds, the wind howled. The middle-aged man in gray remained silent for a long time before finally nodding. You're right. The greater the prodigy, the more stringent the assessment must be. Otherwise, we wouldn't be welcoming guardians, but potentially future disasters. The next morning, at Jiangqing Vocational Center, Lu Fang returned here once again. Unlike the previous days, he did not head directly to the instance area, but walked towards the innermost part of the vocational center, the job change hall. The job change hall was immense. In the center stood a gigantic crystal over 10 meters tall. The crystal was entirely transparent, yet within it flowed intertwining rays of golden, silver, and blue light. That was the job change crystal. All practitioners who reach the level cap must receive their job change tasks through it. After completing the task, they must return here to submit. Only by passing the judgment of the job change crystal can practitioners break through the level cap and enter the next stage. At this moment, there were not many people in the hall. After all, most ordinary practitioners take several years, even over a decade, to go from awakening to level 100. Someone like Lu Fang, who came to change jobs on the 7th day after awakening, was a rare sight for the staff. In the entire history of the Dragon Nation, such a case had never occurred. Behind the counter, a staff member saw Lu Fang approaching and instinctively displayed a professional smile. Hello, may I ask what business you wish to conduct? Lu Fang replied calmly. I would like to receive my first job change task. The staff member was momentarily taken aback. His gaze fell upon Lu Fang's face. So young. He looked to be around 18 years old. Coming to receive a job change task at this age. Could it be that he looks young, but is actually much older? Having a baby face is quite normal. The staff member resumed his smile to assist. Sir, according to regulations, before you receive a job change task, I must explain the risks to you. Lu Fang looked at him. The staff member took a deep breath. Each practitioner can receive a maximum of 3 job change tasks per job transition. If all 3 fail, you will be unable to continue changing jobs for the rest of your life. Moreover, after failing the first task, the difficulty of the subsequent 2 tasks will increase progressively. Therefore, it is crucial to be cautious before accepting the task, especially for the first job change task. This will directly affect your future growth limits. As a result, many practitioners prepare for a long time after reaching level 100, purchasing equipment, learning skills, looking for teams, and even undergoing psychological training. This is not an excuse, but a sincere reminder. After working in the vocational center for so many years, he had seen too many geniuses become overly confident and recklessly accept job change tasks only to collapse mentally after failing. A first failure leads to increasing difficulty for the subsequent 2 tasks. The pressure will also rise dramatically. Some people, despite having decent talent, end up stuck at the threshold of their first job change due to impatience, unable to advance further for the rest of their lives. However, Lu Fang simply extended his hand. I will accept it. The staff member looked at his unchanged expression and could only nod in agreement. All right. Please place your hand on the job change crystal. Lu Fang walked up to the massive crystal. Several practitioners in the hall noticed the commotion and turned to look. So young and already changing jobs. Is this real? Does he have level 100? Could he be a genius cultivated by some powerful faction? Amidst the whispers, Lu Fang raised his hand and pressed it against the job change crystal. Buzz. In the next second, the entire job change crystal suddenly vibrated. A dazzling golden light erupted from deep within the crystal. The brilliance was overwhelming. illuminating the entire hall in an instant. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes. The staff member's expression changed drastically. Having worked in the vocational center for many years, he had seen plenty of people receive job change tasks. But he had never witnessed such an exaggerated spectacle. The golden light swirled within the crystal like liquid flames. Immediately afterwards, a palm-sized crystal stone slowly condensed from the crystal and fell into Lu Fang's palm. At the same time, lines of task prompts appeared before Lu Fang's eyes. The first job change task has been generated. Gather wealth. Task requirements: earn 10 million dragon coins within 24 hours. Restriction 1. Existing assets cannot be used. Restriction 2. No gifts or assistance allowed. Restriction 3. All income must be generated through your own value creation. Note: earn over 50 million dragon coins to unlock S-level job change evaluation. Note: earn over 100 million dragon coins to unlock S-level job change evaluation. Note: earn over 500 million dragon coins to unlock SS-level job change evaluation. Lu Fang looked at the task content, unable to help but frown. Earn 10 million dragon coins within 24 hours. Furthermore, the 3 restrictions almost block all shortcuts. This task was much more difficult than he had anticipated. Lu Fang looked back at the staff member. What are the specific differences between the evaluations? The staff member immediately explained. The higher the job change evaluation, the greater the growth multiplier for leveling up after the job change. Ordinary evaluation usually offers 5 times growth. An S-level evaluation is 6 times. An S-level evaluation is 8 times. An SS-level evaluation is 10 times. Lu Fang's gaze flickered. An ordinary evaluation is already 5 times. But an SSS evaluation is 10 times. The gap between them is immense. His basic growth is already exaggerated. If it were to stack with 10 times. The staff member hesitated for a moment, but could not help but advise. Sir, I suggest you act within your means. Do not take excessive risks in pursuit of high evaluations. Completing the basic task and obtaining an ordinary evaluation is already quite good. After all, over 99% of practitioners receive ordinary evaluations on their first job change. Those who can achieve an S-level evaluation are already 1 in a million. As for S-level, he paused for a moment. As far as I know, in the entire history of Jiangxing, only the 3 pillars at that time managed to achieve an S-level evaluation on their first job change. What about SSS? Lu Fang raised his eyes. The staff member forced a smile. I have not heard of it. At least in Jiangxing, I have never heard of anyone getting an SS-level evaluation on their first job change. He finished speaking and looked at the crystal stone in Lu Fang's hand. You must complete the task within the specified time. After completing it, bring this crystal stone back to the job change crystal for submission. The job change crystal will conduct on-site settlement. Whichever level requirement you meet will unlock the corresponding evaluation. If you fail to complete the basic task, it will be deemed a failure. Lu Fang calmly put away the crystal stone. I understand. Above Jiangxing, the man in black and the middle-aged man in gray robes were still standing there. With their authority, they could naturally access Lu Fang's job change task information at the first opportunity. Such information was considered confidential to ordinary staff. Even the Lord of Jiangxing, Han Qianshan, had no right to casually view the detailed content. But they were different. They were from the Tianlong. The middle-aged man in gray robes raised his hand and pointed. A virtual light screen appeared in the clouds. In the next second, Lu Fang's task content was fully displayed before the 2 of them. After reading it, the smile on the gray-robed man's face instantly stiffened. He stared at the light screen for several seconds before slowly uttering 2 words. Outrageous. The man in black fell silent as well. With their perspective, they had certainly witnessed countless challenging class change tasks. Within the Tianlong organization, each official member was a monster chosen from among thousands. Yet even so, Lu Fang's task was still quite exaggerated. The middle-aged man in a gray robe couldn't help but say, making 10 million in 24 hours seems reasonable for a basic task. After all, considering his ability to speedrun dungeons, earning materials and equipment, it shouldn't be a problem to gather 10 million. But the issue lies with the subsequent evaluation. 50 million S, 100 million SS, 500 million SSS. He said this with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Has this class change crystal gone insane? For a first-time class change task to require an 18-year-old vocational practitioner to generate 500 million in 24 hours without using existing assets or accepting help. Is this even feasible? The man in black said lightly. The class change crystal cannot be mistaken. The middle-aged man in gray looked at him. Of course I know the class change crystal cannot be mistaken. But the difficulty of this task is simply too high. At the same level, even combining our strengths, it would be impossible to achieve an SSS evaluation for this task. Let alone SSS, achieving an SS evaluation would be quite difficult. If this statement were heard by outsiders, it would surely drop jaws. What kind of existence are Tianlong members? They are monsters standing at the pinnacle of the entire vocational system of the Dragon Country. Yet now a Tianlong member openly admitted this. When at the same level, even the two of them combined would find it difficult to complete Lu Fang's task with an SS evaluation. This was no longer a matter of ordinary difficulty, but rather it was beyond the standard. The man in black pondered, the greater the potential of a vocation, the higher the difficulty of the tasks assigned by the class change crystal. The middle-aged man in gray fell silent. They certainly understood this rule. Class change tasks were not random. They would be generated based on the practitioner's vocation, potential ability structure, and past performance, creating the most suitable trial. The stronger the vocation, the harder the task. The more monstrous the individual, the more perverse the assessment. In a sense, the difficulty of the task itself is a reflection of one's potential. The middle-aged man in gray looked again at the light screen, his expression gradually changing. So, the class change crystal believes that Lu Fang's potential is already significant enough to require such a high-level task for matching. The man in black did not deny it. The middle-aged man in gray gasped and his expression became serious. This is troublesome. If he only completes the basic task and receives a normal evaluation, he can still change classes. But failing to obtain an SSS evaluation could severely hinder his future potential given Lu Fang's level of potential. Once the first class change evaluation is too low, it essentially reduces his foundation significantly. The man in black silently observed below. On the streets of Jiangqing, Lu Fang had already exited the vocational center. From a high vantage point, his figure was unremarkable. Compared to the countless pedestrians in the city, he even seemed somewhat frail. But at this moment, both Tianlong members were acutely aware. This 18-year-old youth stood before the first daunting hurdle of his life. If he can surpass it, he will soar. If he cannot, his potential will be suppressed by the evaluation of his first class. Lu Fang did not act immediately. He needed to think clearly about what to do. Completing the basic goal of 10 million dragon coins was not difficult for him. But his goal must be SSS, earning 500 million in 24 hours. The limitations are too many. The most straightforward method was to farm dungeons. With his current strength, he could easily crush a level 100 hell difficulty dungeon. The equipment and rare materials dropped by the boss were worth a lot. Especially at hell difficulty, the drop rates and quality far exceeded those of ordinary dungeons. However, the vast majority of common materials would be considered a fortune in the eyes of ordinary practitioners. The truly valuable items were only the core materials, rare equipment, and special items dropped by the boss. Even if he did not rest for a minute and farmed continuously for 24 hours relying solely on the items dropped, he would likely earn just over 100 million dragon coins. This was far from the 500 million required for SSS. Lu Fang's brows furrowed slightly. Selling materials alone would not suffice, so he needed to enhance material profits. He quickly thought of the task area within the vocational center. Their various guilds, potion workshops, equipment workshops, and research institutions constantly posted acquisition tasks. Some rare boss materials might only be worth a few million when sold to recyclers. However, if a guild happened to urgently need such materials and posted a special task, the price could double or even triple. For instance, the core of a certain boss, a special crystal, or a potion blueprint that could only be obtained at hell difficulty. If he farmed these items with a specific purpose and then connected to high-paying acquisition tasks in the task area, the profits would definitely exceed those from random dungeon farming. But Lu Fang quickly shook his head. Not enough. Even in the most optimistic scenario, if he farmed non-stop for 24 hours, reaching 200 million in profits would already be quite exaggerated. Yet this was still a full 300 million short of 500 million. He needed to change his approach. Lu Fang continued to ponder. Should I take people into dungeons? This thought was immediately dismissed. His ability to speedrun dungeons relied not only on the strength of his money spirits, but also on his own movement speed. The terrifying movement speed provided by his wealthy boots allowed him to advance through dungeons much faster than practitioners of the same level. Many times what truly limited his speed was not the strength of the monsters, but the distance on the map. If he took others into dungeons, those people would not be able to keep up with his pace. Forcing them along would only slow him down. Moreover, the task restrictions clearly stated that no gifts or assistance were allowed. If others deliberately paid high prices to help him complete the task, the class change crystal would likely not recognize it. Lu Fang rubbed his temples. For the first time, he felt a slight headache. It was not that he couldn't beat it. It was that he couldn't do it fast enough. If only he could farm multiple dungeons at the same time. Just as this thought emerged, Lu Fang suddenly stopped in his tracks. Wait a moment. Farming multiple dungeons at the same time. A brilliant light flashed in Lu Fang's eyes. Of course. He had 10 money spirits. Money spirits were summoned creatures. They possessed independent action abilities, could carry out his commands, and could fight individually. Theoretically speaking, 10 money spirits plus himself would create 11 combat units. If each combat unit could enter a dungeon separately, then he would not be farming dungeons alone. Instead, he would be farming 11 dungeons at the same time. Lu Fang's heart raced slightly. This idea was very mad. Mad enough that ordinary practitioners would never think along these lines. Because ordinary summoners, even if they had summoned creatures, could not allow them to stray too far from themselves, let alone enter dungeons alone. In the vocational center in the instance area, Lu Cheng was organizing the records of instance scheduling. Over the past few days, he had almost grown accustomed to the presence of Lu Fang. From the initial shock to later numbness, now, whenever he saw Lu Fang enter, only one thought remained in his mind. "Open," he exclaimed. "By the way, my lord, why hasn't that esteemed one arrived yet today?" Just as he thought this, he saw Lu Fang walking in. Lu Cheng immediately stood straight. "My lord, you have arrived. What instance do you need me to arrange for you?" Lu Fang did not answer, but instead posed a question. "I have a question." Lu Cheng quickly replied. "Please ask, my lord." Lu Fang spoke calmly. "I have 10 summoned entities. Can they enter the instance alone?" Lu Cheng was stunned. He doubted whether he had heard correctly. "What did you say?" Lu Fang repeated. "Summoned entities, can they enter the instance alone?" Lu Cheng opened his mouth, his expression gradually turning blank. What kind of ridiculous question is this? Having worked in the vocational center for so many years, he had processed countless instance applications. He had never heard of someone wanting their summoned entities to enter and clear the instance by themselves. Lu Cheng swallowed hard. "My lord, this. In theory, summoned entities are part of the practitioner's combat. Under normal circumstances, summoned entities follow the practitioner into the instance. Entering alone." He gradually lost confidence in his words. Because he really did not know. Historically, no one had ever done this. Lu Fang looked at him. "What is the feasibility?" Lu Cheng remained silent for a few seconds. Finally, he could only muster the courage to say, "I don't know. But we can try." Lu Fang nodded. "Then let's try start with a level 90 instance." Still it held difficulty. Soon the two arrived at the entrance of the instance. Lu Cheng pulled up the permission panel and cautiously selected the instance. Black Wind Mine, held difficulty entry level 90, recommended number of players, 10. Lu Fang raised his hand. Buzz. A money ghost emerged from the dark golden light. Then Lu Fang gave the money ghost an order. "Enter the instance. Clear all monsters. And collect the drops." As he spoke, he took out a huge black bag from the summoner's storage space and hung it on. The money ghost did not have a practitioner's storage space. If materials and equipment dropped, there needed to be something to carry them. Otherwise, after clearing the instance, if it couldn't take the drops, it would be a waste. Lu Cheng watched this scene, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Even the bag was prepared. Clearly, this was not just a casual inquiry. This was a serious endeavor. The next second, Lu Fang looked at Lu Cheng. "Open the instance." Lu Cheng took a deep breath and pressed confirm. Buzz. The instance portal lit up. The money ghost stepped toward the portal. Lu Cheng's eyes were fixed on it. He was even prepared for the money ghost to be ejected from the portal. However, the next second, the money ghost's figure directly vanished into the light curtain. Lu Cheng froze on the spot. Did it go in? Holy crap, it really can. He suddenly glanced at the instance information panel. It clearly displayed current instance status running. Entering unit summoned entity belongs to practitioner Lu Fang. Lu Cheng's mouth opened slightly, unable to say a complete sentence for a long time. "My lord. This." Lu Fang also showed a hint of a smile in his eyes. His idea truly had a chance of realization. However, soon a new prompt appeared. Prompt: no practitioner has entered the current instance. The practitioner cannot gain experience from monsters killed by summoned entities. Lu Fang remained unconcerned. "It doesn't matter. I don't need experience right now." What he needed was money, materials, and equipment. Then Lu Fang summoned the remaining 9 money ghosts. The dark golden light shone repeatedly. One by one, tall money ghosts stood in the instance area. Lu Fang looked at Lu Cheng. "Continue." Lu Cheng swallowed hard. "Still. Continue." Lu Fang nodded. "Open a separate instance." Lu Cheng suddenly felt that his mind was a bit overwhelmed. But he did not dare to delay. So for the next minute, the instance area witnessed the most outrageous scene since the establishment of Jiangcheng Vocational Center. One money ghost entered an instance carrying a huge bag. The second money ghost entered another instance carrying a huge bag. The third, the fourth, the fifth. Until the 10th money ghost also disappeared into the instance portal. All 10 instance entrances lit up simultaneously. Each instance's status bar displayed the same information. Entering unit summoned entity belongs to practitioner Lu Fang. Lu Cheng stood at the console completely stunned. He even felt as if he were dreaming. Meanwhile, Lu Fang did not waste any time. He had Lu Cheng select a level 90 held difficulty instance for himself as well. "Open." Lu Cheng nodded instinctively. Lu Fang stepped into the portal. Buzz. His figure vanished. In the instance area, only Lu Cheng remained standing at the console. He stared at the 11 instant status bars illuminating before him, remaining dazed for several minutes. Only one thought lingered in his mind. Insanity. This world must be insane. He originally thought that Lu Fang leveling up to level 106 days was already outrageous. Little did he know. There is absurdity beyond absurdity. One person simultaneously clearing 11 instances. If he were to tell someone this, they would surely think he was joking. No, it wasn't a joke. Others might think he was mentally unwell. Summoned entities entering instances alone. 10 summoned entities clearing instances simultaneously. And he himself clearing one. What kind of operation is this? This guy who could clear a hell difficulty instance that even others might struggle to do in a team, actually lets summoned entities do it solo. Lu Qing took a long time to finally snap back to reality. No, this matter must be reported. He immediately took out his communicator and contacted Ji Xiaoning. At the City Lord's mansion, Ji Xiaoning was reviewing intelligence in a closed conference room. The Blood Wolf Society's attack on Jiangcheng No. One middle school was still unresolved. The insider had not yet been captured. In the past few days, Ji Xiaoning had hardly rested. He had retrieved records from multiple departments, including the Guard Team, Vocational Center Formation Management Office, and City Energy Monitoring Bureau. One by one, filtering through, excluding them one by one. Just as he was furrowing his brows, the communicator suddenly vibrated. The caller was Lu Cheng. Ji Xiaoning rubbed his forehead and answered. What is it? On the other end of the communicator, Lu Cheng's voice was noticeably shaky. Lord Ji Lu Fang has entered the secret realm again. Ji Xiaoning was taken aback for a moment. Then he looked puzzled. Isn't it normal for him to enter the secret realm? In these days, which day hasn't Lu Fang entered the secret realm? It could even be said that if Lu Fang didn't enter the secret realm one day, that would be strange. Lu Cheng swallowed hard. It's different. Ji Xiaoning furrowed his brows slightly. How is it different? Lu Cheng's voice was dry. He didn't just enter one secret realm alone. He entered 11 secret realms alone. In the conference room, Ji Xiaoning's documents froze in midair. He suspected he had misheard. What did you say? Lu Cheng gritted his teeth and repeated. Lord Lu Fang summoned 10 summoned creatures. Then he made the 10 summoned creatures enter 10 hell-level dungeons separately. He himself entered one more. So now there are 11 hell-level dungeons operating simultaneously in the professional center's dungeon area, all belonging to Lord Lu Fang. Ji Xiaoning fell silent. After several seconds, he slowly spoke. The summoned creatures entering the dungeon separately. Is that even possible? Lu Cheng forced a smile. Yes. I originally thought it wasn't possible, but after trying it, they actually went in. Ji Xiaoning took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. But he realized he couldn't stay calm. He had seen genius. He had also seen monsters. In fact, he had been shocked by Lu Fang to the point of near numbness these past few days. But this time he was still stunned. One person clearing 11 secret realms. Who could have imagined such a move? No, even if someone did, no one could achieve it. Ordinary summoners, summoned creatures, simply did not have the ability to clear hell-level dungeons individually. Ji Xiaoning set aside the documents in his hands, leaning back in his chair with an indescribably complex expression. He originally thought his evaluation of Lu Fang was already high enough. Now it seemed it was still too low. This kid was not only strong. His mind was truly sharp. He looked out the window, his gaze complex. Lu Fang, oh Lu Fang. How many more shocks are you going to give Jiang City? On the other end of the communicator, Lu Cheng didn't respond, because he too wanted to know the answer to this question. At the same time, above Jiang City, above the clouds, a middle-aged man in a gray robe and a man in black looked at the fluctuations of the 11 dungeons below. Both fell into an eerie silence. After a long while, the middle-aged man in the gray robe slowly spoke. What is he doing? The man in black replied slowly. He is simultaneously clearing 11 dungeons. I can see that. The middle-aged man's mouth twitched. The question is this even possible? The man in black did not answer, because he had never seen it either. The middle-aged man in the gray robe stared at the panel, looked for several seconds, and suddenly turned to ask, do you have summoning abilities? The man in black replied indifferently. Yes. The middle-aged man asked, have you done this before? The man in black felt a bit awkward. No. The middle-aged man pointed at himself. I also have summoning abilities, but I have never done them. The two fell silent again. They were both Tianlong. They had experienced countless battles, explored numerous secret realms, and studied various professional systems. But they had never tried the gameplay of having summoned creatures enter dungeons separately. It wasn't that they couldn't do it. They simply had not thought in that direction. In the minds of most professionals, summoned creatures were just combat aids. No matter how strong a summoned creature was, it had to fight around the summoner. Yet Lu Fang had directly treated the summoned creatures as 10 independent dungeon units. The most critical point was that his summoned creatures seemed truly capable of this usage. The middle-aged man in gray suddenly chuckled, his laughter tinged with absurdity. Now I understand why the job transfer crystal matched him with such an outrageous task. The man in black looked down, not refuting. The middle-aged man's eyes gradually lit up. Speaking of which, clearing 11 dungeons simultaneously. He can't really push for SSS, can he? The man in black did not answer immediately. After a moment he said, "It's possible." Just 3 words. Yet they shook the middle-aged man in gray to his core. Possible. Hearing those 3 words from the man in black held significant weight, because just not long ago they had thought it was nearly impossible for Lu Fang to push for SSS. But now Lu Fang had forcefully opened a crack in the impossible using a method no one had thought of. The middle-aged man in gray couldn't help but exclaim, "Genius. Truly a genius. I am not just talking about his job transfer talent, but his combat mindset and ability development. As long as such a person doesn't die, he will definitely grow to an extremely terrifying level in the future." Crimson Blood Demon Nest held difficulty. Blood red mist filled the air. On the damp ground a dark red meat membrane was spread out. The surrounding walls seemed to be alive, slightly writhing, occasionally oozing a stinking sticky liquid. After entering the dungeon, Lu Fang did not act immediately. He closed his eyes, sensing the connection between himself and the money ghost. It was very faint. The 10 money ghosts had entered different dungeons respectively. Through the dungeon space, he could only vaguely sense 10 dark golden light clusters. Those light clusters were continuously advancing. They moved quickly, hardly pausing. I can sense their direction and status, but I can't control them or issue commands. Lu Fang quickly made a judgment in his heart. Fortunately, the money ghost itself is strong enough. It can clear the dungeon without needing commands. Roar. Ahead, blood mist rolled. A crimson blood demon spider covered in flesh tumors crawled out from deep within. Crimson blood demon spider, level 96, health 6, 20000, skills blood poison spray web entanglement. A swarm of monsters rushed towards Lu Fang. Lu Fang looked at them and suddenly sighed. I didn't expect. I would also have a day where I personally clear monsters. In the next second, Lu Fang stepped forward. Boom. The ground shattered. His figure instantly rushed into the swarm of monsters. Just as a crimson blood demon spider opened its mouthparts, Lu Fang smashed its head with a punch. Kill the crimson blood demon spider. Current experience cannot increase. A prompt popped up. Lu Fang directly ignored it. He was only focused on the loot. Weaker monsters were crushed by his attributes. Fists, legs, elbows, knees. No flashy skills at all. It was purely a crushing of power and speed. One by one, the crimson blood demon spiders were brutally smashed. When encountering tougher mini-bosses or elite monsters, he didn't waste time. He raised his hand and unleashed a throwing gold. Boom. The golden silhouette transformed into a torrent of gold, instantly piercing through the monsters' bodies. Dealt true damage of 1500. Killed the crimson blood demon spider leader. Continue. Lu Fang did not stop. He pressed forward. Without the money ghost to help clear the area, his speed had indeed slowed down quite a bit. He had to personally search many areas, personally kill, and personally collect the loot. But even so, after just over an hour, in the deepest part of the Crimson Blood Demon Nest, the last boss, the Crimson Blood Mother Queen, was still pierced through the chest by the golden torrent. Boom. The massive flesh nest collapsed. Kill the Crimson Blood Mother Queen. Cleared the Crimson Blood Demon Nest. Held difficulty. Clearing evaluation SSS. Current experience cannot increase. Lu Fang collected the heart core of the Crimson Blood Mother Queen that the boss dropped and turned to step into the teleportation array. Buzz. The light in the dungeon area brightened. Lu Fang walked out of the dungeon. As soon as he emerged, he saw 10 money ghosts standing neatly outside. Behind each money ghost hung a large bulging bag. The bag was stuffed with materials, equipment, crystal cores, and various monster drops. Lu Fang's eyes immediately brightened. The attributes of the money ghosts were even stronger than his own. Although they weren't as agile as him and couldn't use extravagant, spending their efficiency in running through the hellish dungeons was actually higher than his. Lu Fang stepped forward and opened the bags one by one. A large amount of materials came into view, including quite a few gold and diamond-grade equipment. A smile crept onto Lu Fang's lips. This is good. Faster than I expected. He waved his hand, collecting all the materials into the transmuter space. However, he soon noticed that the 10 money ghosts all showed varying degrees of status damage. Some had torn arms while others had corroded holes in their chests. Some bore remnants of blood poison and burn marks from flames. Although they could win when tackling the hellish dungeons alone, they weren't completely unscathed. To maintain the highest efficiency, Lu Fang didn't let them continue to struggle. Dismiss summon. Buzz. The 10 money ghosts simultaneously transformed into dark golden light and vanished. The next moment, Lu Fang raised his hand again. Summon. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 10 intact money ghosts. Their status was fully restored, their aura back at its peak. Lu Fang looked at Lu Cheng. Continue. Lu Cheng was already dazed. He watched as the bags of materials were collected into the space. The 10 damaged money ghosts were dismissed, and then reappeared fully restored, leaving him shocked beyond words. This is how you recover status. If summoned creatures are injured, you don't heal them. You just dismiss and resummon. Full health reset. What kind of cheeky tactic is this? But Lu Fang didn't give him time to ponder. Wake up, it's time for the dungeon. Lu Cheng jolted and immediately got to work. Soon, the 10 money ghosts once again carried their enormous bags and entered 10 hell-level dungeons. Lu Fang also selected a dungeon and stepped inside. The second round began. Following that, Lu Fang continuously repeated the process, entering dungeons, killing monsters, collecting materials, clearing the dungeons, emerging, recovering money, ghost materials, dismissing summons, resummoning, and continuing to grind. Round after round. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. 10 hours later, Lu Fang once again walked out from the dungeon portal. His complexion had clearly turned pale. Continuous high-intensity battles, no matter how high his attributes, would still tire the spirit. Moreover, he had to simultaneously perceive the status of the 10 money ghosts, assess the dungeon progress, filter material value, and plan the next round of dungeon objectives. His body could still hold on, but his mind was starting to feel heavy. Lu Cheng couldn't help but say, "Sir, how about resting for a while?" Lu Fang shook his head. "No rest." His voice was a bit hoarse. "Continue." Lu Cheng swallowed hard, but didn't press further. The 10 money ghosts once again entered the dungeon. Lu Fang stepped into the portal once more. 11 hours. 15 hours. 20 hours. Above the clouds, the two men watched closely. Lu Fang was already very fatigued, yet he did not stop, nor did he slow his pace. The middle-aged man in a gray robe said softly, "This kid is truly ruthless." The man in black replied indifferently, "Indeed. 20 hours without sleep, intensely grinding dungeons. Not to mention maintaining the dungeon battles of 10 summoned creatures simultaneously. TSK, TSK, TSK. Time continued to pass. In the blink of an eye. The next day, at 8 o'clock. In the dungeon area of the professional center, 3 shifts of staff had already changed. But Lu Cheng did not leave. He had been waiting here because Lu Fang was still grinding. Buzz. The portal lit up again. Lu Fang walked out of the dungeon. His gaze was terrifyingly calm. Or rather, it was numb. He could hardly remember how many monsters he had killed. Advance, strike, kill, collect. These actions seemed engraved into his body, turning into muscle memory. The 10 money ghosts also emerged one after another from different dungeons, their enormous bags still filled with drops. Lu Fang raised his hand, collecting all the materials into the transmuter's space. Then he glanced at the time. There was only 1 hour left until the task submission deadline. He did not enter another dungeon. The remaining time had to be used for monetization. Lu Fang turned around. Next, let's head to the task hall. In the professional center's task hall, it was much busier than the dungeon area. Numerous professionals were accepting tasks, submitting materials, and exchanging rewards. Lu Fang walked to an empty window. The staff looked up. "Hello, may I ask if you are accepting a task or submitting a task?" Lu Fang replied, "Submitting a task." The staff nodded. "Please provide the task number." "I do not have a number to show." Instead, he said, "Pull up all the material purchase tasks for the level range of 90 to 100. The staff was taken aback. "Oh, yes." Although puzzled, the staff complied. Soon a light screen, a dense list of tasks appeared. Purchasing Black Wind Demon Crystals, unit price 1. 2 million Dragon Coins. Purchasing Crimson Blood Mother Emperor Core, unit price 3. 8 million Dragon Coins. Purchasing Corrupted Bone Poison Sacks, unit price 75000 Dragon Coins. Purchasing Molten Iron Beast Horns, unit price 9500 Dragon Coins. Purchasing Shadow Castle Knight Cores, unit price 2. 1 million Dragon Coins. Lu Fang glanced at it and immediately began to compare with the materials in his transmuter space. Then he checked. The staff initially remained calm. But as he watched Lu Fang's speed in checking tasks increase, his expression gradually stiffened. 10, 50, 100, 300, 800, 1,000. The task list was jumping wildly. Lu Fang's hand bared. The staff watched the submission numbers continuously pile up in the background, his eyes widening. Has this person gone mad? 5 minutes later, Lu Fang finally stopped. On the light screen, the final submission number froze. Tasks checked 3251. The staff stared at this number dumbfounded. 3,251. His voice cracked. Lu Fang did not explain, merely stated his card number. After verification, please transfer the money to this card. The staff nodded instinctively. All right, sure. Lu Fang waved his hand. The next moment, countless materials appeared out of thin air in the open space next to the hall. Various dungeon drops piled together, forming a small mountain. Boom. The sound of materials rolling echoed in the hall. The entire task hall fell silent instantly. All the staff ceased their actions. All the professionals submitting tasks stood frozen in place. They stared at the mountain of materials, their minds blank. What is this thing? Who moved the dungeon warehouse here? Lu Fang glanced at the still-dazed staff. Please call a few more people. Finish the verification within half an hour. Then transfer the money to my account. The staff jolted back to reality, their voices trembling. Yes, yes. He immediately pressed the internal emergency assistance button. Soon a dozen staff members rushed over, then stood there dumbfounded. This scene left everyone speechless. Lu Fang did not linger. The task submission was complete, and he still needed to sell the other materials. And until his figure disappeared at the door, the hall fell silent for a few seconds. Then suddenly bang. The gasps erupted like the sky falling. What the hell is that? A mountain of materials. It's really a mountain of materials. How many tasks did that guy just submit? I think I saw over 3,000. What the hell? Over 3,000 tasks. Are you crazy? All those materials must be from hell dungeons above level 90, right? I saw a Crimson Blood Mother Emperor core. Isn't that thing supposed to take days to produce even one? How does he have so many? Who exactly is this god? When did Jiang Cheng get such a monster? On the other side, Lu Fang had already gotten into the vehicle headed for the Fang Chamber of Commerce. The profits shouldn't flow to outsiders. Outside the window, the crowd flowed like a river. Lu Fang sat in the back seat, resting with his eyes closed. After nearly 24 hours of intense dungeon runs, his mind was utterly exhausted. But now he couldn't stop. Soon the hover car stopped in front of a large material acquisition store under the Fang Chamber of Commerce. The storefront was immense. A golden emblem of the Fang Chamber of Commerce hung at the entrance. Lu Fang got out of the car and walked straight in. Inside the store, several employees were organizing the acquisition list for the day. Seeing someone enter, a young employee immediately approached. Hello, are you here to sell materials? Or... He couldn't finish his sentence. His voice suddenly caught. He recognized Lu Fang. As an employee of the Fang Chamber of Commerce, he had certainly seen the heir's photo. Especially in recent days, the news about Lu Fang had been spreading wildly within the chamber. The outrageous challenge had long been circulated internally. Young master. The employee's expression changed, and he quickly lowered his head. What brings you here? Lu Fang didn't waste words. Selling materials. Selling materials? The employee was taken aback. Lu Fang nodded. In large quantities. The employee immediately replied. No problem, young master, please follow me to the storage area in the back. Though he didn't know why Lu Fang suddenly came to sell materials as an acquisition store, every visitor was a customer. Not to mention it was their own young master. Soon Lu Fang was taken to the rear storage area. The space here was vast, with markings on the floor for weighing, identification, and sorting. The employee was just about to take out the registration form when Lu Fang waved his hand. Boom. A massive amount of materials fell from thin air. Crystals, beast horns, bone spurs, ores, equipment, boss cores, special herbs. Stacks upon stacks. In the blink of an eye, a third of the originally empty storage area was filled. The rumbling continued. Several employees stood frozen in place. They stared at the pile of materials in front of them, their eyes nearly popping out. This. Young master, are all of these for sale? Lu Fang replied yes. The employee swallowed hard. Having worked in the material acquisition store for many years, he had seen major clients before. Some top-tier adventurer teams could fill half a warehouse with materials sold at once. But the problem was that was a whole adventurer team, dozens, or even hundreds of people. But Lu Fang came alone. More importantly, the grade of these materials was very high. Many were only found in hell dungeons of level 90 to 100. A number of these materials were difficult to acquire even at the set prices in the store. The employee didn't dare to slack off and immediately called for the store manager and appraisers. Quickly, the young master is selling a large quantity of materials. Call all the appraisers. Moments later, the entire back of the store was in a flurry. Appraisers crouched in front of the piles of materials, their identification devices flashing continuously. Black Wind Demon Crystal Quality Height. Molten Iron Beast Horn Hell Difficulty Product. Shadow Knight Core Energy preserved intact. After 10 minutes, the inspection was completed, and the store manager was already sweating. He looked at Lu Fang. Young master, if all these materials are purchased at market price, the total amount is estimated, let me round it off. A total of 350 million dragon coins. Finally, a noticeable gleam appeared in Lu Fang's eyes. 350 million. That's enough. The task center had already submitted over 3,000 tasks. According to the reward prices for those tasks, there should still be around 200 million left. In other words, SSS is secured. The tension that had been held for 24 hours finally loosened a bit. Can it be settled in one go? The store manager immediately said, yes. These are high-level materials urgently needed by the chamber. Moreover, since the young master is selling to our own chamber, the process can go at the highest priority. I will transfer the funds immediately. A few minutes later, Lu Fang received a notification of funds in his account. Received 3500 dragon coins. Lu Fang looked at the string of numbers, and the corners of his mouth finally lifted slightly. At that moment, the communication panel vibrated again. The task hall at the Profession Center also completed the verification settlement. Received 227639000 Dragon coins, adding the two funds together. 570 million. Exceeding the SSS evaluation requirements. Moreover, all the income came from the materials he personally created through dungeon runs. He did not use any existing assets. He did not accept any gifts. He did not accept any help. Completely in accordance with the rules. Lu Fang put away the communication panel. The fatigue in his eyes was suppressed by a glint of sharpness. I'm leaving. The store manager and staff stood there watching his departing figure, lost in thought for a long time. Until Lu Fang completely disappeared, an employee suddenly reacted. Manager, should we report this? The manager's expression changed. Of course. The young master sold 350 million materials at once. This is no small matter. Soon the news was transmitted to the upper echelons of the Fang Chamber of Commerce. At the headquarters of the Fang Chamber of Commerce. In the top-level conference hall, Chun Guangmao, Lin Man, Zhao Qiming, and dozens of high-ranking members of the chamber had already gathered. In addition, there were high-level professionals from the chamber's security system. The most conspicuous among them were 4 second-job changers around level 200. They sat on the side of the conference hall, their breaths steady, their expressions cold. These people were the greatest confidence for Chun Guangmao and others today. As long as Lu Fang dared to come, then, after today, the true control of the Fang Chamber of Commerce would fall into their hands. Chun Guangmao sat beside the main seat, a faint smile playing on his lips. He glanced at the time. It should be about time. Lu Fang ought to be arriving soon. An elder snorted coldly. I hope he won't balk at the last moment. Lin Man said softly. Even if he wanted to back out, it is already too late. The agreement has already been signed. If he fails to appear today, we can declare him in breach. Then the management committee will take over the Chamber of Commerce with full legitimacy. Chun Guangmao laughed. Young people, after all. They must pay for their arrogance. At that moment, an assistant hurried into the meeting hall and whispered a few words into Chun Guangmao's ear. Chun Guangmao's brow lifted slightly. He went to one of our materials purchasing shops. The assistant nodded. Yes, he sold a batch of materials. Chun Guangmao asked, how much? The assistant hesitated for a moment. 350 million. Many faces in the meeting hall changed. 350 million. That was no small sum. Lin Man frowned. Where did he get so many materials? An elder sneered. Where else would they come from? Most likely inventory left by Lu Tianxiong and Su Qingyu. Given who those two are, it is not surprising they had high-grade materials on hand. Another person nodded. He probably sold them off temporarily for today's duel, hoping to buy some life-saving trinket. Hearing that, Chun Guangmao relaxed once more. Never mind. 350 million sounds like a lot, but to think you can buy trinkets with that and defeat us is a fool's dream. Besides, even if he buys something, he may not have time to master it, Lin Man added. External tools are after all. Jiangqing Professional Center. The transfer hall. There were more people here than at dawn. Several level 100 practitioners stood in line to consult about transfer tasks. The attendant was the same person as yesterday. Just after finishing a registration, he looked up and suddenly saw Lu Fang walk in. His whole body gave a start. It was him, that baby-faced transfer candidate. The attendant hurried to his feet. Sir, are you here to submit a transfer task? Yes. Please place the task crystal back into the transfer crystal. Lu Fang approached the enormous crystal. Other practitioners in the hall turned to look. A transfer was an event everyone could gather around out of curiosity. Lu Fang took out the crystal shard. Inside it, the golden light had grown so intense it seemed almost liquid. He lifted his hand and pressed the shard into the central recess of the transfer crystal. A faint hum, at first only a soft sound. Then in the next instant, the entire transfer crystal trembled violently. A thunderous roar. Blinding gold erupted from within the crystal, a radiance more than 10 times stronger than the light seen when tasks were claimed at dawn. All the lights in the hall were instantly overpowered. The transfer hall felt as if it had been swallowed by a golden sun. Someone cried out in alarm. What is happening? What's wrong with the transfer crystal? Did someone submit a task? What sort of rating is that? Everyone was dazzled by the light. Many were forced to stagger back. The golden light continued to surge. Columns of light shot up from the crystal, piercing the dome of the hall and reaching toward the heavens. The entire professional center began to tremble slightly. The attendant stared at the crystal, eyes filled with disbelief. This radiance. Even an S rating, no, even SS, would not shine like this. Could it be SSS? The attendant blurted. In an instant, the transfer hall fell utterly silent. A practitioner about to claim a transfer murmured to himself. How is that possible? An SSS transfer rating. Who is this? Which big shot is transferring here? Voices around him trembled. A first transfer rated SSS. Has Jiangqing ever seen this before? No, absolutely not. Who on earth is this man? Shouts of astonishment exploded through the hall, but Lu Fang paid them no heed. His gaze fixed on the luminous screen before him. Transfer task, gather wealth. Task completed. Rating SSS. Congratulations on completing your first transfer. Profession Advanced Kaishin 1-star Kaishin. Level cap removed. First transfer, growth multiplier 10. Lu Fang exhaled a long breath. Fatigue, tension, pressure. In that moment it all transmuted into a burning exhilaration that erupted from his chest. 1-star Kaishin. Tenfold growth. He had finally succeeded in transferring. In the next second new prompts continued to appear. You have gained a new skill, my Lu Qian by passage money. You have gained a new skill, my Ming Qian by life money. Lu Fang felt his heart tremble. New skills. He immediately checked their descriptions. My Lu Qian by passage money. Skill effect: spend gold coins to forcibly open a passage to a specified dungeon, secret realm, barrier, independent space, or sealed area. The higher the target space's level, strength, or seal, the greater the gold required. Note: with enough money, even spirits and gods make way. Lu Fang's eyes suddenly lit up. To force open any dungeon or independent space. This skill was crucial. The Abyssal Rift, the place where his parents had gone missing. Originally, he would have had to wait until his level and permissions were sufficient, even undergoing military and high-level scrutiny, to enter. Now with my Lu Qian, he might bypass the rules and force his way in. As long as the money was enough, the road would open. Lu Fang pressed down the swell of emotion in his chest and continued to read the second skill. My Ming Qian by life money. Skill effect: spend gold coins to restore injuries, stamina, mental strength, and life state to oneself or a designated target. The restoration amount correlates with the gold spent. The more severe the injury or the higher the life tier of the target, the more gold is consumed. Note: money can buy life. All life is worth money. A restorative skill. And it was not mere ordinary healing. Injuries, stamina, mental strength, and life state could all be restored. The surprise in Lu Fang's eyes could no longer be contained. This was precisely the ability he lacked most. Previously, his offense relied on lavish spending, his defense on a money-made barrier, and his summons on money spirits. His speed came from the tycoon boots. But recovery had always been a weak point. After intense dungeon runs, he could only recover by resting. Now with my Ming Qian, that weakness was directly remedied. More importantly, this skill could save others as well as himself. If he ever found his parents. Lu Fang's fingers tightened slightly. At that moment, the weariness in the depths of his eyes was completely replaced by a keen edge. The murmurs of shock in the transfer hall continued. Everyone stared at the young figure standing in the center of the golden light. They did not know his name, nor what he had endured. All they knew was this: today at the Jiangxing Professional Center, an SS-rated first transfer practitioner had been born. Lu Fang ignored the strange looks around him, and after a moment set off for the Chamber of Commerce. Above the clouds, the middle-aged man in gray robes stared at the golden pillar of light surging up from the job change hall, silent for a few seconds. Then he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, that kid actually succeeded. A faint smile finally appeared on the usually calm face of the man in black. They knew best how difficult this task was. 24 hours. 500 million dragon coins. No using existing assets. No accepting help. All income had to be personally created value. For any pre-first transition professional, this was nearly a dead end. Yet Lu Fang had stubbornly carved a path through. This kid is even more formidable than we expected. Meanwhile, the news of the SS rank first transition evaluation spread like a storm from Jiangxing Job Center. The first to explode was inside the job center. An SSS evaluation at the job change hall. It's his first transition. Truly his first transition. Someone got an SS rank evaluation on their first transition. Golden light shooting into the sky, golden light shooting into the sky. I saw it with my own eyes. That person is very young, at most 18 or 19. 18 or 19. Are you joking? Someone that young can undergo the first transition. Why would I lie to you? The whole hall saw it. The news spread from the staff. Then from professionals to major teams, major merchant associations, and major families. Communication groups. Internal merchant association channels. Professional forums. Guard force intelligence channels. In just over 10 minutes, almost the entire upper echelon of Jiangxing knew about it. First transition SSS. The impact of these 4 words was immense. So immense that anyone with a bit of insight could not remain calm. In Jiangxing's history, the 3 pillars, achieving an SS evaluation on their first transition, was enough to be recorded for years. And now someone in Jiangxing had completed an SS rank first transition. What did this mean? It meant that as long as this person didn't die, they had at least the potential to become a powerhouse on the level of the 3 pillars. Or even higher. For a time, undercurrents surged through all of Jiangxing. Countless people were inquiring. Who exactly was that SS rank first transition professional? Fangfang Merchant Association headquarters. Top floor meeting hall. Chun Guangmao and the others had also received the news. Initially, there was low conversation in the hall as they discussed how to handle Lu Fang's arrival. But when that message arrived, the entire meeting hall fell silent instantly. SS rank, first transition evaluation. Chen Guangmao abruptly stood up. Is the information confirmed? The assistant quickly replied, confirmed. The job center is buzzing with it. Many people saw it with their own eyes. Lin Man's composed expression also vanished. She asked almost instinctively, who is it? The assistant shook his head. Not yet identified. The job center hasn't disclosed their identity. All we know is that it's a young professional. A young professional. In the meeting hall, many people's breathing quickened. An elder couldn't help but say, if we could recruit someone like this into our Fang Merchant Association. He didn't need to finish, so everyone understood his meaning. SS rank, first transition. This was no ordinary genius. This was a future pillar. If Fang Merchant Association could possess such an existence, not only the immediate crisis, but even the next few decades might be secured. A sharp light burst from Chen Guangmao's eyes. Investigate. We must find out who this person is. No matter the cost, no matter the price, we must find him. Lin Man nodded immediately. Correct. We must contact someone like this as early as possible. Before he fully grows, offer him resources, status, and shares. If we can bind him to Fang Merchant Association, we'll have an extra trump card when negotiating with Wanbao Merchant Association and Blackstone Consortium later. A high-level executive said excitedly, if this SS rank first transition professional is willing to join us, does Fang Merchant Association still need to kowtow to those outside forces? The crowd grew more and more excited. Even the tension of waiting for Lu Fang's arrival was greatly diluted. Chen Guangmao took a deep breath, suppressing the fervor in his heart. Handle this matter immediately after today's business is concluded. For now, the most important thing is still dealing with Lu Fang. Lin Man nodded. As long as we succeed in seizing power today, the resources of Fang Merchant Association will be at our disposal. Then we'll have more confidence to recruit that SS rank genius. Everyone nodded in agreement. City Lord's mansion. Han Xianshan and Ji Xuaning were already preparing to leave. They naturally had to attend today's challenge at Fang Merchant Association. But before they could leave, news from the job center arrived. After Ji Xuaning read the message, he was completely stunned. Han Xianshan glanced at him. What's wrong? Ji Xuaning looked up, his expression extremely peculiar. City Lord, the job center just produced an SS rank, first transition professional. Han Xianshan paused mid-motion. SSS. Yes. First transition SSS evaluation. Han Qianshan's gaze sharpened instantly. But soon, as if thinking of something, he suddenly smiled. Lu Fang. Ji Xuaning also smiled. I think so too. It can only be him. The two exchanged a glance. The next second, Han Xianshan burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Good. Excellent. This kid always manages to surprise us. Ji Xuaning couldn't suppress his smile either. What a pity. We didn't get to see that scene with our own eyes. An SS rank, first transition evaluation. It's the first time in Jiangsheng's entire history. Han Xianshan shook his head with a smile. It's fine. Even if we didn't see the transition scene, we can still see what happens next. Let's go. To Fang Merchant Association. I'm even more curious now to see the expressions on those high-level executives' faces when they learn the truth. Ji Xuaning couldn't help but laugh. I bet they're still trying to find out who that SS rank genius is right now. They might even be planning to recruit him. A playful glint flashed in Han Qianshan's eyes. That makes it even more interesting. Not long after, Fang Merchant Association headquarters. The City Lord's mansion's dedicated hovercar slowly came to a stop. Han Xianshan and Ji Xuaning stepped out. The staff responsible for welcoming them at the entrance turned pale with shock upon seeing them. The City Lord and Ji Xuaning. Why are they here? The news quickly reached the top-floor meeting hall. Chen Guangmao, Lin Man, and the others all changed expression. The arrival of someone from the City Lord's mansion was no small matter. Soon Chen Guangmao led several high-level executives out to greet them personally. City Lord, Lord Ji. Chen Guangmao put on a smiling face, his attitude very respectful. We were unaware of your visit today. Please forgive us for not receiving you properly. Han Xianshan waved his hand. No need to be nervous. But Chen Guangmao couldn't relax at all. Today was the day of their challenge with Lu Fang, the day that would decide the Merchant Association's control. For the City Lord and Ji Xuaning to come precisely at this time. Could it be to support Lu Fang? Lin Man also thought of this, her gaze flickering slightly. She asked tentatively, City Lord, have you come today regarding the young master's affairs? Han Xianshan smiled slightly. I suppose so. As soon as these words left his mouth, Chen Guangmao and the others felt a sudden tightening in their hearts. However, Han Xianshan continued. But rest assured, I am not here to intervene. Since you have already made an agreement, let it be followed. I am merely here to observe the spectacle. Observe the spectacle? Chen Guangmao was taken aback. Ji Xuaning also spoke indifferently. Don't worry, we won't favor either side. As long as you do not violate the laws of Jiangsheng and do not cause any deaths, the City Lord's mansion will not interfere. Upon hearing this, Chen Guangmao and the others finally let out a slight sigh of relief. As long as they were not here to support Lu Fang, it was fine. Chen Guangmao immediately smiled and said, "It is an honor for our Fang Chamber of Commerce that the city lord is willing to watch the battle. Please take your seat." Han Qianshan nodded and entered the headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce alongside Ji Xiaoning. Ji Xiaoning lowered his voice and said, "City lord, it seems they truly do not know." Han Qianshan's lips curled slightly. What ought to be known will naturally be known. The headquarters of the Fang Chamber of Commerce was particularly lively today. Although this duel had not been publicly announced, those in the upper circles of Jiangsheng were mostly aware of it. Such matters were inherently enough to attract attention. Thus, many prominent figures in Jiangsheng chose to attend in person. Soon the observation hall of the Chamber of Commerce was filled with people from all sides. Zhang Guanjia and Zhang Xia also arrived. Both of them were filled with concern. Even Wang Yixing was present, sitting in a corner with a somewhat complex expression. Ever since his father was caught up in the spatial storm and was presumed missing, the situation of the Wang family had also begun to deteriorate rapidly. Those who had usually shown great respect to his father were now revealing their true colors one by one. Assets were being encroached upon, power was being undermined, relatives were fighting for assets, and partners were taking advantage of the chaos. He had been almost suffocated by the pressure these past few days. In a sense, his situation was quite similar to Lu Fang's. But the difference was he did not have the courage that Lu Fang had. He did not dare to step forward and challenge everyone. He could only passively maneuver, being forced back little by little. That is why he came today. He wanted to see if a person in a similar situation could indeed hold on to the things left behind by their parents. Wang Yixing clenched his fists and murmured, "Lu Fang, can you really do it?" In the observation hall, discussions arose one after another. Do you think Lu Fang will come today? Since the agreement is signed, not coming would be admitting defeat. But even if he comes, what can he do? The Fang Chamber of Commerce has 4 level 200 professionals. The young man is too impulsive. If he were to take legal action, at least he could drag it out. Why must they resolve it through combat? Isn't that handing over the initiative? Some people shook their heads. But it can't be said that way. After all, young people are passionate. With his parents just missing and the higher-ups of the Chamber of Commerce pressing him, who could endure it? I think that he dares to step forward already makes him stronger than many others. Courage is one thing, results are another. In the end, this world speaks the language of strength. What a pity, with Lu Tianxiong and Su Qingyu being so strong, their son is bound to suffer a great loss today. As Chen Guangmao listened to the discussions around him, the smile on his face deepened. Everyone believed Lu Fang would lose. This way, when Lu Fang was defeated, their takeover of the Fang Chamber of Commerce would be all the more seamless. Lin Man glanced at the time. It's almost time. Chen Guangmao adjusted his cuffs and said calmly, "Notify everyone to prepare. Once Lu Fang arrives, unleash the pressure according to the agreement." A level 200 professional nearby slowly opened his eyes. He's just a junior. Is such a big show necessary? Chen Guangmao smiled and said, "Even when hunting a rabbit, one should use full strength." The level 200 professional nodded and closed his eyes again. At that moment, clear footsteps echoed from outside the observation hall's entrance. They were not heavy, yet they felt like they were stepping on everyone's hearts. The originally noisy hall suddenly quieted down little by little. Chen Guangmao and Lin Man lifted their heads. Zhang Guanjia and Zhang Xia sat up a bit straighter. Wang Yixing clenched his fists tightly. Han Qianshan and Ji Xiaoning exchanged glances, both showing a hint of a smile in their eyes. Click. The door was pushed open. A young figure appeared at the entrance. Lu Fang had arrived. He wore a simple black combat suit lacking any extravagant equipment, and he had no attendants. He stood there alone. Yet for some reason, the moment he appeared, the atmosphere in the whole hall changed. It was not flamboyant, nor was it arrogant, but rather an extreme calm confidence. He was only 18 years old. Clearly, he was facing the upper echelons of the Fang Chamber of Commerce and dozens of high-level professionals. Yet standing there, he showed no signs of fear or anxiety. It was as if he was not here for a duel that he was almost certain to lose, but merely to reclaim what already belonged to him. This composure made many people's hearts tremble slightly. He really came. Alone. He's really daring. This demeanor, indeed, doesn't resemble an ordinary young person. No wonder he dares to challenge the higher-ups of the Chamber of Commerce. Chen Guangmao looked at Lu Fang at the door, a smile slowly appearing on his lips. "Young master, you have finally arrived." Lu Fang did not respond. He merely raised his eyes and scanned the hall. Finally, his gaze fell back on Chen Guangmao and the others. "Is everyone here?" Chen Guangmao's smile deepened. "Everyone who should come has arrived. After today, the future of the Fang Chamber of Commerce should also have a conclusion." As soon as his words fell, the high-level professionals sitting on both sides almost simultaneously opened their eyes. Boom. A powerful pressure suddenly erupted. The pressure from dozens of high-level professionals crashed toward Lu Fang like a tide. Especially the few level 200 professionals at the front, their aura was as heavy as a mountain. The air instantly solidified. The ground of the hall trembled faintly. The spectators who were closer turned pale and instinctively took a step back. Shameless. Someone couldn't help but curse in a low voice. They're already using pressure before he even enters. Isn't this clearly a show of intimidation? They want Lu Fang to not even be able to step through the door. Too ruthless. If he gets forced to kneel right there, then the upcoming duel won't even need to happen. Many people's gazes toward Lu Fang carried a bit more sympathy. Jiang Xia clenched his fists tightly, his eyes instantly reddening. How can they do this? Brother Fang hasn't even entered yet, and they're using such despicable means. Jiang Guanjia said nothing, but the hand on Jiang Xia's shoulder tightened even more. His heart also sank to the bottom. Young master. This was the reality. Before the duel had even started, the higher-ups of the Chamber of Commerce had already begun to act. They not only wanted to win, they also wanted to make Lu Fang lose face in front of everyone. If Lu Fang couldn't even walk into the hall, then the so-called challenge to the entire Chamber of Commerce would turn into a complete joke. The next moment, Lu Fang took a step forward. His footsteps were light, yet he showed no sign of hesitation. The overwhelming pressure that could suffocate an ordinary practitioner felt like a gentle spring breeze upon him. His expression remained calm, and his eyes showed no hint of change. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He slowly walked into the hall, facing the oppressive aura of dozens of high-ranking practitioners. Not hurried, but steady. Each step felt as if he were crushing the schemes of the upper echelons of the Merchant Association. Everyone in the hall stared in shock. How is this possible? He has no reaction at all. That's the pressure of dozens of high-ranking practitioners. And there are 200-level transitioners. Wasn't he just awakened a few days ago? This mentality is terrifying. Someone gasped. The pressure is not merely a comparison of attributes. It is a comprehensive suppression of spirit, will combat experience, and level of life. A young person freshly awakened facing so many high-ranking practitioners would normally either kneel, or at least show a pale face and unsteady steps. But Lu Fang did not. He didn't even furrow his brow. Ji Xiaoning watched this scene and couldn't help but chuckle softly. These people truly dare. Han Xianshan said indifferently, they don't know who they are pressing against. On the other side, Chun Guangmo's smile faded slightly. Lin Man's expression also grew slightly serious. Lu Fang's reaction exceeded their expectations. However, soon both returned to calm. Being able to withstand the pressure only indicates a good mentality. Yet mentality is merely mentality. Ultimately, what decides the outcome is still strength. Lu Fang walked step by step to the front of the hall and stood firm. He looked at Chun Guangmao and the others. Is this your way of welcoming me? Chun Guangmao smiled. Young master, you misunderstand. Everyone just wants to see if you have the qualifications to accept today's challenge. Lu Fang said lightly, so you see it clearly now. Chun Guangmao's eyelids flickered slightly. An elder beside him snorted coldly. Lu Fang, don't be too complacent. Being able to withstand the pressure doesn't mean you can win. The people here today are not just students from school, nor are they monsters from dungeons. Everyone here is stronger than you can imagine. Lu Fang glanced at him. So what? The elder's Chun Guangmao raised his hand to stop him, and then stood up. Young master, according to our previous agreement, if you win today, the Merchant Association will obey your commands. If you lose, you will no longer interfere with the operation of the association. Right? Lu Fang asked. Correct, Lin Man replied. In that case, to avoid hurting feelings, the association will not send out 200-level practitioners right from the start. First, let the deputy captain of the security department, Zhou Yue, take the stage. Zhou Yue, level 150. If the young master cannot even get past him, there's no need for the subsequent battles to continue. A burly middle-aged man stood up. He wore heavy armor and carried a broad-bladed battle knife on his back. Each step he took slightly shook the ground. Zhou Yu, level 150, profession Berserker Shield Guard. Low murmurs arose in the hall. Zhou Yu. I've heard of this person. The deputy captain of the security department of the Merchant Association, although only level 150, his defense is extremely strong. The Berserker Shield Guard excels in both offense and defense. Letting him take the first spot is indeed a stable choice. Lu Fang is going to suffer. Zhou Yu walked to the center of the arena and looked at Lu Fang, his eyes carrying an air of superiority. Young master, I'm sorry. But don't worry, I won't take your life. At most, I'll make you lose the ability to act. As he spoke, he slowly drew out his battle knife, the heavy blade scraping against the sheath, producing a piercing sound. It's good for young people to have pride. But if pride goes too far, it becomes ignorance of death. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the president and madam. At this, Lu Fang's gaze finally turned cold. Teach me on behalf of my parents. Zhou Yu replied indifferently. I have received the favor of the 2 presidents. Therefore, I cannot allow you to destroy the legacy they left behind. Young master, it's still not too late to admit defeat now. Lu Fang looked at him. You are unworthy to mention them. Zhou Yu's expression darkened. It seems the young master will not shed tears until he sees the coffin. Boom. His aura suddenly erupted, a layer of dark red battle energy enveloping his entire body. With the battle knife raised high, he charged at Lu Fang like a ferocious beast. The battle knife came crashing down. But at that moment Lu Fang raised his hand. Money Ghost. Buzz. A dark golden figure suddenly appeared in front of him, tall and silent. The copper coin face emitted a cold sheen. Zhou Yu's eyes narrowed. Summoning entity. But he had already charged and closed, showing no intention of stopping. A mere summoned entity dares to stop me. The battle knife slashed down fiercely. In the next second the Money Ghost moved. It raised a hand. Clang. A dull and thunderous impact erupted. The Money Ghost managed to catch Zhou Yu's descending battle knife with its bare hands. Zhou Yu's pupils contracted. How is this possible? Before he could react, the Money Ghost's other hand struck out. Bang! Its fist smashed into Zhou Yu's chest, instantly caving in the heavy armor. The sound of bones cracking rang out clearly. Zhou Yu flew back like a cannonball, crashing hard against the protective barrier at the edge of the hall. Boom! The barrier shook violently. Zhou Yu fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The battle knife slipped from his hand and flew away. Lying on the ground, his chest sunken, his breath instantly weakened to the extreme. Just a bit more, that punch could have killed him outright. The entire hall fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. One move, just one move, the level 150 deputy captain of the security department, Zhou Yue, was nearly killed by a single punch from a summoned Money Ghost. What? What kind of summoned entity is that? Zhou Yu lost. Not just lost, he was almost killed. But that's level 150. Lu Fang didn't even make a move himself. Wasn't he just freshly awakened? Why is the summoned entity so strong? No, something's off. Lu Fang held back. His summoned entity, at the moment it struck, Zhou Yue had reduced its force. Otherwise Zhou Yu would not have merely been knocked back so easily. Hiss! What kind of monster is this little guy? The observation hall erupted in chaos. Jiang family's father and son stood up abruptly, their eyes trembling violently. Chun Guangmo's smile froze and Lin Man's pupils contracted. Those several 200-level practitioners also truly regarded Lu Fang for the first time. Han Xinshan leaned against the back of his chair, a smile slowly forming at the corner of his mouth. Ji Xiaoning said softly, "It has begun." In the center of the arena, Lu Fang stood behind the Money Ghost, looking at Chun Guangmao and the others, his voice calm. "Next one." With the fall of 3 words, Chun Guangmo's smile completely vanished. Lin Man fixed her gaze on the Money Ghost, her eyes revealing an uncontainable suspicion for the first time. Zhao Kaiming's breath slowed momentarily. They had always believed that they had given enough importance to Lu Fang. After all, they knew that Lu Fang had killed 100-level powerhouses. But it was only at this moment that they suddenly realized a problem. They did not understand Lu Fang at all. Their so-called judgments, preparations, and confidence were all built on assumptions. They guessed that Lu Fang killed the 100-level powerhouses, relying on the trump cards left by his parents. They guessed that Lu Fang dared to challenge because he was young and reckless. But now the facts slapped them hard in the face. Lu Fang didn't even need to lift a finger. He simply summoned a summoned creature that nearly killed the 150-level professional they sent out to test. The expressions of several high-ranking members of the Chamber of Commerce turned hesitant at this moment. The rhythm they had originally designed was shattered by Lu Fang's single punch. Lu Fang stood in the center, scanning the faces of the few people one by one. "What's the matter? No one is left." Chun Guangmo's expression darkened slightly. Lu Fang said nonchalantly, "Weren't you just saying that I didn't have the right to control the Fang Chamber of Commerce? Now not even a single person dares to stand up." This statement was like a dagger piercing directly into the most embarrassing spot of the high-ranking members of the Chamber of Commerce. In the observation hall, the expressions of various figures also grew subtly different. "There are so many people present today. The City Lord's mansion is here. The major families of Jiang City are here. Representatives of major chambers of commerce are also present. If the high-ranking members of the Fang Chamber of Commerce back down now, all their previous preparations will turn into a joke." Chun Guangmao knew very well that at this point they had no way out. They could either win or completely lose the initiative. He took a deep breath and looked at the few people beside him. "Young master, your strength is extraordinary, and we admire it greatly. Since that's the case, let's enter into formal sparring." Lin Man nodded slowly. The other 2 level 200 professionals also stood up simultaneously. One was a thin man wearing a gray robe holding a formation staff. His name was Wu Zhao, and he was a 207 level formation master. The other was a middle-aged woman with short hair, a stern face, and 6 slender flying blades floating behind her. Her name was Shun Qinghan, and she was a 211 level blade shadow controller. Together with Chun Guangmao and Lin Man, all 4 level 200 professionals moved out. The observation hall was instantly set ablaze. Are they going to attack together? To deal with a young man who just awakened a few days ago, they're sending 4 level 200 professionals at once. That's too shameless. Just a moment ago they were acting like elders, and now they don't even care about their faces, eh? But from another perspective, doesn't this just prove how terrifying Lu Fang is, eh? Yes, a summoned creature took out a 150-level professional in seconds, forcing 4 level 200 professionals to join forces. Just based on this, even if Lu Fang loses today, he has already made a name for himself in Jiang City. The discussions grew louder. The expressions of Chun Guangmao and the others were not good. They certainly knew that if this got out it would not be glorious. However, face and control over the Chamber of Commerce were nothing compared to each other. They could no longer understand Lu Fang. Since they couldn't understand, they would resort to the most reliable method. They would crush him directly with absolute power. Standing opposite Lu Fang, Chun Guangmao's tone was no longer as condescending as before. Young master, your strength indeed exceeds our expectations. Continuing one by one is just a waste of time. Lin Man added. Since the agreement is that you challenge all dissenters, our 4-person attack does not violate the rules. Young master, it's still not too late to admit defeat now. Lu Fang looked at the 4 and suddenly smiled. Such beautiful words. You're just afraid. The expressions of the 4 darkened simultaneously. Lu Fang continued. Just now you were sitting there confident in your victory. Now 4 people are standing up together. If it's not fear, then what is it? Wu Zhao said coldly. Young master, provoking words are meaningless. Shen Xinghan also spoke. That summoned creature of yours is indeed very strong. But if you think that you can win against 4 level 200 professionals with just 1 summoned creature, you are too naive. Lu Fang raised his eyes. Who told you that I only have 1? As the words fell, he raised his hand. A dark golden light illuminated. The second money ghost appeared. Following that, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. 10 towering figures consecutively manifested in front of Lu Fang. All 10 money ghosts lined up in a row. The dark golden surface patterns of the coins turned toward the 4 level 200 professionals simultaneously. At that moment, the entire hall felt as though it was enveloped by an invisible chill. The 4 felt a sudden chill run down their spines. 1 money ghost could heavily injure a 150-level professional. What about 10? The observation hall erupted. 10. He can summon 10 of these monsters. One could take out Zhou Yu in an instant. What does 10 mean? No wonder he dares to challenge the entire chamber alone. This isn't arrogance, this is him having real trump cards. Jiang Xia was so excited that his face turned red. Dad, 10. Brother Fang has 10. Uncle Jiang said nothing. He gazed at the 10 money ghosts, his heart churning. He finally understood why the young master dared to set up a 5-day agreement. In the arena, Chun Guangmao gritted his teeth. Attack! If they delayed any longer, their momentum would completely collapse. The 4 erupted simultaneously. A heavy metallic sheen appeared on Chun Guangmao's body, making him look as though he had donned a steel shell. Lin Man's fingertips lit up with dense data runes, and a series of amplification halos fell upon the 4. Shen Xinghan's 6 flying blades vanished simultaneously, transforming into 6 icy beams cutting towards the money ghosts. Wu Zhao stepped back half a step, the formation patterns spreading beneath his feet as he began to construct a supportive formation. The 10 money ghosts also moved. They charged towards the 4 like 10 silent, fierce gods. Boom. At the moment of collision, the entire protective barrier shook violently. Chun Guangmao faced 2 money ghosts hidden, but was forced to retreat 3 steps by their terrifying power. His expression changed. The power is too great. What level of summoned creature is this? Shen Xinghan's flying blades continuously sliced, leaving scars on the money ghosts. But those scars could not make the money ghosts stop. They were unafraid of pain. As long as they were not completely destroyed, they would continue to attack. Lin Man continuously released deceleration, binding, and weakening skills, but the basic attributes of the 10 money ghosts were too high. Many of the control effects were significantly weakened. Wu Zhao had just laid out his formation when 1 money ghost stomped and crushed a corner. His expression turned ugly as he could only re-establish the formation. The scene instantly became extremely chaotic. The 4 level 200 professionals were actually being overwhelmed and beaten by 10 money ghosts. In the observation hall, everyone was dumbfounded. Did I see that wrong? Lu Fang alone suppressed 4 level 200 professionals. It's not Lu Fang who is fighting, but his summoned creatures. This is even more outrageous. He himself is still standing in place. Just awakened, and he can achieve this level. What kind of profession? Han Qianshan's eyes were filled with delight. This is someone favored by the heavenly dragon. Ji Xiu nodded, his voice kept very low. An SSS rating. In the arena, Chun Guangmao and his 3 companions grew increasingly alarmed. These money ghosts were extraordinarily tenacious with attributes that were off the charts. They felt no pain and were fearless in the face of death. What was even more frightening was that Lu Fang stood at the back, not making a move. The more he remained still, the less certain the 4 became, unsure if he was hiding other means. Focus fire on 1. Chun Guangmao shouted angrily. After all four were level 200 professionals. Once they truly put their all into it, their coordination was not lacking. Lin Man instantly marked a money ghost with several debuffs. Shen Xinghan simultaneously sliced at its limb joints with 6 flying blades. Chen Guangmao punched the money ghost's head, shattering its skull. Boom. One money ghost was finally crushed, dissipating into dark golden light spots. The four let out a sigh of relief, but then Lu Fang raised his hand. Buzz. A new money ghost reappeared in the same spot, its aura intact and in peak condition. Chen Guangmo's expression froze and Lin Man's eyes twitched violently. After exhausting so much effort to take down one, Lu Fang raised his hand and summoned another. How were they supposed to fight like this? What was even more absurd was that Lu Fang glanced at the remaining 9 damaged money ghosts. Life-saving money. Gold coins cascaded down. The cracks, wounds, and corrosion marks on the 9 money ghosts visibly healed at a rapid pace within seconds. All 9 money ghosts returned to perfect condition. Lu Fang nodded slightly, thinking, not bad, not bad. Just a few thousand gold coins to heal one money ghost. This is much more cost-effective than summoning anew. The arena fell silent again. Chen Guangmao and his companions watched this scene, their mental states on the verge of collapse. They can recover summoned creatures. Their states are all full. The injuries we inflicted earlier are all gone. The spectators were so shocked they were nearing numbness. They had initially thought that 10 money ghosts were Lu Fang's biggest trump card. However, Lu Fang turned around and informed them that if a money ghost was killed, it could be summoned again. If the money ghosts were injured, they could be healed directly. This was not a battle, it was torment. The 4 level 200 professionals found themselves at a disadvantage in a war of attrition against Lu Fang. Chen Guangmo's face darkened severely. Wu Zhao gritted his teeth. Give me time. Chen Guangmao immediately understood his intent. Hold them off. Shen Xinghan began to restrain the money ghosts with all his might. Lin Man no longer held back and unleashed 3 large control skills in succession. Wu Zhao retreated to the back, forming hand seals. Patterns spread out from beneath his feet. Blue, black, and silver lights intertwined, quickly forming a complex array at the center of the arena. Spirit binding array. Wu Zhao shouted softly. Boom. The array instantly activated, engulfing all 10 money ghosts. Silver chains shot out from the array, binding the money ghosts' limbs. More crucially, a layer of gray light separated the money ghosts from Lu Fang. Lu Fang raised an eyebrow. He noticed that the connection between him and the money ghosts had been weakened. No, it wasn't just weakened, a portion had been forcibly severed by the array. The movements of the money ghosts noticeably slowed down. Chen Guangmao and his companions finally got a breather and quickly retreated. Each of them bore injuries and breathed heavily. Shen Xinghan's face was pale, having broken 2 of his 6 flying blades. Lin Man was sweating profusely. Chen Guangmo's right arm trembled slightly. For level 200s, they were forced to this extent by 10 summoned creatures. They felt it was absurd. Wu Zhao's face was ashen, but he forced himself to speak. Young master, it's over. This array can temporarily bind your summoned creatures and sever the connection between you and them. Without these summoned creatures, you have no chance of winning. Chen Guangmao said solemnly. Young master, concede. We don't want to harm you personally. You have already proven yourself, Lin Man slowly began. I think we can have a proper discussion again, but this duel ends here for today. In the observation hall, many people breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help feeling regret. What a shame. Lu Fang has done well enough. One person forced 4 level 200s into such a predicament. Who would believe it? But he is still too young. His means are too few. Once the summoned creatures are sealed, he himself will be in danger. To achieve this much is already impressive. Wang Yi's face turned pale, his fists clenched tightly. Jiang Xia was so anxious he almost stood up. They are cheating. Uncle Jiang remained silent, his gaze fixed on Lu Fang. It was because Lu Fang was too calm. From start to finish, the young master's face showed no signs of panic. In the arena, Lu Fang looked at the 10 money ghosts trapped in the array, then turned to Wu Zhao. Sever the space, block the connection. The array is quite good, Wu Zhao frowned. Lu Fang's reaction was too calm. So calm it made him uneasy. Chen Guangmao also sensed something was off. Young master, are you not conceding yet? Lu Fang replied indifferently. Who told you that the array has trapped them? The next moment, Lu Fang raised his hand. Toll to pass. As Lu Fang used the skill, he immediately saw a light curtain shining in front of him. Do you want to spend 1,000 gold coins to use the toll to pass? Oh, this array is quite valuable. Lu Fang did not hesitate. Yes. The golden light ignited in his palm. Soon after, a golden pattern appeared out of thin air. The pattern resembled a path paved with gold coins. It ignored the boundaries of Wu Zhao's array, directly piercing through the gray curtain of light and connecting to the feet of the 10 money ghosts. Crack. The first crack appeared on the array's light curtain. Wu Zhao's face changed drastically. Impossible. Crack. 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 The The cracks spread wildly. The next moment, boom. The entire spirit-binding array shattered with a loud bang. The 10 money ghosts simultaneously broke free, charging out of the remnants of the array. Wu Zhao spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering back several steps. Chun Guangmao and his 3 companions were utterly stunned. It was broken. Just like that. That was an array meticulously set up by Wu Zhao using a vast amount of mental energy. Yet Lu Fang raised his hand, and a golden light directly pierced through it. What kind of skill was this? This guy's abilities were increasingly outrageous. The observation hall erupted again. It's flipped again. The array has been broken. He can even break spatial seals. What kind of monster is he? The money ghosts charged back into the battlefield. This time the 4 no longer exhibited the composure they had before. Chun Guangmao was surrounded by 3 money ghosts continuously retreating. Shen Qinghan struggled to control the flying blades, barely managing to protect himself. Lin Man's supportive skills were all forced to switch to defense. With the array broken, Wu Zhao's mental backlash made it difficult for him to set up another array of the same level. The situation had completely reversed. Shen Qinghan gritted his teeth. We can't go on like this. We need to directly attack Lu Fang. As long as we control him, the summoned creatures will naturally stop. As soon as this was said, several pairs of eyes landed on Lu Fang. He still stood in place. There were no money ghosts guarding him. It seemed to be the only breakthrough point. But Chun Guangmao suddenly shouted, "Why? He's too calm. From the very beginning to now, he hasn't moved at all. Do you think he wouldn't anticipate that we might target him directly?" Lin Man's expression changed. Chun Guangzhao spoke in a low voice. "This doesn't seem like a flaw. It feels more like a trap." A chill ran through the hearts of the group. Indeed, Lu Fang was too composed. When surrounded by 10 money ghosts, he remained calm. When the formation was sealed, he stayed calm. Now as the 4 attempted to bypass the money ghosts to attack him, he was still calm. This level of calmness couldn't possibly be without defenses. Who knows what other life-saving measures he has? Who would dare to gamble? If they targeted Lu Fang and triggered a more terrifying counterattack, they might even lose their last shred of dignity. The 4 fought against the money ghosts, their hearts growing heavier. Chun Guangzhao suddenly felt exhausted. Not from physical fatigue, but from the hope that had supported him for so long finally collapsing. He finally understood. From the moment Lu Fang stepped into the hall for this duel, the outcome was already predetermined. They thought they had prepared for battle. But in fact, Lu Fang was the one truly in control of the battlefield. Bang! Chun Guangzhao was sent flying by a punch from a money ghost, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He raised his hand. "Stop!" Lin Man and the others were taken aback. The money ghosts did not halt. Lu Fang raised his hand again. The 10 money ghosts simultaneously halted, standing silently in the arena. Chun Guangzhao gasped for breath, looking at Lu Fang. His face was as pale as it could be. But in the end he still lowered his head. "Master, we concede." The entire venue fell into a stunned silence. Lin Man's pupils trembled slightly. Shen Qinghan looked at the 10 money ghosts around them, and ultimately also lowered his hands. Wu Zhao's face turned pale, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. They all knew. Continuing the fight held no meaning now. Even if they risked serious injury or threw caution to the wind to attack Lu Fang directly, what would it matter if they somehow won? Everyone could see. For level 200 professionals pushed to this extent by a boy who had only awakened a few days ago, summons couldn't break through, formations couldn't hold, and their trump cards seemed endless. This Lu Fang was no longer the heir they could easily overshadow. He was the new pillar of the Fang Merchant Association. If they continued to stubbornly resist today, even if they won, they would lose the trust of everyone. Moreover, they might not even win. Lin Man closed her eyes and spoke in a lowered voice. "I concede." Wu Zhao and Shen Qinghan nodded in agreement. For level 200 professionals, all concede. In the next second, the entire observation hall erupted. Conceded. For level 200 have conceded. Lu Fang won. He really single-handedly broke through the upper echelon of the Fang Merchant Association. It's not just breaking through, but it's that they didn't dare to fight back. This is outrageous. He's only 18. From today on, who in Jiang City would dare to treat Lu Fang as a junior? After Lu Tianxiong and Su Qingyu went missing, everyone thought the Fang Merchant Association would collapse. Yet their son has emerged. Wang Yixing stood dazedly at his spot. He looked at Lu Fang in the arena, his eyes suddenly moistening. It turns out it was really possible. It turns out that when facing those who erode the family business and wear a facade of propriety, one doesn't necessarily have to retreat. One can also stand up. In the most direct manner, he subdued them all. Zhang Xia was so excited that he jumped up. "Won. Brother Fang won." Uncle Zhang looked at Lu Fang in the arena, his eyes slightly warm. He did not shout. He simply straightened his back. At that moment, he suddenly felt that the heavy stone weighing on his heart for days had finally been lifted. The master and mistress were absent. But the Lu family did not collapse. The young master held it up. Han Qinshan leaned against the back of the chair, unable to suppress his smile any longer. Good lad. Ji Xiaoning also exhaled deeply. One person has subdued the entire Fang Merchant Association. From today on, the landscape of Jiang City is about to change. From now on, the Fang Merchant Association will be under my command. Lu Fang's voice wasn't loud, but at this moment it clearly overshadowed the uproar of the entire observation hall. Chen Guangzhao lowered his head. Lin Man lowered her head. All the upper echelons of the Merchant Association fell silent. The 4 level 200 professionals conceded. All upper echelons of the Fang Merchant Association had no further excuses. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly erupted from the observation seats. No. The person held a communicator, their eyes fixed on the screen. Someone beside them frowned. What? The person looked up at Lu Fang in the arena, their voice changing. SSS. The SS level first transition professional from the vocational center is Lu Fang. As these words fell, the entire observation hall fell silent for a moment. Then, bang! An even more terrifying uproar erupted immediately. What? Lu Fang is that SS level first transition. Is that for real? Photos. Someone from the vocational center leaked photos. Although it's just a side profile, it's him. Holy crap. He only awakened a few days ago, right? Less than a week. Awakened for less than a week, reached level 100, and even completed a transition. The key isn't just the transition, it's an SS level transition. The first SS level first transition evaluation in Jiang City's history. Everyone went mad. If Lu Fang had already shocked everyone by subduing 4 level 200 professionals, then this news shattered everyone's perception entirely. Awakened for less than a week. Completed a transit, obtained an SS level evaluation, then came to the Fang Merchant Association, using his own strength to force 4 level 200 professionals to concede. This chain of events finally made everyone understand. No wonder Lu Fang was so strong. No wonder he remained so composed against 4 level 200 professionals. He was no ordinary genius. He was a monster that Jiang City had never seen before. In the observation seats, many important figures looked at Lu Fang with completely changed expressions. Previously, they had seen Lu Fang as an impulsive yet courageous youth. Now they looked at Lu Fang as a true dragon that had raised its head. Wang Yixing stared blankly at Lu Fang, his throat dry. SSS. So it was you all along. He suddenly smiled bitterly. Both of them had missing fathers. Both faced the erosion of their family business. He was still struggling in the quagmire, whereas Lu Fang had already used the most forceful means to subdue all those who coveted his position. Chen Guangzhao and the others felt as if struck by lightning. SS level first transition. Lin Man's face turned pale, her lips trembling slightly. Not long ago, they had been discussing in the conference hall. They would go to any lengths to find that SS level first transition professional, to recruit him, to bind him, to win him over with shares and resources. They even fantasized that as long as they had such a future powerhouse, the Fang Merchant Association could stabilize completely. But now they realized that person was Lu Fang. He was the heir they sought to overshadow. He was the target they had just allied to attack. A tremendous sense of absurdity slammed into the hearts of all the upper echelons like a heavy hammer. Chen Guangmiao's face was pale. Regret. An unprecedented sense of regret. If they had known that Lu Fang was an SS-level first transition practitioner, if they had known that Lu Fang would reach this stage within a week of awakening, how could they have dared to harbor any ill intentions? The management committee, external protection, and the false heir. All of it was a joke. Instead of supporting such a true dragon, they thought about dividing his family business. How foolish could they be? Chen Guangmiao slowly lowered his head, his voice hoarse. Young master. As soon as these words were spoken, the high-ranking officials in the conference hall who had still been clinging to a glimmer of hope all changed their expressions. One by one, they lowered their heads. Young master, we were wrong. We were blind. Please punish us, young master. We were blinded by profit. We are willing to accept any punishment. At this point, all they could do was resign to their fate. Lu Fang not only held the nominal power, but also possessed an overwhelming strength. They dared not entertain any thoughts of continuing resistance. Lu Fang looked at them calmly. From today on, the decision-making power of the Fang Chamber of Commerce returns to me. All shares in your hands will also be nullified and returned to me. Chen Guangmiao and the others felt a deep bitterness. Understood. This punishment was nothing short of severe. These people had worked for the Chamber of Commerce their entire lives and were deeply bound to it. Taking away their shares was equivalent to directly stripping them of their lives' accumulation. Lu Fang pondered for a moment, his eyes scanning the leaders of this incident. Chen Guangmiao, Lin Man. Effective immediately, you are no longer associated with my Fang Chamber of Commerce. Upon hearing this, Chen Guangmiao and Lin Man collapsed to the ground. Lu Fang's words were light, but they knew that they were completely finished. Having lost their shares, their positions, and now branded as traitors, they would probably never rise again in their life. Lu Fang ignored their disgrace and turned his gaze to the other mid-level personnel present. As for the others, the original affairs of each department will continue to operate as usual. You will continue to be responsible for the matters you were originally in charge of. The Chamber of Commerce must not be in disarray. The potion workshop, equipment, trade, material procurement, and security system will all maintain the status quo. Those second-in-commands from various departments who thought they might end up like Chen Guangmiao and the others suddenly looked up, all stunned. Lu Fang looked at everyone, his voice calm. Regarding today's matter, I will only give you one chance. In the future, anyone who dares to harbor inappropriate thoughts again. His gaze swept across the entire room, and he did not continue speaking. 10 money ghosts stood quietly behind him, each exuding an aura that instilled terror. Everyone swallowed hard. In the next moment, someone stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Young master is magnanimous. From now on, I am willing to serve the young master until death. If you want to serve the Chamber of Commerce, I'm willing." The security department obeys the young master's orders. The equipment trade department obeys the young master's orders. The potion workshop obeys the young master's orders. The material channel department obeys the young master's orders. The external relations department of the Chamber of Commerce obeys the young master's orders. The voices came one after another. Everyone was genuinely frightened. They were also genuinely submissive. The strength and potential Lu Fang demonstrated had completely shattered their ambitions. More importantly, Lu Fang could have liquidated them, but chose to let them continue working. This was not weakness. Rather, it was a more sophisticated form of control, using both grace and severity. No one was unconvinced. Uncle Jiang stood in the crowd, his eyes already red. He looked at Lu Fang in the arena, and suddenly could no longer hold back, tears streaming down his face. "Young master." Jiang Xiao panicked. "Dad, why are you crying again?" Uncle Jiang raised his hand to wipe his eyes, but could not clean them. "I am happy. I am happy for the old master and madam." His voice choked. The young master has truly grown up. He knows the Chamber of Commerce needs to operate, and needs these people familiar with the business. First using a thunderous approach to subdue, then killing the chicken to warn the monkey. This tactic is like the old master. No, it's even more stable than the old master in his youth. Jiang Xia looked at Lu Fang in the arena, his eyes shining with astonishment. He didn't quite understand Chamber of Commerce management, but he could see that everyone was now submissive. Jiang Xia took a deep breath. "I knew it. Brother Fang would definitely succeed." In the observation seats, the prominent figures had similarly complex expressions. They had originally thought that Lu Fang, being young and brimming with enthusiasm, would certainly exact harsh retribution after winning. They even expected him to completely overhaul the entire Chamber of Commerce. Had they been in their youth, they might have done the same. But Lu Fang did not. He won. Yet he was not blinded by victory. He understood what he truly wanted. It was not a moment of pleasure, but rather to take full control of the Fang Chamber of Commerce. A Chamber of Commerce that had been purged to a standstill held no meaning. A Chamber of Commerce that could still operate normally and completely obey him was truly valuable. Such a good temperament. Someone couldn't help but mutter. This is far more precious than mere strength. SS-level talent, SS-level temperament. This child from the Lu family has unlimited potential for the future. Above the clouds, the middle-aged man in gray robes observed the scene in the Fang Chamber of Commerce hall, his eyes filled with admiration. He has courage. He has strategy. He has emotions. He has righteousness. He knows when to be tough and when to hold back. After he finished speaking, he looked at the man in black. "What more can you criticize?" The man in black was silent for a moment. Then he said, "No need to criticize any further." The middle-aged man in gray raised his brow. The man in black looked down at Lu Fang and slowly opened his mouth. "Lu Fang has passed the assessment." The middle-aged man in gray laughed. "It should have been this way long ago." Inside the Fang Chamber of Commerce headquarters, Han Qianshan and Ji Xiaoning were just about to step forward to congratulate him. But at that moment, both of their communicators vibrated almost simultaneously. Ji Xiaoning looked down and instantly changed his expression. Han Qianshan also put away his smile. The two exchanged glances. Ji Xiaoning lowered his voice. "The mole has a lead." Han Qianshan's expression darkened. "Let's go." The two did not linger. As Han Qianshan passed by Lu Fang, he simply patted his shoulder. "Well done." The other guests, seeing this, also knew that today's situation was now set. They all stepped forward to congratulate Lu Fang. "Young Master Lu, congratulations. From today onwards, the Fang Chamber of Commerce is stable. Young Master Lu is young and promising, truly making us old fellows feel ashamed. If there are any collaborations in the future, please take care of us. An SS-level first transition is a blessing for Jiangqing." Each compliment was far more enthusiastic than before, but everyone left with complex feelings. They had come today expecting to witness Lu Fang's failure. Instead, they personally witnessed an 18-year-old youth suppress the entire Fang Chamber of Commerce with the demeanor of an SS-level first transition. They all understood. From today onward, the weight of the name Lu Fang in the upper circles of Jiangsheng would be utterly different. Soon the outsiders in the observation hall gradually left. Only the internal staff of the Fangfang Chamber of Commerce remained. Lu Fang took his seat at the main position. That was originally the place of Lu Tianxiong and Su Qingyu. As everyone looked at this scene, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Previously, they had thought that Lu Fang was too young to hold this position. Now no one dared to have such thoughts again. Lu Fang looked at Uncle Jiang. Uncle Jiang. Uncle Jiang hurriedly stepped forward. Young master, Lu Fang said, from now on you will be in charge of the daily management of the Chamber of Commerce. Uncle Jiang was taken aback. Me? Lu Fang nodded. You have been by my parents' side for many years and are familiar with the operations of the Chamber of Commerce. I trust you. Uncle Jiang opened his mouth. But young master, the Chamber of Commerce is so large. Lu Fang replied calmly, specific business matters will still be handled by the heads of each department. You will be responsible for keeping an eye on them for me. Uncle Jiang remained silent for a few seconds before finally nodding heavily. Yes, young master, rest assured. I will definitely watch over the Chamber of Commerce for you. Chun Guangmao and others also lowered their heads. We will cooperate with Steward Jiang. Lu Fang looked at everyone. The Chamber of Commerce is very important. But in this world, strength is fundamental. If my parents were still alive, you would not have such thoughts today. If I did not possess sufficient strength, I would not even be able to sit here today. The hall fell silent. His words were direct, yet no one could refute them. Lu Fang continued, therefore, I will not waste all my time on Chamber of Commerce affairs. I need to continue to improve my strength. The Chamber of Commerce is responsible for resources, channels, and intelligence. Uncle Jiang will manage daily operations. You all are responsible for doing your jobs well. Is there a problem? Everyone replied in unison, no. This time the voices were uniform and firm. They all understood what Lu Fang meant. Lu Fang was not indifferent to the Chamber of Commerce. Instead, he wanted the Chamber of Commerce to be his support. For an SS-grade first-turn genius, wasting time on daily accounts and squabbles over channels is true. The stronger his strength, the more stable the Chamber of Commerce would be. At that moment, Lu Fang suddenly sensed something was off. In the hall, everyone's movements came to a halt. Uncle Jiang's posture of bowing was frozen in place. The expressions of Chun Guangmao and others also froze. Even the dust in the air seemed to have been paused. Lu Fang's gaze suddenly sharpened. 10 money spirits instantly appeared behind him. But the next second a calm voice rang out. Don't be nervous. They have just been temporarily stopped by us. Some things are not suitable for too many people to hear. Lu Fang turned around. In the center of the hall, 2 figures had appeared without his notice. The man in black had a calm expression, his aura unfathomable. The middle-aged man in gray had a faint smile, and his gaze towards Lu Fang was filled with undisguised admiration. Lu Fang did not let his guard down. Who are you? The middle-aged man in gray smiled and said, let me introduce myself. My name is Fu Yun. I am a member of Tianlong. The man in black also spoke. Lu Chun. I am a member of Tianlong. Lu Fang's eyes shifted slightly. He had not heard this name before. However, the 2 individuals before him could appear silently at the headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce, and even cause everyone in the hall to freeze. Their strength was undoubtedly far superior to anyone he had encountered so far. Fu Yun noticed his confusion and smiled. It's normal not to know. Tianlong is not a place that ordinary professionals are qualified to access. Tianlong is a special task force guarding the Dragon Country. It is directly under the highest level of the Dragon Country, not subject to local jurisdiction, does not recruit externally, and does not accept ordinary recommendations. Those gathered inside are the top batch of geniuses from the entire Dragon Country. Lu Fang's pupils slightly constricted. The entire Dragon Country. The top batch of geniuses. Fu Yun continued, his tone containing a hint of amusement. The so-called geniuses in Jiang City, like your classmate Wang Yixing. In Jiang City, he is considered quite good. In the provincial city, he could also receive key support. But when it comes to Tianlong, he wouldn't even qualify to participate in the assessment. Usually only the outstanding graduates from the 5 major academies are qualified to access the Tianlong. You should at least know the 5 major academies, right? Lu Fang nodded. The 5 major academies of the Dragon Country. That was the place all young professionals dreamed of, including himself. In the past decade, Jiang City has only produced a few students from the 5 major academies. Each one has been widely publicized throughout the city. But the 5 major academies are just one of the prerequisites for entering Tianlong. Fu Yun smiled at Lu Fang. Do you suddenly understand why you made such a big splash, but no one from the 5 major academies came looking for you? Lu Fang was taken aback. He had indeed been puzzled by this question. He awakened a hidden profession, achieving an SSS rating in the novice dungeon. He also killed a Blood Wolf Society powerhouse at school. Logically speaking, even if the 5 major academies reacted slowly, they shouldn't have remained completely silent. It seems that it's not that no one knows, but rather that someone intercepted it in advance. Lu Qin said calmly. because those chosen by Tianlong do not compete with the 5 major academies. This statement was calm, yet very imposing. It also made Lu Fang truly realize what the name Tianlong represented. Lu Fang took a breath and asked, "So you have been observing me from the very beginning?" Lu Chen nodded. "Yes, since you killed the Blood Wolf Society." "Lu Fang, I can now tell you the results." Lu Fang's gaze sharpened slightly. Lu Chen looked at him, his voice steady. "Lu Fang, you have passed the Tianlong assessment. I represent Tianlong and formally extend an invitation to you." Lu Fang did not immediately agree. Lu Chen looked at him. "Are you unwilling?" Fu Yun was also somewhat surprised. "Kid, do you know how many people dream of entering Tianlong? Don't say you're just at the first turn now." Even those third-turn geniuses from the 5 major academies would be so excited they couldn't sleep after hearing these words. Lu Fang slowly said, "I'm not unwilling. I just have my own matters to attend to." Lu Chen nodded, having guessed Lu Fang's thoughts. "Your parents encountered a spatial storm during a mission in the Abyssal Rift, but you do not believe they sacrificed themselves. So in the past few days you have been leveling up frantically, hoping to quickly upgrade and enter the front lines to find clues about them." Lu Chen looked at Lu Fang. "So you are worried that joining Tianlong will restrict your freedom. You are concerned it will delay your leveling up, and it will hinder your search for your parents on the front lines." Lu Fang did not deny it. If joining Tianlong would instead bind him with rules, then no matter how strong the background, it would be meaningless to him. Lu Chen said calmly, "You're mistaken then. Tianlong is the fastest place to level up in the entire Dragon Country." Lu Fang's heart stirred. Fu Yun smiled. "You should have already noticed that there is a difference between dungeons." Lu Fang nodded. "In dungeons of the same level, the differences in experience and drops between normal hard nightmare and hell are immense. Moreover, the dungeons themselves also vary in quality. Some dungeons have dense monsters yielding abundant experience and good drops. Others are long and tedious with pitifully low rewards." Lu Chen stated, "Places like Jiang City have very few high-level dungeons in total. You will soon discover that relying on Jiang City's dungeons for leveling will become increasingly inefficient." Lu Fang fell silent. Lu Chen was right. Jiang City was merely an edge city. Low-level professionals could still manage. But once they reached high levels, the resources here could not support rapid growth. Fu Yun extended a finger. "But Tianlong is different. In the same level of dungeons, Tianlong has more to offer. Higher quality, more extreme difficulty, and exaggerated rewards. In Tianlong, the experience and rewards from a top-level dungeon at the same rank can be more than 10 times that of an ordinary dungeon." More than 10 times. Lu Fang's expression finally changed. Fu Yun continued, "Moreover, while Tianlong is responsible for maintaining the safety of the Dragon Kingdom, it doesn't confine you in the base to complete missions every day. On the contrary, what we need are strong individuals who can grow, not mere decorations in a greenhouse. Thus, Tianlong members have ample opportunities to engage in frontline battles and even in rift battlefields. If you want to find your parents, Tianlong actually provides the quickest access to those places." Lu Chen said. "At the same time, Tianlong members enjoy a considerable degree of free time. As long as you don't violate Tianlong's discipline, don't betray the nation, don't collude with foreign tribes, and don't leak secrets, you have a lot of time that you can arrange for yourself." Lu Fang was genuinely intrigued. Tianlong not only wouldn't obstruct his search for his parents, but it could also provide him with faster upgrading resources, higher-level dungeons, and more opportunities to access the front line. This completely aligned with his goals. It was even highly consistent. However, soon Lu Fang thought of something. "Ahem, is there a joining gift when I join Tianlong?" Fu Yun was taken aback. Lu Chen also fell silent for a moment. The air became still. The next second, Fu Yun suddenly burst into laughter. "Huh. This kid actually knows how to negotiate." Lu Chen looked at Lu Fang with a somewhat strange expression. "Do you know what other people's reaction would be if they heard they could join Tianlong?" Lu Fang said, "I don't know. But if the 5 great academies were to recruit me, they would probably offer very generous treatment. Since Tianlong is stronger than the 5 great academies, the treatment can't be worse than that of the 5 great academies." Fu Yun laughed even harder. "That makes sense. Absolutely makes sense. As a class changer, one should compete. Resources must be fought for, opportunities must be fought for, and treatment must be fought for. If you don't fight for it, why would others deliver good things to you?" He looked at Lu Chen. "I admire this kid." Lu Chen did not refute. He waved his hand. A fist-sized egg appeared in his palm. The egg was grayish-white all over and appeared unremarkable. But upon closer inspection, one could see extremely fine patterns on the surface of the eggshell. Those patterns seemed alive, sometimes transforming into flames, sometimes into thunder, and at other times swirling like gold coins. Lu Fang merely glanced at it and felt this object was extraordinary. Lu Chen said, "An unformed pet egg. Plus 3 skill points." Lu Fang's breath suddenly caught. Skill points. He had completed so many dungeons and killed countless monsters. He hadn't even seen a shadow of skill points. Such things are far more precious than equipment materials or gold coins. His own skills were already extraordinary. Any improvement in skills could lead to a qualitative change. Fu Yun observed Lu Fang's reaction and smiled. It seems you understand the value of skill points. Then we want to explain further. As for this unformed pet egg. Lu Fang looked at the egg. Lu Chen said, an ordinary pet egg can basically determine its race and potential before hatching. Fire type is fire type, beast type is beast type, dragon type is dragon type. But unformed pet eggs are different. They do not have a fixed form. They evolve into the pet most compatible with the owner based on the owner's profession, attributes, aura, and power system. Each unformed pet egg has different hatching conditions. Some require volcanic lava, some need deep-sea cold crystals, and others need special job energy for long-term nurturing. In simple terms, the potential of this thing is very high. What kind of pet can hatch from the egg depends entirely on the owner's abilities. If the owner has an ordinary profession, it might just evolve into an ordinary pet. But if the owner has a unique hidden profession. Fu Yun did not finish his sentence, but the implication was already very clear. Lu Fang's heartbeat quickened slightly. Pets. This is different from summons. Summons rely on skills to exist and can be re-summoned after death. Pets, on the other hand, are combat partners that can grow, cultivate, and evolve over time. A high-potential pet greatly aids the practitioner. Lu Chen handed the pet egg to Lu Fang. Are these two conditions sufficient? Lu Fang accepted the pet egg. The moment he touched it, he felt a slight vibration from the shell, as if the life inside sensed his professional aura. Lu Fang did not hesitate any longer. I will join Tianlong. Lu Chen nodded. A wise choice. Lu Fang stored the pet egg and asked again. What about the skill points? Lu Chen glanced at him. Don't worry, there won't be any shortage for you. Lu Chen raised his hand. 3 faint golden beams flew out from his fingertips and entered Lu Fang's body. The next second, a prompt appeared before Lu Fang. You have received 3 free skill points. It really was credited. Lu Fang's heart trembled. Is this the influence of Tianlong? 3 skill points just like that. An unformed pet egg given freely. To know any one of these items in Jiang City would be enough to make countless practitioners fight over it. Tianlong's foundation was even more terrifying than he had imagined. However, soon Lu Fang thought of Jiang City again. He looked at Lu Chen. After I join Tianlong, I will probably leave Jiang City, right? Lu Chen nodded. I will take you away in a day. Lu Fang said. What about Jiang City? Fu Yun raised an eyebrow. Are you worried that no one will guard Jiang City? Lu Chen smiled. For the hometown of geniuses, the country will have protective measures. You don't need to remind me about this. Lu Fang was taken aback. Lu Chen continued. I will help you assign a level 400 practitioner to come over. To temporarily serve as the new pillar of Jiang City stationed in Jiang City. Lu Fang's pupils shrank sharply. The pillar-level powerhouse, which countless people in Jiang City viewed as unattainable, was merely a resource that could be easily mobilized in Tianlong. Thank you, Lu Fang said earnestly. This gratitude was not for himself. It was for Jiang City, and for the Fangfang Chamber of Commerce left by his parents. Lu Chen said no need. This is the arrangement that Tianlong ought to make. Fu Yun looked at Lu Chen. Are you still going to deal with matters in the nearby cities? Lu Chen nodded. I need to take a look. Lu Fang looked at the two of them. Fu Yun smiled and said, there have been some minor situations in the nearby city. You don't need to worry about it. Your current task is to handle your personal matters well. Lu Chen looked at Lu Fang. I will give you 1 day. You need to complete all the things you have to settle within this day. I will come to pick you up in a day. Lu Fang, all right. Lu Chen raised his hand. The space in the hall slightly rippled. The next second, the two figures vanished into thin air. At the same time, time that had been frozen began to flow again. The dust in the air continued to fall. Uncle Zhang finally completed his motion of lowering his head. Chun Guangmao and the others' expressions returned to normal. They did not perceive any abnormalities. As if the conversation that just occurred had never happened. Only Lu Fang stood in front of the main seat, his palm slightly gathered. In the class changer's storage space, the unformed pet egg lay quietly, and his panel had also added 3 free skill points. Lu Fang looked at the people present as usual, curious about what level of powerhouse Lu Chen truly was. 400 levels, 500 levels, or even higher. A person capable of freezing an entire area with ease and commanding 400-level professionals to guard Jiang City. What status does such a person hold in the Tianlong? Lu Fang's eyes flickered slightly. However, he quickly suppressed these thoughts. There was no point in pondering such matters. The most important thing right now was to thoroughly arrange matters concerning Jiang City and the Merchant Association. Lu Fang raised his head. In the conference room, everyone kept their heads down waiting for his instructions. The meeting continued for over an hour. Once all matters were arranged, Lu Fang finally stood up. Everyone rose simultaneously. We bid farewell to the young master. At the Lu family villa, Lu Fang sat on the edge of the bed in his room, raising his hand to open his storage space. In the next moment, a yellow-formed pet egg appeared in his palm. A line of prompts suddenly floated into unformed pet egg, current status hatchable, hatching condition, feed with gold coins, would you like to feed it? Lu Fang was taken aback for a moment. Gold coins. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Truly worthy of being a pet egg evolved from the god of wealth profession. The hatching condition was so straightforward. Lu Fang did not hesitate at all. Feed it. You have consumed gold coins 100000. The pet egg trembled gently. The golden patterns on the eggshell visibly brightened for a moment. Then it faded. Lu Fang waited for a few seconds. There was no response. He raised an eyebrow. 100,000 gold coins, and it only glows once. Lu Fang clicked again. You have consumed gold coins 100000. The eggshell shone once more. Then it fell silent again. Lu Fang's expression began to change. He suddenly had a bad premonition. You have consumed gold coins 100000. You have consumed gold coins 100000. You have consumed gold coins 100000. 10 times. 1 million gold coins were gone. The pet egg only brightened slightly. 20 times. 2 million gold coins were gone. Finally, a little warmth appeared on the eggshell. 50 times. 5 million gold coins were gone. The pet egg gently shook as if a small life inside had turned over. Lu Fang watched this, seeing his expression growing increasingly grim. Isn't your appetite a bit too grand? The pet egg naturally did not respond. It simply lay quietly in Lu Fang's palm. As if to say continue. Lu Fang took a deep breath, feeling a pang in his heart. Gold coins were not dragon coins. Ever since he awakened, he could no longer exchange dragon coins for gold. Although he earned quite a bit from dungeon runs, his expenditures were even more terrifying. After all his skills required gold. Now another pet egg that devoured gold had appeared. Lu Fang suddenly felt that the god of wealth profession was indeed powerful. It burned money like no other. Continue. Lu Fang gritted his teeth. Gold coins continued to disappear. 10 million. 20 million. 30 million. The golden patterns on the pet egg became increasingly bright. The entire room was illuminated by a faint golden light. Inside the eggshell, a clear heartbeat finally resonated. Thump, thump, thump. Each beat felt like a hammer striking Lu Fang's heart. Of course, it felt more like a hammer striking his wallet. When the consumption reached 40 million gold coins, the surface of the pet egg finally showed the first crack. Crack. Lu Fang's eyes brightened. Is it about to come out? But in the next second, a prompt popped up again. Hatching energy insufficient. Would you like to continue feeding? Lu Fang's smile froze on his face. Not enough. He stared at the tiny crack, remaining silent for a full 3 seconds. Finally, he spoke with a darkened expression. Continue. You have consumed gold coins 100000. You have consumed gold coins 100000. You have consumed gold coins 100000. When the total consumption of gold coins reached 50 million. Boom. The golden light on the surface of the pet egg finally erupted violently. Cracks rapidly spread. Crack. The eggshell shattered completely. In the center of the shattered eggshell, a palm-sized orange kitten curled up there. Fluffy, round, and there was a faint golden pattern on its forehead resembling a small copper coin. It opened its eyes, its amber pupils looking at Lu Fang. Then it mewed softly. Meow. Lu Fang. He spent 50 million gold coins. And hatched a cat. A palm-sized. The little orange cat seemed to sense Lu Fang's gaze, slowly getting up and shaking off the eggshell fragments on its body. Then it leaped. Thud. It landed directly on Lu Fang's shoulder. It rubbed its head against Lu Fang's neck, finding a comfortable spot to lie down, its tail swaying gently. Lu Fang reached out to hold it up before his eyes. The two of them locked gazes. The little orange cat blinked. Meow. Lu Fang remained silent for a moment. To be honest, it was quite adorable. Just then, pet information floated before Lu Fang's eyes. Pet wealth cat bound owner Lu Fang ability 1 wealth generation can be used once daily to gain a certain amount of gold coins. The amount of gold obtained is related to the owner's commercial power. The stronger the commercial power, the more gold obtained. Ability 2 treasure seeking. The wealth cat has a certain sensing ability for high-value resources nearby. Lu Fang's previously dark expression instantly froze. Wealth generation, daily gold acquisition, and the amount of gold is related to his commercial power. Lu Fang was currently in need of a stable channel to acquire gold. Unable to resist, he tried. Use wealth generation. The little orange cat on his shoulders, eyes instantly lit up. It raised a small paw and waved gently. Ding. A crisp sound of gold coins clinking echoed in the room. The next second, a prompt appeared before Lu Fang. Wealth generation successful. You have obtained gold coins 1000001 million. Lu Fang's eyes instantly brightened. On the first use, he directly obtained 1 million gold coins. To be aware, the current Fang Merchant Association was only considered a large merchant association within Jiang City, not even close on a national level, yet it could still yield 1 million gold coins from the wealth cat in one go. What if in the future the Fang Merchant Association continues to expand? What if its business covers more cities? What if one day the Fang Merchant Association becomes the top merchant association in the Dragon Kingdom? How much gold could wealth generation yield then? 10 million? 100 million? Lu Fang looked at the little orange cat on his shoulder, his gaze completely transformed. Is 50 million gold coins expensive? Yes. But is it worth it? Absolutely. Not to mention it had a second ability, treasure seeking, which was also impressive. In dungeons and wild resource points, the biggest fear was treasures being hidden deeply or passing by without noticing. With the treasure-seeking ability in the future, when encountering special areas, he could let it sense first. Picking up bargains, finding resources, searching for hidden treasure chests, even looking for certain high-value materials. These were all tangible benefits. The more Lu Fang thought about it, the more satisfied he became. He reached out and rubbed the little orange cat's head. The little orange cat squinted its eyes, letting out a comfortable sound. Since you can generate wealth? Lu Fang pondered for a moment. From now on I shall call you Kai Kai. The little orange cat shook its ears. Meow. It seemed to agree. A faint smile finally appeared at the corner of Lu Fang's mouth. Come Kai. Whether we can become rich in the future depends on you. Kai nestled on his shoulder, its tail flicking lightly, looking completely self-assured. Lu Fang looked at it, and his thoughts about the Fang Chamber of Commerce had completely changed. Previously he protected the chamber solely because it was his parents' hard work. He could not let the legacy left behind after their disappearance be divided by those people. But now he had greater ambitions. The Fang Chamber of Commerce should not just be a local business in Jiangxing. It should become the foundation for his career as a wealth manager. The larger the commercial power, the more Kai would attract wealth. The more wealth Kai attracted, the more confidence he would have in leveling up, battling, and developing skills. As his strength grew, he could also protect the chamber's expansion in return. This was a closed loop. Lu Fang placed Kai on the table, but Kai was unwilling, using its 4 short legs to kick and jump back onto his shoulder. Lu Fang couldn't be bothered with it. He opened his skill panel. The pet egg had been dealt with. Next up were 3 free skill points. Lu Fang looked at the panel, pondering. Spending lavishly was already at level 2. Currently it could deal up to 1500 real damage, with a maximum of 1000 gold coins. This damage was substantial. When facing enemies with high health, it would just mean a few more hits. In the short term, its returns weren't the highest. Toll fee was very strong, but it was more functional, used for breaking formations, entering dungeons, and opening paths. Level 1 was sufficient. The remaining skills worth considering were life money and wealth can move ghosts. Life money is a life-saving skill. It can restore injuries, stamina, mental strength, and life status. This chamber's challenge had already proven that the money ghost paired with life money had extremely terrifying endurance. Lu Fang quickly made a decision. 1 skill point to life money. In the next second, the skill point was consumed. Life money glowed slightly. Life money upgraded to level 2. Lu Fang immediately checked the skill details. Life money level 2, consume gold coins to restore injuries, stamina, mental strength, life status, and abnormal states for yourself or a designated target. Lu Fang's eyes narrowed. Did the upgrade add recovery for abnormal states? Not bad, not bad. In dungeons, he often encountered abnormal states like control curses, mental pollution, toxins, weakness, and seals. This enhancement was crucial. The margin for error had directly increased. Lu Fang nodded in satisfaction. With 2 skill points left, he didn't hesitate further. He allocated them all to wealth can move ghosts. This skill was currently his most frequently used and core combat skill. Whether in dungeons or group battles, the money ghost was a main force. As long as the money ghost continued to grow stronger, his overall combat power would rise sharply. Buzz. Wealth can move ghosts upgraded to level 3. Lu Fang immediately looked at the details. Wealth can move ghosts level 3, consume gold coins to summon the money ghost to fight for you. Current maximum summon quantity, 10. The money ghost inherits 150 of the host's attributes. New effect, the money ghost gains 1 skill slot and can learn skills from other professions. Lu Fang's pupils constricted suddenly. What the heck? A skill slot. The money ghost actually gained an additional skill slot. He originally thought that after reaching level 3 the money ghost attributes would continue to improve. For instance, from inheriting 150 of all attributes to 180 or even 200. To his surprise, the attributes remained unchanged, but it gained an additional skill slot. After a brief silence, Lu Fang's eyes burst with unprecedented brilliance. This enhancement was far greater than a mere increase in attributes. Is the money ghost strong? Of course it is. Inheriting 150 of Lu Fang's all attributes, relying on its terrifying attributes, it could easily overpower many peers. However, the money ghost's biggest problem was also quite obvious. It lacked flexibility. Its current combat style was too simple. Charge forward, smash tier, and withstand. Relying on attribute suppression was indeed satisfying. But once it encountered flying enemies, ranged kite attacks, widespread control, or enemies with special mechanisms, the money ghost would reveal its shortcomings. Previously, Wu Zhao's spirit binding contract array was an example. If it weren't for Lu Fang having the toll fee, the money ghost would have been severely restricted by the formation. The emergence of the skill slot was equivalent to addressing the money ghost's weaknesses. As long as the skill choices were appropriate, the money ghost's combat style would undergo a qualitative change. Learning skills from other professions. Lu Fang began to think about the direction. The first option was to enhance the money ghost's ranged combat capabilities. For example, skills from archers, mages, firearms, and throwing systems. This way the money ghost wouldn't have to charge directly at the enemy each time, and when facing flying units or ranged enemies, it could retaliate directly. The second option was to enhance group capabilities. For example, area burst, group control, taunting, shockwaves, and domain skills. This way the money ghost's dungeon efficiency would be higher, and it would be easier against large numbers of monsters. Both directions were strong. Lu Fang felt somewhat conflicted for a moment. Group capability could improve dungeon efficiency, but the problem was he currently had 10 money ghosts. The quantity itself had already compensated for some of the monster clearing capabilities. Especially in low-level dungeons, the money ghost could sweep through simply by charging. Instead, the range capability was the most obvious shortcoming. If he encountered a flying boss or an enemy skilled in spatial manipulation in the future, the money ghost would only be able to passively chase. This was quite uncomfortable. Lu Fang quickly made a judgment. Let's enhance range capabilities first. We'll talk about group capabilities later. He closed the skill panel. Kai nestled on his shoulders, seemingly sensing his pleasant emotions, and called out softly, "Meow." Lu Fang stretched lazily. He had spent an all-nighter in the dungeon yesterday. But after the transformation, his body, spirit, and life levels had all been reforged. Tired? Not a chance. With his parents not home in the vast villa besides himself, there was no one else to worry about. Rather than staying at home and overthinking, it was better to continue leveling up. Additionally, he could farm some skill books. With this in mind, Lu Fang reached out and patted Kai's head. "Let's go. Let's continue to grow stronger." Lu Fang was about to head out. But just then his communicator suddenly... Lu Fang looked down for a moment. Wang Yixing. His eyes shifted slightly. Lu Fang answered the call. "Is there something?" On the other end of the communicator, Wang Yixing's voice sounded a bit hoarse. "Lu Fang, I want to ask for your help with something." Lu Fang didn't respond immediately. "Speak." Wang Yixing was silent for a moment, as if organizing his words. After a moment, he finally spoke. "I want the Wang Family Chamber of Commerce to receive your protection." Lu Fang raised his eyebrows. The Wang family's current situation was very similar to the previous Fangfang Chamber of Commerce. It was even worse than Fangfang Chamber of Commerce. After all, Lu Fang had the strength to suppress everything. But Wang Yixing did not. On the other end of the communicator, Wang Yixing continued. "I know this request is quite presumptuous, and I know you have no obligation to help me. So, I am willing, as long as you are willing to protect the Wang Family Chamber of Commerce, I can facilitate deep cooperation between the Wang Family Chamber of Commerce and the Fangfang Chamber of Commerce. A quarter of the channels from the Wang Family Chamber of Commerce can be allocated to the Fangfang Chamber of Commerce. A quarter of the channel. This price is not insignificant. Although the Wang Family Chamber of Commerce is not as prominent as the Fangfang Chamber of Commerce, it has operated in Jiang City for many years. They control numerous channels for material procurement, potion sales, and low-tier equipment distribution. If the Fangfang Chamber of Commerce can swallow these channels at scale, will inevitably expand further. Before yesterday, Lu Fang might not have cared much about such matters. But now it is different. There is a fortune resting upon his shoulders. The daily earnings of the Wealth Cat are directly related to the commercial power he wields. The greater the commercial power, the more gold coins he will have. The channels of the Wang Family Chamber of Commerce represent expansion for the Fangfang Chamber of Commerce. For Lu Fang, it means an increasing gold coin income every day. He became interested, and after pondering for a moment, he said calmly, "A quarter is too little." On the other end of the communicator, Wang Yixing paused in his breath. "How much do you want?" Lu Fang replied. "At least half." Wang Yixing's tone instantly changed. "Half? Lu Fang, that's too much. If you give up half the channels, the people within the Wang Family Chamber of Commerce will definitely not agree." Lu Fang's tone remained calm. "That's your problem." Wang Yixing fell silent. Lu Fang continued. "Wang Yixing, you should know very well. The current Wang Family Chamber of Commerce is not the same as before. With your father gone, will those higher-ups still regard you as the heir? Will the partners still respect the Wang family as they did before?" Each of his words struck Wang Yixing's heart like nails. He certainly knew. In recent days, he had seen too much. With his father just missing, those uncles, elders, and partners all changed their faces. He is still the heir in name. But in reality, his words were becoming less and less effective. Lu Fang's voice continued. "You think half is a lot now. But if you don't agree, what you will lose may not just be half. It could be everything. Wang Yixing tightened his grip on the communicator. His face turned pale, yet he could not utter a single rebuttal. Because what Lu Fang said was the truth. The Wang family chamber of commerce is now like a piece of fat meat without a strong protector. If he does not find a sufficiently strong backing soon, the Wang family chamber of commerce will inevitably be torn apart bit by bit. And who in all of Jiang City is most suitable to be this backing? Only Lu Fang. SS Level 1 Transformation. One person can suppress the Fang Chamber of Commerce. The current Lu Fang is no longer an ordinary peer. He is an existence that everyone in Jiang City must reevaluate. Wang Yixing took a deep breath. All right. Half. I agree. Lu Fang's expression remained unchanged. But your agreement is not enough. Wang Yixing let out a bitter laugh. I know. There will definitely be people in the Wang family chamber of commerce who they are already eroding my power and now asking them to hand over half the channels to the Fang chamber of commerce. They will never easily agree. Lu Fang said lightly. You need to communicate first. Wang Yixing was taken aback. Me? Lu Fang replied. You are the heir of the Wang family. This matter must be initiated by you. If you dare not take this step, then it is meaningless for me to help you. Wang Yixing remained silent for a moment. I understand. Lu Fang continued. Tonight gather the senior management of the Wang family chamber of commerce and make things clear. Write down the names of those unwilling to cooperate. Wang Yixing's heart jumped. And then, oi. Lu Fang looked out the window, his tone calm. Tomorrow morning I will arrive at the Wang family chamber of commerce to personally persuade those unwilling individuals. On the other end of the communicator, Wang Yixing's breath paused for a moment. Although Lu Fang's voice was not loud, he seemed to see 10 money ghosts standing in the conference hall of the Wang family chamber of commerce. Wang Yixing suddenly felt the heavy stone pressing on his chest loosen somewhat. Thank you. His voice was hoarse. Lu Fang, really thank you. Lu Fang smiled. No need to thank me. This is a transaction. Wang Yixing was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. All right. Transaction. The communication was hung up. Lu Fang put away the communicator. The wealth cat lay on his shoulder, as if sensing something, gently wagging its tail. Lu Fang patted its head. It seems you really are a wealth cat. It had only just hatched not long ago, and already brought him a big business. Meow. The wealth cat seemed to understand the praise, and slightly raised its head. It had the demeanor of a very capable cat. Lu Fang twitched the corners of his mouth. Then, without wasting time, he directly left the villa and headed to the professional center. The entire afternoon that followed, Lu Fang stayed in the instance area of the professional center. He first cleared the level 100 hell difficulty instance 4 times. Wherever the money ghost went, monsters fell in droves. Accompanied by the final boss crashing down, a level up notification finally appeared before Lu Fang's eyes. Congratulations, level increased to level 101. A warm current surged into his body. Lu Fang clearly felt that his attributes surged once again. He opened his personal panel. Name Lu Fang, level 101, profession 1-star, wealth god, strength 11950, agility 11950, constitution 11950, spirit 11950, skills, money toss level 2, money makes the ghost go level 3, by passage level 1, by life level 2, equipment, masters boots, diamond, money barrier, ring, diamond, pet, wealth cat. Lu Fang looked at the panel feeling quite good. Indeed, leveling up by 1 level increases all attributes by 1000. Lu Fang felt it was somewhat exaggerated. However, soon Lu Fang frowned slightly. By the way, this leveling speed is too slow, isn't it? He had cleared a full 4 level 100 hell instances just to move from level 100 to level 101. It seems that after the first transformation the experience requirements have skyrocketed. It is basically unrealistic to think of leveling up 100 levels in just a few days like before. Lu Fang put away the panel and prepared to continue. After exiting the instance, he said to Lu Cheng, I want to enter the level 101 instance. Lu Cheng stood straight. Sir, there is no level 101 instance here in the professional center. Lu Fang frowned. None. Lu Cheng explained. Yes. The number of instances above level 100 is originally small. Jiang City is just a local city and high-level instance resources are limited. Currently, among the listed instances above level 100 in the professional center, the closest instance to you has a minimum entry requirement of level 105. There are no corresponding instances between level 101 and level 104. Lu Fang's brow furrowed. This means he cannot even enter higher-level instances now. Lu Chen was not wrong. Jiang City can no longer satisfy him. Lu Fang said helplessly. Then continue to arrange the level 100 hell instance for me. Lu Cheng quickly nodded. All right. Evening. The lights of Jiang City gradually illuminated. In the professional center's instance zone, Lu Fang was still grinding instances. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Wang family commerce. Inside the top-floor conference room, the atmosphere had reached a suffocating level. On both sides of the long table sat the high-ranking officials of the Wang family commerce. In the past, Wang Yixing could only sit in a rear position here. But today he sat in the main seat. That was his father's position. Many people watched this scene, their expressions becoming subtly varied. Some frowned, some sneered, and some bowed their heads to sip tea as if they saw nothing. Wang Yixing took in everyone's reactions, and a wave of anger slowly surged within him. When his father was still around, weren't these people all respectful? Wang Yixing took a deep breath. I have convened you all today to announce an important matter. I have decided to represent the Wang family commerce to seek the protection of Lu Fang, the president of the Fang commerce. In exchange, the Wang family commerce will integrate half of its channels into the Fang commerce system. The two families will then engage in deep cooperation with the Fang commerce, providing external protection for the Wang family commerce. As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room fell silent for a moment. The next second, nearly everyone erupted. Half of the channels. Wang Yixing, are you crazy? Do you know what that represents? That is the foundation the Wang family commerce has built over many years. Are you just going to give it away to outsiders? An elderly man with gray hair slammed the table. I disagree. His name was Wang Minghai, a senior member of the Wang family, and one of the actual heads of the commerce's channel department. Wang Yixing looked at him. Uncle Minghai, you should be clearer about the current situation of the Wang family than I am. Wang Minghai snorted coldly. Of course I know. Precisely because I know I cannot let you act recklessly. Another senior member spoke solemnly. Indeed, Lu Fang has great potential. SS-level transformation, no one denies that. But how could someone like him always stay in Jiang City to protect the Wang family commerce? Someone immediately agreed. Fang commerce has just stabilized its situation, why should they protect us? Yixing, you are too young, commerce cannot be managed on a whim. These words sounded grand and dignified. Every statement seemed to be in consideration of the Wang family commerce. Yet Wang Yixing looked at their faces and felt a wave of nausea. Do they truly care about the future of the Wang family commerce? No, they only care about the benefits in their hands. If half of the channels were integrated into Fang commerce, the ones most affected would be them. Wang Yixing's chest heaved violently, and he was on the verge of exploding. But at that moment, a thunderous explosion suddenly echoed from afar. Everyone's expressions changed simultaneously. Before they could react, a piercing city alarm reverberated throughout the night sky of Jiang City. Red warning lights lit up layer by layer from the distance. Inside the conference room, everyone was stunned. What is happening? City alarm. Is there a monster invasion? Impossible. The outer defense of Jiang City has always been normal, right? Where did that explosion come from? Wang Yixing rushed to the window, looking out into the distance. He saw a faint light rising from the eastern direction of the city. Beneath the night sky, chaotic energy waves were erupting continuously. That was not an ordinary fire, it was the fluctuation of battle. In the conference room, everyone's complexion changed drastically. Although Jiang City was not a top city in the Dragon Kingdom, it still had a complete city defense system. Once the city alarm was sounded, it meant that the situation was no longer a normal public security incident. As a registered large commerce in Jiang City, the Wang family commerce had over 200 practitioners who were obligated to respond to temporary city defense mobilizations. If they refused, they would surely face accountability afterwards. In the conference room, 3 200-level experts stood up simultaneously. The head of the security department spoke solemnly. The meeting is adjourned. We need to check the source of the alarm. The 3 quickly left, leaving the others exchanging glances. The meeting that had just been heated could no longer continue. Soon the emergency plan within the commerce was activated. Ordinary staff began to evacuate. The high-ranking officials under the protection of guards entered the underground refuge. 1 minute ago, at the deputy city lord's residence, Han Qianshan and Ji Xiaoning stood in the hall, their faces grim. Opposite them sat Zhou Chenghai, the deputy city lord of Jiang City, slumped in a chair, his eyes red. Han Qianshan stared at him intently. As the deputy city lord of Jiang City, why did you betray Jiang City? Ji Xiaoning's voice was cold. The Blood Wolf Society has set up a dark night sky in Jiang City. The news of the Pillar Stone's departure has been leaked. Several instance blockade nodes have been tampered with. All these matters are related to you. What else do you have to say? Zhou Chenghai trembled all over. The next second, he suddenly covered his face and burst into tears. They captured my wife and son. I just wanted to save them. Ji Xiaoning shouted angrily. Zhou Chenghai's lips trembled, but he couldn't speak. Han Qianshan took a deep breath. Surrender. The rest will be left to the law for judgment. If your wife and son are still alive, the city lord's office will do its best to rescue them. Zhou Chenghai suddenly froze. Then he began to chuckle softly. His laughter grew louder. Han Qianshan, you are still like this. Always looking down from above. If it weren't for you back, then the position of city lord should have been mine. I have done so much for Jiang City over the years, oh why should I always stand behind you? Han Qianshan's expression changed. Zhou Chenghai suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with resentment bursting forth. I know I won't lie. Then let's die together. Boom. A scarlet array pattern suddenly lit up beneath his feet. Han Qianshan's pupils constricted. Not good. Ji Xiaoning acted instantly. But it was still too late. Zhou Chunghai exploded, his flesh and blood devoured instantly by the formation beneath him. A crimson beam of light shot into the sky. In the next second the space tore apart. Monsters wrapped in black mist wildly emerged from the fracture. Han Qianshan's face turned ashen. He polluted an instance with the formation. Ji Xiaoning scolded angrily. This bastard. It's a level 205 instance, the Black Abyss Beast's nest. He released the monsters from the Black Abyss Beast's nest after polluting them. Ji Xiaoning's face turned ashen. He is trying to bury the entire Jiang city with him. Without hesitation, Han Qianshan immediately activated the city defense communication. Sound the level 1 city alarm. By the time the 3 strong members of the Wang family commerce arrived, the eastern part of the city had already turned into a battlefield. The entire city, except for those who were in instances and couldn't receive news, had basically all the practitioners above level 200 gathered. Flames soared and lightning exploded. Skills tore through the night sky. The deputy city lord's mansion had long since collapsed into ruins. In the center of the wreckage, a crimson rift hung across the sky from which countless abyssal monsters emerged. Some monsters resembled giant wolves with bone spikes on their backs. Others were like malformed giant apes swinging forearms. Flying creatures circled above, spewing black corrosive liquid. The professionals of Jiang City had formed a defensive line. Shield warriors held the front, while mages and archers unleashed relentless attacks. Healers continuously cast recovery spells. Assassin-class professionals darted along the edges of the monster horde, desperately eliminating any that slipped through. Hold the line. Don't let them break through. The residential area is right behind us. Fire specialists focus on the left flank. Healer, someone's critically wounded here. Roars, explosions, and monstrous screeches blended into a cacophony. The entire eastern district seemed dragged into hell. There were too many monsters, and these corrupted creatures were far more ferocious than those in normal dungeons. Even with limbs severed, they continued to charge with savage howls. Han Qianshan and Ji Xiaoning stood at the forefront, unleashing their full power. But with Jiang City's strongest combatants now gone, facing a tide of corrupted monsters from a level 205 dungeon, they could barely hold the line. As time passed, the defense began to falter. Professionals were constantly injured. The shield warriors' formation was repeatedly pushed back, and the healer's mental energy was nearly depleted. Just then a deep roar echoed from within the rift. A colossal black beast over 10 meters tall slowly crawled out. It was covered in thick scales with 3 curved horns on its head and crimson eyes like blood lamps. Abyssal bone-corrupting beast King BOSS level 300. The moment they saw this boss, everyone said, "The boss is out. Damn it. We can't hold." The beast lowered its head and spewed a jet of black. With a thunderous blast, over a dozen frontline professionals were sent flying, tearing a gap in the defense. Han Qianshan roared and charged to block the boss. But with a single blow, he was sent staggering back dozens of meters. Ji Xiaoning's face darkened. No. Jiang City has no pillar now. Facing a crisis of this magnitude, we can't withstand it. Despair crept into the eyes of the surrounding Those 2 words, no pillar, weighed like a mountain on everyone's hearts. Just when despair reached its peak, a deep, aged voice suddenly descended from the night sky. It seems I arrived just in time. The voice was soft, yet the moment it fell, the entire eastern battlefield seemed gripped by an invisible hand. The monsters' roars, the professionals' shouts, the explosions of skills, all seemed to quieten in that instant. Han Qianshan looked up abruptly. Ji Xiaoning's pupils contracted. The next moment, a figure descended slowly from the night sky. It was an old man in a deep green robe with graying hair and a slender build. Yet the mere presence of him caused the surging dark energy to retreat, as if encountering its natural enemy. The abyssal bone-corrupting beast king fixed its crimson eyes on the old man, sensing a threat. It reared its head and unleashed a stream of black breath capable of corroding steel. "Watch out," someone cried instinctively. But the old man merely raised an eyebrow. "Noisy." He extended a single finger. With a gentle tap, no grand skill effects, just a casual point. The black breath froze midair. Then it shattered into fragments. The beast's massive body trembled as if struck by an invisible Its 3 horns exploded simultaneously. Cracks spread from its forehead down through its thick scales. With a series of sharp cracks, the fissures spread wildly. Finally, before the stunned gaze of everyone, the level 300 boss that had plunged Jiang City into despair crumbled into black ash. Dead. With 1 finger. A level 300 boss dead. The eastern battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Even the charging monsters paused, as if losing their anchor. The old man waved his hand casually, and a green light swept across the field. Any abyssal monster it touched turned to ash without a scream. In mere moments, the monster tide that had nearly torn apart Jiang City's defense was mostly cleared. Han Xianshan stood still, his throat dry. Ji Xiaoning was dumbfounded. All the professionals were frozen in shock. Is it over? That was a level 300 boss. One finger. Did he just use one finger? I didn't even see what skill he used. What level of expert is this? A passing senior. Everyone was bewildered. They had struggled just to hold back the monster tide. When the Beast King appeared, they had been plunged into despair. But now with this old man's arrival, the crisis was erased like a joke. The gap was beyond technique, coordination, or numbers. Han Xianshan took a deep breath and stepped forward. Senior, thank you for your aid. If not for your timely arrival, Jiang City tonight would have. The old man waved his hand. It is my duty. Han Xianshan paused. Ji Xiaoning seemed to realize something, his voice trembling. May I ask your name, senior? The old man said calmly. Qin Jinyue. I have been assigned as the new pillar of Jiang City. My level is 400. The words struck like a thunderbolt, shattering the silence. What? A new pillar? Level 400? The nation sent a level 400 expert to Jiang City. Did I hear that right? We actually have a level 400 pillar again. Everyone was stunned. They had expected the nation to assign a new expert after the previous pillar's departure. But in everyone's expectations, a level 300 expert would have been good enough. After all, Jiang City was just a board. Its resources weren't top tier, and its strategic position wasn't critical. The previous 3 pillars had stayed mainly because it was their hometown. A level 400 expert. Even in larger cities, such a figure would be a top-tier combat force capable of suppressing an entire region. Han Xianshan and Ji Xiaoning exchanged glances, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The clan and merchant leaders around them were flushed with excitement. Senior Qin, with you guarding Jiang City, we can rest easy. That single finger of yours was truly eye-opening. The Li family will fully cooperate with you to maintain order in Jiang City. Senior Qin, if you need anything, our merchant guild will do our utmost. One by one, the upper echelons of Jiang City gathered around the old man. Everyone understood what it meant to reach level 400. Anyone who could connect with Qin Jinyue would have a completely different standing in Jiang City. However, Qin Jinyue showed no change in expression in response to the flattery. He simply looked at Han Xianshan. Where is Lu Fang? A single statement silenced all voices. The smiles on everyone's faces froze simultaneously. Lu Fang. Qin Jinyue had just arrived in Jiang City, not inquiring about city defenses, nor the rift in the dungeon, nor the follow-up on tonight's insider incident. His first question was about Lu Fang. Han Xianshan was taken aback for a moment. But soon he reacted. Lu Fang should be in the dungeon. After he finishes dealing with his own guild's matters today, he will continue to level up. Qin Jinyue nodded. Then where does he live? Han Xianshan was stunned. Are you going to Lu's house, senior? Qin Jinyue replied calmly, yes. I will wait for him at his house. At this, everyone around was completely dumbfounded. A level 400 powerhouse, the newly appointed pillar of Jiang City, was personally going to Lu Fang's house to wait for him. What kind of attitude was this? What kind of standing did this represent? Han Xianshan hesitated for a moment, and quickly said, Senior Qin, why not let the city lord's mansion host a welcoming reception for you first? After Lu Fang leaves the dungeon, I will notify him to meet you right away. Qin Jinyue shook his head. No need. I will wait at his house. His tone was very calm, yet left no room for negotiation. Han Qianshan's heart trembled, and he did not dare to persuade him further. All right. I will take you there right away, senior. The people around were already at a loss for words. They initially thought Qin Jinyue was merely a substitute pillar for Jiang City appointed by the state. But now it seemed that things were not so simple. A level 400 powerhouse had just arrived in Jiang City and was actively inquiring about Lu Fang's whereabouts. He even preferred not to go to the city lord's mansion for a welcome reception, choosing instead to wait at Lu's house. What did this indicate? It indicated that Qin Jinyue was very likely not there because of Jiang City, but rather because of Lu Fang. Could it be that Senior Qin was assigned to Jiang City because of Lu Fang? Someone's voice trembled. A nearby clan elder swallowed hard. It's very possible. But what exactly is Lu Fang's identity? Perhaps the level he is connected to has already exceeded our understanding. Once this statement was made, everyone fell silent. Indeed, they only knew that Lu Fang was an SS level first transition. But it wasn't until Qin Jinyue appeared that they suddenly realized. What they had seen might only be the tip of the iceberg. The level that Lu Fang was truly in contact with might have long surpassed what these families and guilds in Jiang City could imagine. 1 hour later, Wang family guild headquarters. In the conference room, Wang Yixing sat in his seat feeling a bit dazed. Before him were the senior executives of the Wang family guild. According to the original situation, today's meeting should have been his most challenging battle. However, at this moment, the atmosphere in the conference room had turned extremely strange. The 3 most influential powerhouses of the Wang family guild were all standing on his side. The head of the security department spoke slowly. I support Yixing. Another burly middle-aged man added in a deep voice, the Wang family guild should be controlled by the direct line of the Wang family. Whatever Yixing says, we old folks should unconditionally cooperate. The last woman dressed in black armor said lightly. From today on, anyone who tries to undermine Yixing in the name of the board will face my opposition first. With these 3 statements, the room fell silent. Those high-ranking individuals who were originally preparing to force Wang Yixing to relinquish more power all changed their expressions dramatically. Wang Yixing even doubted whether he had heard wrong. Someone couldn't help but speak up. 3 lords, isn't this too sudden? The head of the security department glanced at him. Sudden? You all don't know what happened tonight, do you? The person was taken aback. The head of the security department continued, the new pillar of Jiang City has arrived. Qin Jinyue, a level 400 powerhouse. The conference room erupted instantly. Level 400. The new pillar. The state has dispatched a level 400 powerhouse to Jiang City. How is that possible? What qualifications does Jiang City have? Wang Yixing also suddenly looked up. Level 400. Such a powerhouse had actually come to Jiang City. But before everyone could recover from their shock, the next words of the burly middle-aged man made everyone's scalp tingle. After Qin Jinyue arrived in Jiang City, the first thing he asked was not about city defenses. Nor was it about the city lord's mansion. It was about where Lu Fang was. After that, he went to the Lu family. He personally waited for Lu Fang to come out of the dungeon. Boom. This time the entire conference room completely lost control. What a level 400 pillar personally went to the Lu family to wait for Lu Fang. How is that possible? Isn't Lu Fang just a first transition? What on earth has he done? The woman in black armor spoke coldly. Can't you see it yet? The reason Qin Jinyue came to Jiang City is very likely because of Lu Fang. Everyone instantly froze. Wang Yixing sat there, his mind a blank. Today at the guild, he had witnessed Lu Fang suppress the entire guild's upper echelons. At that time, he had already felt that Lu Fang had reached a height he could not chase after. But now he realized that his imagination was still far from enough. Now Lu Fang didn't even need to make an appearance. As long as a level 400 powerhouse related to him descended upon Jiang City, the entire direction of the Wang family guild would change. He originally thought he would have to fight a hard battle tonight, negotiate exchange benefits, and even endure, but now the 3 great powerhouses directly took sides. Those dissenters no longer dared to speak because they were also afraid. They feared that Wang Yixing and Lu Fang were too close. Afraid that a casual remark from Lu Fang could completely collapse years of their efforts. In the conference room, the high-ranking individuals who had originally prepared to challenge bowed their heads one by one. I agree with young Master Yixing's proposal. I agree too. The Wang family guild indeed needs a reorganization. Some previous systems should be revised. Young Master Yixing's foresight in establishing a good relationship with Lu Fang is truly brilliant. Voices kept rising. No one dared to oppose anymore. Wang Yixing watched this scene with extremely complex feelings. He had won, but it didn't feel like his victory. Lu Fang hadn't even truly begun to take action. The difficult problems had already been resolved from afar. Wang Yixing slowly clenched his fist, murmuring softly, Lu Fang, how far have you truly come? At 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiang City Professional Center Dungeon Hall. A beam of light slowly illuminated. The next second, Lu Fang's figure stepped out from the teleportation array. Lu Cheng had long been waiting outside. Upon seeing Lu Fang emerge, he immediately approached. My lord. Lu Fang nodded. Then he glanced at his level. Level 103. He sighed lightly. After a whole day of grinding, I'm only at level 103. Lu Cheng paused his steps. He had initially intended to ask Lu Fang how smoothly this instance went. But upon hearing those words, he nearly lost his composure. Just level 103. If he remembered correctly, Lu Fang had completed his first transition only this morning, right? This morning, he was at level 100. At 8 in the evening, he was at level 103. Within a day after completing his first transition, he had leveled up 3 times. This was just a bit. Lu Cheng, noticing Lu Fang's slightly dissatisfied expression, cautiously inquired, My lord, are you unhappy? Lu Fang shook his head. It's not that I'm unhappy. It's just that leveling up is a bit slow. Lu Cheng. He twitched his mouth fiercely. The speed of this breakthrough in the entire Jiang City was something he had never seen or even heard of. How many first transition professionals take days, even weeks, to level up just once? Some professionals reach a bottleneck and remain stuck for months. Yet Lu Fang had leveled up 3 times in half a day and still felt it was slow. Lu Cheng suddenly felt that there might be an insurmountable chasm between himself and true geniuses. Taking a deep breath, Lu Cheng forcibly suppressed his speechlessness and said softly, My lord Jiju asked me to wait for you here. The new pillar of Jiang City has already arrived. The other party is a level 400 powerhouse. They are currently waiting for you at your home. Lu Fang's steps paused slightly. A level 400 pillar. A hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. The efficiency of Tianlong was this high. Lu Fang's understanding of Tianlong's significance became even clearer. Lu Fang did not delay. Let's go home. Lu Cheng immediately nodded. The vehicle is ready. At the entrance of the Lu family villa, Uncle Jiang had already been waiting for a long time. Seeing Lu Fang return, he hurriedly stepped forward. Young master, Lu Fang asked, is the person inside? Uncle Jiang lowered his voice. In the living room. Elder Qin has been waiting for you for a while. Lu Fang nodded and walked directly into the villa. As soon as he entered, he saw the elderly man sitting in the living room. The old man wore a deep blue robe, had graying hair, and a thin frame with a cup of hot tea beside him. He did not deliberately release any aura. Yet just sitting there made the entire living room seem extraordinarily stable. Like a mountain. Unassuming, yet powerful enough to quell storms. Hearing the footsteps, the old man raised his head. Their eyes met. A gentle smile appeared in the old man's eyes. Lu Fang. Lu Fang nodded. That's me. The old man stood up. Qin Jinyue. I'm here on orders to serve as the new pillar in Jiang City. Lu Fang clasped his hands. Elder Qin. I've heard much about you. This was not mere flattery. He had indeed heard this name from his parents. He had guarded the front line in the Northern Territory for many years and participated in several major rift battles. Later he gradually withdrew from the front line due to injuries. Qin Jinyue looked at Lu Fang, his gaze filled with admiration. Heroes emerge from youth. At 18 and SS level, first transition. For Jiang City to produce someone like you is a blessing for Jiang City. Lu Fang shook his head. Elder, you flatter me. Qin Jinyue waved his hand. It's not flattery. He paused, softening his tone. You can rest assured to venture into Tianlong. Here in our hometown, I will guard it. As long as I, Qin Jinyue, am in Jiang City for a day, I will not allow chaos to ensue. Lu Fang's heart stirred. Qin Jinyue continued. I am getting old. Places like the front line are no longer suitable for someone like me. But guarding a city, protecting its people, I can still manage. This is also a way for me to continue contributing to the Dragon Kingdom. The living room fell silent. Uncle Jiang stood to the side, his eyes slightly red. Lu Fang earnestly clasped his hands. Thank you, Elder Qin. I will entrust Jiang City to you in the future. Qin Jinyue smiled. All right. After finishing, he suddenly turned his head and coughed a couple of times. Cough, cough. The sound was not loud, but Lu Fang noticed a hint of an unusual grayness flash across Qin Jinyue's face while he coughed. This was not an ordinary old injury. It seemed more like some kind of abnormal state lingering within his body. Lu Fang furrowed his brow. Elder Qin, are you injured? Qin Jinyue's expression was calm, as though he had grown accustomed to it. Just a minor issue left from my youth on the front line. Lu Fang asked. An abnormal state. Qin Jinyue glanced at Lu Fang, slightly surprised. You have keen eyes. It's a residue from abyssal corrosion. During a cleanup of a high-level rift back then, I was injured at my foundation by an abyssal lord. I survived, but this corrosion state has never been completely eradicated. Lu Fang asked. Even healers can't do anything about it. Qin Jinyue chuckled. I have sought help. I have consulted a level 500 healer. They can suppress it, relieve it, but cannot eradicate it. Upon hearing this, Lu Fang's heart trembled. A level 500 healer couldn't cure him. What level of injury was this? Qin Jinyue seemed to take it lightly. It's nothing. This injury has accompanied me for many years. On ordinary days I just cough a few times, it's not a big deal. Lu Fang did not speak immediately. After his life money skill leveled up to level 2, it had just added the effect of recovering abnormal states. Though he was unsure if he could handle this level of abyssal corrosion affecting Qin Jinyue. But he could try. Lu Fang spoke up. Elder Qin, I might be able to give it a shot. Qin Jinyue was taken aback. He did not underestimate Lu Fang, merely shook his head. I appreciate your goodwill. But this is not an ordinary injury. You're only at your first transition now. There's no need to waste energy on such matters. Lu Fang calmly responded. It's just a try. What if it works? Qin Jinyue looked at Lu Fang's determined expression, fell silent for a moment. Finally he smiled. All right, then I will let you give it a try. But don't hold too high hopes. Lu Fang nodded and walked in front of Qin Jinyue. He raised his hands, silently reciting in his heart. Life money. The next moment a prompt appeared before his detected that the target has a high-level abyssal corrosion abnormal state. Do you want to consume 3,000 gold coins for removal and restoration of life state? 3 million gold coins. Lu Fang's heart sank at once. This price was much more expensive than healing fees. But it was also reasonable. Qin Jinyue was a level 400 powerhouse. The abnormal state within him was abyssal corrosion that even a level 500 healer could not eradicate. 3 million gold coins was not outrageous. However, seeing the gold coins in his account suddenly decrease significantly, Lu Fang couldn't help but feel a bit of heartache. Yet it was only a fleeting moment. 3 million gold coins for the restoration of a level 400 pillar in Jiang City. Worth it. Moreover, an old hero like Qin Jinyue had once stood on the front lines to shield countless people from the abyss. This money should be spent. Lu Fang did not hesitate. Yes. Buzz. A faint golden light surged from Lu Fang's palm. This light did not have the common soft white sacred feel of healing skills. Instead, it resembled a river formed from countless shards of golden light. The moment the golden light fell upon Qin Jinyue, the calm expression on his face suddenly changed. Qin Jinyue clearly felt the abyssal corrosion that had plagued his body for years beginning to loosen. It was not suppressed. Rather, a supremely domineering force had directly severed its very foundation. The gray-black corrosive force, as if encountering an inviolable law, was gradually extracted from the depths of his flesh, meridians, and bones. This. Qin Jinyue's pupils constricted sharply. He lowered his head abruptly. Wisps of gray-black energy seeped from his fingertips, dissipating swiftly upon contact with the golden light. The oppressive weight that had burdened his chest for years began to ease bit by bit. Qin Jinyue's breath caught. Then his chest rose and fell slightly. That long-lost sensation of ease left him frozen in place. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. The golden light slowly faded. The living room fell silent once more. Qin Jinyue stood there speechless for a long time. He raised his hand, sensing the changes within. It was gone. The abyssal corrosion that had tormented him for years was truly gone. Not merely suppressed, but completely eradicated. Qin Jinyue's eyes trembled violently. You truly healed it. Steward Jiang was dumbfounded. An injury that a level 400 healer could not cure. And the young master healed it with a gesture. The look Qin Jinyue gave Lu Fang was no longer just admiration. It was shock. A youth who had just completed his first-class advancement had managed to purge high-tier abyssal corrosion from his body. This defied all reason. Qin Jinyue took a deep breath and solemnly cupped his hands. Lu Fang, you deserve this bow. Lu Fang quickly raised his hand. Senior Qin, there is no need. But Qin Jinyue shook his head. You do not know what this wound means to me. Over these years, though I have survived, my strength has been constantly hampered by it. Every time I exert my power, I must endure the backlash. If not for this, I would never have completely withdrawn from the front lines. He looked at Lu Fang, his voice dropping a few notes. You have healed not just my wound, but also the last regret of this old bones. Lu Fang was silent for a moment. I am glad I could help, Senior. Qin Jinyue looked at Lu Fang and suddenly smiled. I was originally pondering what gift of introduction to prepare for you. Now it seems I have no choice but to give you this. Lu Fang was about to speak, but Qin Jinyue had already raised his hand. An ancient metal appeared in his palm. The metal was entirely dark gold, its edges worn by time. The obverse bore the dragon crest of the Long Kingdom. On the reverse was a faint crack. Yet even so, it exuded a solemn and majestic aura. Qin Jinyue gazed at the metal, his eyes softening considerably. This is the greatest honor I have ever received. It was bestowed upon me by the nation after the Battle of the Northern Rift. It has accompanied me for many years. Lu Fang's expression shifted. Senior, this is far too precious. Qin Jinyue shook his head. Let me finish. This medal itself represents honor. I give it to you not to burden you with my past, but in the hope that it will. Lu Fang's heart trembled. Qin Jinyue continued. Of course, it is not merely symbolic. It also seals a one-time defensive skill. Upon activation, it can withstand a single attack from a level 500 powerhouse. Lu Fang immediately shook his head. Senior Qin, I cannot accept this. It is both your honor and your ultimate lifeline. But Qin Jinyue placed the medal directly into Lu Fang's hand. I will be stationed in Jiangxing from now on. Keeping this with me holds little meaning. But you are different. You are going to Tianlong. You will tread into more dangerous places and face stronger foes. It will have value with you. Lu Fang tried to decline again. Qin Jinyue's voice grew firm. Take it. This is a gift from an elder to a junior, and a token of expectation from an old soldier for a future member of Tianlong. Lu Fang looked at the medal in his hand. After a few seconds of silence, he put it away solemnly. Then he cupped his hands to Qin Jinyue. Thank you, Senior Qin. I will remember this gift. Qin Jinyue smiled. No, it is I who should thank you. Qin Jinyue did not linger long. With the injury completely cleansed, the accumulated lethargy of years seemed swept away. As he left the Lu family villa, Qin Jinyue held his head high, his bearing heroic and vigorous, as if he had shed decades. With one step, he vanished into the night. The living room fell quiet again. Uncle Jiang stood nearby, and after a long while he said in a low voice, Young master, a man like Senior Qin is worthy of respect. Lu Fang nodded. He gazed out the window at the night, his heart settling. With Qin Jinyue stationed in Jiangxing, with Uncle Jiang overseeing the Fang Chamber of Commerce. After he left Jiangxing, at least he need not worry too much about his rear. Just then his communicator suddenly rang. Lu Fang looked down. Wang Yixing. He answered the call. Soon Wang Yixing's voice came through. The matter with the Wang family Chamber of Commerce is settled. Lu Fang raised an eyebrow slightly. So fast. He had originally thought he might need to make an appearance at the Wang Chamber of Commerce before leaving Jiangxing tomorrow. Wang Yixing's voice was complex. News of Senior Qin's arrival spread. They learned that the new level 400 pillar stone had come to Jiangxing, and that Senior Qin had gone straight to your house. So, many people in the chamber changed their stance entirely. Lu Fang was startled. So that was it. Qin Jinyue had done nothing at all. Yet the mere suspicion of his connection to Lu Fang was enough to make the Wang family's high echelons dare not suppress Wang Yixing any longer. Such was the weight of a level 400 pillar stone. Lu Fang let out a breath. Good. No need to waste time tomorrow. Wang Yixing. There was a pause on his end. Clearly that remark struck a subtle blow. Wang Yixing gave a bitter laugh. I truly understand you less and less. Lu Fang said calmly, it is normal not to understand. First secure your grip on the Wang Chamber of Commerce. For subsequent cooperation contact Steward Jiang directly. Uncle Jiang will be in charge of coordinating matters for the Fang Chamber. Wang Yixing immediately turned serious. All right, I understand. Lu Fang gave a few more brief instructions before ending the call. Uncle Jiang, standing nearby, also became more solemn upon hearing this. Rest assured, young master. I will personally handle the Wang Chamber of Commerce. Lu Fang nodded. Uncle Jiang, I will be counting on you from now on. Uncle Jiang immediately shook his head. It is my duty to safeguard the chamber for the young master. Lu Fang said no more. That night many in Jiangxing could not sleep well. The Fang Chamber of Commerce was reshuffled. A new level 400 pillar stone had arrived. The Wang Chamber of Commerce had abruptly changed its stance. One event after another piled up, making the upper echelons of Jiangxing realize that a new era had already begun. The next morning, Lu Fang opened his eyes. Lai Kai was lying beside his pillow, its four little paws tucked beneath its body, sleeping soundly. Lu Fang reached out and poked its head. Lai Kai, time to work. Lai Kai's ears twitched as it slowly opened its eyes. Meow. It looked as if it was being forced to work. Lu Fang sat up. Use the wealth-attracting skill. Lai Kai raised its little paw and waved it casually. Dingling. The familiar sound of gold coins clashing rang out. In the next moment, a notification appeared. Wealth attracting successful. You have gained gold coins 1,300,000. Lu Fang's eyes brightened slightly. Yesterday, it was just 1 million. Today it jumped directly to 1,300,000. Obviously the merger with the Wang family commerce has led to a growth in the commercial power he holds. He glanced at the small orange cat that had settled back on his shoulder and rubbed its head. Not bad. He'll treat you to extra food today. Lai Kai immediately opened its eyes. Meowed. Lu Fang's mouth twitched slightly. Quite realistic. In the morning, Lu Fang finished delegating the last few tasks. Uncle Jiang had been following him closely, his expression noticeably more subdued than usual. Finally, just before noon, Uncle Jiang could not help but speak up. Young master. Lu Fang looked at him. What's wrong? Uncle Jiang hesitated for a moment. Is it dangerous for you to go to the special forces this time? Lu Fang fell silent for a moment. Uncle Jiang didn't know the true weight of the Tianlong in the Dragon Kingdom system. He only knew that Lu Fang was going to join a very special unit and would leave Jiang City. Lu Fang did not explain much. There might be danger, but there will definitely be more opportunities. Uncle Jiang nodded and took a deep breath. Young master, if the master and madam knew you were like this now, they would definitely be proud of you. What they wish to see the most is not you guarding the commerce for a lifetime, but rather that you can walk your own path. The further you go, the better. He paused. Young master, you must protect yourself. Lu Fang looked at Uncle Jiang. After a moment he nodded. I will. At noon, a ripple suddenly spread across the space outside the villa. Lu Chen's figure stepped out from the void. Still dressed in black, his expression calm, and his aura unfathomable. Lu Fang had long been waiting at the door. Senior Lu. Lu Chen glanced at him. Is everything sorted out? Lu Fang nodded. Almost done. Lu Chen replied indifferently. Before we leave, we need to see someone first. Lu Fang's heart stirred. Senior Qin. Lu Chen nodded. He waved his hand. The space slightly distorted. In the next second, Lu Fang felt the scenery around him change rapidly. When his vision stabilized again, the two had already appeared outside an independent courtyard behind the Lord's mansion. Lu Chen did not enter immediately. Instead, he looked at the courtyard gate, his gaze somewhat softer than usual. Lu Fang noticed this. Senior Lu knows Senior Qin. Lu Chen replied calmly, he was my teacher in college. Lu Fang was taken aback. Lu Chen's current strength was unfathomable, clearly far surpassing the level 400 Qin Jinyue. Yet when speaking of Qin Jinyue, there was still a rare respect in his tone. Lu Chen glanced at Lu Fang. If it weren't for his guidance back, then I might not have come this far today. Lu Fang suddenly had a new understanding of Lu Chen. This person may seem cold, but he was quite warm-hearted. The two pushed the door and entered. Qin Jinyue was standing in the yard, stretching his muscles. He slowly threw a punch. A low rumbling sound echoed in the air. Compared to last night, Qin Jinyue's aura was clearly more relaxed now. Lu Fang. This exchange was completely different from his imagined reunion of teacher and student. Yet Lu Chen showed no Lu Fang. This exchange was completely different from his imagined reunion of teacher and student. Yet Lu Chen showed no signs of anger. On the contrary, he slightly lowered his head. All thanks to the teacher's blessings. Qin Jinyue snorted. Don't start with that nonsense. You've grown some wings now. All serious-faced. If I didn't know better, I'd think someone owed you money. Lu Chen's expression remained calm. I'm used to it. Qin Jinyue looked at him, shaking his head with a smile. Still the same old you. After saying this, he turned to Lu Fang. Kid, how did you sleep last night? Are you very sad to leave the place you've lived since childhood? Lu Fang replied, not bad. Lu Chen's expression was originally calm. But in the next second, he suddenly seemed to sense something, his gaze sharply landing on Qin Jinyue. His eyes showed a clear fluctuation for the first time. Teacher, your injury. Qin Jinyue smiled. It's fine now. Lu Chen's pupils constricted. Fine. With his strength, he could naturally see at a glance. The deep abyssal corruption that had entangled Qin Jinyue for many years had completely disappeared. It was not just suppressed temporarily, but truly gone. Lu Chen looked curiously at Qin Jinyue, who in turn looked at Lu Fang. Lu Chen followed his gaze, and a few seconds later he gasped. Don't tell me he healed you. Qin Jinyue nodded. Last night this kid noticed I was in an abnormal state, and insisted on trying. And he really managed to heal me. Qin Jinyue said it casually. Yet Lu Chen fell silent. He understood better than anyone how difficult it was to deal with Qin Jinyue's injury. When he had yet to grow, he had witnessed Qin Jinyue being tormented by this injury. Later, when he joined Tianlong, he had tried to help his teacher find high-level healers. He had even looked for special purification-type items. But the results could only relieve the symptoms, not eradicate them. And now a newly advanced Lu Fang had accomplished it. Lu Chen looked at Lu Fang with a bewildered expression. You can clear high-level abyssal corruption. Lu Fang replied. I happen to have a skill that can remove abnormal states. Qin Jinyue looked at Lu Chen's surprised expression and suddenly laughed. What? You're surprised for once. Lu Chen ignored the teasing. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Lu Fang and said solemnly, I on a personal level thank you. Lu Fang was taken aback. Lu Chen continued, what you healed is my teacher. I will remember this favor. Lu Fang shook his head. Senior Lu, there's no need for that. Senior Qin has guarded the front line for the Dragon Kingdom and held down Jiang City. I'm just doing my small part for a hero. Qin Jinyue's eyes moved slightly. Lu Chen also looked at Lu Fang, silent for a few seconds. Good kid. Qin Jinyue waved his hand. All right. Don't waste time here with me. Take the person away. He looked at Lu Fang. Kid, Tianlong is not an easy place. But since you're going, don't bring shame to Jiang City. Lu Fang replied seriously. I won't. Qin Jinyue smiled. I look forward to you becoming a super powerhouse in the future, even a pillar for the entire Dragon Kingdom. Just don't let this old man down. Lu Fang cupped his hands. Senior Qin, take care. Qin Jinyue. Lu Chen also slightly bowed to Qin Jinyue. Teacher, take care. Qin Jinyue waved his hand. Get lost. In the next second, Lu Chen raised his hand, directly taking Lu Fang, soaring into the sky. The sound of wind suddenly exploded in his ears. Lu Fang felt a void under his feet, as the entire Jiang City quickly shrank in his sight. The headquarters of the Fang Chamber of Commerce, and the Lu family villa where he had lived since childhood. All the familiar buildings transformed into blurred outlines beneath him within just a few breaths. Around Lu Chen, it was as if there was an invisible spatial barrier completely isolating the raging air currents outside. Lu Fang stood beside him, barely feeling a strong sense of weightlessness. However, the rapidly changing scenery before him made him unable to resist taking a few more glances. Lai Kai clung to Lu Fang's shoulder, its little claws tightly gripping his collar, with its tail standing straight. Meow. Lu Fang raised his hand and gently patted its head. Don't panic. Lai Kai shrank its neck and simply buried its head into Lu Fang's collar. Curiosity arose in Lu Fang's heart. Senior Lu, where are we going now? Lu Chen replied calmly. First, we will go to a few universities to pick up some newcomers like you. Newcomers? Yes, some students selected through the Tianlong selection from the 5 great academies. There's also a genius from another academy. A glimmer of interest appeared in Lu Fang's eyes. In Jiang City, being admitted to the 5 great academies was already enough to make the entire city publicize it. However, here at Tianlong, the students from the 5 great academies were merely a batch of newcomers waiting to be picked up. Jiang City was ultimately still too small. It seemed Lu Chen saw through his thoughts and said calmly, you don't need to feel inferior just because you come from Jiang City. Tianlong does not judge by background. It only looks at strength, potential, achievements, and value. Lu Fang smiled slightly. I never thought that way. I was just a bit curious about the level of others who were selected. Lu Chen said, you'll know soon enough. What happens after we pick them up? Then we go to the Tianlong training camp. Tianlong won't directly throw newcomers into the formal ranks. All selected professionals will first enter the Tianlong training camp. There they will undergo initial training. Lu Chen paused and suddenly added, Let me remind you. Once you enter the training camp, don't hold back at all. The resources there are all competitive. The better you perform, the more intensive the training you will receive. Lu Fang nodded, understood. As soon as he finished speaking, a ripple suddenly appeared in the space ahead of them. In the next moment, Lu Chun stepped forward. Lu Fang felt as if the light and shadow before him suddenly elongated. By the time his vision cleared again, they had already appeared above another city. This city was much larger than Jiang City. The area of the professional center far exceeded that of Jiang City. Outside the city, he could vaguely see several entrances to high-level dungeons, emitting strong energy fluctuations. Lu Chun did not linger, and directly descended onto the rooftop of a tall building in the city. On the rooftop, a figure had already been waiting there. It was a young man around 20 years old, tall, wearing a black and red combat suit, with a broad-bladed long sword strapped to his back. He crossed his arms, looking defiant. Upon seeing Lu Chun descend, his eyes immediately lit up. Lu Chun said casually, "Shun Jinglei." The young man promptly stood up straight. "That's me. Second year at Tiansu Academy, Shun Jinglei." Lu Chun nodded in an official manner. "Keep up." "Yes." Shun Jinglei naturally noticed Lu Fang beside him, and couldn't help but ask, "Brother, are you also part of this batch going to the training camp?" Lu Fang nodded. "Yes." Shun Jinglei immediately became interested. "Which academy are you from?" "I haven't started university yet." Shun Jinglei's smile instantly froze on his face. Huh. He suspected he misheard. "Not in university. Then you are." Lu Fang replied calmly. "I am a senior from Jiang City." The air fell silent for a moment. Shun Jinglei's eyes widened in disbelief. "Senior? No way. Wait, bro, are you serious? You as senior were taken away by Tianlong ahead of time. What's the problem?" Lu Fang glanced at him. Shun Jinglei's lips twitched. What a big problem. He considered himself quite formidable. Coming from an ordinary university with no top-tier mentors paving the way for him. Yet he had pushed through the 100 schools battle and defeated all second-year students from the 5 great academies. In the end, he was only recognized by Tianlong. With that experience, he could boast for a lifetime. But what about this guy in front of him? A senior directly taken by Tianlong. What kind of significance does that carry? Shun Jinglei couldn't help but look at Lu Chun. Senior, he can't be some privileged kid, right? Lu Chun's expression instantly turned cold. Tianlong has no privileged kids. Shun Jinglei's heart sank, and he quickly waved his hands. "I was just asking casually." He then looked at Lu Fang, his eyes filled with curiosity. "If he's not a privileged kid, that's even more outrageous. Brother, just how strong is your talent?" "Hidden profession. Unique profession." Before Lu Fang could respond, Lu Chun coldly interjected, "Don't pry into others' professions and abilities." Shun Jinglei's expression stiffened. "Oh." Lu Chun ignored him further. He waved his hand, and the space rippled again. Shun Jinglei felt the surrounding energy shift, and his eyes brightened. "Senior, your technique is really impressive." Lu Chun remained expressionless. "Shut up, Shun Jinglei." In the next second, the three simultaneously immersed into the spatial ripple. When their visions stabilized, they found themselves high above the ground. Shun Jinglei was clearly experiencing being flown by a powerful individual for the first time. He looked down at the rapidly passing mountains and rivers beneath him, unable to resist clicking his tongue. This speed is much faster than the flying mounts at the academy. Lu Chun remained silent. Shun Jinglei was unembarrassed and soon shifted the topic back to Lu Fang. "Brother, let me introduce myself. Shun Jinglei. Second year at Tiansu Academy. I'm super strong." Saying this, he slightly lifted his chin, his tone filled with unabashed confidence. "You know about the 100 schools battle, right? Even if you haven't started university, you should have heard about it to some extent. That's the most prestigious competition during university years. In the last 100 schools battle, I single-handedly fought from the preliminaries to the finals. All those so-called geniuses from the second year of the 5 great academies fell before me. It was because of that battle that Tianlong took notice of me. To put it simply, I earned my place through strength." Lu Fang glanced at him. This person is quite ostentatious. But to be able to outperform second-year students from the 5 great academies as an ordinary university student, he indeed has the capital to be boastful. Shun Jinglei continued, "Brother, what's your name?" "Lu Fang." Shun Jinglei suddenly leaned in closer and lowered his voice. "Lu Fang, we can form an alliance first." Lu Fang raised an eyebrow. "An alliance?" Shun Jinglei nodded. "That's right. Once we enter the training camp, competition is inevitable. Those from the 5 prestigious academies are all quite arrogant. I can't stand their attitude. When the time comes, we will join forces and take down those guys from the 5 prestigious academies." Lu Fang looked at him. "Can people die in the training camp?" Shun Jinglei choked. "When I said take down, I meant it figuratively. We just need to defeat them all. Make them avoid us at all costs." He spoke with great enthusiasm, his eyes already painting a vivid picture. Lu Fang remained calm. "Let's see about that later." Shun Jinglei was taken aback. "See about what?" Lu Fang replied. "I still don't know the specifics of the training camp." Shin Jinglei stroked his chin. That's a valid point. However, he quickly broke into laughter again. Brother, I find you quite likable. If you get targeted by those from the 5 prestigious academies, you can come to me for help. I Shin Jinglei may not be good at much, but I have plenty of fighting experience. Lu Fang nodded dismissively. Alright, thanks. Shin Jinglei seemed completely oblivious to the insincerity, patting his own chest instead. Don't worry. He'll have your back in the training camp from now on. Lu Fang. Lu Chen glanced at Shin Jinglei once more. That gaze was calm, but inexplicably sent a chill down Shin Jinglei's spine. At that moment, the clouds parted, revealing the outline of a massive city in the trio's view. Unlike Jiang City, a gigantic black stone tablet floated above this city. The tablet stood 1,000 meters tall, completely dark, and its surface was etched with countless dense runes. Each rune shimmered like the black light surging from an abyss, imparting a heavy sense of oppression. Lu Chun guided Lu Fang and Shin Jinglei down towards the stone tablet. Shin Jinglei glanced at it, his lips curving into a slight smile. Yuan Academy. One of the 5 prestigious academies. Lu Fang's eyes flickered. So this is one of the 5 prestigious academies. Even though they hadn't truly entered the academy, yet Lu Fang could already sense that the atmosphere here was completely different from Jiang City. The air was thick with a murderous aura. Many students present exuded a far stronger aura than those big shots back in Jiang City. Lu Chun brought the two directly to the central square of Yuan Academy. 8 figures were already waiting there, 4 males and 4 females, each with a highly refined aura. One young man in black battle armor stood at the forefront, his gaze calm and his aura stable. Upon seeing Lu Chun descend, the 8 immediately stood straight. Senior Lu. Lu Chun nodded. Are all 8 from Yuan Academy present? The young man in black armor replied, all present. Good, Lu Chun said indifferently. Follow me. It was as brief as it could be. The 8 seemed to have expected this and didn't ask further. Just as they were about to move, several pairs of eyes suddenly fell on Shin Jinglei. The air fell silent, and the atmosphere instantly became somewhat delicate. Shin Jinglei grinned widely. Oh, you from Yuan Academy. I didn't expect our first stop to be you guys. It seems Tianlong knows that Yuan needs to be taught a lesson first among the 5 prestigious academies. The expressions of the 8 darkened simultaneously. The young man in black armor's gaze turned cold. Shin Jinglei. Just because you defeated a few sophomores in the 100 school battle, do you really think you are invincible? Shin Jinglei crossed his arms. That was not just a few. It was all the sophomores from the 5 prestigious academies. He deliberately emphasized the word all. The 8 from Yuan Academy's expressions grew even colder. A short-haired girl said lightly, "You're just lucky being born 2 years later. If you had faced our batch, you wouldn't even make it to the finals." Shin Jinglei chuckled instantly. At the same age, I could crush all of you. Do you believe it? Boom. The aura from the 8 of Yuan Academy fluctuated almost simultaneously. The wide-bladed long knife behind Shin Jinglei also emitted a low hum. It felt as if the 2 sides were on the brink of fighting at any moment. Lu Fang stood quietly beside, silently casting a glance at Shin Jinglei. This guy really knows how to stir up trouble. Lu Chen finally spoke up. Enough. The 2 words fell, and the air instantly thickened. The long knife behind Shin Jinglei immediately fell silent. The aura from the 8 of Yuan Academy was also forcefully suppressed. Lu Chen's expression remained emotionless. If you want to fight, there will be plenty of opportunities once we enter the training camp. Anyone who delays the schedule can go back. Shin Jinglei shrugged. Fine. I will give Senior Lu face. The members of Yuan Academy's eyes grew colder. Yet in the end, no one spoke up again. Lu Chun raised his hand. The spatial ripples expanded once more. The next second, everyone vanished from the square of Yuan Academy. During the following journey, Lu Fang truly witnessed Shin Jinglei's capabilities. Tianwu University. Lu Chun took away 7 fourth-year students. As soon as Shin Jinglei landed, he laughed and asked, "In my batch of Tianwu students, it seems we are only tough in our words, but not in anything else. I wonder if you guys are any better." The faces of a few students from Tianwu University darkened immediately. Xingshan Academy. Lu Chun took away 6 people. Shin Jinglei looked at those few students with a cold demeanor and a strong magical fluctuation, starting to evaluate them. Xingshan Academy, huh? A lot of ranged professions. You guys better pray that there are no close combat assessments in the training camp. Otherwise, I fear you won't even finish your incantation before you end up on the ground. The expressions of the Xingshan Academy crowd instantly turned cold. A silver-haired youth said lightly, "You can try." Then came Xinji Academy and Shengling Academy. Shin Jinglei managed to provoke every academy. Lu Fang stood silently by realizing he had underestimated Shin Jinglei. This guy isn't just able to stir trouble, he is exceptionally good at it. Lu Fang silently shifted half a step to the side, keeping his distance. However, Shin Jinglei showed no awareness of this at all. Whenever Lu Fang shifted a bit, he moved a bit closer, causing others to think they knew each other. The members of the 5 prestigious academies all cast their eyes on Lu Fang simultaneously. The young man in black armor from Yuan Academy finally spoke up. Who is he? Xin Jinglei perked up upon hearing this. You're asking about him? Then you'd better listen closely. Lu Fang's eyelids twitched slightly. Xin Jinglei pointed at Lu Fang. This is Lu Fang, a senior from Jiang City. He hasn't graduated from high school yet, but was selected by Tianlong in advance. He is skipping 4 years of detours. Much more formidable than you all. Instantly, there was a silence in the crowd. Everyone's expressions changed. Senior year. Not graduated yet. Selected by Tianlong before entering university. With so many students in every batch of the 5 prestigious academies, very few get to experience Tianlong's selection before their 4th year. What right does a high school student have? Various gazes fell on Lu Fang. Shocked doubt, curiosity, and scrutiny. Lu Fang looked at Xin Jinglei with a blank expression. He now confirmed that Xin Jinglei not only enjoyed drawing hatred towards himself, but also liked to drag others into it. The short-haired woman from the Yuan Academy suddenly sneered. Xin Jinglei, so you're saying you are not as good as him? Someone beside her immediately chimed in. Indeed, you were only noticed by the Tianlong during your 2nd year. He started in high school. According to your logic, he has taken 2 fewer detours than you. As these words fell, several people revealed amused expressions. Xin Jinglei, however, showed no embarrassment. Instead, he boldly retorted. Yes, I admit that Lu Fang is more outrageous than me. What's the problem with that? The crowd was taken aback. Xin Jinglei grinned. But I'm only in my 2nd year. At least I'm better than you all. The air fell silent once more. In the next moment, a wave of dangerous energy surged. At this moment, Lu Chun suddenly stopped. The ground beneath everyone's feet trembled. All restless energies were instantly suppressed. Lu Chun turned around. If you keep babbling, I'll throw you all down. The entire place fell silent. Xin Jinglei finally closed his mouth. Lu Fang looked ahead. They had already left the urban area. Beneath their feet lay an endless expanse of wilderness and mountains. Strangely, although there was nothing ahead, Lu Chun stopped midair. The sound of the wind gradually faded. The surrounding clouds seemed to be fixed by some force. Lu Chun raised his hand, revealing a silver-white token in his palm. The front of the token was engraved with a golden Tianlong coiling around. In the next moment, the token trembled slightly. The void ahead rippled, as if it were a water surface. Concentric circles of transparent ripples continuously spread out. Following that, a massive portal slowly appeared before everyone. Behind the door, there were no cities. There were no mountains. Instead, it was a completely independent realm from reality. Someone whispered, "Is this the Tianlong training camp?" It's actually hidden in a special space. Xin Jinglei's playful expression faded. His gaze turned serious. This place has some significance. Without further ado, step inside. He took a step into the portal. The others followed suit. The moment they passed through the portal, Lu Fang felt as if he had swept through a layer of cold water. In the next moment, the scene before him opened up. It was an exceedingly vast realm. Above them was not an ordinary sky, but a profound starry dome. Above the starry dome, a faint golden dragon shadow could be seen coiling. In the distance, there were towering towers piercing the clouds. Some towers were wrapped in thunder. Others were engulfed in flames. Further away, enormous dungeon entrances floated in midair, resembling swirling vortices of different colors. Each entrance emitted an aura far surpassing any dungeon Lu Fang had seen in Jiangxing. The crowd landed on a massive plaza. The plaza's ground was paved with black metal engraved with countless array patterns. As soon as Lu Fang landed, he felt a heaviness beneath his feet. The gravity here seemed stronger than in the outside world. After landing, the crowd looked towards the end of the plaza. There a figure was already waiting. The figure was notably burly. Standing at the end of the plaza, he was nearly 3 meters tall with shoulders as wide as a wall. Lightning patterns danced across his bare arms like living creatures. Clearly, he did not intentionally release any aura, yet the array patterns on the entire black metal plaza seemed unable to withstand some kind of pressure, occasionally glowing with a faint light. Lu Fang looked at the man, his pupils slightly constricting. What a terrifying presence. Lu Fang's companion, who was perched on his shoulder, also sensed something. Its originally protruding little head instantly retracted, leaving only half an ear visible. Lu Chun looked at the man and said calmly, "The people have been brought here." The burly man nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." His voice was deep. In the ears of everyone, it sounded like thunder echoing in their chests. Many people's faces turned pale. Every student from the 5 major academies was a top genius among their peers. They had encountered many high-ranking mentors in their daily lives. Yet at this moment, facing this man, they still felt an uncontrollable sense of oppression. The burly man scanned the crowd. In that instant, Lu Fang even felt as if his soul had been struck by lightning. The man slowly began to speak. "My name is Xiaji. I am an instructor at the Tianlong training camp. Level 600. Profession Thunder Titan. 600. The instant those 3 words fell, the entire plaza erupted. 600. The instructor is actually a 600-level powerhouse. Thunder Titan. Isn't that the legendary high-tier close combat profession of the lightning type? Someone of this caliber has come to train us newcomers. At our Yuan Academy, only the principal and vice principal have reached level 600. Everyone was astonished, even though they already knew the Tianlong had exceptionally high standards. But seeing a 600-level powerhouse standing before them was a shock that exceeded their imagination. Lu Fang's heart also stirred. Qin Jinyue was at level 400 and could already kill a 300-level boss with a single finger, suppressing an entire city. What about a 600 level? What kind of scene would unfold if such a being unleashed their full power? Xiaji merely raised his eyes. Boom. Suddenly a thunderclap reverberated above the heads of the crowd in the starry dome. The sound instantly suppressed all discussions. The entire place fell silent. Xiaji coldly gazed at everyone. I know you are all selected geniuses. But now that you are here, put away your pride. Tianlong does not lack geniuses. In fact, the most worthless thing here is genius. Many people changed color slightly. Xiaji continued. You may rank first in the academy, draw attention in the city, and dominate your peers. But that only means you are fortunate to stand here. It does not mean you are worthy of Tianlong. Shen Jinglei's eyes instead showed a hint of excitement. The students from the 5 major academies had somewhat unsightly expressions. Xiaji waved his hand. Suddenly a gigantic light screen appeared above the plaza. Within the light screen, a pitch-black dungeon entrance appeared. Below the dungeon entrance there was a line of blood-red text. Level 400 held difficulty dungeon, Xiaji slowly said. The graduation standard for the Tianlong training camp is quite simple. Solo clearing of a level 400 held difficulty dungeon. Only by achieving this can you graduate from the training camp and become a formal member of Tianlong. The entire place fell into silence. In the next moment, everyone's expressions changed. Solo clearing. Level 400. And it's held difficulty. This graduation standard is utterly outrageous. Xiaji observed the crowd's reaction, his expression unchanging. You have 10 years. Complete it within 10 years, and you graduate. Fail to complete it within 10 years, and you are eliminated. Another silence fell. 10 years. It sounded like a long time. But for professionals, the higher the level, the harder it is to advance. Starting from level 200, most people find it takes months to gain a single level, let alone possessing the strength to solo clear a level 400 held difficulty dungeon. A girl from the Holy Spirit Academy had a pale complexion and whispered 10 years. May not be enough. Someone beside her gave a bitter smile. It's not that it may not be enough. It's that for most people it's definitely not enough. No wonder there are so few formal members in the Tianlong team. This is not a normal selection, it's raising a goo. Shen Jinglei licked his lips. Interesting. This is what Tianlong should be like. Xiaji continued. In the training camp, all the best resources of the Dragon Nation are gathered here. Top-level dungeon entrance. High-level skill training tower. Professional advancement mentors. Mental training secret realm. Special equipment forging room. And so on. Basically anything you can think of is here. The eyes of the crowd brightened slightly. But Xiaji's next words immediately calmed them down. However, most resources are not free for you to use. If you want to use them, you have to exchange Tianlong points. Immediately the light screen changed. Rows of resource lists appeared. Thunder Prison Training Tower 10 points per hour, Gravity Secret Realm 8 points per hour, Individual Guidance from Professional Mentors 50 points per hour, Special Equipment Forging Permission starting from 100 points, Rare Skill Scroll Exchange starting from 300 points, Xiaji said calmly. There are many sources of Tianlong points. Completing training projects, climbing the leaderboard, refreshing dungeon records, executing training camp tasks, and so on. But I remind you of one thing. He glanced across the crowd. Cherish every Tianlong point you earn. Soon you'll know just how precious it is. The crowd felt a chill in their hearts. Xiaji raised his hand, and the light screen dissipated. According to the procedure, all newcomers will undergo a baseline test before entering the camp. This is your first opportunity to earn Tianlong points. Scoring ranges from 0 to 100. The more points you get, the more points you earn. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously oppressive atmosphere changed dramatically. Many people's eyes instantly lit up. If they could score high, they would be ahead of others right from the start. The members of the 5 academies exchanged glances, and a competitive spirit surfaced in their eyes. Baseline test. Just in time. I also want to see which academy is stronger this year. Someone suddenly But is this test fair? Everyone's level is different. Some are in their 4th year, some in their 2nd year, and there are others. The person glanced at Lu Fang instinctively at this point. He did not continue. But everyone understood his meaning. Lu Fang was a senior. Putting him in the same test as these top geniuses in their 2nd and 4th years seemed unfair by any measure. Xiaji replied calmly. The baseline test will generate different levels of difficulty based on the different ranks. The evaluation of the test does not consider absolute levels. Instead, it assesses your overall performance at your current rank. Everyone nodded. This made it considerably. At this moment, Shen Jinglei suddenly grinned widely. He turned around sharply and looked at the dozens of people from the 5 academies, his eyes filled with arrogance, his wildness apparent. How about we play something exciting? I, Shen Jinglei, will crush everyone from the 5 academies today. Let's make a bet. Shen Jinglei crossed his arms and said loudly, in the upcoming ranking, anyone who ranks below me will give me 10 points each. Anyone who ranks above me, I'll give you each 50 points. If the points are not enough, just write an IOU. As soon as he said this, the faces of the people from the 5 academies turned dark. Arrogant. A second-year student truly believing himself to be the best in the world. A short-haired girl from Jinyuan Academy laughed in anger. All right. Free points offered, I won't refuse. He'll give this ignorant fool an unforgettable lesson today. We accept. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Lu Fang stood on the edge watching the scene unfold and suddenly recalled what Lu Chun had said before. We accept. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Lu Fang stood on the edge watching the scene unfold and suddenly recalled what, since it's so lively, I want to join in too. Whoosh. Dozens of gazes instantly focused on Lu Fang. Upon realizing who was speaking, the people from the 5 academies were momentarily stunned. Then a few could not help but shake their heads, their eyes filled with surprise and exasperation. A 4th-year student from Tianwu University frowned and said, "You are Lu Fang, right? It's impressive that a junior who hasn't even graduated from high school has the courage to step forward. Courage is commendable, but strength is not gained through mere enthusiasm. If we bet with you, winning would not be impressive, and if word gets out, others would think we 5 academies ganged up on a high school student." Their disdain was palpable, completely disregarding Lu Fang, seeing it merely as a farce of the strong bullying the weak. Lu Fang remained expressionless, knowing he had to be bold, so he cast them a faint glance. If you're afraid to take the bet, just say so. What excuses are you making? Is this all the courage the 5 academies have? Boom. This statement was like a resounding slap, harshly striking the faces of all the prodigies from the 5 academies. What did you say? Simply outrageous. The black-armored youth's face turned ashen as he glared at Lu Fang. Good. Since you insist on seeking death, we will oblige you. He laughed maniacally and said loudly, but we won't take advantage of you, so that it won't be said that we are bullying someone. Let's change the rules. If anyone's ranking is below you, Lu Fang, each will give you 20 points. If anyone ranks above you, you don't have to give a single point. If we can't even surpass a senior, then our university is just a waste of time. Everyone nodded in agreement. Right. You don't have to give a single point. Lu Fang, however, shook his head. No need to change. Lu Fang's expression was calm, but his tone carried an undeniable authority. Since it's a bet, let it be fair. If I lose, I will also give each of you 50 points. I don't need your concession. The crowd fell once more into silence. Everyone looked at Lu Fang as if he were a madman. But Shen Jinglei's eyes suddenly lit up, and he burst out laughing, clapping his hands vigorously. Good. You've got guts. I admire you. The people from the 5 academies were even more furious. A fool is hard to advise. Since he wants to give us points, we'll gladly accept. This is what he asked for, utterly arrogant. Xiaji looked at the scene with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He had seen arrogance before. In the Tianlong training camp, there was never a shortage of talents. Those who were sent here were all top figures from their respective schools, cities, and families. It was only normal to have a bit of pride upon entering the camp. Yet a newcomer who hadn't even graduated from high school dared to make a bet against dozens of talented individuals who had already undergone systematic training at the 5 prestigious academies, even going so far as to promise to pay if he lost. This was no ordinary confidence. Xiaji couldn't help but glance at Lu Chun. However, Lu Chun remained expressionless, as if everything was within his expectations. Xiaji felt a stir in his heart. This was becoming increasingly interesting. He raised his hand to signal. All right, everyone follow me. After saying this, he took the lead and walked ahead. The crowd quickly followed behind. The interior of the training camp was far larger than it appeared from the outside. Xiaji led everyone down a wide metallic avenue. On both sides of the road were uniquely shaped. Some were giant discs turned upside down, their surfaces constantly shimmering with spatial runes. Others were towering black spires surrounded by floating energy cores. Some areas were sealed off by heavy barriers from which dull explosions and the roars of monsters could be vaguely heard. Xiaji walked while casually introducing the surroundings. The area on the left is the regular training zone. It is mainly used for physical fitness, reaction time combat skills, and skill mastery training. The right side is the simulated battlefield zone. It can recreate a portion of low-level rift environments and simulate small-scale monster waves. The towers ahead are the mental pressure rooms and elemental adaptation rooms. Many newcomers listened with Even though they came from the 5 prestigious academies, they had to admit that the standards of the Tianlong training camp were indeed extraordinarily high. Many facilities could only be accessed by the top talents at their schools. Yet here they seemed to be just the basic training facilities. Along the way, people passed by from various areas, and they all appeared to be quite young. A few people greeted the newcomers from the 5 prestigious academies. The people from Yuan are here. Are there only these few from Tianwu this year? Hey, younger students from Xingqian Academy, good luck with your tests. The newcomers from the 5 prestigious academies responded in kind. Clearly, they were not strangers to one another. Some were seniors from the same school. Others were acquaintances met during previous competitions. Shen Jinglei leaned closer to Lu Fang and whispered, "These are all veterans from the earlier batches. The rule of the training camp is that all newcomers undergo a 3-month training period after entering. During these 3 months, the training camp will arrange courses, training tests, and tasks uniformly. After 3 months, they will be able to move around relatively freely. And after 3 months, most people will choose to join the forces within the training camp." Lu Fang's eye showed a hint of surprise. "There are forces within the training camp?" Shen Jinglei laughed. "Of course there are. Wherever there are people, there is a... When geniuses gather, resources need to be competed for. How could there be no forces?" Lu Fang appeared. "First of all, many secret realms and instances do not yield the highest benefits for individuals. Working together improves efficiency and safety. Secondly, banding together can secure more rights, such as usage time for training room slots for advanced instructor public classes and priority allocation for certain team tasks. Relying on just one person can sometimes make it difficult to compete with a group." Shen Jinglei gestured towards the newcomers from the 5 prestigious academies. The 5 largest forces in the training camp are naturally established by the predecessors of the 5 prestigious academies: Yuan Society, Tianwu Alliance, Xingqian Society, Shenjij, and Holy Spirit Society. Essentially, it's about sticking together with your schoolmates. Shen Jinglei continued, "Of course, there are also lone wolves. Lone wolves generally fall into 2 categories. Either they are marginalized individuals that nobody wants, or they are truly strong individuals." He patted his chest. "Someone like me, a strong individual, will definitely choose to be a lone wolf." Lu Fang glanced at him. "But didn't you just say you wanted to ally with me?" Shen Jinglei's expression froze. Then he coughed lightly. "That's different. An alliance between strong individuals cannot be called banding together. That's called a strong alliance." Lu Fang did not respond. Shen Jinglei did not mind, and quickly brought the topic back to the previous bet. "But to be honest, brother, you really were a bit fierce just now," Lu Fang said. "Weren't you betting too?" Shen Jinglei waved his hand. "My situation is different from yours. I'm already in my 2nd year. Moreover, I've fought in the 100 school battle before, so I know what level those from the 5 prestigious academies are at. I dared to make a bet because I've fought against them before. You are different." Shen Jinglei looked at Lu Fang, his tone unexpectedly serious. "I recognize your courage. Truly, you haven't even graduated from high school, yet you can remain unfazed in front of these people from the 5 prestigious academies. That in itself is commendable. But you were indeed reckless just now." Lu Fang looked at him. Shen Jinglei continued, "Your talent must be being taken away from Tianlong High School during this stage is beyond doubt. But what is most important during university? It is not just about leveling up, but about training. It is about developing professional skills. It is about systematically honing skills, attributes, combat rhythm, force application, and battlefield judgment." Lu Fang's eyes shifted slightly. Shen Jinglei thought he did not quite understand, so he gave an example. For instance, 2 people. Both possess 200 strength. One person does not understand force application techniques. When he throws a punch, the maximum strength he can exert is already at its limit. Sometimes, due to improper form, he can only exert 150 or 160. But what about the other person? He understands muscle coordination, weight shifting, skill transitions, short-term bursts, and so on. With the same 200 strength, he can achieve effects of 300 or even 400. This is the difference. Shen Jinglei glanced ahead at the people from the 5 major academies. They must have exceptional talents to be chosen by the Heavenly Dragon. Moreover, they have already undergone systematic training in the 5 major academies. Their career development, skill mastery, and practical experience are not something ordinary high school students can compare to. No matter how strong your talent is, you are still an unpolished gem. If placed in the same test, you might not have the advantage." Lu Fang listened quietly, nodding slightly. Shen Jinglei was taken aback. Is that your only reaction?" Lu Fang replied, "You make a valid point." Shen Jinglei twitched the corner of his mouth. "Then why are you so calm?" Lu Fang looked toward the testing area ahead, his expression unchanged. "Because the validity of your statement and whether I will lose are 2 different matters." Shen Jinglei paused mid-step, staring at Lu Fang's profile, momentarily at a loss for words. This statement was calm, yet it was precisely this calmness that conveyed a profound confidence. It was neither stubbornness nor bravado. It felt as if he genuinely believed this. Shen Jinglei fell silent for 2 seconds before suddenly smiling. Alright, now I am truly a bit eager to see what happens. Ahead Xiaji had already stopped. Everyone looked up. A massive black building appeared before their eyes. Xiaji led the group into the building. The moment the door opened, Lu Fang's field of vision suddenly expanded. Inside was an extraordinarily large enclosed room. The walls were made of a special alloy etched with dense array patterns. Various instruments that Lu Fang had never seen before were set up throughout the room. There was a transparent crystal pillar taller than a person. There were silver rings floating in midair. There were gigantic metal drums covered in runes. There were also devices that looked like combat pods. Next to each instrument, there was a corresponding control panel. Several staff members in white uniforms were already waiting inside. Seeing Xiaji enter, they immediately stepped forward. Instructor Xia. Xiaji nodded. Prepare to begin. Yes. The staff quickly dispersed and activated the equipment. Buzz. The array patterns around the room lit up one by one. Xiaji stood before everyone and spoke. The newcomer test consists of 6 items. 4-dimensional test, each worth 15 points. Strength, agility, physique, and spirit. In addition, there is a practical test worth 20 points and a potential test worth 20 points. The total score is 100. During the test, the use of external equipment for enhancement is not allowed. The use of temporary potions is not permitted. No assistance from others is allowed. Except for the practical test, the use of skills is prohibited. After speaking, he took out a list, and his gaze fell on the first line. Xingshan Academy. Gu Qinghan. The first one. From the crowd, a silver-haired youth slowly stepped forward. He was tall with a cool demeanor, and there was a clear fluctuation of a magical profession around him. The gazes of those from Xingshan Academy towards him were clearly filled with trust. Evidently, Gu Qinghan held a significant status among this batch from Xingshan Academy. When Shen Qinglei saw him come out, he immediately raised an eyebrow. Oh, the first one is Gu Qinghan from Xingshan Academy. Lu Fang looked at him. Do you know him? Shen Qinglei nodded. I've heard of him. He is a well-known genius in magic. His mental attributes should be quite strong. Lu Fang looked ahead. Gu Qinghan had already walked up to a massive metal drum. The drum stood over 3 meters tall, its surface dark red with intricate runes appearing in circles. Around the drum were connected more than a dozen silver tubes extending to the nearby testing station. A hint of curiosity flickered in Lu Fang's eyes. Noticing Lu Fang's expression, Shen Qinglei suddenly asked, haven't you seen this before? Lu Fang shook his head. No. Shen Qinglei slapped his forehead. Almost forgot. You haven't entered university yet. This thing is quite common in universities. It's a device specially for strength testing. The testing method is simple. Stand in front of the drum and punch with all your strength. Does it only measure strength values? Of course not, Shen Qinglei shook his head. If it only measured panel attributes, then the test would be meaningless. The score derived from this device equals the base coefficient multiplied by the skill coefficient. Shen Qinglei paused for a moment before continuing to explain. The initial base coefficient is 2. This 2 represents the average attribute level of practitioners at the same rank under big data statistics. If your strength is twice the average attribute for the same rank, then the base coefficient becomes 4. 3 times yields 6, and so on. Lu Fang nodded slightly. What about the skill coefficient? Shen Qinglei replied, the initial skill coefficient is 1. 1 means there is no technique at all. It simply means you are just unleashing your strength. If you understand how to exert force, how to unleash strength, how to coordinate your body, and how to concentrate damage without using skills, the skill coefficient will increase. The same applies to the other 3 tests. Agility, physique, and spirit are all calculated as the base coefficient multiplied by the skill coefficient. Lu Fang seemed to ponder. So in other words, if someone's attributes are extremely high, they can still achieve a high score, even if their skill coefficient is low. They could even score full marks directly. Shen Qinglei grinned. Theoretically, yes. This world is just that unfair. Some people train hard for 10 years, yet can't compare to others with naturally high attribute growth. Complaining doesn't help. He added at this point. But I must correct one thing. Just having attributes means you can't score full marks. Lu Fang looked at him. Shen Qinglei held up a finger. The full score for each of the 4 dimensions is 15. If the skill coefficient is only 1, that means this person's base coefficient must reach 15. In other words, their base attributes need to reach more than 7 times the average level for their rank. Shen Qinglei clicked his tongue. What does that mean? Even the most outstanding graduates from the 5 major academies each year have base attributes that at most are around 4 times the average level. And that already qualifies as monstrous. 7 times. That's not genius. That's just brute strength. Lu Fang remained silent, observing Shen Qinglei's unknowing expression. So why does university emphasize training? Because attribute growth has limits. But technique can help you maximize the value of the same attributes. This is far more reliable than relying solely on attributes. Lu Fang nodded, then curiously asked, I can understand the 4-dimensional test, and the practical test. But how is the potential test measured? Shen Jinglei said, that one is even simpler. Do you see that crystal ball over there? Lu Fang followed. On the other side of the room stood a transparent crystal ball half the height of a person. The crystal ball floated on a silver base with what appeared to be a nebula slowly swirling inside. It looked completely different from the other instruments. Shen Jinglei said, just place your hand on it. The crystal ball will directly sense your potential. The professional quality skills already possess skill growth, potential attribute growth, potential future bottlenecks, and class transition evaluations will all affect the potential score. Lu Fang's eyes moved slightly. Is it really that accurate? Shen Jinglei shrugged. It's hard to say how accurate it is. But Tianlong has used it for so many years, there must be a reason for that. The potential score is 20 points. Normally, if you can exceed 10 points, that's already considered good. Exceeding 12 points basically means you are at the core training level of major academies. Exceeding 15 points means you are a truly top-tier talent. He said this and suddenly puffed out his chest. Before my first transition, my potential score was less than 10 points. At that time, many people thought I lacked stamina. And what happened? I got an SS level evaluation after my first transition. The potential score directly surged to 13 points. 13 points. Shen Jinglei emphasized the last part. This score has already exceeded most talents at the same level in the 5 major academies. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Moreover, I will soon be transitioning for the second time. This time I will definitely get an SS level evaluation again. By then my potential score will surely continue to rise. It might even directly reach over 15 points. At that time, I will be the top genius among top geniuses. Lu Fang glanced at him seriously. SS level evaluations are not easy to obtain. If you can get one, it's indeed impressive. I wish you can get an SS level evaluation during your second transition. Shen Jinglei was taken aback. You? Why are you so sincere? Then he grinned. Brother, just for your blessing, if you lose points later, I might consider lending you some. Just then Gu Qinghan was ready to begin the test. All eyes in the room were focused on him. Gu Qinghan's gaze sharpened as he stomped his foot on the ground, causing his center of gravity to sink instantly. With a force from his waist and abdomen, he unleashed a punch. Bang! A deep drum sound instantly exploded in the entire testing room, causing the massive drum surface to cave in. Immediately after, the dark drum surface rippled like water, creating clear waves. In the next second, the light curtain in the air flickered slightly. Gu Qinghan strength test 7. 3 points. The moment the score appeared, many people around showed a hint of as a magic profession. Achieving 7. 3 points in the strength test is already a respectable score. Shen Jinglei stroked his chin. Not bad. Lu Fang looked at the drum surface, which had returned to its original state. The indentation and ripples from the earlier punch seemed as if they had never existed. Noticing Lu Fang's gaze, Shen Jinglei took the initiative to explain, do you understand? The degree of indentation on the drum surface reflects the basic attributes. The extent of the ripples reflects technique, Lu Fang said. What about that punch just now? Shen Jinglei responded. The ripples were quite beautiful, indicating that his striking technique is good. I estimate the technique coefficient to be around 1.8 points. However, the degree of indentation is average. The basic attributes are probably around 4 points. Lu Fang nodded. I see now. Meanwhile, Xia Ji recorded the results. Next test. Gu Qinghan turned and walked towards another device. It was a long black running mat hovering half a meter above the ground. Gu Qinghan stepped onto the running mat. Buzz. The mat activated instantly, and his figure began to move at high speed. Initially, the speed was not too exaggerated. However, soon silver streaks of light lit up on the running mat, and the speed continuously increased. Gu Qinghan's feet tapped rapidly, and his figure constantly changed direction on the narrow mat. Moreover, it was not just straight running. There were sudden stops, reversals, lateral movements, and bursts of speed. A minute later, the test ended. Agility test 7. 8 points. This score is also quite respectable. Xia Ji continued recording. Mental test. Gu Qinghan walked to a transparent crystal. This crystal was entirely a light blue color with what seemed to be a miniature star ocean swirling slowly inside. The staff member said, during the mental test, you are not allowed to actively release mental skills. You only need to passively endure the mental pressure. The test will gradually increase the pressure. If you can't hold on, you can voluntarily withdraw. Gu Qinghan nodded. Then he reached out and pressed against the crystal. Buzz. The light within the crystal suddenly brightened, and an invisible mental pressure instantly spread. Although the people around were not within the testing range, they could still feel a slight pressure. Gu Qinghan stood still, his expression not changing much. The light of the crystal deepened layer by layer. Gu Qinghan frowned slightly, but his hand remained firmly pressed on the crystal until the crystal trembled slightly. The test ended. Mental test 12. 0 points. As soon as this score came out, a low murmur finally arose in the room. 12 points. No wonder he is from the Star Academy. Gu Qinghan's mental attribute is indeed very strong. Shen Jinglei clicked his tongue. The main attribute of a magic profession really has some merit. Lu Fang looked at the light curtain. This score was clearly higher than other tests. It seems that each profession has its own advantageous areas. Xiaoji did not say much. Physical test. Gu Qinghan approached the fourth crystal. This crystal was different from the mental test. It presented a murky gray color with black, purple, green, and red lights constantly flashing alternately inside. Gu Qinghan took a deep breath and placed his hand on it. In the next second, a wisp of gray aura spread along his arm, causing his face to pale slightly. Immediately after, purple poison patterns appeared, red burning light spots emerged, and frost crawled up his wrist. Various negative states stacked layer upon layer. Gu Qinghan clearly was not as composed as during the mental test. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered until his body swayed slightly, prompting the crystal to stop automatically. Physical test 6. 8 points. Xia Ji finished recording. Continue with the potential test. Gu Qinghan walked to the last crystal and pressed his hand against it. In an instant, the light points inside the crystal suddenly gathered, and a layer of soft brilliance lit up from within the sphere. Moments later, the light curtain displayed the result. Potential test 13. 4 points. Shen Jinglei raised an eyebrow. Not bad. Finally, they arrived at the last item, the practical test. Gu Qinghan had entered a simulation chamber deep within the room. This simulation chamber was entirely silver-white, shaped like an upright metal coffin. The chamber door closed. Buzz. A layer of silver light enveloped the simulation chamber. In the next second, a virtual battlefield appeared on the light curtain in midair. Gu Qinghan's figure appeared in the center of the battlefield. Opposite him, 10 virtual figures slowly coalesced, including shield warriors, assassins, archers, mages, and healers. The configuration was extremely complete. A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Fang's eyes. Simulation training. Shen Jinglei nodded. Yes, one of the core devices of the Tianlong training camp. This thing is not just ordinary technology. Lu Fang looked at him. Shen Jinglei lowered his voice, his tone unusually serious. This ability comes from a top-tier powerhouse of the Dragon Kingdom. His profession is called the Illusion Weaver. It is a particularly unique profession. It can weave false worlds and also virtualize certain states of the practitioner. In his lifetime, he forged a piece of exclusive equipment. That equipment possesses the ability to project practitioners into a special space. Later, that senior perished in battle, but the equipment remained. The descendants used his equipment as a foundation to create the current virtual network, which is the metal chamber you see now. In the midst of battle, sensations of pain, fatigue, and mental exhaustion will all be simulated. But one will not actually die. Thus, it is very suitable for practical combat tests. Lu Fang gazed at the light curtain. At this moment, the battle had begun. Gu Qinghan faced 10 enemies of equal rank, directly raising his hand to unleash a starlight barrier, separating himself from the enemy assassins. Immediately, a star map appeared beneath his feet. Balls of starlight began to coalesce around him. Boom, boom, boom. The magic balls exploded in succession. The virtual battlefield was covered by a vast expanse of starlight. However, the 10 enemies were not mere targets. The shield warriors stood at the front. Assassins launched a surprise attack from the flanks. The archers continuously pressured movement. The mages engaged in ranged bombardment. The healers quickly restored health from the back. Gu Qinghan was still able to maintain the rhythm at the beginning. But as time passed, he was forced to continuously expend mental energy to keep his distance. Eventually, after killing the 7th enemy, he was approached by an assassin. A dagger sliced across his throat. The virtual battlefield froze. Practical combat test 12. For points, the total score on the light curtain began to compile. Xia Ji watched the data, recording it item by item. Gu Qinghan's strength test 7. 3 points agility test 7. 8 points mental test 12. 0 points constitution test 6. 8 points potential test 13. 4 points practical combat test 12. 4 points total score 59. 7 points. After this score was revealed, several from the Star Academy nodded. It wasn't stunning, but it was sufficiently excellent. Xia Ji also nodded slightly. Next, the subsequent tests began to progress continuously. One newcomer after another stepped forward. The overall skill level of the students from the 5 major academies was indeed not low. Most people's total scores range between 55 and 65. Occasionally, someone stood out in one particular aspect. For instance, a melee practitioner from Tianwu University scored directly 12.7 in the strength test. Another example was a support class from the Holy Spirit Academy, whose constitution test was average and practical combat test not high, but whose potential test reached 14 points. But overall, the score gaps were not completely widened. Lu Fang stood quietly at the back of the crowd watching each. Shen Jinglei occasionally commented, "This strength is good, but the technique is too rough. This agility has something to it. The footwork has been trained. Tisk, this mental pressure only holds at this level." The Star Academy would shake their heads at this. This constitution score is decent, suitable for frontline combat. A potential score of 12 not high or low, standard genius. He commented very naturally, completely unconcerned about the increasingly unpleasant expressions of those around him. On the other side, Xiaji recorded data while whispering to Lu Chun. This batch of students has a good overall quality. The average level in this rookie camp test is considered above average compared to past tests. Lu Chun looked at the newcomers currently being tested, his expression calm. Normal. In recent years, the front lines have been too brutal. The casualty rate is increasing. Many strong practitioners who are injured and retire eventually go to teach at various academies. This has led to an increase in the educational standards of the academies. Upon hearing this, Xiaji's smile faded slightly. He paused for a moment and gently sighed. Indeed, it's a good thing that students are getting stronger. But to improve educational standards in this way. Sigh. Xiaji continued to preside over the test, glancing at the list before continuing to read. Shen Jinglei. As these 3 words fell, the atmosphere in the entire testing room changed noticeably. The previously low-key discussions among the 5 major academies fell silent almost simultaneously. Gazes fell upon Shen Jinglei. Some were defiant, some cold, and some carried a hint of apprehension. Shen Jinglei rolled his neck and grinned. Finally, it's my turn, he said, not forgetting to look at Lu Fang. Brother, watch closely. They'll teach you how to make the 5 major academies perform a face change. Lu Fang. The expressions of the people from the 5 major academies immediately darkened. Shen Jinglei, you better truly possess this ability. Shen Jinglei hoisted the wide-bladed long knife on his back and strode toward the giant drum for the strength test. Don't rush. Shen Jinglei took down the long knife and casually planted it into the ground beside him. Boom. The blade sank into the ground. The entire testing room seemed to tremble slightly. Many people's eyelids twitched. This knife is so heavy. Shen Jinglei stood before the giant drum, his playful smile finally fading a bit. His body sank slightly. His feet pressed against the ground, his back arched like a bow, and his right fist slowly retracted. At this moment, Lu Fang clearly felt the change in Shen Jinglei's aura. The guy who had been running his mouth and provoking everyone suddenly seemed to vanish. In his place was a fierce blade ready to be unsheathed. In the next second, Shen Jinglei threw a punch. Bang! The giant drum emitted an incredibly dull roar. The drum's surface instantly caved in. The degree of the indentation surpassed all previous testers. Immediately after, waves of ripples erupted wildly. These were not the delicate ripples that Gu Qinghan produced, but rather rough and surging. The data on the testing platform jumped wildly. Moments later, the light curtain displayed the results. Shen Jinglei strength test 13. 5 points. Boom. The entire testing room exploded in an uproar. 13.5. Strength test 13.5. What kind of joke is this? This is already near full marks. Wasn't that previous melee profession from Tianwu only 12.7? Isn't Shen Jinglei from an ordinary school? How could his strength be so high? The faces of the people from the 5 major academies changed completely, especially the melee practitioners from Tianwu University, whose expressions were the most difficult to bear. Tianwu University has always been known for melee combat and physical development. Yet now Shen Jinglei, a person from an ordinary school, surpassed all of them in the strength test. This was no longer just a matter of scores, it was like rubbing their faces in the dirt. Shen Jinglei slowly retracted his fist and turned to look at everyone. Why is no one speaking? Aren't the people from the 5 major academies supposed to be quite opinionated? No one responded, but many people's fists were quietly clenched. Shen Jinglei smiled even more happily. Lu Fang, did you see? This is called a face change. Shen Jinglei turned and walked toward the next event. In the following test, his performance was not as exaggerated. The scores were revealed: agility test 8. 4 points, physique test 9. 1 points, mental test 7. 8 points. Some individuals from the 5 great academies finally found an opportunity to sneer. What use is high strength? The shortcomings are too obvious. Shen Jinglei heard them, but was completely unconcerned. He merely scratched his ear. Continue to be sour. After a moment, potential test 13. 2 points. 13.2. This score was also quite high. The final test. Practical test. Shen Jinglei walked in front of the simulation chamber and suddenly turned back to look at the crowd from the 5 great academies. Keep your eyes wide open. This is my stage. The chamber door closed. On the screen, a virtual battlefield appeared. Shen Jinglei stood in the center of a desolate land. 10 enemies of the same level quickly gathered. The moment Shen Jinglei saw them, he showed no hesitation. He drew his sword directly. Boom. The ground of the virtual battlefield suddenly exploded. Shen Jinglei's entire being resembled a black-red thunderbolt rushing out in an instant. The first strike was aimed directly at the frontline shield warrior. The shield warrior raised his shield to block, but the moment the blade descended, the shield shattered instantly. The virtual shield warrior was sent flying back with a single blow. In the next second, Shen Jinglei twisted his foot, sweeping the blade horizontally. In the distance, an archer had just opened the distance when a blade light sliced close to the ground. Boom. The archer's phantom exploded on the spot. A long-range blade, aura. Lu Fang's eyes shifted slightly. On the screen, Shen Jinglei had almost no defense. He was attacking the whole time. The assassin circled behind. He countered with a strike, shredding both the person and the shadow. The mage began chanting. He stepped forward, and the blade tore through the flame barrier. The healer retreated. He raised his hand and unleashed a blade aura, accurately interrupting the healing spell. Dominant, fierce, and unreasonable. In less than 3 minutes, all 10 virtual enemies were annihilated. The screen flickered. Practical test 18. 0 points. The entire arena fell silent. 18 points. So far the highest practical score in the arena. Moreover, it was at a tier level higher. The previous highest score was only around 15 points. The total scores began to be compiled. Shen Jinglei total score 73 points, currently the highest in the arena. Seeing this score, the faces of those from the 5 great academies turned completely grim. Not just a little grim, but as if they had been slapped in public. Xiaji looked at the score on the screen, a hint of interest appearing in his eyes. There's something to him, Lu Chen said calmly. Although he talks too much, he really does have some strength. Was he just an ordinary class before he advanced? Lu Chen nodded. Yes, a frenzied blade master. An ordinary melee class. But his evaluation after the first advancement was extremely high, transforming into a rare class. The Shattered Star Heavenly Blade. Xiaji's eyes flickered. No wonder. Lu Chen continued, the Shattered Star Heavenly Blade is strong in both ranged and melee combat. Its strength attribute growth is unparalleled among those of the same level. Xiaji nodded as he watched Shen Jinglei emerge from the simulation chamber. It's not easy for an ordinary school to produce such a student. Lu Chen said, that's why Tianlong wants him. Shen Jinglei stepped out of the simulation chamber. He glanced at the total score on the screen, then at the people from the 5 great academies. The smile on his face was almost uncontainable. To the geniuses of the 5 great academies, thank you for your hospitality. The crowd from the 5 great academies fell silent. Many people had ashen faces. They had lost in scores. They had also lost in dignity. Shen Jinglei, in a good mood, leisurely walked back to Lu Fang's side. Then he deliberately flicked his hair. Bro, how was that? Was I cool just now? Lu Fang nodded. Cool. Shen Jinglei was taken aback, then laughed heartily. Next, the tests continued. The people from the 5 great academies took turns to step up, but the atmosphere was clearly different from before. After Shen Jinglei's 73 points dominated the top of the screen, no matter how the following individuals tested, they seemed somewhat lacking. Several in succession, with the highest only reaching 68.3. Almost 5 points short of Shen Jinglei's 73. The faces of the 5 great academies grew increasingly grim. Especially every time someone finished testing, Shen Jinglei would comment beside them, stroking his chin. Not bad, but just a little short of me. At this moment, Xiaji once again looked at the list. His gaze paused for a moment. Then he spoke. Yuan Academy, Shi Yanqing. The instant those 3 words were spoken, the previously oppressive atmosphere in the testing room suddenly changed. The individuals from the 5 great academies almost simultaneously raised their heads. Especially those from Yuan Academy, their eyes brightened instantly. Among the crowd, a young man clad in black armor slowly stepped forward. His physique was not exaggerated. He even appeared somewhat slender. Yet each step he took exuded an extremely steady aura. As Shi Yanqing walked forward, he specifically glanced at Shen Jinglei. That gaze was very calm, devoid of provocation or anger. Yet it was this calmness that made the atmosphere even tenser. The crowd from the 5 great academies were suddenly filled with anticipation. Shi Yanqing is finally up. There's something to watch now. Wasn't Shen Jinglei very arrogant just now? Wait until Shi Yanqing's score comes out. Let's see if he can still smile. Yuan Academy's top student in the 4th year. Shen Jinglei's smile slowly faded. He watched Shi Yanqing's back without a hint of mockery. Lu Fang noticed his change. Is this person very strong? Shen Jinglei nodded. Very strong. His tone was unusually serious. Yuan Academy's top student in the entire 4th year. A true monster. Moreover, he has already completed his 3rd advancement, and it is said that all 3 were SSS ranks. Lu Fang's eyes shifted. That indeed is strong. Shen Jinglei continued. It is said that this guy went to the front lines during his 2nd advancement. That time he encountered an ambush on the front lines. Lu Fang nodded. 1 second advancement, defeating 2 third advancements. That record is indeed outrageous. Shi Yanqing stood before. Lu Fang nodded. 1 second advancement, defeating 2 third advancements. That record is indeed outrageous. Shi Yanqing stood before the strength testing drum, adjusting his state. Everyone knew that in a certain sense Shi Yanqing's test was no longer just his own test. Instead, it was a battle for the face of the 5 great academies. Xin Jinglei had just scored 73 points. If a person from an ordinary school ended up overshadowing all 5 academies, those individuals would have a hard time holding their heads up in the training camp for a long time. Especially with Xin Jinglei's incessant chatter. He would undoubtedly bring this incident up repeatedly. Thus, Shi Yanqing must win. Shi Yanqing slowly raised his hand. In the next second, he stepped forward. His fist struck. Boom. The moment his fist landed on the drum's surface, a thunderous sound erupted. The drum's surface suddenly caved in. Following that, ripples spread out in circles. Unlike the violent and rough ripples caused by Xin Jinglei earlier, this punch from Shi Yanqing created a slightly less pronounced indentation, but the ripples spread widely. On the light screen, the score appeared. Shi Yanqing's strength test 13. 0 points, 13 points. As soon as this score was revealed, the eyes of the crowd from the 5 major academies lit up. Although it was not as high as Xin Jinglei's 13.5, the gap was minimal. More importantly, everyone knew that strength was not Shi Yanqing's only strong suit. Xin Jinglei raised an eyebrow upon seeing this score. 13 points. Not bad. You nearly... The few from Yuan Academy shot him a cold glance. Xin Jinglei acted as if he didn't see them at all. Don't look at me like that. A difference of 0.5 is still a difference. Shi Yanqing ignored him and directly moved on to the next test, the agility test. The black running mat activated. Once Shi Yanqing stepped onto it, his entire demeanor changed completely. His speed was not the fastest, but his steps were incredibly stable. Every change in direction, every sudden stop, every evasion of virtual obstacles was executed with utmost precision. It was as if he wasn't being tested on a high-speed mat, but rather dodging attacks on a real battlefield. The test concluded. Agility test 11. 6 points. The crowd from the 5 major academies perked up. This score was significantly higher than Xin Jinglei's 8.4. The smile on Xin Jinglei's face faded slightly. This Yuan Academy's training indeed solidifies the fundamentals. Next up, physique test 12. 2 points. Another high score. The anticipation on the faces of the 5 major academies grew more evident. Moments later, mental test 10. 9 points. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as the scores of those in magical professions for a combat-oriented profession, it was already quite excellent. Potential test 14. 1 points. Upon seeing this score, even Xia Ji nodded slightly. 14.1. This potential score was the highest in the room so far. The crowd from the 5 major academies finally showed signs of excitement. Xin Jinglei stroked his chin, no longer speaking. Lastly, combat test 16. 2 points. It was lower than Xin Jinglei's 18 points, but still quite high. Moreover, adding the previous scores, his total score clearly surpassed Xin Jinglei's. The light screen began to compile the results. Shi Yanqing total score 77 points, 77 points. The moment the results were announced, the crowd from the 5 major academies finally couldn't hold back. Great. 77 points. Shi Yanqing truly deserves to be the top of Yuan Academy's 4th year. This is the real level of the 5 major academies. Xin Jinglei, did you see that? 73 points, and you dare to be so arrogant. The faces of the Yuan Academy crowd also showed smiles. They finally felt a sense of relief. However, the next moment Xin Jinglei spoke in a low tone. Out of dozens of people, only one scored higher than me. And he studied for 2 more years than I did. Is this what makes you proud? The cheers that had just erupted suddenly, the expressions of the 5 major academies visibly stiffened. A few people opened their mouths, but couldn't come up with a retort. Xin Jinglei continued shaking his head. Sigh. 5 major academies. Is the bar set this low? This time the crowd completely lost their spirit. A few from Yuan Academy looked grim, but they had nothing more to say. Shi Yanqing stepped out of the simulation chamber. He glanced at Xin Jinglei and said calmly, "In the training camp, I'll wait for you to catch up." Xin Jinglei grinned. "Don't worry. It won't be long." Shi Yanqing said no more and turned back to join the Yuan Academy team. Xia Ji looked at the scores on the light screen, his admiration growing. Shi Yanqing is indeed impressive. No wonder he is the top student of Yuan Academy's 4th year. Lu Chen nodded. He is indeed formidable. This score is even slightly higher than mine back then. Xia Ji's eyes flashed with surprise. Higher than you, that monster. Lu Chen replied calmly. When I first entered the new students' training camp, my total score was 75. Xia Ji laughed. This batch really has some good seedlings. The tests continued. After Shi Yanqing, several more people took their turns. The 5 major academies truly lived up to their reputation. The top echelon certainly did not disappoint. Not long after, a 4th-year student from Tianwu University scored 74 points. A mental profession from Xingshan Academy with a score of 15 in the mental test and 15.6 in the combat test ultimately scored 75. Both of these scores surpassed Xin Jinglei. The rankings on the light screen also changed accordingly. First, Shi Yanqing 77 points. Second, Xingshan Academy 75 points. Third, Tianwu University 74 points. Fourth, Shen Jinglei, 73 points. Shen Jinglei looked at the rankings, and the smile on his face shrank slightly. But just slightly. Lu Fang glanced at him. If a few more people rank above you based on the odds, wouldn't you lose points? Shen Jinglei immediately shook his head. Impossible. Lu Fang asked, so sure. Shen Jinglei lowered his voice, his face once again displaying that smug smile. Brother, you don't really think I was just recklessly provoking the 5 major academies, do you? Lu Fang remained silent for a moment. Aren't you? Shen Jinglei's expression stiffened, then he cleared his throat. Of course not. I may seem reckless, but am actually very meticulous. I've already inquired about who is strong and who is weak among this batch of new students from the 5 major academies. Only these 3 can rank above me. So I definitely stand to gain. Lu Fang glanced at him, then gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. Shen Jinglei nodded in satisfaction. Learn from this. In the Tianlong training camp, it's not enough to just fight. You have to be able to calculate too. Lu Fang. Soon. The last few new students from the 5 major academies also completed their tests. As Shen Jinglei said, no one surpassed him. Although there was an auxiliary profession from Shengling Academy, who scored 72.5, just half a point short of Shen Jinglei, a difference is still a difference. Seeing the final rankings, Shen Jinglei clearly breathed a sigh of relief. After Xia Ji finished reviewing the list, his gaze finally fell on the last name. Lu Fang. The voice rang out. In the testing room, everyone's gaze focused again. However, most people's expressions were quite indifferent. Some even showed signs of boredom. They naturally remembered the bet. But how could someone who hadn't even graduated from high school possibly rank above them? If such a person could surpass them, then these students from the 5 major academies might as well just end it all. Shen Jinglei patted Lu Fang on the shoulder. Brother, good luck. But don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just surpass one person from the 5 major academies, and that will be enough to embarrass them. At that time, I'll definitely help you stir things up. Lu Fang smiled. My goal is first place. Shen Jinglei's smile on his face instantly froze. He thought he had misheard. First, Lu Fang nodded. Shen Jinglei stood there in a daze. He opened his mouth momentarily at a loss for words. No, brother. You're a high school student, and your goal is to be first. This is beyond confidence. This is simply absurd. The people from the 5 major academies around also heard Lu Fang's words. Many couldn't help but laugh. Ha, the junior is really cute. Well, young people are like this, who hasn't been arrogant at that age? If I had been specially recruited by the Tianlong when I was in high school, I would definitely be even more arrogant than him. However, once his results come out, hell know the difference. The junior is eager to give us points. He's a good person, so don't tease him anymore. That's reasonable. Xia Ji whispered to Lu Chun, let this little guy lose some points and suffer a bit. Young people need to be tempered by reality. Lu Chun's expression remained calm. Not necessarily. Xia Ji was taken aback. Not necessarily. He looked at Lu Chun. Do you really think he has a chance to beat some people, eh? Lu Chun did not answer directly. After a moment, he only said 3 words. Let's wait and see. Xia Ji's eyes flickered. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Fang stepped forward, approaching the giant drum, and slowly raised his right hand. His movement was quite ordinary. It lacked the explosive sensation of Shen Jinglei's arched back, nor did it have the extremely steady power posture of Shi Yanqing. In the eyes of many students from the 5 major academies, Lu Fang's preparatory motion for this punch seemed somewhat ridiculous. As expected, he hasn't received systematic training. This power posture is too ordinary. Don't talk about techniques. He probably doesn't even know how to unleash his strength properly. He's a high school student, it's normal. Someone whispered. Shen Jinglei furrowed his brows slightly as he watched. He had already warned Lu Fang before. The power test isn't just about the panel attributes. The same amount of strength can produce completely different effects in different people's hands. Come on, even if you don't know any techniques, at least gather some strength. At this moment, Lu Fang threw a punch. The sound wasn't particularly explosive. At least compared to Shen Jinglei's punch, it lacked a lot of momentum. The moment his fist struck the drum surface, everyone instinctively looked at the ripples on the drum surface. However, there were none. The dark red drum surface did not ripple at all. It was like a piece of heavy metal struck by brute force, simply absorbing the punch. The expressions of the people from the 5 major academies suddenly revealed a look of as expected. No ripples. The technique coefficient is almost non-existent, relying purely on brute force. Even with decent strength attributes, the score won't be exaggerated. Shen Jinglei also felt a bit awkward. When Lu Fang mentioned his goal of being first, he was indeed shocked. But at the very next moment, someone suddenly noticed something was off. Because the surface of the giant drum was sinking inward. It wasn't an ordinary dent. Rather, deep, 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. Right in the center of the drum surface, a deep and exaggerated dent formed centered around where Lu Fang's fist had landed. The murmuring in the entire room came to an abrupt stop. The expressions of the students from the 5 major academies instantly froze. They looked at the deeply dinted drum surface, their gazes gradually changing. From disdain to confusion, then to astonishment. Finally, it turned into disbelief. Isn't this dent a bit exaggerated? I didn't see wrong, did I, eh? Why is there no technique ripple, yet the drum surface can still dent like this? What kind of foundational strength does he have? Wait, Xin Jinglei didn't make such a deep dent, did he, eh? This is impossible. The sounds in the testing room began to grow chaotic. Everyone was stunned by this scene. 0 technique ripples. Yet the foundational dent was extremely deep. The impact of combining these 2 performances was even more exaggerated than that of someone with strong techniques and attributes. Xin Jinglei's expression also froze. He stared at the drum's surface, his throat bobbing. No. Brother, what kind of foundational strength do you have? The light curtain had not yet displayed a score. But no one on site dared to underestimate this punch anymore. Someone couldn't help but whisper their guess. With such a dent, the foundational coefficient is at least 5 times right. 5 times. I think it's more than that. Could it be 6 times the average strength of the same level, eh? What a joke. It's absolutely impossible to have such a level of strength. Everyone's eyes were fixated on the light curtain in midair. At that moment, even those who had been the least concerned about Lu Fang couldn't help but hold their breath. They wanted to know, how many points could this punch score? The next second, the light curtain flickered. A line of data appeared. Lu Fang power test, 15-point silence. The entire testing room fell into a terrifying silence in an instant. All sounds disappeared. It was as if this line of score had sucked the air out for a moment. 15 points. Full marks. Since the start of the newcomer test. The first full score. Not Shi Yanqing. Not Xin Jinglei. Not the top geniuses from the 5 major academies who had completed their 2nd and 3rd transitions. But a newcomer who hadn't even graduated from high school. Moreover, the most absurd part is, he had no technique ripples at all. This means he almost relied on foundational strength to smash the power test to full marks. Boom. After a brief moment of silence, the entire testing room erupted completely. Full marks. Full marks on the power test. Isn't he just a high school student? He doesn't even have technique ripples. How can he score full marks without techniques? What kind of foundational strength is this, eh? What is his profession after all? Is it a pure strength profession? The people from the 5 major academies couldn't sit still anymore. They had just thought that Lu Fang lacked technique, and that his score wouldn't be high. But in the next second, reality slapped them hard. No technique. Yes, he indeed had no technique. But his foundational strength was high enough to completely ignore techniques. What more can be said? Xin Jinglei was completely stunned. He looked at the 15 points on the light curtain, then glanced at the giant drum that had returned to its original state, his mouth twitching violently. He suddenly recalled what he had told Lu Fang earlier. Relying solely on attributes, achieving full marks is basically impossible. If the technique coefficient is only 1, the foundational attributes need to reach over 7 times the average level. Even the most outstanding graduates from the 5 major academies only reach 4 times at most. Brother, are you cheating? On the other side, Xiaji looked at the 15 points on the light curtain, and his eyes also showed a rare, obvious fluctuation. Full marks. He turned to look at Lu Chun. Did you already know this? Lu Chun remained silent for a moment. I didn't know. Xiaji was taken aback. Lu Chun continued. This is also the first time I've witnessed his strength. Xiaji. He had originally thought that Lu Chin's earlier statement of let's wait and see was because he already knew Lu Fang had this trump card. But you didn't know either. Then why act so profound earlier? Xiaji took a deep breath. Now I understand why he was specially recruited. With this foundational strength, he is already qualified to enter Tianlong. Lu Chen did not refute. He knew a bit about Lu Fang's abilities. However, this exaggerated and almost unreasonable foundational strength was something he was witnessing for the first time. A high school student. Just relying on foundational strength, he scored full marks in the strength test of the Tianlong training camp. Such a monster. Even Lu Chun had never seen one like him. After a brief shock, the crowd from the 5 major academies gradually calmed down. Soon someone spoke up. What a monster. However, just because he has strong strength doesn't mean he excels in the overall test. That's right. The more extreme a professional's single ability, the easier it is to neglect other areas. He must be a pure strength-type profession. But such a profession will definitely be weak in agility, spirit, and physique. And there's the practical test. Without skills, even high attributes can easily be targeted. This statement quickly gained recognition from many. Full marks in strength is indeed outrageous. But the newcomer test does not only measure strength. There are a total of 6 items. For a pure strength-type profession, it's normal to excel in a single area. However, if the other items are poor, the total score will still not be high. Why was Shi Yanqing able to score 77? Because he was strong in all aspects. Why could Xin Jinglei only score 73? It's because his spirit test dragged him down. Listening to the discussions around him, Shun Jinglei stroked his chin. To be honest, he also found this judgment reasonable. The more extreme the professional system, the easier it is to neglect. The fact that Lu Fang's strength could be exaggerated to this extent likely meant he would have significant shortcomings in other areas. This aligns with logic. But for some reason, Shun Jinglei's mind suddenly recalled Lu Fang's earlier words. My goal is to be number one. When he first heard this, he thought Lu Fang was dreaming. However, now looking at the glaring 15 points on the display, Shun Jinglei suddenly felt uncertain. This guy, could it be that he really has something? Lu Fang ignored the discussions around him. He simply withdrew his fist calmly. From the moment Shun Jinglei explained the test rules to him, Lu Fang had a rough idea. In terms of skills, he indeed had not received systematic training from the university system. But when it comes to basic attributes, he had never lacked. Lu Fang turned around and walked towards the agility test track. This time there were no more condescending gazes around him. Those who had been waiting to see a joke were now all silent. A full score in strength. This performance was already enough to make everyone put away their disdain. Lu Fang had stepped onto the black track. Buzz. The runes lit up. The track slowly activated. At first the speed was not fast. Lu Fang simply ran forward. His movements could not be called professional either. He did not have the light footsteps of the trained students from the 5 major academies. Nor did he possess the almost precise rhythm control of Shi Yanqing. Then the speed of the track suddenly increased. As Lu Fang stepped forward, his whole body shot forward in an instant. Whoosh! His figure left behind a blur. Everyone's eyelids twitched simultaneously. So fast. This speed. Wait, he still lacks technique. He is just purely running fast. Along the sides of the track, the first virtual obstacle popped up. Normally trained individuals would predict the trajectory of the obstacles in advance and complete the evasion in the most effortless manner. But Lu Fang did not. He almost changed direction only after the obstacle appeared. His movements were not graceful. In fact, they were somewhat rough. But it was too fast. So fast that just as the virtual obstacle appeared, his body had already forcibly moved sideways. The second obstacle. The third obstacle. The fourth obstacle. Throughout the entire process, Lu Fang had no technique in his movements. He relied solely on his terrifying foundational speed and reaction ability to evade, turn back, halt, and change direction. The track's speed increased further. The frequency of virtual obstacles appearing rose as well. The expressions on everyone's faces became increasingly stiff. Not this way. Can it be tested like this? Every time he changes direction, it's very stiff, theoretically wasting a lot of time. But the problem is his foundational speed is too fast. Even if he wasted time, he is still faster than others. What kind of method is this? Shun Jinglei felt his eyelids twitch. He had just thought that Lu Fang might be a pure strength-type profession. Yet now, this display of agility, could it really be something a pure strength-type profession could have? Those repeated forced turns were completely unreasonable. Others relied on skills to avoid losses. Lu Fang directly covered the losses with speed. Even if he took a longer route, he still reached the finish line before others. This was truly infuriating. The crowd from the 5 major academies felt their scalps tingling. Full marks in strength is one thing. Why is his speed also so exaggerated? A profession that excels in both strength and agility at the same time. What exactly is his profession? This is unreasonable. How can there be such an abnormal profession? Lu Fang paid no heed to the reactions around him. His attention remained focused on the track and the obstacles. As the track accelerated for the final time, Lu Fang's figure flickered continuously. Several virtual obstacles grazed almost against the edge of his clothing. In the end, buzz. The track stopped. Lu Fang stood still, his breathing still steady. The data on the testing platform rapidly summarized. Everyone stared intently at the display. In this item, Lu Fang had consumed quite a bit of time during the process. But his foundational speed was too exaggerated. Exaggerated to the point that no one dared to confirm his final score. The next moment, the display refreshed. Lu Fang agility test 15 points, another full score. The second full score. The entire place erupted again. I'm going to curse. 15 points. Agility also has 15 points. 2 full scores. He already has 30 points. And this is only after 2 items. Full marks in strength, full marks in agility. What on earth is this guy's profession? The expressions of the crowd from the 5 major academies completely changed. If full marks in strength could still be explained as Lu Fang being an extreme strength-type profession, how could full marks in agility be explained? What weighed heavily on their minds was that Lu Fang had already scored 30 points. There were 6 items in total. The total score was 100. Even if Lu Fang performed only averagely in the next 4 items with these 2 full scores, he could still potentially surpass many people. Many who had only scored in the 50s or 60s earlier were starting to feel uneasy. No way. He can't really surpass some people, can he? The first 2 full scores are too outrageous. As long as the next few items aren't too terrible, the total score will definitely not be low. But he can't be good at everything right. This statement seemed to give the crowd around them the last glimmer of hope. Absolutely impossible. With strength and agility already being this abnormal, the other attributes must surely be weak. Exactly. If he can also get full marks in the other two, then that would really be beyond reason. Shen Jinglei listened to these words without speaking. Now he no longer dared to speak decisively. Lu Fang was somewhat eerie. Xiaji looked at the second perfect score, and his expression had completely changed. Full marks for strength, full marks for agility, and all achieved solely through basic attributes. He turned to Lu Chun. Do you really not know? Lu Chun was silent for a moment. I don't know. Xiaji's eyes grew even more peculiar. Then where did you find that monster? The next item was the mental test. Lu Fang walked to the pale blue crystal and placed his hand on it. Buzz. The pale blue light lit up. Mental pressure was released. First stage. Lu Fang showed no reaction. Second stage. Lu Fang remained calm. Third stage. The blue light inside the crystal deepened. The mental pressure clearly intensified. Yet Lu Fang still stood there. His expression was blank. Not even a furrow of his brow. The expressions of the 5 Academy's members began to stiffen little by little. What's going on? Why isn't he reacting? This must be mental pressure exceeding level 50 for him, right? The light of the crystal continued to deepen. The pale blue turned deep blue. The deep blue turned dark blue. Finally, it faintly showed a hint of purple. The intensity of the pressure kept rising. Soon it had surpassed the mental tolerance range of a second transformation professional. Yet Lu Fang still showed no reaction. His gaze was calm. His breathing steady. The pressure released by the crystal seemed not to be mental pressure, but merely a trivial breeze. The surroundings fell completely silent. They had an extremely ominous premonition. A few seconds later, the crystal trembled. The test concluded. The light screen refreshed. Lu Fang mental test 15 points, the third perfect score. No cheers. No gasps. Only an almost suffocating silence remained. The members of the 5 academies stared at the light screen, their eyes somewhat blank. Shen Jinglei opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He no longer wanted to analyze it. It was beyond analysis. Lu Fang withdrew his hand and walked toward the gray crystal. This time the onlookers' gazes were numb, tinged with a hint of despair. Lu Fang placed his hand on it. A gray aura spread. First layer weakness. Lu Fang showed no reaction. Second layer burning. Lu Fang showed no reaction. Third layer freezing. A layer of frost crawled up his wrist, but quickly halted as if it could not penetrate further. Fourth layer toxins. Purple patterns appeared and swiftly faded. Fifth layer slowing. Sixth layer dizziness interference. Seventh layer. Eighth layer. Negative states stacked one after another. The colors inside the crystal changed wildly. Yet Lu Fang stood there without any change. His complexion was not pale. His breathing was not erratic. His body did not sway. Not even a flicker in his gaze. It was as if all those negative states which could cause ordinary professionals great suffering were being firmly repelled by his body. The members of the 5 academies were completely numb. No need to look anymore. Another perfect score. Heaven is unfair. Someone murmured softly. Upon hearing this, many felt a sense of shared sentiment. Who were they? The geniuses of the 5 academies. All their lives they had been the monsters in others' eyes. They were the ones looked up to by their peers. They had long been accustomed to being stronger than others. Also accustomed to looking down on ordinary professionals with their genius status. But today, they suddenly experienced the feelings of those ordinary people looking at them. Powerless. Absurd. It turned out that geniuses could also look up to others. It turned out they too could feel that the world was unfair. A few seconds later, the gray crystal's light extinguished. On the light screen, the fourth score appeared. Lu Fang physical test, 15 points, 4-dimensional test. All perfect scores. Current total scores 60 points. The testing room fell silent. Because any evaluation seemed somewhat pale in comparison to these 15 points. Xiaji stared at the light screen, remaining silent for a long time. He had seen too many geniuses and monsters. But Lu Fang was the first of his kind he had encountered. A pure numerical monster. A 4-dimensional pure numerical monster. This was no longer just excellence. This was rubbing the testing rules into the ground. Lu Chen also unusually remained silent for a long time before looking at Xiaji. I had no idea he was this formidable before bringing him back. Honestly, if I lied, may I be a dog. Xiaji. Wait, this guy has already scored 60 points. One person from the 5 suddenly shouted, as if awakening from a dream. Others also snapped back to reality. Indeed, he had already scored 60 points. This had already surpassed the final total score of many present. Those newcomers with total scores below 60 were now completely green in the face. They had previously thought Lu Fang was just giving away points. But now, the clown turned out to be themselves. They had fought tooth and nail to finish 6 items and ended up with over 50 points. Lu Fang casually completed 4 items and had already reached 60 points. I don't understand. I really don't understand. Why can you score full marks without any skills? We've practiced for so many years. What did we actually practice? Someone's voice trembled. This statement was too heart-wrenching. They thought that after the systematic training of the 5 academies, they had already created a qualitative gap with ordinary geniuses. But today, a high school student who hadn't even attended university used the most primitive basic values to turn their proud training achievements into a joke. Others with slightly higher scores were not in much better shape, although they had not yet been surpassed by Lu Fang. But that was merely temporary. Lu Fang still had 2 items left to test. Even if he only scored normally on the last 2 items, his total score would still be terrifying. Moreover, with the performance this monster was exhibiting, could his last 2 scores be low? Many people's eyes had already begun to glaze over as they looked at the light screen. It was not that their mentality was poor, but rather that this pressure was too overwhelming. Shen Jinglei stood there silent for a few seconds. Then he suddenly raised his hand. Slap. He gave himself a slap. Slap. Another slap. Shen Jinglei rubbed his face, murmuring softly, "This isn't a dream. It really isn't a dream." Before, when Lu Fang said his goal was first place, he thought Lu Fang was crazy. After the perfect score for strength, he began to sense something was off. After the perfect score for agility, he started to question life. Now, after perfect scores for both mental and physical, he was completely convinced. Lu Fang really had the ability to take first place. Lu Fang nodded at the test results, then looked at the last 2 tests, first walking towards the practical test. The staff immediately adjusted the equipment. The attention of the surrounding crowd focused once more. Many still held a last sliver of hope. Now they did not wish for Lu Fang's scores to be too low. They only hoped he wouldn't achieve full marks. 4-dimensional basics being abnormal does not necessarily mean practical skills will be abnormal. After all, practical battles are not purely about values. Facing 10 enemies of the same level requires skill, coordination, battlefield judgment, professional mechanisms, and coping abilities. Combat is different from attribute testing. Indeed, high attributes do provide an advantage, but 10 foes of the same rank are not stationary dummies. With such monstrous stats, his class mechanics probably aren't too complex. A professional can't have everything. These murmurs from the crowd sounded like analysis. Yet they felt more like self-consolation. Lu Fang paid them no heed. He walked directly into the simulation pod. The hatch sealed shut. A silvery white radiance enveloped the entire pod. Upon the floating screen in midair, the virtual battlefield materialized swiftly. This time it was a desolate black plain. Lu Fang's virtual projection appeared at the center of the battlefield. He sensed his own existence and murmured softly, "Quite intriguing. My mastery over this body and class feels nearly identical to reality, and I can even invoke my skills." Opposite him, 10 enemies of the same rank began to coalesce. It was once again a well-rounded squad composition. Yet the moment the battle commenced, Lu Fang raised his hand. 10 figures materialized simultaneously before him. The shield warrior was about to raise his shield. The mage was about to begin his incantation. The assassin was about to enter stealth. The healer was about to retreat. However, it was already too late. 10 money ghosts lunged forth simultaneously. Their speed was so extreme that afterimages trailed across the screen. Boom, boom, boom. 10 thunderous reports erupted almost in unison. 1 money ghost shattered the shield warrior's defense. 1 money ghost tore through the mage's barrier. 1 money ghost yanked the assassin straight out of his semi-stealth state. Several other money ghosts pounced upon the archer, healer, summoner, and controller class professionals. There was no finesse or probing. It was sheer unadulterated annihilation. 1 second. All 10 virtual enemies were obliterated. The screen froze instantly. Combat test concluded. Time elapsed 1 second. Combat test score 20. A deathly silence fell over the entire venue once more. Everyone stared at the screen in quiet awe. They gazed at that glaring score of 20. They stared at that absurdly impossible time of 1 second. Words had utterly failed them. 10 foes of the same rank. Obliterated in 1 second. This wasn't a combat test. This was a massacre. The members of the 5 great academies had just been trying to console themselves. Perhaps Lu Fang was just a stat monster, his class mechanics might not be that strong. And the result? Lu Fang simply unleashed 10 monsters that annihilated 10 same-rank enemies in a single second. And his mechanics weren't strong. Now they felt their earlier conjectures were nothing but pathetic jokes they told themselves to save face. But before they could even step onto that flimsy ledge, Lu Fang kicked it away. On the screen, the total score refreshed again. Current total 80 points. 5 tests, 80 points. And he had scored full marks in all 5. Only the potential test remained. Shi Yanqing's total was 77. Meaning even if Lu Fang scored 0 on the potential test, he had already surpassed Shi Yanqing. He was already in first place. Xia Ji stared at the scene on the screen, his pupils constricted to pinpoints. Then he suddenly murmured 2 words under his breath. Divinity. Lu Chen glanced at him. then nodded. Most likely. Xiaoji's gaze turned grave. He has clearly exceeded the standard class system. Only divinity can explain this. So-called divinity was a rare boon that only a fortunate few professionals might possess. In this world, some professionals were blessed by so-called deities. Upon acquiring divinity, one's class would undergo a transformation. The class names of such individuals almost invariably bore special titles like Divine Attendant, Divine Favorite, or Divine Envoy. Every professional who possessed divinity manifested some anomalous trait that far surpassed the standard class system. Xiaoji said in a low voice. Normally, divinity doesn't even have a chance to appear until at least the third class advancement. But he exhibits divine traits at the first advancement. Lu Chen shook his head. I can't fathom it either. Xiaoji speculated. He might have been so exceptionally gifted during his first advancement that he directly caught the favor of some deity. Lu Chen nodded. That must be it. But the question is which deity? Both fell silent for a moment. The Dragon Kingdom had conducted no small amount of research on divinity class professionals. The known divine blessings left by deities mostly had distinct characteristics. The path of divinity could generally be discerned from a professional's combat performance. But what about Lu Fang? His 4 basic attributes were all off the charts. He could summon 10 absurdly overpowered summons. It didn't resemble the divinity of war, nor the divinity of life, and even less so the common paths like element darkness or death. Xiaoji quickly ran through the possibilities in his mind. None of them matched. He looked at Lu Chen. Who do you think it is, eh? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. None of them. Xiaoji's gaze sharpened. A divinity not belonging to any known pantheon. Lu Chen said. At least based on the abilities displayed so far, nothing fits. Xiaoji drew a deep breath. Then there are only 2 possibilities. Either his class is so deeply hidden that we're only seeing the surface, or... He paused. His voice dropped even lower. The one blessing him is a deity who has never appeared before. Lu Chen said nothing, but his eyes tacitly acknowledged the possibility. They both looked at Lu Fang. This newcomer could no longer be described merely as a genius. This was a strategic grade seedling. At that moment, Lu Fang was striding toward the crystal for the final potential test. The members of the 5 great academies watched his retreating figure, their emotions a tangled mess. This monster will probably get full marks on the potential test too, right? Do you even need to ask? Maxed out on all 4 attributes, perfect score in combat. If he doesn't get full marks on potential, then the testing standards are flawed. I've given up struggling and consoling myself, someone said in a hoarse voice. The others remained silent. Xiaoji watched Lu Fang approach the crystal ball, a dazed look in his eyes. Looks like the first perfect scorer in history is about to appear. Lu Chen did not refute. He watched Lu Fang's back and slowly nodded. Given Lu Fang's performance in the previous 5 tests, a perfect score on the potential test seemed almost certain. In the history of the Tianlong training camp, there had been exceptionally brilliant newcomers before, but a perfect score of 100 had never been achieved, because the testing items were far too comprehensive. Strength, agility, constitution, spirit, combat, potential. It was incredibly difficult for any professional to truly have no weaknesses across all aspects. Even those who later became top-tier powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom could not achieve a near-perfect score when they entered the newcomer training camp. Tianlong had existed for millennia. In the entire history of its testing, those who scored over 90 could be counted on one hand. And every single one of those individuals, upon growing to their full potential, had become pillars supporting the Dragon Kingdom or even all of humanity. Yet at that very moment, Lu Chen's expression suddenly shifted, as if a sudden realization struck him. No. Xiaoji turned his head. What's wrong? Lu Chen said in a deep voice. He must not touch that crystal ball. Xiaoji was stunned for a moment. The next second his pupils constricted sharply. Damn it. Xiaoji finally reacted. The potential testing crystal can indeed assess a practitioner's potential. However, it does have limits. A normal newcomer test certainly wouldn't have any issues, because no matter how talented a newcomer is, they fall within the testing crystal's capacity. But Lu Fang is different. This is suspected divinity. Wait. Don't touch. But it was already too late. Lu Fang let out a sound of confusion and turned around. But his hand was already on the crystal ball. Buzz. The interior of the crystal ball suddenly brightened. The starlight that had been slowly flowing began to spin wildly, as if drawn by some terrifying force. A layer of golden light erupted from the deepest part of the crystal. Countless light points expanded rapidly. The entire crystal ball shone so brightly that it was blinding. The crowd from the 5 academies instinctively squinted. It's coming. The potential score is about to be revealed. Isn't this light too strong? Full marks, it must be full marks. Do we even need to say that? Everyone thought that in the next moment the score on the light screen would show 20 points. But just then, crack. A crisp cracking sound suddenly echoed in the testing room. The expressions on everyone's faces froze simultaneously. They saw a crack appear on the surface of the transparent crystal ball. Immediately afterward, dense cracks spread like a spider web. Lu Fang was stunned for a moment. He was about to withdraw his hand. In the next second, boom, the entire potential testing crystal exploded on the spot. Countless crystal fragments turned into light points and rapidly dissipated in midair. The silver base shook violently. The data on the testing platform flickered crazily for a moment before going completely black. The entire room fell into silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. Truly dumbfounded. They had considered that Lu Fang would score full marks. They had thought the light would be blinding. They had imagined that the crystal would give an exaggerated rating. But they never expected that the crystal ball would simply explode. What does this mean? Is the testing device unqualified to give him a score? The crowd from the 5 academies stared in shock, their mouths slightly agape. They thought they had predicted the outcome. But in reality, Lu Fang could always exceed their wildest expectations. Xin Jinglei was also stunned. He looked at the empty silver base, then back at Lu Fang. No way. Bro, did you just shatter the testing equipment? Lu Fang looked at his hand, silent for a moment. He hadn't expected it to turn out like this. Xia Ji raised his hand to pat his forehead. The gesture was filled with evident annoyance. The staff looked at Xia Ji with a confused expression. Instructor Xia, this. Xia Ji took a deep breath and forced himself to explain. Haha, this crystal ball has been used for too long, it was bound to break. Isn't this just a coincidence? Lu Fang. The crowd. Are you kidding us? Do you think we would believe such nonsense? Xia Ji looked at the skeptical expressions of the crowd and could only pretend not to see. The potential testing crystal has a load limit. Once the tested subject exceeds this limit, the crystal will burst. There are only 2 situations where this limit can be surpassed. First, practitioners above level 400. Their life levels far exceed the testing crystal's capacity. Second, divinity. However, these words are not easy to say in front of so many people. Some information is too distant for lower-level practitioners. Letting them know may not be beneficial. Lu Fang cleared his throat and looked at Xia Ji. Instructor Xia, I really didn't mean to. Xia Ji glanced at him, his expression somewhat helpless. It's my fault, I didn't check the crystal in advance. Lu Fang then asked. So how will the score be calculated? As soon as this question was asked, everyone looked at Xia Ji. Xia Ji almost didn't hesitate. Although the crystal exploded due to overuse, my eyesight is exceptionally keen, and I saw the flashing waves inside before the explosion had already reached the full mark standard. So, full marks. The words fell. The dust settled. The data on the light screen was manually corrected by the staff. Lu Fang strength test 15 points, agility test 15 points, mental test 15 points, physique test 15 points, practical test 20 points, potential test 20 points, total score 100 points. When the result truly appeared on the light screen, although everyone had anticipated it, they still felt an intense sense of unreality. It was as if they were witnessing the birth of some absurd historical moment. The crowd from the 5 academies stared at the light screen, speechless for a long time. They had lost. Lost completely. Lost to the point where they couldn't even utter a word of dissatisfaction. Lu Fang returned to the team. Xin Jinglei stood beside him, staring at him for a long time. Then he suddenly extended a finger and cautiously poked Lu Fang's arm. Lu Fang looked at him in confusion. What are you doing? Xin Jinglei had a serious look on his face. Just checking what kind of monster you are. Lu Fang. Xin Jinglei looked him up and down again, then shook his head. I initially thought you were just dreaming when you said you would take first place. I didn't expect you to be speaking the truth. Xin Jinglei continued to marvel. I always thought I was quite good at pretending. Really, I fought my way through the 5 academies sophomore newcomers in the 100 schools battle, and I thought I was pretty natural and skilled at it. But after encountering you today, I finally understand what it means to be someone beyond someone, a level beyond a level. He looked at Lu Fang with a complicated tone. From beginning to end you remained expressionless, while saying you would take first place. And you really scored 100. Who can stand this? Lu Fang couldn't be bothered to respond to him. Xin Jinglei didn't mind merely expressing his amazement. The gazes of others around Lu Fang were increasingly complex. At first, the crowd from the 5 academies only thought their opponents were each other. Later, there was an additional noisy and arrogant Xin Jinglei. As for Lu Fang, a newcomer who hadn't even attended university, they had never truly regarded him as a contender. Many even thought he was just there to contribute points when they made their bets. But now, among the dozens of newcomers from the 5 academies, the highest score was only 77. Yet Lu Fang had 100. A clear first place. Some might say that he scored 100 because the total score was only 100. This dark horse has already transcended the simple act of charging forward. He directly crushed everyone's confidence and stood at the peak. At this moment, Shi Yan suddenly stepped towards Lu Fang. Xin Jinglei raised an eyebrow and said softly, "Here he comes." Lu Fang looked at Shi Yanqing. Shi Yanqing stopped in front of him. His expression showed neither unwillingness nor hostility from losing the test. On the contrary, he appeared very calm. In fact, there was a hint of seriousness. Yuan Academy, Shi Yanqing. Shall we be friends? Lu Fang glanced at him and extended his hand. Jiangcheng Lu Fang. The two shook hands. Not far away, many newcomers from the 5 academies shifted their gazes. Shi Yanqing continued, soon everyone will receive their identity tokens. The points will be bound to the identity tokens. Once the points are credited, I will promptly transfer the 10 points I owe you. Lu Fang nodded. Okay. Shen Jinglei, listening nearby, clicked his tongue. It's really about knowing how to treat people differently. Shi Yanqing looked at him, her expression still calm. Strong individuals deserve my respect. Shen Jinglei raised an eyebrow. Are you implying that I am not strong? Shi Yanqing replied, you are strong as well. But you are too noisy. Shen Jinglei. Lu Fang almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Shi Yanqing then looked at Lu Fang. If there's a chance later we can team up for missions. As soon as these words were spoken, the other high-scoring newcomers also reacted. Soon the strongest mental-type practitioner from the Xingqian Academy approached. Xingqian Academy, Wen Xingzi. Let's exchange ideas when we have the chance. The melee practitioner from Tianwu University, who scored 74 points, also said in a deep voice. Tianwu University, Zhaohong. Your strength is impressive. If given the opportunity, I would like to spar with you. One after another, the originally proud newcomers from the 5 major academies began to approach. They were not foolish. As long as Lu Fang didn't fall, he could potentially become a key figure in Tianlong in the future. Making good connections now would definitely pay off. Xiaji watched as a crowd began to surround Lu Fang and finally spoke up. All right. As his voice fell, everyone immediately quieted down. Xiaji walked to the front, his gaze sweeping over all the newcomers. The test has concluded. You all have seen your scores. He paused briefly, habitually wanting to follow the process from previous years to give a speech. Overall, the data from your batch can only be considered average. You are still far from the true elites in the training camp. However, as soon as he said this, Xiaji felt a little. He had said this to every batch of newcomers. Newcomers entering the camp tended to be high-spirited and arrogant. They needed to be suppressed first. Otherwise, training missions and competition could easily lead to problems. But this year was different. This year there was a freak like Lu Fang. It seemed a bit inappropriate to say that this batch was as expected. Many newcomers unconsciously glanced at Lu Fang. Their eyes seemed to say average. Is this really average? What would be considered exceptional? The corners of Xiaji's mouth twitched slightly. He coughed twice. Ahem. Of course, some individuals performed quite well. Xiaji decided to stop pretending and directly used Lu Fang as a reference. Don't feel dissatisfied. A group of university students from the 5 major academies. And yet you couldn't even defeat a high school student. Isn't that embarrassing? This statement was quite heavy, but the crowd's reaction was rather flat. Embarrassing. If taken literally, being outdone by a high school student would indeed be embarrassing. But the problem is, can you really call him a high school student? Shen Jinglei muttered quietly. Isn't it a bit excessive to use him to criticize us? Xiaji shot him a glance. Shen Jinglei immediately shut his mouth. According to Xiaji's original plan, he should have said a bit more next. Something like, don't think that entering Tianlong makes you a genius. Something like, you guys are far from the previous batch. Something like, there are plenty of people in the training camp who are stronger than you. But now those words stuck in his throat, and he couldn't bring himself to say them. Thus he decisively wrapped things up. All right, the test ends today. Soon you will go to the internal affairs area to collect your identity tokens. The identity tokens are bound to personal information points, mission permissions, and dormitory permissions. After collecting the tokens, head to the rest area to select dormitories. Tomorrow at 8, assemble at the 4th training ground. Latecomers will have points deducted. Dismissed. This briefing ended rather abruptly. The newcomers from the 5 major academies dispersed one after another. Many of them couldn't help but glance back at Lu Fang before leaving. Shen Jinglei put his arm around Lu Fang's shoulders. Let's go. Time to collect our identity tokens. And by the way, let's collect our debts. Lu Fang glanced at him. Didn't you win quite a bit too? Shen Jinglei immediately laughed. Not bad. Although this monster of yours stole the limelight, I still ranked 5th. Based on the odds, I'm definitely in the profit. He became more and more excited as he spoke. Earning income on the first day of entering the training camp. That's a good omen. The two followed the crowd out. Soon only Xiaji, Lu Chun, and a few staff members tidying up the equipment remained in the testing room. Lu Chun looked at Xiaji and suddenly chuckled. Did you lack confidence while speaking just now, eh? Xiaji's face stiffened. Was it that obvious? Lu Chun replied lightly, very obvious. Xiaji sighed. Of course. If it were you, you wouldn't have confidence either. Normally when the newcomers finish testing, I always say that each batch is worse than the previous one. And then suppress their arrogance a bit more. Let them know that even after entering Tianlong they shouldn't take themselves too seriously. But this time, He glanced at the spot where the potential testing crystal originally was. Now there was only an empty base left. The corners of Xia Ji's mouth twitched again. This time it's really hard to say those words. Lu Chen laughed. I think you don't need to worry about others getting carried away. With Lu Fang around, it's already good if these people don't develop a psychological shadow. Xia Ji hissed. That makes sense. Xia Ji's mood improved significantly, and he suddenly asked, how long do you think it will take him to complete the training camp's newcomer training? Lu Chen looked towards the door. Within 3 years, I suppose. Xia Ji raised an eyebrow. 3 years. Your estimate is quite conservative. He has a very strong foundation, but his shortcomings are also evident. He has almost no skills. There are many things he needs to make up for. Xia Ji nodded. That's true. But the speed at which someone like him makes up for his shortcomings probably can't be measured by common logic. He thought for a moment and said, I guess 2 years. Lu Chen glanced at him. You have so much confidence in him. Xia Ji smiled. It's not that I have confidence in him. It's that the perfect score just now makes it hard for me not to have confidence. After saying that, his expression gradually became serious. If he truly is a favored one of the unknown divinity, then his growth rate may very well exceed everyone's expectations. Lu Chen's gaze shifted slightly. So we need to keep a close eye on him. Xia Ji nodded. Of course. If there's a problem with this kind of talent, The two fell silent for a moment. Lu Chen looked into the distance, his voice becoming a bit lower. The front line is becoming increasingly difficult. Xia Ji's relaxed expression also faded. The casualty rate is rising. Rift contamination is also more frequent than before. The pressure on the high-level battleground is substantial, so the Dragon Kingdom needs new strong individuals. Xia Ji gazed towards the door, and slowly, this little fellow, once he grows up, can truly bring more hope to humanity. Meanwhile, in a metallic corridor leading to the administrative area, Shi Yanqing was walking forward with several newcomers from the Yuan Academy. Just then a few young men in black combat suits approached from ahead. The leader of the group saw Shi Yanqing, and his eyes brightened. Yanqing. Shi Yanqing looked up. The person was a senior from Yuan Academy. He entered the Tianlong training camp 2 years earlier and had gained some notoriety there. Shi Yanqing stopped in his tracks. Senior Chung. Senior Chung walked up with a smile. Is the test over? Shi Yanqing nodded. It is over. Senior Cheng's smile grew wider. How did it go? Is the top newcomer of this batch you? As he said this, he lowered his voice, his tone tinged with expectation. The 5 major academies are all keeping an eye on this newcomer test. Yuan Society, Tianwu Alliance, and Xingqian Society have all placed their bets. They are betting on which newcomer can take first place. The stakes are quite high this time. If you take first, our Yuan Society will gain quite a lot of good things. Shi Yanqing fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. It's not me. Senior Cheng's smile instantly froze. Not you. He frowned. Shi Yanqing, are you joking? You are the top student of the 4th year at Yuan Academy. You've completed the 3rd transition and have even been to the front lines. Who else among this batch of newcomers can surpass you? Senior Cheng's expression suddenly became serious. Yuan Academy has always been known for its practical combat and battlefield adaptation among the 5 major academies. If you don't take first place, how can our Yuan Society hold our heads high in front of the other academies? Shi Yanqing, you are truly embarrassing Yuan Academy. A few younger members from Yuan looked somewhat displeased. Senior Chung took a deep breath. Tell me which academy's student took first place. Tianwu University, Xingqian Academy, or the Divine Machine Academy? Shi Yanqing shook his head. None of them. Senior Chung was taken aback. None of them. His expression was somewhat bewildered. Not from the 5 major academies. How could that be? Soon Senior Chung seemed to suddenly recall something. Wait a moment. I vaguely heard that there was a monster from a regular high school among this batch of newcomers. His name is Shen Jinglei. He broke through in the 100 school battle during his sophomore year. Could it be him? As he spoke, Senior Cheng's expression grew even grimmer. If he were to lose to someone from Tianwu or Xingqian, it would be embarrassing, but at least it would be internal competition among the 5 major academies. However, losing to a Shen Jinglei from a regular high school would truly be humiliating. Shi Yanqing shook his head again. It's not him either. Senior Chung was completely dumbfounded. Not Shen Jinglei. Then who is it? Shi Yanqing looked at him and slowly said Lu Fang. Senior Chung frowned. Lu Fang. He quickly went through his memory, but couldn't find this name at all. Which academy is he from? Shi Yanqing replied. No academy. Senior Chung was stunned. No academy. Shi Yanqing continued. He is a high school student. As these words fell, Senior Chung fell silent. He stared at Shi Yanqing as if doubting his own hearing. What did you say? Shi Yanqing's tone remained calm. Lu Fang. He is a high school student from Jiangxing, a small city that no one has heard of. Senior Cheng's lips twitched slightly. Shi Yanqing. I'm asking about the top scorer of this newcomer test, don't joke with me. Shi Yanqing looked at him. I'm telling you it's the top scorer. Senior Chung fell silent. The other senior members nearby also fell silent. After several seconds, Senior Chung finally spoke. How many points? Shi Yanqing replied, 100 points. The air instantly froze. Senior Cheng's eyes widened slowly. 100 points. His voice changed. Are you sure it's 100 points? Shi Yanqing nodded. Absolutely. Shi Yanqing paused for a moment. The four-dimensional test and practical test both scored full marks. The potential test crystal was directly shattered by him. The instructor deemed it a perfect score. Senior Chung. The anger on his face had completely vanished. In its place was a kind of stunned shock. 100 points. The potential test crystal was shattered. A high school student. Each of these three pieces of information, when considered separately, was already outrageous. But now they all fell on the same person. The senior members behind him were also left dumbfounded. After a while, Senior Chung finally said softly, a marvel. This is truly a marvel. He had originally wanted to blame Shi Yanqing for embarrassing them. But now after hearing Lu Fang's results, he suddenly felt that Shi Yanqing's loss was not unacceptable. Senior Chung raised his hand and rubbed his temples. The training camp has welcomed a fierce dragon. One person beside him couldn't help but speak up. Senior, what about our bet this time? Senior Cheng's lips twitched. Bad news, we didn't win. Good news, we didn't lose to the other four academies either. Senior Chung turned and left. Shi Yanqing was curious. Senior, where are you going? To see for myself. Similar scenes soon began to unfold throughout the training camp. In less than half an hour, news about this newcomer test started to spread within the Tianlong training camp. This batch of newcomers has produced a perfect score. Perfect score? Which item was a perfect score? Total score perfect. Are you kidding me? Really 6 items, all perfect. The potential crystal was even shattered. Who is it? Shi Yanqing. No, a high school student from Jiangxing named Lu Fang. A high school student? Yes, he hasn't even entered university yet. What kind of joke is this? I also think it sounds like a joke, but the news has spread from Jinyuan, Tianwu, and Xingchen, so it should be true. Is this batch of newcomers that impressive? It's not the batch of newcomers that are impressive, it's Lu Fang who is impressive. A monstrous newcomer has arrived at the training camp. As the news spread from 10 to 100, Lu Fang had just arrived at the Tianlong training camp, but his name had already begun to circulate among the newcomer seniors task hall and the various academy factions. On the other side, Lu Fang and Shen Jinglei had already arrived at the administrative area. The administrative area was a white building with many windows responsible for registering newcomers, issuing identity tokens, and binding dormitory permissions. After Lu Fang and Shen Jinglei queued and completed their registration, they quickly received a black token each. The token was small with the Tianlong emblem engraved on the front, and personal information, including age, rank, and points, emerged on the back. The number of points in the token quickly started to fluctuate. Clearly the settlement of the bets had begun. Shen Jinglei also received his identity token. He glanced down and immediately beamed with joy. There are 40 people in total from the 5 major academies. I lost 3 of them. I owe 150 points. I won against 37 people. 370 points credited. A net profit of 202, plus the 73 points I earned from my own test score. In total 293. Shen Jinglei looked at the number on the token, his lips almost stretching to his ears. Brothers, this opening is too perfect. I, Shen Jinglei, am indeed born to be suitable for the Tianlong training camp. Lu Fang also glanced at his identity token. Full marks. 40 students from the 5 major academies, 10 points, each totaling 400 points. A total of 500 points. Shen Jinglei was still grinning foolishly. But when he caught a glimpse of the number on Lu Fang's token, his smile suddenly froze. The earlier joy from the perfect opening faded instantly. Shen Jinglei couldn't help but complain. The richest newcomer in history. Absolutely the richest newcomer ever. Lu Fang put away his identity token. It's all right. Shen Jinglei. After leaving the administrative area, the two followed the directions to the rest area. The rest area was larger than Lu Fang had imagined. Independent villas were scattered on the hillside and by the lakeside. Each villa had its own formation outside, capable of isolating sound and providing basic protection. Newcomers could freely choose ordinary villas. Higher-level cultivation villas required points. Shen Jinglei initially wanted to wave his hand and choose the most expensive one. But upon seeing the prices, he immediately calmed down. 10 points a day? It's a money grab. My 293 points aren't even enough for a month. In the end, he decisively chose a free villa. Lu Fang didn't waste points either. He had just arrived at the training camp and was still unclear about the value of points. There was no need to spend wildly from the start. After selecting their dormitory and binding permissions, the two did not rest immediately. Shen Jinglei was more familiar with the training camp and directly pulled Lu Fang to the instance area. Let's go. Let's check out the instances of the Tianlong training camp. The instance area was located deep within the training camp. Before they got close, Lu Fang felt intense spatial fluctuations. It was a vast underground plaza. Surrounding the plaza were hundreds of instance entrances, each with its own independent numbering and level markings. Looking over, there were instances ranging from level 100 to 400. All level segments were covered. A distinct gleam appeared in Lu Fang's eyes. Compared to the limited instance resources at the Jiangxing Vocational Center, this place felt like a beginner's village. Shen Jinglei stood beside him, hands on his hips, his tone filled with emotion. It's truly comprehensive. Lu Fang nodded. Indeed, coming to the Tianlong training camp was the right choice. Shen Jinglei looked at the row of instance entrances, nearly drooling. I've heard for a long time that the drop rates in the instances of the Tianlong training camp are much higher than outside. The experience gains are also different. I had only heard before, but now I can finally try it myself. He became increasingly excited. My hands have been itching for a long time. Shen Jinglei quickly locked onto an instance entrance. Level 198 Instance Bloodblade Wasteland Difficulty Nightmare, he grinned. This one is for me. Just right for me. Shen Jinglei hoisted up his long sword and looked at Lu Fang. What about you? Lu Fang scanned the row of instance entrances. Soon he stopped at one instance. Level 103 Instance Black Iron Demon Nest. The level was perfectly aligned with his current status. Naturally, he chose the Hell difficulty. This one. Shen Jinglei glanced over and raised an eyebrow. Did you just arrive at the training camp and choose a Hell instance? After saying that, he waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. It seems normal for you. The two swiped their identity tokens in front of the instance entrance. In the next second, two instance entrances simultaneously emitted spatial fluctuations. Then the two stepped into the instances at the same time. As the scenery shifted, when Lu Fang opened his eyes again, he found himself in a black valley. The sky was overcast. A faint smell of rust lingered in the air. The surrounding rock walls were pitch black, as if they had been melted by high temperatures and then cooled and solidified. In the distance, low growls of monsters echoed. Instance information also appeared. Black Iron Instance Level 103 Difficulty Hell. Current monster level starting from level 140. Lu Fang looked at the prompt, his expression slightly shifting. A level 103 instance. Under Hell difficulty, the starting monsters were actually level 140. The gap was already significant. If an ordinary first transition career player came in, they would probably be torn apart by the first wave of monsters. However, for Lu Fang, it was not a big issue as he raised his hand. Money Ghost. Buzz. Golden light flickered. 10 money ghosts appeared simultaneously in front of him. Almost the moment the money ghosts appeared, at the end of the valley ahead, several monsters covered in black shells charged out. Black Iron Demon Insect Level 140. They were about the size of calves with sharp limbs, and their shells gleamed with a metallic sheen. They were extremely fast. As they rushed towards him, they created a piercing sound of wind. The 10 money ghosts dashed out in an instant. Boom. The first money ghost collided head-on with the Black Iron Demon Insect. The seemingly hard black shell caved in instantly. Immediately after, several money ghosts surrounded and attacked. In just a few seconds, the first wave of Black Iron Demon insects exploded. A prompt immediately appeared. Experience gained 4,000 gold, gained 400 Black Iron Shell, gained 1. Lu Fang's eyes brightened slightly. This experience was significantly higher than that of monsters in the Jiangxing instances. Moreover, the drop rates for gold and materials were evidently higher as well. The instances in the Tianlong training camp are indeed different. Lu Fang did not linger, continuing to advance with the 10 money ghosts. Almost every time he moved forward a distance, he would encounter a wave of monsters. Black Iron Demon insects, Black Iron Demon spiders, Black Iron Demon dogs. The monster levels gradually increased from 140 to 160 and 180. The difficulty was indeed high, but the rewards were equally outrageous. Lu Fang picked up loot along the way and checked. Golden equipment, Black Iron bracers. Rare material, demonized iron crystal diamond equipment, cracked armor boots, skill book, skill book, flame blast arrow. The drop rates were absurdly high. Before even reaching the BOSS, Lu Fang had already looted dozens of pieces of equipment and materials. Among them, there was even an epic longsword. Epic equipment, Holy Light Judgment Sword. Level requirement 110, attribute strength 300, constitution 180, special effect. When attacking targets of dark or demonized attributes, increases damage by an additional 250, a good item. Unfortunately, it was not suitable for him. However, the epic equipment itself was of high value. Selling it or sending it back to the Fang Merchant Association would yield considerable profits. Among the skill books, there were 2 ranged skills. Flame Blast Arrow, Gale shot the money ghost skill slots, yet after Lu Fang reviewed their effects, he still did not learn them immediately. Flame Blast Arrow had decent damage but a long cooldown. Gale Shot had a good frequency, but average single-target burst. Neither was particularly suitable for the money ghost. He'll take another look. The deeper one ventures, the higher the level of the monsters. In the core area of the dungeon, the ordinary elite monsters have already reached level 190. Even the money ghosts can no longer shatter upon impact like they could at the beginning. However, under the onslaught of 10 money ghosts, he was still able to advance steadily. Finally, Lu Fang arrived in front of a massive black iron nest. In the center of the nest, a gigantic black beast over 10 meters tall slowly stood up. Its body was covered in thick black iron scales with 6 curved bone spikes protruding from its back, its head resembling a wolf, yet also resembling some form of grotesque demon. For Crimson, eyes opened simultaneously, fixing their gaze firmly on Lu Fang. Black Iron Nest Master BOSS level 200. Lu Fang's eyes flickered slightly. A level 110 dungeon. The final boss of Hell difficulty directly reached level 200. If an ordinary level 100 practitioner were to face it, they would stand no chance. Even a level 150 practitioner entering here might not survive to this point. The Black Iron Nest Master let out a low growl. Boom. Its massive body charged forward suddenly. The ground cracked with each step. Lu Fang did not retreat. The 10 money ghosts lunged simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. The money ghosts collided with the Black Iron Nest Master. The terrifying force exploded instantly. The scales of the Black Iron Nest Master were torn open in several places. However, its defense was clearly extremely high, enduring the onslaught. In the next moment, the 6 bone spikes on its back simultaneously glowed with a dark light. Swish, swish, swish. 6 black light spikes shot out directly, sending 2 money ghosts flying. Lu Fang's gaze sharpened slightly, then he raised his hand. A throw of gold. Buzz. An illusory gold coin instantly materialized. Then it came crashing down. The massive body of the Black Iron Nest Master trembled violently. Its health bar dropped sharply. The money ghosts took the opportunity to continue their assault. The Black Iron Nest Master roared in anger, its giant claws sweeping, sending several money ghosts flying. But the money ghosts felt no pain and quickly lunged again. Lu Fang raised his hand consecutively. Second shot. Third shot. 3 throws of gold crashed down, along with the 10 money ghosts attacking together. Finally, the Black Iron Nest Master let out a roar of unwillingness. Its massive body crashed to the ground. Experience gained 8 million experience. Lu Fang's heart trembled. In the next moment, the familiar light of leveling up shone brightly from him. Level up, current level 104. Lu Fang's eyes instantly brightened. Previously in Jiang City, he had to clear over a dozen dungeons after reaching level 100 just to level up 3 times. But now clearing 1 dungeon in the Tianlong training camp directly leveled him up. The efficiency was terrifying. After the experience prompt, a large number of dazzling items burst forth beside the boss's corpse. Equipment, materials, skill books. They were spread all over the ground. Lu Fang stepped forward, examining them one by one. Rare material, Black Iron Demon Heart. Rare material, Nest Core Fragment. Epic equipment, Black Iron Demon Armor. Skill book, Iron Wall. Charge. Skill book, Earth Split. / Upon seeing the last skill book, Lu Fang's gaze suddenly stopped. Skill book, Heavenly Arrow. Type, ranged attack. Skill cooldown 60 seconds. Effect, gather strength to form a heavenly arrow, dealing 400 power damage to the target. Special effect, combined attack. When the number of simultaneous users exceeds 3, it adds an extra 100 power damage. When the number of simultaneous users exceeds 6, it adds an extra 100 power damage. When the number of simultaneous users exceeds 10, it adds an extra 200 power damage. Lu Fang's eyes lit up completely. Good stuff. I choose you. The combined effect of this heavenly arrow was simply tailor-made for the money ghost. Individually, the skill heavenly arrow was not particularly dazzling. But when 10 money ghosts used it simultaneously, the effect was entirely different. Lu Fang quickly calculated. His current single attribute was 14950. Among them, the equipment bonus was 50. Removing the equipment bonus, his base single attribute was 14900. The money ghosts inherited 150 of his attribute. That is 22350. If 10 money ghosts simultaneously released Heavenly Arrow, according to the combined attack bonus, each money ghost could unleash damage close to 800 of their single attribute. Combined, the 10 money ghosts would achieve 8000. 22350 multiplied by 80. 1788000. Close to 8 million damage. Lu Fang's breath paused slightly. Of course, this was just the theoretical base damage. Under normal circumstances, enemies would have defense reduction. True damage cannot be equated to normal damage. But even so, this explosive damage was already extremely terrifying. It could even surpass his throw of gold in many scenarios. Moreover, Heavenly Arrow didn't cost any money. Lu Fang didn't hesitate and chose to learn it directly. Do you want the money ghost to learn the skill Heavenly Arrow? Yes. Learning successful money ghost skill slot Heavenly Arrow, a faint golden arrow shadow appeared on the bodies of the 10 money ghosts. Lu Fang looked at them, feeling satisfied. This dungeon, just this one skill was already worth it. He continued to check the other spoils. Soon he discovered another good item. Restorative Potion Manufacturing Book Level 50 Effect grants permission to manufacture 50 level restorative potions. Lu Fang's eyes shifted. The Restorative Potion Manufacturing Book. To ordinary practitioners, this was just a rare production-type item. But for the Merchant Guild, it was foundational. All restorative potions require a manufacturing book as a catalyst for stable production. This means that each manufacturing book represents a long-term revenue channel. The benefits it can bring to the Merchant Guild are immeasurable. However, at the same time, the daily output of each manufacturing book is limited. Therefore, the number of manufacturing books directly restricts the upper limit of the guild's development. As the guild has developed to this point, they only have about 30 potion manufacturing books in total. Lu Fang held the manufacturing book in his hand, a contemplative look appearing in his eyes. I can send it back to Jiang City to enhance the guild's foundation. This item is not particularly useful in his hands. But in the Merchant Guild, it would be a channel for long-term gold production. The stronger the guild, the more gold they would earn daily from the wealth they attract. This would also effectively make them stronger. The equipment, skill books, and materials obtained from the dungeon I can't use either, but they can also be sent back. This dungeon's rewards have already far exceeded his expectations. Level experience. A large amount of gold equipment and materials. Epic equipment. The suitable skill for the money ghosts. Plus a restorative potion manufacturing book. Tianlong truly is a wonderful place. Lu Fang gathered all the items, concentrated his thoughts, and left the dungeon. Clearly Xin Jinglei had not yet emerged. Lu Fang pondered. I should run through a couple more times to test the new skill of the money ghosts. Lu Fang's gaze swept back to the dungeon entrance. Soon he locked onto a new dungeon. Level 104 Dungeon, Crimson Flame, Bug Valley, difficulty Hell. Without hesitation, Lu Fang directly activated his identity token. Spatial fluctuations arose. In the next second, his figure vanished once more from the dungeon entrance. Inside the Scarlet Valley, a scorching hot wave rushed towards him. From the fissures in the ground, magma-like flames surged continuously. Gigantic crimson flame demonic bugs emerged from the rock walls and the ground, their jaws vicious and their bodies covered in fiery red shells. Crimson flame demonic bug, level 145. Lu Fang took a glance and raised his hand directly. 10 money ghosts appeared simultaneously. This time he did not let the money ghosts rush in to tear apart the bugs immediately. Heavenly Bolt Arrow. Buzz. A faint golden light simultaneously emanated from all 10 money ghosts. Then golden arrow shadows coalesced before them. The moment the 10 arrow shadows appeared, the light in the air suddenly merged into one. The combined attack technique was triggered. The originally separate arrow shadows seemed to be drawn together by some force at this moment, their aura abruptly surging. Whoosh. The 10 heavenly bolt arrows shot forth simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. The front row of crimson flame demonic bugs was instantly pierced through. The golden arrow light exploded. Fragments of fiery red shells flew everywhere. A dozen monsters didn't even have a chance to get close, and were directly blown to a pile of minced flesh. Lu Fang's eyes brightened. Not bad damage. And it can be used as an area damage skill. The 10 money ghosts continued to advance. Along the way, whenever they encountered small groups of monsters, the money ghosts would directly tear them apart. When facing larger numbers, Lu Fang commanded them to clear the area with heavenly bolt arrows. The efficiency was extremely high. Soon he reached the deepest part of the Crimson Flame Bug Valley. There lay a massive magma bug nest. In the center of the nest, a crimson bug king, over 20 meters long, slowly raised its body. Its entire shell resembled a piece of red-hot iron, with dense fiery spikes growing from its back. Crimson Flame Bug King BOSS Level 202. The Bug King opened its jaws and violently spewed forth a vast expanse of flames. Boom. A sea of fire surged towards him. The 10 money ghosts scattered simultaneously. Lu Fang stood calmly at the back. Heavenly Bolt Arrow. Buzz. The 10 golden arrow shadows coalesced once more. The Crimson Flame Bug King seemed to sense a threat, its shell suddenly glowing with a fiery red light. In the next second, 10 arrows were fired simultaneously. Boom. Boom. The golden arrow lights continuously struck the Crimson Flame Bug King. The thick shell burst open, creating large cracks. The Crimson Flame Bug King emitted a sharp screech, its massive body thrashing wildly as its health bar dropped significantly. Lu Fang watched this scene with growing satisfaction. Not bad. If it were in the past, this amount of health would require a fortune to take down. Now it was free. The Bug King's recovery speed was incredibly fast. Flames continuously surged from the magma bug nest below it, flowing into its wounds. The originally cracked shell began to slowly heal. Seeing this, Lu Fang was not in a rush. I want to see whether you recover faster or I deal more damage. The 10 money ghosts moved forward to entangle the Crimson Flame Bug King. The Crimson Flame Bug King struggled frantically, flame spikes and venom erupting continuously. But the money ghosts were not afraid of pain. When struck away, they would pounce back again. Even when engulfed in flames, they quickly broke free. 1 minute later, Heavenly Bolt Arrow. The second round of arrows shot out. Boom. The health the Bug King had just recovered was brutally suppressed again. Its screech became even more mournful. The money ghosts continued to swarm. Lu Fang continued to wait. Third round. Fourth round. When the fourth volley of 10 arrows was fired, the massive body of the Crimson Flame Bug King was finally completely pierced through. Boom. It crashed heavily onto the magma bug nest. The entire nest shook violently. Experience gained 810,000 equipment acquired Crimson Flame Bug Shell materials acquired Crimson Flame Bug King Core Skill Book acquired Flame Charge. A multitude of prompts continuously appeared. Lu Fang looked at the spoils scattered on the ground, feeling elated, and couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. This skill is so cost-effective. Facing such a boss with a particularly strong recovery ability relying solely on a fortune would have required several more attacks. After finishing the Crimson Flame Bug Valley, Lu Fang did not linger. He collected the loot and left the dungeon. His level had now reached the latter half of level 104. He then chose another level 104 Hell Dungeon. This time the process was similar to before. The money ghosts were responsible for pushing forward. Heavenly Bolt Arrow was responsible for the burst damage. When encountering small monsters, they would simply crush through. When facing a BOSS, he would first fire 10 arrows. Then he would pull back. Then fire 10 arrows again. This time the boss was a petrified giant python with extremely high defense and the ability to continuously absorb the Earth's energy to recover. In the eyes of an ordinary team, it would definitely be a very troublesome boss. But for Lu Fang, it only meant waiting for a few more cooldowns. After the fourth round of Heavenly Bolt Arrows fell, the petrified giant python was nailed to the mountainside. Level up current level 105. The upgrade light once again illuminated. Lu Fang looked down at his status. From entering the Tianlong training camp until now, he hadn't spent much time grinding. Yet his level had already risen from level 103 to level 105. Such efficiency was unimaginable in the outside world. Moreover, after these 2 dungeons, he had also gained a lot. Equipment, materials, skill books. There were also several special items that could be used in the Merchant Association. Let's send everything back. Lu Fang stored away all the items and left the dungeon with a thought. The spatial fluctuations dissipated. He reappeared in the underground plaza. As soon as he emerged, Lu Fang saw a familiar figure standing not far away. Shen Jinglei was leaning against a stone pillar, holding a broad-bladed long knife. Upon seeing Lu Fang appear, his originally casual expression froze instantly. "You are out." Lu Fang nodded. Shen Jinglei glanced at Lu Fang, then at the dungeon entrance behind him, his expression clearly a bit off. "No way. You are too quick, aren't you?" He had only just come out for a few minutes. He originally thought he would have to wait here for a while. After all, Lu Fang was clearing a hell dungeon. What does hell difficulty mean? It's several times more difficult than nightmare difficulty. Normal professionals, even if they could fight, would have to proceed cautiously. One wrong step could lead to disaster. Lu Fang glanced at him. Normal operation. Shen Jinglei twitched the corner of his mouth. You really know how to put on an act. He had always thought he was quite good at acting. But after getting to know Lu Fang, he suddenly realized that his level was still too superficial. True acting is like this. Clearly having done something outrageous, yet calmly saying it's normal operation. And you can't refute it. Because for him it seemed genuinely normal. Shen Jinglei rubbed his brow and asked, "Are we going back now?" Lu Fang shook his head. "Not going back." Shen Jinglei was taken aback. Lu Fang glanced at the various dungeon entrances around him. Not tired yet. Just a few more hours of grinding. Shen Jinglei fell silent. After a few seconds, he slowly spoke up. "Don't you need to recover for a bit?" Lu Fang looked at him with some confusion. "Have we been grinding for that long?" Shen Jinglei. At that moment, he suddenly wished he could take back what he just said and rephrase it. "What do you mean, have we been grinding for that long?" They were both soloing dungeons. One was tanking, the other was the main DPS, and also the healer, consuming far more resources than when grouped. He felt exhausted just from soloing a nightmare dungeon, yet this guy was grinding through a hell dungeon as if nothing was wrong. Shen Jinglei took a deep breath. "Bro, you're really not human." Lu Fang. Shen Jinglei originally planned to take a break, but now seeing Lu Fang ready to continue grinding, he suddenly thought it would be somewhat embarrassing to go back and rest. No way. He couldn't let himself be outdone. Shen Jinglei gritted his teeth and hefted his longsword. "Alright, then he'll continue too. Who's afraid of whom?" After saying this, he glanced over the dungeon. Level 198 Dungeon Bone Crushing Battlefield Difficulty Nightmare. Shen Jinglei raised his hand and activated his identity token. "He'll take this one." Lu Fang nodded and walked towards the other side. His gaze landed on a new dungeon entrance. Level 105 Dungeon Shadowstone Cavern Difficulty Hell. Just as Shun Jinglei was about to enter the dungeon, he caught a glimpse of the entrance Lu Fang had chosen and his movements suddenly halted. Wait a minute. Level 105. He remembered clearly that Lu Fang had previously chosen a level 103 dungeon. But now this guy had directly opted for the level 105 dungeon. Shun Jinglei's eyelids twitched violently. No way. Did he just jump straight to level 105 after one dungeon? He had slowly leveled up from 100 himself. He was well aware of how slow leveling up was after reaching level 100. Even if the Tianlong training camp's dungeon experience rewards were higher, even if the rewards from Hell dungeons were exaggerated. It couldn't possibly be that exaggerated, could it? Leveling up 2 levels from one dungeon, Shun Jinglei looked at Lu Fang, his expression growing strange. Could it be that this guy had some equipment that increased experience gain? Or a skill? Or perhaps his profession itself had an experience boost? Shun Jinglei opened his mouth ready to ask. But before he could, Lu Fang had already activated his identity token. Buzz. Space rippled. Lu Fang's figure disappeared. Shun Jinglei's outstretched hand froze in midair. No way. You should have let me finish asking. Shun Jinglei shook his head. Let me just be rolled over by this. As his voice fell, his figure also vanished from the entrance. The two had just disappeared. On the other side of the underground plaza, a young man quickly approached. As soon as he entered the dungeon area, his gaze swept around. Where's Lu Fang? Not far away, a staff member spotted him and hurried over. Senior brother Cheng Xian. Cheng Xian nodded. After learning about Lu Fang from Shi Yanqing, he had been using his connections to find Lu Fang's whereabouts. He knew that with Lu Fang's monstrous talent, he would definitely attract the attention of all forces. Holding the notion that the early bird gets the worm, he had to be the first to see Lu Fang. The staff member was precisely the one he had contacted. The staff instinctively looked toward the recently quiet dungeon entrance. Just went in. Cheng Xian paused. Just went in. The staff member nodded. Yes, it was very close. Cheng Xian fell silent for a moment, then looked toward the dungeon door. The runes at the dungeon entrance had not completely calmed down, still retaining the information of the recently Level 105 Dungeon Shadowstone Cavern Difficulty Hell. Number of entries 1. When Cheng Xian saw the first 2 lines, his eyes had already narrowed slightly. When he saw the last line, his eyelids finally twitched. 1 person. Hell dungeon. The staff member also gasped, then picked up a tablet to confirm the information, and then said with uncertainty, It really is. Cheng Xian looked at the dungeon door and couldn't help but take a deep breath. What courage! Hell difficulty dungeons are usually not meant for solo players. Even the geniuses from the Tianlong training camp usually enter as a team. Tanks, DPS, control, healing. Each role is clearly defined, covering for each other. Only in this way can the chances of failure be minimized. But what about Lu Fang? A newcomer who just entered the training camp. A high school student who hadn't even undergone system training. He actually went ahead and soloed a Hell dungeon. Cheng Xian suddenly chuckled. A super genius who aced the newcomer test. Truly exceptional. Only in this way can the chances of failure be minimized. But what about Lu Fang? A newcomer who just entered the training camp. A high school student who hadn't. Hell dungeons don't finish that quickly. One person tackling a Hell dungeon will take at least a few hours. Cheng Xian took out his identity token and showed it to the staff member. So keep an eye on the dungeon he's in. Once he comes out, contact me immediately through the token. He'll go train in the nearby gravity training room for a while. The staff member nodded quickly. Understood. Meanwhile, inside the Shadowstone cavern, a cold and damp aura rushed toward him. Surrounding him were densely packed black stone walls. Faint, ghostly light seeped out from the cracks in the walls. Dark, spiky creatures crawled out from the depths of the cavern. Shadowstone beasts. Level 146. Lu Fang stood still, taking a glance at his surroundings. 10 money ghosts appeared simultaneously. In the next second, boom, boom, boom. The first few Shadowstone beasts were smashed on the spot. Debris flew everywhere. Dark blue blood splattered all over the ground. Lu Fang followed behind, his expression calm. He was already quite familiar with this process. But after not long, Lu Fang suddenly slowed his pace. He watched the money ghosts rampaging ahead, deep in thought. Can we be a bit more efficient? The purpose of the Tianlong training camp is to tap into the combat potential of the practitioners. He was strong now, but this strength was more derived from his profession attributes, the money ghosts, and skills. When it comes to actual combat methods, they were quite crude. If the same power could be expressed in a better way, could he get even stronger? Further improve monster grinding efficiency. With this thought, Lu Fang's mind stirred. The originally chaotic rampaging money ghosts suddenly changed their movements. 3 money ghosts took the lead. They were responsible for the frontal assault. 2 money ghosts circled to the flanks, specifically targeting the Shadowstone beasts that were preparing to pounce on Lu Fang. The remaining 3 money ghosts dispersed, blocking several passageways in the cavern. The last 2 money ghosts did not rush in immediately, but instead gathered their skills to launch heavenly arrows. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two golden arrow shadows shot out. The two shadow stone beasts that had just emerged from the crevice in the wall had not yet landed when they were directly. Lu Fang's eyes flickered slightly. Useful. Previously, 10 money ghosts had pounced together, indeed killing quickly. However, there were times when multiple money ghosts attacked a single monster simultaneously. The damage overflowed. Other monsters continued to approach. Now with the division of labor, the distribution of damage was clearly more reasonable. Lu Fang continued to experiment. The first money ghost was responsible for clearing the way. The second money ghost dealt the finishing blow. The third money ghost cleaned up the remaining health. 2 were placed on each side to suppress the monster spawn points. The remaining 3 acted as mobile units, reinforcing areas under heavy pressure. Boom, boom, boom. In the cave, the shadow stone beasts were continuously blown apart. Lu Fang's speed of advancement really increased a bit. Although it was only a slight increase, this change made Lu Fang's eyes shine with a glimmer of excitement. This was not due to an enhancement from his career panel, but rather from his own adjustment of combat style. This indicated that there was still significant room for improvement in his tactics. Lu Fang began to further control the money ghosts. When encountering narrow terrain, he arranged the money ghosts in a cone shape, with the front one breaking through the monster formation, the 2 behind dealing damage, and the wings preventing monsters from flanking. When encountering open terrain, he spread the 10 money ghosts out to form a semicircular encirclement, compressing the monsters towards the center. Once the density of the monsters was sufficient, he released the heavenly arrow simultaneously. Boom! 10 golden arrow shadows shot out in a crisscross pattern. The entire area of shadow stone beasts was instantly cleared. Lu Fang paused for a moment. This wave was clearly faster than before. There really is a method to this. A spark of excitement arose in his heart. Lu Fang continued to move forward. The entire shadow stone cave had almost become his experimental ground. A wave of monsters surged out. The money ghosts advanced in 3 lines. The front line suppressed. The sides were sealed off. The back line provided range support. Another wave of monsters appeared. The money ghosts quickly condensed their formation, gathering the monsters together. Then the heavenly arrow was released simultaneously. Boom! A clearing ensued. Lu Fang adjusted his movements while walking. 40 minutes later, at the deepest part of the shadow stone cave, a massive black stone platform appeared before Lu Fang. On the platform lay a stone dragon over 30 meters long. It was covered in heavy stone armor, and its eyes burned with a ghostly blue flame. Shadow Stone Dragon BOSS Level 2-0 for the Shadow Stone Dragon lifted its head and let out a low growl. The entire cave trembled. A multitude of stone spikes erupted from the ground. The 10 money ghosts instantly dispersed. 3 attracted the attention of the Shadow Stone Dragon from the front. 2 flanked from behind to attack its joints. 2 pressed on the sides to prevent the Shadow Stone Dragon from turning to charge. The remaining 3 simultaneously gathered the heavenly arrow. Whoosh! 3 golden arrow shadows shot out first, striking accurately at the Shadow Stone Dragon's head. The Shadow Stone Dragon's movement froze momentarily. Following that, the other 7 money ghosts almost simultaneously released the heavenly arrow. Boom! 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 The 10 arrow shadows split into 2 segments and struck. It was not a simple simultaneous shot, rather it was a disruption followed by an explosion. Just as the Shadow Stone Dragon was about to release its skill, its head and back were repeatedly pierced. The health bar suddenly plummeted. Lu Fang's eyes lit up. This is better. Previously 10 arrows shot simultaneously, resulting in high damage. However, if the boss activated its defensive skill, just then part of the effect would be reduced. Now using 3 arrows to interrupt the rhythm first, then concentrating the explosion with 7 arrows proved to be more stable. The Shadow Stone Dragon was enraged. Its massive tail swept towards him. 2 money ghosts bravely stepped up to block the attack. The other money ghosts took the opportunity to strike at its abdomen and hind legs. Lu Fang stood at a distance, continuing to observe, waiting for cooldowns, adjusting positions, then interrupting and exploding again. This time the Shadow Stone Dragon did not take too long. When the third wave of explosions hit, its massive body collapsed with a crash. Accompanied by a large harvest, the dungeon completion prompt appeared. Shadowstone Cave completion time 42 minutes 16 seconds. Lu Fang recalled that his previous dungeon run took about 42 minutes 46 seconds. This time it was 30 seconds faster. It may not seem much, but it should be noted that he only adjusted the coordination of the money ghosts. A dungeon run being 30 seconds faster means that 10 runs would be 300 seconds and 100 runs would be 3,000 seconds. What does it mean to accumulate small amounts into a large total? Lu Fang stared at the record on the token, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. There is progress. Moreover, he could sense that this was far from the limit. The coordination between the money ghosts could be even more refined. The timing of the heavenly arrow's release could be more precise. The routes for gathering monsters could be even more reasonable. During the boss battle, the interruption and explosion could also continue to be optimized. As long as he kept summarizing, efficiency should continue to improve. Lu Fang collected the loot and walked out of the dungeon, replaying the battle in his mind. Spatial fluctuations rippled. He reappeared in the underground square. Not far away, a staff member was focused on organizing data. Upon seeing Lu Fang emerge, he clearly froze for a moment. You are out. Lu Fang was puzzled. He did not recognize the person, but still nodded. The staff member instinctively looked at the dungeon's main gate, which displayed completion, not an early exit. He then looked back at Lu Fang. His expression gradually stiffened. No. How long has it been? Senior Brother Chung said it would take at least a few hours, right? Based on his experience working here, Senior Brother Chung had been conservative. Lu Fang ignored the staff member's changing expression. He was currently exhilarated. Continue. He immediately chose the hell difficulty dungeon again and quickly vanished. The staff member immediately checked Lu Fang's completion data using his permissions, then quickly picked up a communication device. Meanwhile, in the gravity training room, Cheng Xian stood on the central black training platform. Surrounding runes lit up. Heavy gray halos pressed down on him. Current gravity multiplier 100 times. Boom. The air felt like it had turned into a heavy mire. With every lift of his hand and every breath, Cheng Xian endured an extremely terrifying pressure. Sweat trickled down his forehead. Just as a drop fell before it could hit the ground, it was crushed into fine mist by the gravity. Cheng Xian gritted his teeth and slowly raised his right fist. His bones creaked slightly and his muscles tightened inch by inch. This kind of training was extremely painful. But for geniuses, pain was inherently part of the cultivation process. At that moment, his identity token suddenly vibrated. Cheng Xian paused his movements. He struggled to raise his hand and take the token. Then he saw the first message sent by the staff member. Senior Brother Chung, Lu Fang has emerged. Cheng Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. So fast. His first reaction was not shock, but understanding. As expected. A newcomer just entering the camp, no matter how exaggerated the test results, to single-handedly clear the hell dungeon of the dragon training camp was still somewhat presumptuous. Hell-level dungeons are not something normal newcomers can casually tackle. Not to mention the dungeons in the dragon training camp are not entirely the same as those in the outside world. Even at hell difficulty, the dragon training camp's hell dungeons are much stronger than those in the outside world. Many geniuses who can easily push through dungeons in the outside world will be utterly defeated the first time they enter a hell dungeon in the dragon training camp. It was normal for Lu Fang to choose to exit midway. Cheng Xian did not feel it was something to be embarrassed about. Being able to judge the situation in a timely manner, knowing that he could not handle the dungeon right now, and then choosing to exit was in fact a sign of maturity. What was truly concerning was the kind of newcomers who thought themselves invincible and pushed through recklessly. Cheng Xian was just about to release the gravity and go find Lu Fang to chat. But in the next second, the token vibrated again and a message popped up. Lu Fang cleared the 105th level of the hell dungeon, the Shadow Stone Cave. The completion time was 42 minutes and 16 seconds. Cheng Xian's movements froze. The 100-fold gravity pressed down on him. Yet at that moment it felt as if he had forgotten the weight of gravity altogether. He stared at the lines of text on the token, remaining silent for several seconds. Then he brought the token closer for another look. The words had not changed, nor had their meaning. Great, it wasn't an Cheng Xian's eyelids twitched sharply. In the next moment, boom. He stumbled slightly, nearly collapsing to one knee under the pressure of the 100-fold gravity. Cheng Xian quickly steadied himself, but his expression had completely transformed. Cleared 42 minutes. Solo. Hell. He read each word aloud, feeling increasingly uneasy. He could understand each of these 4 terms separately, but together he simply could not comprehend. Cheng Xian even doubted for a moment whether he had overtrained under the 100-fold gravity, causing a mental breakdown. Cheng Xian took a deep breath, suppressing the absurdity in his heart, and directly contacted the staff through the token. The communication connected. Are you sure the record is correct? On the other end, the staff member's voice sounded noticeably dry. Senior Brother Chung, I also doubted whether I had misread. But the dungeon record shows it this way. If I hadn't seen him come out with my own eyes, and then double-check the data, I wouldn't dare to believe it. Cheng Xian suddenly felt that his previous judgment was a bit ridiculous. A few hours. He only took 40 minutes. Cheng Xian raised his hand and pressed it against his forehead. Tell him to wait for me for a moment. He'll be there soon. The staff member fell silent for a moment. Cheng Xian, what's wrong? The staff member's tone became more complicated. Senior Brother Chung. He went back in again. Cheng Xian. The gravity training room suddenly fell silent. Doesn't this person need to rest? A normal professional needs to recover their stamina, organize their state, and adjust their spirit after. Doesn't this person need to rest? A normal professional needs to recover their stamina, organize their state, and adjust their spirit after clearing a high-intensity dungeon even if they aren't injured. Especially after a hell dungeon. That level of combat pressure consumes a great deal of mental energy. Is he continuously grinding? Or is it a solo run? What does he think this hell dungeon is? A morning run route. Cheng Xian momentarily didn't know what to say. The staff member cautiously asked, "Senior brother Cheng, should he still report when he comes out next time?" Cheng Xian thought for a moment. Lu Fang just cleared it in 42 minutes. This time after continuously entering the dungeon his state would surely decline. After all, one is not a machine. No matter how strong, one will become fatigued. Cheng Xian glanced at the time on the token and then said, "No need." The communication was disconnected. Cheng Xian immediately set a reminder on his identity token for 40 minutes later. It'll go over in 40 minutes. Just in time to wait for him a bit. On the other side, inside the Shadowstone Cave, Lu Fang stepped into the dungeon again. This time he did not let the money ghosts rampage as they pleased like he did at the start. As soon as he entered the dungeon, 10 money ghosts had already spread out. 3 in the forefront, 2 on the sides, 3 blocking escape routes, 2 for ranged suppression. The entire formation was noticeably clearer than the last time. Let's try out my previous idea first. Lu Fang's thoughts activated. The 10 money ghosts moved simultaneously. The first wave of Shadowstone beasts rushed out from the depths of the cave and were immediately scattered by the frontline money ghosts. The 2 side money ghosts nearly simultaneously complemented, forcing the monsters that tried to evade back to the center. The 2 rear money ghosts raised their hands. Whoosh, whoosh. The heavenly arrow shot down 2 elite monsters. The remaining money ghosts rushed in, instantly clearing the field. Lu Fang's eyes flickered, smoother than before. In the previous run, he was still exploring. The formation switches and teamwork were quite clumsy. This time with experience, the actions of the money ghosts were clearly more fluid. Where it was suitable to lure monsters together. Where to retain the heavenly arrow. Where to immediately engage skills. These things gradually became clearer during the where it was suitable to lure monsters together. Where to retain the heavenly arrow. Where to immediately engage skills. These things gradually became clearer during the battle. Originally, the 10 money ghosts were merely 10 powerful summons. But now under Lu Fang's control, they began to function like a real small team. Wave after wave of monsters were cleared. Lu Fang's advancing speed significantly increased. However, he was not carried away by excitement. He was very clear. Just because it was fast now doesn't mean it would be fast all the way through. The further he went, the higher the monster's strength, the more complex the terrain, and the greater the demand for detail and control. So after every section, he would review the previous mistakes. In the second passage, the positioning of the ranged money ghosts was too far back, causing the arrow path to be blocked by a stone pillar for a moment. In the fourth wave of monsters, the front line charged too deep and the sides did not keep up nearly, allowing the monsters to scatter. At the 7th fork, the blocking point was not selected well enough, wasting an additional 2 seconds. Lu Fang noted these down and then immediately adjusted. Soon he reached the depths of the Shadowstone Cave. On the black stone platform, the Shadowstone Dragon reawoke. A low roar shook the cave. Lu Fang looked at it, and this time he was already familiar with the boss's mechanics. The Shadowstone Dragon liked to use stone spikes for suppression in the first phase. In the second phase, it would use tail sweeps. Once its health dropped to half, it would briefly petrify itself to increase defense. In the last run, several of his heavenly arrow attacks hit during the petrified defense period. Though it still caused significant damage, the efficiency was not at its peak. This time, Lu Fang prepared to change up the rhythm. The 10 money ghosts spread out simultaneously. As the Shadowstone Dragon lifted its head, 3 money ghosts were already at its front. Not to attack, but to force it to release the stone spikes early. Boom. The ground stone spikes erupted wildly. The 3 money ghosts simultaneously retreated, perfectly avoiding the main damage range. In the next second, 2 side money ghosts cut in. Boom. The joint area of the Shadowstone Dragon exploded. Its massive body suddenly sank. Lu Fang did not rush to let all the money ghosts release the heavenly arrows. Instead, he continued to apply pressure. When the Shadowstone Dragon opened its mouth, preparing to unleash its eerie azure breath, he said, "Now." 3 heavenly arrows were shot out first. Boom. The head of the Shadowstone Dragon was hit hard, causing it to rear back. The skill was interrupted. Stun occurred. The remaining 7 arrows converged simultaneously. Whoosh. Boom. All 7 arrows struck the same damaged stone armor. This time the damage was noticeably higher than the last run. The Shadowstone Dragon's health bar plummeted sharply. Lu Fang's eyes brightened slightly. That's right. This is the rhythm. It's not just about output, but rather waiting for the boss to show a flaw. Using the least skills to deal the most damage. In the subsequent battle, Lu Fang became increasingly smooth. The Shadowstone Dragon, while appearing large and fierce, was under the siege of the 10 money ghosts, dismantled like a gigantic machine. Before the third round of heavenly arrows was fully concluded, the Shadow Stone Dragon's health bar was completely emptied. Boom. Its massive dragon form crashed onto the black stone platform and debris rolled down. A notification for dungeon completion appeared. Shadow Cavern clear complete, clear time 39 minutes 3 seconds. Lu Fang stared at the time on his token, his eyes visibly brightening. 39 minutes 3 seconds. That was over 3 minutes faster than the previous run of 42 minutes 16 seconds. Lu Fang chuckled to himself. With further optimization, I can go even faster. He gathered his loot and left the dungeon. A flicker of spatial distortion, and Lu Fang reappeared in the underground plaza. Then he turned and walked back toward the dungeon entrance. His identity token swiped, and the entrance lit up again. Meanwhile, elsewhere, inside the gravity training room, Cheng Xian was training under 100-fold gravity. He forced himself not to think about Lu Fang, but he utterly failed. After every set, he couldn't help but check the time. 30 minutes. 35 minutes. 38 minutes. Finally a buzz. His identity token vibrated. The 40-minute reminder. Cheng Xian immediately stopped, left the training room, and headed straight for the dungeon area. Soon Cheng Xian arrived before the Shadow Cavern entrance. He should be out soon, he thought, his gaze unconsciously sweeping over the residual information on the dungeon gate. The next second, Cheng Xian's face froze. Level 105 Dungeon Shadow Cavern difficulty, hell, number of entrants, 1 time elapsed 0 1 minute 2 seconds. Wait. Time elapsed. 1 minute. He fell silent, then raised a hand to rub his brow. What the hell? He had deliberately timed his arrival for 40 minutes. How could Lu Fang have only been inside for a minute? Unless... A possibility suddenly struck Cheng Xian. But that possibility was so absurd, he was unwilling to believe it at first. He turned to a nearby staff member. Come here. Hearing his call, the staff member immediately approached. Senior Brother Cheng. Cheng Xian pointed at the dungeon gate. What does this mean? The staff member's expression stiffened. It means... Lu Fang just went in a minute ago. Cheng Xian stared at him impassively. I'm asking about the previous run. The staff member swallowed. He cleared it. Cheng Xian's eyes sharpened. Clear time. The staff member checked a tablet and whispered 39 minutes 3 seconds. Cheng Xian fell silent. The air in the underground plaza grew still. Cheng Xian stood rooted to the spot, as if nailed down. He had set a 40-minute reminder. Yet Lu Fang had cleared the dungeon in 39 minutes. After coming out, he went right back in. So when he arrived, he saw Lu Fang had been inside for just a minute. The logic was clear. The process was straightforward. But Cheng Xian couldn't accept it. He even checked the time again to confirm he hadn't somehow traveled through time. Then he slowly exhaled. Wait, this guy is running hell dungeons back to back. And he got faster the second time. The staff member nodded with a complex expression. According to the records, yes. Cheng Xian stared at the dungeon gate, speechless for a long time. For normal professionals, running consecutive dungeons would drain stamina, focus, and concentration. Even if they could continue, their efficiency would drop. Especially soloing hell dungeons. Under such intensity, even a slight fluctuation in state could disrupt the rhythm. But Lu Fang was different. He was getting faster. Cheng Xian looked at the Shadow Cavern entrance and sighed. He no longer wanted to make any predictions. Predicting this man's actions only made himself look foolish. After a moment's thought, he simply walked to the side and stood with his arms crossed. A staff member cautiously asked, Senior Brother Cheng, are you returning to the training room? Cheng Xian replied flatly no. He would wait right here. He refused to believe it. Today he was determined to see Lu Fang. Time ticked by. Time elapsed 10 minutes, time elapsed 20 minutes, time elapsed 30 minutes. Cheng Xian watched the time on the dungeon gate, his expression growing subtle. Last time Lu Fang cleared it in 39 minutes. What about this time? Would it be even faster? The thought had barely surfaced when Cheng Xian felt a wave of complex emotions. For a normal person, he would never think that way. Consecutive solo hell runs would only worsen one's condition. But Lu Fang was different. This guy had already proven in the previous run that he wouldn't slow down. He would speed up. So this time would he shorten the time again? Cheng Xian stared at the dungeon gate. He suddenly realized he was feeling nervous. It was absurd. Here he was, a seasoned student of the Abyss Securing Academy, waiting for a new recruit to finish a dungeon, feeling anticipation over whether he would break his own record. After a while longer, the runes on the dungeon entrance suddenly flared. Cheng Xian's eyes sharpened. Here it comes. A ripple of spatial distortion. The next moment, Lu Fang's figure emerged from the dungeon entrance. His expression remained calm, his breathing steady, his clothes clean. There was no trace of the disheveled state one would expect after a fierce hell dungeon battle. Cheng Xian immediately checked the time. Clear time 37 minutes 5 seconds. Faster again. This time he had shaved off nearly 2 minutes. Though Cheng Xian had mentally prepared himself, his eyes still trembled at the sight of the actual time. First run 42 minutes. Second 39. Third 37. What did this mean? It meant Lu Fang was adapting and growing stronger at an absurdly rapid pace. A man who was already ridiculously powerful now possessing a terrifyingly efficient learning ability. Meanwhile, Lu Fang was in high spirits looking at the time on his token. This sense of progress was exhilarating, and his level had risen again. He was no longer a weak level 105 god of wealth. He was now a powerful level 106 god of wealth. Lu Fang put away his token and was about to head toward another dungeon entrance. But before he could swipe his identity token, a figure blocked his path. Cheng Xian finally spoke. Lu Fang. Lu Fang looked at him. You are? Cheng Xian's expression returned to calm as he extended his hand. Abyss Securing Academy, Cheng Xian. Lu Fang glanced at him, shaking his hand. Something I can help you with. Cheng Xian didn't beat around the bush. I'm here on behalf of the Abyss Securing Society to recruit you. Lu Fang raised an eyebrow. Cheng Xian continued. We have stable resource channels, mature dungeon strategy systems, frontline mission experience, and a senior to junior mentoring program. Cheng Xian looked at Lu Fang, his tone growing earnest. If you join, you can avoid many detours early on. The training camps, intel missions, ways to earn points, dungeon mechanics, special resource exchange channels. Someone will guide you through all of it. And with your talent, well, offer you our core treatment. He wasn't exaggerating. A newcomer like Lu Fang deserved their highest standard. Even dedicating several senior members to coordinate their growth around him was not out of the question. Before Cheng Xian arrived, he was quite confident in persuading Lu Fang. After all, a newcomer entering the training camp lacks information and resources the most. Going solo could work, but the efficiency would definitely be low. However, after witnessing Lu Fang clear the hell-level dungeons consecutively, and at an increasing speed, Cheng Xian's confidence had diminished significantly. As expected, Lu Fang simply shook his head after hearing the proposal. No. Cheng Xian was not surprised, but he still asked. What's the reason? Lu Fang replied calmly. A team would only be a burden to me. A very simple statement, almost a bit arrogant. But Cheng Xian had no way to refute this, as Lu Fang had just proven it with facts. He completed the hell-level dungeon of level 105 alone in 37 minutes. If he were to enter another team, it wouldn't just improve his efficiency. It's very likely that they would struggle to keep up with his pace. Cheng Xian fell silent for a moment, then nodded gently. Understood. He did not continue to persuade. A truly discerning person would not persist once the answer. Cheng Xian smiled. Then let's be friends. Let's build a good relationship. If there's a need to cooperate in the future, feel free to contact me. Lu Fang thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. Cheng Xian took out his identity token and they exchanged contact information. After finishing this, Cheng Xian sighed lightly in his heart. Bad news. The recruitment had failed. Good news. He could almost be certain that Lu Fang would not join any faction. Lu Fang put away the token and looked towards another dungeon entrance. I still need to run dungeons. Cheng Xian stepped aside. Please. Soon Lu Fang arrived at a new level 106 dungeon. Bone Corruption Wasteland difficulty. Hell, the identity token was scanned. Buzz. The spatial fluctuation lit up. Lu Fang's figure disappeared once more. Cheng Xian stood in place watching him enter the hell dungeon, unable to help but click his tongue. The world is indeed full of wonders. Cheng Xian was reflecting when suddenly another dungeon entrance nearby lit up. The spatial fluctuation spread. The next moment a figure was unceremoniously teleported out. Bang! Shen Jinglei landed heavily on the ground, swaying slightly, nearly losing his balance. His combat suit had several damages and his hair was quite disheveled. A broad-bladed long knife rested on his shoulder. He looked noticeably exhausted. Shen Jinglei raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, his expression somewhat grim. Damn, I overdid it. He had indeed tried to push through the entire Nightmare 198 dungeon. But halfway through his condition began to decline significantly. His mental fatigue and physical strength decreased, and his knife strikes were not as steady as at the beginning. If he continued to push himself, he might not crash, but the probability of injury would be very high. Ultimately, he had no choice but to withdraw. Shen Jinglei regretted it more and more. If he had known, he wouldn't have competed with Lu Fang. That guy was not human. Why should he compete with something not human? Cheng Xian's eyes flickered as he saw Shen Jinglei. Among the people he wanted to recruit this time, besides Lu Fang, there was actually also Shen Jinglei. He had defeated the new students from the 5 prestigious academies in the 100 Schools War. Newcomer test score 73 points. Star-shattering heavenly blade. These achievements would shine brightly anywhere. However, Lu Fang's performance was so outrageous that it overshadowed Shen Jinglei. Cheng Xian stepped forward. Shen Jinglei. Shen Jinglei glanced up at him. Who are you? Cheng Xian replied, Jin Yuan Academy Cheng Xian. Oh, do you need something from me? Shen Jinglei raised an eyebrow. Cheng Xian nodded. Are you interested in joining the Jin Yuan Association? Shen Jinglei almost immediately waved his hand. Not interested. Cheng Xian looked at him. Aren't you going to at least hear the conditions first? Shen Jinglei grinned. No matter how good the conditions are, I won't join. I'm the kind of person who is naturally suited to being a lone wolf. Cheng Xian was not angry, just spoke calmly. No need to rush your answer. After you truly experience the hardships of being a lone wolf, giving me an answer won't be late. Cheng Xian glanced at his disheveled appearance. Being a lone wolf in the training camp is not something you can just decide to be. Without a stable team, it means you can't take on many high-reward tasks. Without a team to fall back on, it means the margin for error in dungeons is extremely low. Without information channels, it means you will waste a lot of time experimenting. Most importantly, a lone wolf must possess combat endurance far beyond that of the same level. Cheng Xian's tone was not heavy, but every word was solid. Not everyone is qualified to be a lone wolf. Among this year's newcomers, the only one I see capable of this is Lu Fang. Hearing this, Xin Jinglei felt somewhat unconvinced. Only Lu Fang. I admit he is indeed a monster. But am I not good enough? Cheng Xian looked at him. Xin Jinglei, holding the knife, continued, I haven't even advanced to the second transition yet. Once I obtain an SSS rating for my second transition, my profession will transform again. At that time, I might be able to catch up to him. He spoke very seriously. He had indeed been shocked by Lu Fang. However, being shocked does not mean he would completely concede. Xin Jinglei, who had fought his way out from an ordinary university, was not someone who would easily admit defeat. Cheng Xian smiled after hearing this. Catch up after the second transition. What's wrong? You don't believe me. Cheng Xian replied, then let me ask you. After your second transition, can you clear a hell-level dungeon of the same level in just over 30 minutes? Can you clear several hell-level dungeons in a row without feeling tired, with the clearing time getting shorter and shorter? Xin Jinglei instinctively retorted. How is that possible? As soon as the words came out, he suddenly realized something and froze. Wait, why was Cheng Xian asking this? Xin Jinglei slowly turned his head to look at the dungeon entrance not far away. Level 106 Dungeon Bone Corruption Wasteland Difficulty Hell Number of Entrance 1 time, entered 0 1 minute 14 seconds. Xin Jinglei's eyes widened bit by bit. Lu Fang just entered. Cheng Xian nodded. That's right. Xin Jinglei's throat moved. But wait, didn't he also enter the Hell Dungeon before I did? The first time took 42 minutes. The second time took 39 minutes. The third time took 37. Xin Jinglei's expression began to solidify. Cheng Xian continued, as far as I know, he cleared the level 105 Hell Dungeon 3 times in the time it took you to clear it once. The first time took 42 minutes. The second time took 39 minutes. The third time took 37 minutes. Then he went into the level 106 Hell Dungeon. Xin Jinglei stood there, his mind numb. He finally understood. Previously, when he saw Lu Fang coming out of the level 103 dungeon and soon entering the level 105 dungeon, he thought Lu Fang had jumped 2 levels in one go. It turned out not to be the case at all. While he cleared 1 round of Nightmare Dungeon, Lu Fang had already cleared 3 rounds of Hell Dungeons. Xin Jinglei glanced down at his damaged combat suit, then looked at the Hell Dungeon entrance. A strong sense of absurdity surged within him. Damn it, what an unfair world this is. Xin Jinglei spoke, and it was as if he had let out half a breath. Cheng Xian glanced at him. Xin Jinglei fell silent for a moment, his gaze shifting toward the gate of the Hell Dungeon, becoming increasingly complex. After a moment, Xin Jinglei suddenly gritted his teeth. I want to change my mind. Cheng Xian raised an eyebrow. Xin Jinglei tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, his voice deepening. I, Xin Jinglei, have never been the most talented one since my awakening. At first, I was just an ordinary berserker. There were rare professions in my class. Some in the city had hidden. When those people awakened, everyone believed they would surely go further than I ever would. But what happened later? That smile lacked the usual playfulness and instead carried a hint of ferocity. I caught up to them one by one. I surpassed them one by one. Cheng Xian remained silent. Xin Jinglei continued, I admit Lu Fang is much stronger than me now. Strong to the point of being a bit absurd. But so what? I may not be moving as fast, yet I will definitely go the farthest. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with unwavering determination. Cheng Xian looked at Xin Jinglei, and his gaze finally held a hint of genuine admiration. The reason he wanted to recruit Xin Jinglei was due to his profession achievements and potential. But now he suddenly felt that what was most worthy of attention about this guy was his spirit. Not bad, I'm starting. Xin Jinglei looked at him. Cheng Xian calmly said, I will ask you this question again in the future. If one day you feel you can't continue on the lone wolf path, you can contact me. Xin Jinglei snorted. You probably won't be waiting long. Cheng Xian smiled and did not refute him, turning. I hope so. After Cheng Xian left, Xin Jinglei stood in place, gazing at the dungeon gate that Lu Fang had entered, remaining motionless for a long time. Originally, he was genuinely prepared to go back and rest. He had exited the nightmare halfway through, and his condition was indeed not great. But now he changed his mind. Xin Jinglei directly found a spot to sit beside the dungeon entrance. His broad-bladed long sword rested on his knees. He took out a bottle of recovery potion from his storage item and drank it down. All right, this will be my home from now on. I will rest well before grinding. Once I finish grinding, I will rest. During the following time, Lu Fang had not left the dungeon area. One hell dungeon after another that met the level requirement was consecutively cleared by him. At first, he simply followed the methods summarized in the Shadowstone Cave, continuing to manipulate the coin ghosts in combat. Vanguard, flank, blockade, range, mobility. These basic divisions gradually stabilized. Then he began to adjust the formations of the coin ghosts further based on different dungeon terrains and monster types. When facing group-charging monsters, the coin ghosts would form an arc, pushing the monsters into the center, then using the heavenly arrow to clear the field. When dealing with dungeons filled with ranged monsters, the coin ghosts were divided into two groups. One would forcefully charge in, while the other would flank and ambush. When facing a boss with high defense and strong recovery, Lu Fang would first have the coin ghosts dismantle armor, sever limbs, and interrupt skills, then concentrate the heavenly arrow on the same weak point. Once, twice, 3 times. His control became increasingly proficient. The time to clear the dungeon was also steadily decreasing. 37 minutes. 36 minutes. 35 minutes. 34 minutes. However, around the 34-minute mark, the increase in speed became noticeably sluggish. It wasn't that Lu Fang didn't want to continue compressing, but rather under the current circumstances, the cooperation of the coin ghosts had already approached the limit of his control. Any further improvement required meticulous attention to every detail. Lu Fang was not anxious. Being able to stabilize around 34 minutes was already significantly faster than at the beginning. Moreover, he could feel his combat mindset was changing. He was starting to use the coin ghosts effectively. Of course, Lu Fang would also feel tired. Continuously controlling 10 coin ghosts at high intensity was not without mental consumption, especially since he had to constantly review and adjust his strategies. By the time it was late at night, Lu Fang could clearly feel a wave of fatigue. However, it was not a big problem. He raised his hand. Life-saving money. Golden light fell. A warm current quickly spread throughout his body, rapidly soothing his mental fatigue. Lu Fang exhaled. Comfortable. An entire night passed. Lu Fang's level had risen from level 106 to level 110. On the other side, Xin Jinglei had not left either. He truly treated the dungeon area as his home, resting, taking potions, and adjusting his state, then entering the nightmare dungeon. After completing a run or reaching a point where he couldn't hold on, he would come out to recover. Each time Xin Jinglei rested, he would witness Lu Fang emerge from one hell dungeon, then look down at his token, entering another hell dungeon. After a while, he would come out again, then go back in. Xin Jinglei went from shock at first to numbness and finally began to curse. Beast. Really a beast. Soon it was 7:30 in the morning. Buzz. The entrance to a level 110 hell dungeon lit up. Lu Fang walked out from inside. He glanced at the time. It was 7:30. The assembly was at 8:00, and now there wasn't enough time to enter another dungeon, so he could only stop. He summarized that he had a very smooth night. His level had risen to 110. The cooperation with the coin ghosts had also improved significantly. He also obtained a large number of equipment, materials, skill books, and special items. These were things he couldn't use himself, but they were all valuable to the Fang Merchant Association. He turned his head and quickly spotted Xin Jinglei sitting in the corner drinking potions. At that moment, Xin Jinglei leaned against a stone pillar, his face a bit pale. One hand held a recovery potion, while the other rested on the broad-bladed long sword. Lu Fang approached him. I need to ask you something. How do you send items out from the training camp? Xin Jinglei raised his hand and pointed to the staff not far away. Just find them. The staff in the training camp are all there to serve us students. Direct communication with the outside world is not allowed in the training camp, so usually you give your items and what you want to bring to the staff, and they will send them through the Tianlong channel. Lu Fang nodded. Got it. He walked directly towards the staff. The staff member stood up a bit straighter upon seeing Lu Fang approach. Lu Fang, is there something you need? Lu Fang replied, I want to send a batch of items back home. The staff member immediately said, Sure. Lu Fang nodded. Then he began to take out items. Equipment piled up in several rows. Materials stacked into small mountains. There were also more than a dozen skill books. The staff member swallowed hard. Clearly all of these were the fruits of Lu Fang's all-night efforts. Xin Jinglei, who was originally sitting not far away drinking potions, couldn't help but come over when he saw Lu Fang pulling out items. He stared at the pile of resources on the ground, his eyes twitching wildly. No way. Isn't this too much? Lu Fang Gao. It's okay, I suppose. Xin Jinglei's lips twitched. Don't say it's okay. It sounds uncomfortable to me. He lowered his head to look at the pile of items, his mood exceedingly complicated. Clearly the dungeon level that Lu Fang ran was much lower than his own. One was a hell-level dungeon for just over level 100, while the other was a nightmare dungeon close to level 200. Logically, the value of the individual items on his side should be higher. But the problem was that Lu Fang had run too many dungeons. Moreover, the drop rate for hell dungeons was inherently higher than that of nightmare dungeons. This resulted in the total value of this pile of items surpassing his own gains. The staff quickly counted the items on the ground and after finishing the registration, they looked up and asked, "Does Lu Fang need to convey any message?" Lu Fang thought for a moment. "Convey it to Butler Jiang. Tell him to use these resources I provided to develop the Fang Chamber of Commerce. Let him decide which items are suitable for sale and which to keep. Focus on expanding the scale of the Chamber of Commerce. Also, this wave is just an appetizer. I will continue to send more later." The staff said earnestly, "We will ensure the task is completed." After handling the shipping matters, the two left the dungeon area and headed toward the assembly point. The training camp in the early morning was already quite lively. Some people came out of the training rooms. Others were heading toward the task hall. And some were gathered in small groups, clearly preparing to go to the dungeon area. As Shen Jinglei walked, he took a sip of a recovery potion. He glanced at Lu Fang and suddenly said, "Brother, don't underestimate the newcomer training starting today." Lu Fang looked at him. Shen Jinglei continued, "In the Tianlong newcomer training camp, the first 3 months are unified training. Though it's called training, in essence, it's a welfare period." "Welfare period?" "Yes," Shen Jinglei nodded. "During these 3 months, the training camp will provide newcomers with a large amount of free cultivation resources. Moreover, as long as you complete the corresponding training, you can also receive rewards." As he spoke, his tone became more serious. "But this opportunity only comes once. After 3 months, the welfare period ends. If you want to obtain resources afterward, you will have to earn points by taking tasks, running dungeons, and competing for rankings." Lu Fang nodded thoughtfully. "Understood." Shen Jinglei glanced at him again. "And one more thing. Your strength is indeed impressive. But the newcomer training is not just about who has higher attributes or stronger skills. Many courses specifically target combat techniques. For example, methods of exertion, footwork, battlefield, judgment, weak point attacks, rhythm control. You probably haven't systematically learned these before, have you?" Lu Fang nodded. "No," Shen Jinglei said, "so at first you might feel a bit uncomfortable. If you haven't practiced, it's easy to fall behind the rhythm." Shen Jinglei grinned. "I still have some knowledge about basic techniques. If you need it later, I can help you catch up." Lu Fang nodded. "Thanks." Shen Jinglei waved his hand. "It's nothing." Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Fang Chamber of Commerce, in the top-level conference room, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Butler Jiang sat at the head of the table with a thick stack of documents in front of him. On both sides of the conference table were the senior executives of various departments of the Fang Chamber of Commerce. It was now the morning meeting. At this moment, the chamber faced a very realistic problem. There was a shortage of liquidity. Lu Fang's father had previously moved 1,500 billion in liquid funds from the chamber all at once. This amount was not insignificant. Even though the Fang Chamber of Commerce was now quite sizable, it could not be completely unaffected. The head of the finance department pushed up his glasses, his voice heavy. "Butler Jiang, the pressure on the cash flow of the chamber is currently very high. The 3 resource warehouse expansion projects in the East District require further investment. And before settling the final payment for the equipment order from the Qin family, we still need to advance a batch of material costs. Additionally, the channels in the South City have just been opened. If the funds don't keep up now, they may be snatched away by other chambers." In the conference room, everyone's expressions were not very good. A skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. Butler Jiang listened to the reports from everyone, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. The money had already been taken away, and he could only think of ways to rotate it. The finance head whispered, "Butler Jiang, should we temporarily cut back on a few projects?" Butler Jiang pondered for a moment. Once the expansion momentum is cut off, it will be even harder to pick up later. Just then, Butler Jiang's communicator suddenly lit up. He lowered his head to take a glance. It was an unfamiliar number with a very special prefix. Butler Jiang's eyes flickered. He raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, then answered the call. "Hello, I am Jiang Qingyin." A steady voice came from the other end. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I have been entrusted by Lu Fang to deliver a batch of supplies to the Fang Chamber of Commerce. The delivery is expected to arrive in Jiang City in 8 hours." Butler Jiang was taken aback. Entrusted by the young master. The others in the chamber also heard this voice and perked up their ears. The other party continued. "In addition, Lu Fang asked me to convey a message. He wants you to use this batch of resources to develop the chamber well, which are suitable for sale and which are suitable to keep. You may judge for yourself. The focus is on expanding the scale of the chamber. Moreover, he will continue to send more later." In the conference room, everyone exchanged glances. Butler Jiang felt a warmth in his heart. After the young master left Jiang City, he still remembered the chamber. This indeed touched him somewhat. However, being touched aside, Butler Jiang did not hold too high expectations. He knew that Lu Fang must have entered a very special organization. But the problem was that Lu Fang had only just left Jiang City for a day. In one day, how much could he possibly send back? It was likely that he had gotten some rewards after completing the newcomer registration. This sentiment was indeed substantial. However, to truly resolve the current funding issue of the Fang Chamber of Commerce seemed rather unrealistic. Butler Jiang's tone remained respectful. Thank you. Please inform the young master that everything is well on this end, and he should focus on his improvement without worry. The other party said. The list of goods has been simultaneously sent to your business email. Please confirm receipt. Butler Jiang opened his business email. Sure enough, a list of supplies popped up. He had initially only intended to take a quick look, but the next second Butler Jiang's gaze suddenly froze. What the hell, epic equipment? And not just one. Continuing to look down, what the hell, super rare materials? The list was long. The further down he looked, the slower Butler Jiang's breathing became. It was not calmness. It was shock. Beside the conference table, the finance head noticed his unusual expression and couldn't help but ask, Butler Jiang, what happened? Butler Jiang did not answer as his gaze fell on the end of the list. There are 5 manuals for potion making. These are items that can continuously generate profit. As long as the guild has corresponding alchemists and stable material channels, they can keep producing potions and selling them to adventurers. Butler Jiang quickly estimated in his mind. A few epic pieces of equipment, each one could auction for at least several 100 million dragon coins. Some that are suitable for popular professions could fetch even higher prices. Most of those rare materials are worth tens of millions each. Skill books can also be sold for a good price. After a rough calculation, excluding the potion-making manuals, the direct value of this batch of items is at least 2 billion. In the conference room, everyone looked at Butler Jiang's changing expression, increasingly puzzled. Butler Jiang finally raised his head. His expression was unusually flustered. The financial officer couldn't help but ask, Butler Jiang, what exactly did the young master send back? Butler Jiang did not answer immediately, but asked the other end of the communication, may I ask, how did the young master acquire these materials? The other party's tone was calm. Sorry, the information is classified. I can only tell you that the source of the materials is compliant and can be received and used normally. Butler Jiang took a deep breath. Understood. Thank you for your hard work. The communication was disconnected. Everyone looked at Butler Jiang. Butler Jiang held the communicator silent for several seconds. Then he projected the list above the conference table. The light screen lit up. Rows of item names appeared before everyone. In the next moment, the conference room erupted. Epic equipment. So many rare materials. 5 manuals for potion making. Did the young master send these back? Didn't the young master just leave yet? Is he restocking? With that last sentence, everyone fell silent. Because this list indeed looked like a restock. Moreover, it was not an ordinary restock. It was a sweep from the high-level resource market. Butler Jiang originally thought that Fang was just sending back a small token of goodwill. Unexpectedly, this token was so significant that it almost stunned him. Resources worth over 2 billion. 5 manuals capable of continuously generating revenue. This batch of items arrived just in time. While it couldn't fill the funding gap of 150 billion, it was enough to address several urgent projects. More importantly, those 5 manuals for potion making could provide Fang's guild with a new stable profit channel. Butler Jiang slowly straightened his body. Departments, readjust your plans. This batch of resources will arrive in 8 hours. The epic equipment is not urgent to sell for now. We will evaluate the market and choose the right moment to auction. The rare materials will be divided into 2 parts. One part will be invested in existing orders, and the other part will be used as strategic reserves for the guild. As for the potion-making manuals, contact the alchemists immediately. I want to set up the potion production line in the shortest time possible. The atmosphere in the conference room changed instantly. Just a moment ago, it was filled with gloom. Now everyone's eyes were filled with light again. Understood. If we have this batch of materials to support us, we can continue to advance the channels in South City. If we use those epic pieces of equipment for promotion, the guild's popularity will definitely rise another level. Butler Jiang nodded. This batch of resources is the first support sent back by the young master. We must maximize every bit of value. Saying this, he looked towards the direction of Jiang City out the window, still feeling a bit shaken. The young master had only left for a day, and he sent back this incredibly precious batch of items. What about in the future? Butler Jiang suddenly realized. The expansion speed of Fang's guild might just be able to accelerate further. On the other side, at the Tianxing training camp, Fang and Xun Jinglei arrived at the assembly square where most of the 5 major academies had already gathered. Upon seeing Fang, many people's gazes immediately turned towards him. After yesterday's newcomer test, Fang had become the most special presence in the eyes of all newcomers. Full marks. These 2 words weighed heavily on everyone, making them feel somewhat unreal even now. Shi Yanqing nodded at him proactively. Fang also nodded in response. Xun Jinglei followed closely behind. However, compared to Fang's calmness, his state was noticeably lacking. Although he forced himself to stand straight, the fatigue from staying up all night was hard to hide. Shi Yanqing glanced at him and said lightly, "You don't look too good." Xun Jinglei immediately raised an eyebrow. "What do you know? I call this the refinement." Xun Jinglei grinned and casually replied, "It's nothing much. I just pulled an all-nighter doing dungeons." As soon as these words came out, many newcomers around turned to look. An all-nighter. On the first day of the training camp you pulled an all-nighter doing dungeons. That's quite intense. Do ordinary students work this hard? No wonder Xin Jinglei could survive the 100-school battle. Most of them had chosen to rest last night. After all, they had gone through the newcomer test yesterday and needed to familiarize themselves with the training camp environment. Today was the first day of formal training. Most people would choose to recover their spirits. But Xin Jinglei was different. He had directly pulled an all-nighter. Just with this determination, many newcomers from the 5 major academies felt somewhat moved. Xin Jinglei sensed the gazes around him, and the smile on his face returned. He felt good. Just as ever, suddenly a crisp sound of footsteps came from the other side of the square. The square, which had been somewhat noisy, quickly fell silent. Everyone turned instinctively to look. A woman was walking towards them from a distance. She was dressed in a fitted black combat outfit with a short instructor's coat draped over it. Her figure was not imposing, but she radiated no sense of weakness. Instead, she exuded an extremely dangerous, oppressive aura, like a leopard walking in the shadows. All the newcomers unconsciously stood up straight. The woman walked to the front of the newcomer line and stopped. Her gaze swept across the crowd. Looks like everyone's spirits are pretty good. She glanced at Xin Jinglei. Pulling an all-nighter on your first day in the camp. That's how newcomers should be. Xin Jinglei's eyes brightened. Did the instructor just praise him? That was good. This was a win. The woman did not continue on this topic. She raised her hand to check the list. Stand straight. Just 2 plain words. But at the moment they were spoken, everyone instinctively tightened their ranks. The woman spoke again. My name is Mo Jinshin. As for my level, it's 580. From today onwards, I will be responsible for the training courses for you newcomers for the next 3 months. As she spoke, her gaze subtly swept over Lu Fang. Before coming, Xia Ji had specifically sought her out. He mentioned that there was a monster among this batch of newcomers, and she should pay special attention to him. Full marks on the test, suspected divinity. Mo Jinshin was somewhat surprised when she heard this at the time. But now taking a glance, it didn't seem special at all. Mo Jinshin retracted her gaze, raised her hand, and a light screen appeared in midair. The screen displayed the testing data of this batch of newcomers. I've already watched the recordings of your newcomer test from yesterday. I generally understand everyone's strengths and issues. Next, I will arrange different training methods according to your different situations. Of course, in addition to completing the customized plan, everyone is required to complete a basic training exercise each day. With that, she gently pointed with her finger. The light screen in midair changed accordingly. The originally dense testing data vanished, replaced by a line of exceedingly simple training rules. Newcomer basic training plan. Complete 5 runs of the same level ordinary dungeon daily. Restriction during the runs: no professional skills are allowed. Restriction: personal attributes suppressed to the average value of current level professionals. The entire assembly square fell silent for a moment. Then it erupted. What? No skills allowed. And we have to suppress our attributes to the average value. 5 runs of the same level ordinary dungeon. What kind of joke is this? The crowd was genuinely astonished. The strength of professionals largely comes from their skills. Without skills, it would mean directly cutting off the most core combat system of the professionals. And suppressing attributes to the average value was even more outrageous. All of them could enter the Tianlong training camp. Who among them was not a genius among their peers? One of their greatest advantages was their attributes far exceeding ordinary professionals. But now Mo Jinshin had directly sealed all their skills and attribute advantages. Then she made them run ordinary dungeons solo. And still 5 times a day. This is not training at all. This is clearly torture. Lu Fang glanced at the content on the light screen, and his eyes shifted slightly. The difficulty was indeed a bit unreasonable. What was being tested was no longer the strength of the profession itself, but the purest combat skills, judgment ability, stamina allocation, and danger handling capabilities. Xin Jinglei couldn't help but click his tongue. That's harsh. This is truly harsh. Mo Jinshin listened to the clamor around her, her expression showing no surprise. She even smiled slightly. Is this not okay? Mo Jinshin cast her gaze over all the newcomers. Don't worry. This is just... The expressions on the crowd's faces instantly froze. Basic. This thing is actually just the basics. Before they could react, Mo Jinshin waved her hand. Streams of light shot from her fingertips, precisely landing on each person's identity token. I have sent each of your customized plans to your tokens. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone lowered their heads to check their identity tokens. The next moment, gasps of astonishment rose one after another. Mental pressure room. And reaction training room. As a mage, why do I need to practice close-range evasion? Wait, what does this extreme pain simulation mean? One by one, the newcomers' expressions changed continuously. They had just thought that the basic plan was already quite outrageous. But now, upon seeing their customized plans, they realized that Mo Jinshin's earlier comment about it being just the basics was no joke. Xin Jinglei also looked down at his token. Soon the expression on his face gradually solidified. Xin Jinglei customized training plan. Complete gravity room training once daily starting with 3 times the gravity, increasing daily based on completion. Complete 10,000 basic slashes in swordsmanship daily. Complete 1 session in the reaction training room daily. Complete 1 life and death simulation battle after attribute suppression daily. Xin Jinglei remained silent for several seconds before raising his head to look at Mo Jinshin seriously. Instructor Mo, I would like to ask. Mo Jinshin looked at him. Ask. Xin Jinglei pointed at his identity token. Is this something a person can accomplish? Many newcomers around him nodded in deep agreement. Mo Jinshin smiled sweetly at Xin Jinglei. Didn't you just pull an all-nighter in the dungeon? You seem quite energetic. Why are you backing down now? Xin Jinglei. Lu Fang also looked down at his identity token. Lu Fang customized training plan. Environment random. Complete 10 sessions of environmental simulation space daily. Complete 1 session in the gravity room daily. Complete 1 session in the mental pressure room daily. Complete 1 session in the reaction training room daily. Complete 1 session of basic close combat training daily. Complete 1 session of battlefield command simulation training daily. After reading it, Lu Fang raised his eyebrows slightly. Beside him, Xin Jinglei leaned over to take a look. With just one glance, he was stunned. Then he silently put away his identity token. I suddenly feel like my plan is quite normal. Xin Jinglei looked at Lu Fang with a complicated expression. Brother, yours is even more outrageous. Is Instructor Mo preparing to train you like 10 people? Lu Fang, however, did not react too much. He carefully reviewed his training plan again. Then he nodded. Truly customized. My foundation is too lacking. I indeed haven't systematically learned these things before. So I need more training to catch up. Xin Jinglei's mouth twitched. He really wanted to say, do you have some misunderstanding about yourself? Newcomer test full score. He spent the whole night grinding the hell dungeon yesterday. Is this called lacking foundation? Mo Jinshin also glanced at Lu Fang. Interesting. A full score newcomer unafraid of training intensity. On the contrary, the first reaction was that he had too many shortcomings. This mindset was unexpectedly more humble and steady than she had imagined. Mo Jinshin continued. Additionally, let me remind you of something. All training content must be completed within 16 hours. The expressions of the crowd, which had just begun to recover, froze again. Mo Jinshin said slowly, I have already shown great mercy. I still left you 8 hours for rest each day. If you cannot complete it within 16 hours, then there will be no rest, and you can only blame yourselves for being useless. At this point, many newcomers completely lost their composure. 16 hours. How is that possible? Just the basic plan requires 5 runs of the ordinary dungeon. Finally, someone stood up. His face was somewhat unpleasant, but he gritted his teeth and said, Instructor Mo, isn't this intensity too much? Mo Jinshin looked at him. Where is it too much? The newcomer took a deep breath. With the suppression of attributes and prohibition of skills, running the same level ordinary dungeon solo will definitely decrease efficiency significantly. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary dungeon might take 3 hours. 5 runs would take 15 hours. And that's just the dungeons. If we then add each person's customized training plan, it's simply impossible to complete within 16 hours. He emphasized this point with a heavier voice. Don't even mention 16 hours. Even 24 hours might not be enough. With these words, many newcomers instinctively nodded. It's not that they didn't want to train, but this time arrangement is simply unreasonable. Completing it in 16 hours. Sounds like a fantasy. Mo Jinshin listened quietly, then she smiled. So what? The newcomer was taken aback. Mo Jinshin looked at him, her tone indifferent. If you can't complete it, does that mean no one else can? Do you think 24 hours isn't enough because of the training program's flaws? Or is it because you are inadequate? The newcomer's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Mo Jinshin took a casual step forward. Randomly pick any senior student from the training camp. Under the same oppressive conditions. With the same foundational program. They can all easily complete it. In fact, after completing it, they can even continue to train. The reason you can't do it is simply because you are too weak right now. The venue fell silent. Many newcomers displayed expressions of frustration. Those who could enter the Tianlong training camp were all geniuses, weren't they? Outside, they were revered figures. Yet here, with just one sentence from Mo Jinshin, they were labeled as trash. Mo Jinshin scanned the crowd. I know you are dissatisfied in your hearts. You think of yourselves as elite, as geniuses. As she spoke, her tone suddenly took on a hint of sarcasm. But here I am, the instructor. I am responsible for the training program, and you are responsible for completing it. If you are dissatisfied. Mo Jinshin raised her hand and pointed towards the square outside. It is still possible to withdraw from the Tianlong training camp now. No one spoke. All the newcomers tightly clutched their identity tokens. The atmosphere was oppressively tense. Withdraw? Who would be willing to withdraw? They had exerted all their effort just to enter the Tianlong training camp. To quit on the first day due to the training's intensity. Once they got out, not only would they be unable to hold their heads up, but even the school's families and teachers behind them would be embarrassed. Mo Jinshin observed the silence of the crowd, a smile curving on her lips. No one wishes to withdraw. Very well. Then let us start training now. Mo Jinshin waved her hand. Silver gray wristbands flew out from a metallic box behind her, landing precisely in front of each person. Put them on. Lu Fang reached out to catch the wristband. The wristband felt icy in his hand, its surface etched with intricate patterns, as if it were a product combining some precise array and mechanical structure. He did not hesitate and directly placed it on his left wrist. Click. The wristband automatically closed. In the next moment, an invisible force instantly enveloped his entire body. Lu Fang felt distinctly that the immense power within him, which had been exaggeratedly strong, was now forcibly suppressed by layers of chains. His four-dimensional attributes plummeted. That feeling was quite strange. It wasn't weakness. It was as if he was used to lifting his hand with 10,000 pounds of strength, but suddenly found it reduced to only 100 pounds. His body was still his body, yet every action became unfamiliar. Other newcomers also gradually put on the wristbands. Soon the square was filled with muffled groans. Damn, this suppression is too harsh. I feel like I've been cut down by more than half. Half. I feel like I've been cut down by 70%. How can we still tackle dungeons like this? Mo Jinshin paid no heed to these complaints. She turned and walked deeper into the training area. Keep up. The crowd could only grit their teeth and follow. Before long they arrived at the dungeon area. Mo Jinshin stopped in the center of the dungeon area. Your identity tokens have been bound to the training tasks. Each person can only enter a dungeon corresponding to their level. The wristbands will automatically disable your skills and suppress your attributes to the average line. Dying in the dungeon won't result in actual death, but the sensation of pain will be preserved at 100%. If you can't bear it, you can shout to withdraw. As she spoke, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. However, those who shout to withdraw, today's training will be considered a failure. If the number of failures exceeds 10, I'm sorry, but you can only go back to where you came from. The expressions of the crowd grew even more dire. Mo Jinshin scanned the crowd. Let's begin. In the next moment, Shi Yanqing was the first to walk towards the dungeon entrance. Following him were Wen Xingzi, Zhaohong, and others who also took action one after another. Shen Jinglei hoisted a broad-bladed long knife, grinning slightly. All right, then let's see just how difficult it really is. The newcomers all understood. This task was quite ridiculous. It even seemed impossible to complete. Yet the more absurd it was, the more their spirits were ignited. Lu Fang walked to his dungeon entrance. Level 110 Dungeon, Black Tooth Village, difficulty normal. He glanced at it, his expression shifting slightly. Normal difficulty. He truly hadn't encountered it much. Buzz. A spatial fluctuation rippled. Lu Fang's figure instantly disappeared. Once all the newcomers entered the dungeon area finally quieted down. Mo Jinshin raised her hand. A huge monitoring screen unfolded in midair. Dozens of split screens lit up simultaneously. The situation of each newcomer in the dungeon was clearly displayed on the screen. At that moment, a figure appeared beside Mo Jinshin. Xia Ji crossed his arms, watching the chaotic scenes on the screen, unable to suppress a click of his tongue. Your training methods are indeed a bit extreme. Mo Jinshin did not turn her head. Extreme? Xia Ji glanced at her. Don't you have any self-awareness? Disabling skills, suppressing attributes, soloing the same level dungeon 5 times. Not to mention the custom training you assigned them. Don't say newcomers, even senior students might not be able to complete it within 16 hours. Mo Jinshin replied indifferently. So what? Xia Ji shook his head. I'm just reminding you. Don't truly treat them like livestock in training. Mo Jinshin finally turned to look at him. I never expected them to complete it in 16 hours. Xia Ji was taken aback. Mo Jinshin stared at the screen, her tone calm. What I want to see more is what level they can achieve when faced with a task that is nearly impossible to complete. Geniuses are not only measured by their upper limits. We must also see if they can maintain their ability to act under extreme pressure and how much potential they can unleash. Xia Ji fell silent for a moment. He did not oppose this view. The Tianlong training camp has never lacked individuals with high talent. Yet those who can truly make it to the end are often not solely those with high talent, but rather those who can grit their teeth and push forward when pushed to their limits. However, he still said, while the principle is sound, just take it easy. Don't ruin the newcomers in training. Mo Jinshin chuckled softly. How could a true genius be ruined by training? Xia Ji's lips twitched slightly. Your words make me a bit uneasy. Mo Jinshin did not respond. Xia Ji gazed at the screen, suddenly asking, do you think anyone in this batch can complete all tasks within 24 hours? Mo Jingxin's gaze swept across several split screens. Shi Yanqing, Wen Xingzi, Zhaohong, Shen Jinglei. Finally, her gaze paused on the screen where Lu Fang was located. After a moment, she shook her head. No one. Xia Ji also nodded. I think so too. Theoretically, the task can be completed within 24 hours. But the problem is people are not machines. As time goes on, the physical exertion increases. Judgment, reaction, speed, and movement precision all decline. The first two instances might still be manageable. By the time the third instance begins, efficiency will inevitably drop. For the fourth and fifth, it won't just be a matter of time stacking. Moreover, there will be a pile of customized training afterward. For these newcomers, completing it in 24 hours. It's theoretically possible. In reality, it's nearly impossible. Inside the Blacktooth village. When Lu Fang opened his eyes, he found himself standing on a mountain path. On both sides of the path were tangled bushes and stone walls. Not far ahead, a dilapidated mountain stronghold was faintly visible. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. Not long after, a figure emerged from around the corner. It was a human, standing nearly 2 meters tall with gray-black skin fangs on its face and holding a rusty machete. Blacktooth Village Henchman Level 90. Lu Fang was slightly taken aback upon seeing the level. Level 90. It was a full 20 levels lower than him. He instinctively said, so the monsters in basic instances are this weak. In Hell instances, a level 110 dungeon would have monsters starting from level 140, with the final boss even reaching 200. Seeing a monster that was 20 levels lower than him unexpectedly made Lu Fang a bit uncomfortable. But soon he dismissed this thought, because right now he was not in his normal state. Upon noticing Lu Fang, the Blacktooth Village henchman let out a strange scream. Kill! It charged at him fiercely, swinging its machete down. Lu Fang immediately drew a knife from his professional space and raised it to block. Clang! The sound of metal colliding erupted. Lu Fang's arm sank slightly. His brow furrowed immediately. It felt unfamiliar. Too unfamiliar. If this were before, such a monster wouldn't even have the qualification to approach him. Even a money ghost could easily, but now he actually had to deal with its attack seriously. After the Blacktooth Village henchman's slash was blocked, it immediately raised its leg to kick Lu Fang in the abdomen. Lu Fang sidestepped to avoid it. However, his movement was a bit slow. Bang! The kick still grazed his side. Lu Fang's body tilted, retreating 2 steps. Taking advantage of this, the Blacktooth Village henchman pursued with a horizontal slash. Lu Fang's eye sharpened. He forcibly steadied his posture and raised his knife to counterattack. Clang! Another collision sounded. The two exchanged blows several times in a short span. At first, Lu Fang appeared quite flustered. His blocking angles were not precise enough. His counterattack timing was slow. His footwork was also rough. Several times he could have avoided the attacks early, but misjudged his suppressed body and was forced to take hits. Until half a minute later, Lu Fang seized a gap after one of the Blacktooth Village henchman's slashes. He slashed diagonally with his long knife. Swish! The blade grazed the opponent's neck. The Blacktooth Village henchman stiffened and then fell heavily to the ground. Kill Blacktooth Village henchman. Lu Fang stood in place, looking down at his slightly numb wrist. He glanced again at the monster's corpse on the ground. After a moment of silence, he spoke softly. I am indeed weak. This was not self-deprecation, but rather an objective judgment. The monster he just faced was 20 levels lower than him. The difficulty was merely that of a basic instance's minor monster. Yet he still struggled for so long. If it were a truly experienced veteran under the same suppressive conditions, they would likely resolve the battle quickly. However, Lu Fang was not discouraged. On the contrary, his eyes sparkled even more brightly. Weakness indicated room for improvement. Lu Fang tightened his grip on the long knife and continued forward. It's okay. I will become stronger. Soon a second Blacktooth Village henchman appeared. This time the opponent was holding a spear, with a longer attack range. As Lu Fang approached, he was forced back by a thrust of the spear. He did not rush in recklessly, but instead focused on the movements of the opponent's shoulder and wrist. Before the spear thrust, the shoulder would move first. The wrist would press down. The foot would take a half step forward. Lu Fang evaded while observing. But observing was one thing. When it came to actual engagement, he was still flustered. Swish! The spear grazed his shoulder, leaving a trail of blood. Lu Fang frowned slightly, but did not retreat. Seizing the opportunity when the opponent's spear missed, he forcefully pressed his knife forward. The back of the knife struck the spear aside, followed by a close-range slash. The second monster fell. Lu Fang's breathing became slightly heavier. You cannot just focus on the weapon. You must pay attention to the shoulders, waist, and feet. Before exerting force, the body will give a signal first. He continued forward. The third one, the fourth, the fifth. The types of monsters kept changing. Lu Fang faced them with great difficulty. At one point, after dealing with a knife-wielding enemy, an arrow suddenly shot from the grass beside him. He was slow to dodge. The arrow directly grazed his arm. On another occasion, 2 Blacktooth Village henchmen attacked him simultaneously. Lu Fang instinctively wanted to push through. But just as he blocked the knife from the left, an iron rod struck down on his shoulder from the right. Yet in the midst of this chaos, Lu Fang became increasingly focused. He began to learn how to utilize the terrain of the mountain path, no longer exposing himself to the pincer attacks from multiple enemies. When faced with two monsters, he would retreat to a narrow area, preventing them from attacking simultaneously. When encountering archers, he would prioritize finding cover to force them to adjust their position. When faced with long weapons, he would no longer recklessly get close, but wait for the gap after the opponent's thrust missed. 1 battle, 2 battles, 3 battles. After experiencing more than 10 consecutive fights, Lu Fang had accumulated many wounds. Yet his eyes grew brighter. He began to understand why, with the same attributes, some people could perform at 200%, while others could only manage 30%. In the outside world, Imogen Xin looked at the screen where Lu Fang was and commented directly, "His combat skills are quite poor." Xia Ji glanced over. Lu Fang had just awkwardly sidestepped to avoid a slash from a black-toothed village henchman, then countered with a slash to the opponent's waist. The movement was not particularly graceful and could even be described as rough, but it was already noticeably better than when he had just entered the instance. It's normal. He has never learned systematically. For him to perform like this, it's already quite fast to adapt. Imogen Xin said lightly. That's why he's problematic. He's different from others. Most other newcomers have at least undergone some academy training. Xia Ji nodded. That's true. He looked at Lu Fang, who was still exploring the rhythm of battle and sighed. So the pressure on him is actually the greatest among everyone. The plan you gave him is also the most outrageous. Others are just filling in the gaps. He's rebuilding from the foundation up. Xia Ji looked at the young man on the screen, covered in wounds, yet with increasingly bright eyes, and suddenly smiled. But he learns quickly. Imogen Xin also looked at Lu Fang. So he needs to be thrown directly into instances to practice. His gains from this instance will probably exceed what ordinary university students achieve in a month of training. In the light curtain, Lu Fang continued along the mountain path of Haiyajai. The opponent collapsed, clutching their neck. Lu Fang did not advance further, but leaned against the nearby stone wall and drank from a vial of recovery potion. The wound on his shoulder began to heat up. The pain in his waist eased slightly. Lu Fang glanced at his injuries, reflecting on them. One must not be greedy with the blade. If I had retreated a half step before counterattacking earlier, I would not have been struck. He put away the empty potion vial and continued forward. The mountain path of Haiyajai grew increasingly steep. The number of monsters also increased. In the beginning, most appeared as solitary minions. But the further he went, groups of 3 to 5 began to appear. The swordsmen took the front while the spear users sought opportunities from the sides. The archers hit above, shooting cold arrows. Under normal circumstances, Lu Fang would not pay heed to such formations. But now he had to dismantle them piece by piece. He used the stone wall to block the archer's line of sight. He stepped back to create distance from the front row. He used bodies and rubble to block the advance of the spear users. He even deliberately created a flaw to lure the swordsmen into attacking, then struck their knees as they leaned forward. After each battle, his injuries multiplied. The potions he consumed also increased. Yet his steps forward never faltered. In the external light curtain, Lu Fang's completion time continued to tick. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Many newcomers had already finished their first dungeon run and entered a second round. But Lu Fang was still progressing through the first round. Until the 5th hour, he finally traversed the last segment of the mountain path and arrived at the deepest part of Haiyajai. Before the hall's grand entrance, a towering figure slowly stood up. It was the leader of Haiyajai, exceeding 3 meters in height, with gray-black skin, bulging muscles, clad in tattered iron armor, dragging a massive broadsword. Haiyajai leader BOSS level 110 Lu Fang tightened his grip on the long knife. The Haiyajai leader raised his head, his crimson eyes locking onto him. In the next second, boom. It charged forward with the broadsword dragged along the ground, creating a shower of blinding sparks. Lu Fang did not take it heeding. He rolled to the side. Boom. The broadsword struck the ground directly, carving a crack into the bluestone surface. Just as Lu Fang stood up, the Haiyajai leader swept his weapon back. Clang. Lu Fang barely managed to block with the long knife. Yet the tremendous force still numbed his arm, causing him to stagger back several steps. Its power is far greater than ordinary monsters. I cannot take it heeding, Lu Fang quickly assessed in his mind. He then began to maneuver around the hall. The Haiyajai leader had an enormous attack range. Each slash carried a heavy sense of oppression. If Lu Fang hesitated even slightly, he would be grazed by the blade. Once, in an attempt to seize a counterattack opportunity, he pressed in close. As a result, the Haiyajai leader's shoulder checked him. Bang! Lu Fang felt a sharp pain in his chest as he was sent flying, crashing against a wooden pillar behind him. He coughed up blood and immediately drank another vial of recovery potion. He couldn't rush. He couldn't be greedy. He couldn't let the opponent dictate the tempo. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lu Fang stood up again. He began to abandon continuous attacks. Each time, he only slashed once. After a cut, he immediately retreated, specifically targeting the opponent's ankles, knees, and wrists, key points for exerting force. Time passed little by little. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. 30 minutes. The wounds on the Haya Zhai leader increased. Its movements gradually slowed. Finally, after missing a heavy strike, its body went momentarily stiff. Lu Fang's gaze sharpened. Now is the time. He stepped forward, slashing diagonally from below with his long knife. Swoosh. The blade sliced through the neck of the Haya Zhai leader. The massive body of the leader suddenly stiffened. Then it crashed to the ground. Defeated, the Haya Zhai leader cleared. Haya Zhai Lu Fang stood in place, his chest slightly rising and falling. This boss battle lasted a full half-hour, longer than the time he spent grinding many hellish dungeon bosses, yet his gaze was filled with satisfaction. Because in that half-hour he learned far more than he did from mindlessly crushing a horde of monsters. A spatial fluctuation rippled. In the next second, Lu Fang returned to the dungeon area. As soon as he appeared, he heard Mo Jinxin's cold voice. Lu Fang. Lu Fang looked up. Mo Jinxin stood not far away, her gaze fixed on him. You are the slowest among everyone. The others took at most around 3 hours. You nearly took double their time, she said teasingly. Is this the performance of a top newcomer? Lu Fang did not retort, for Mo Jinxin spoke the truth. Instructor Mo. After leaving the dungeon, can skills be used to restore status? Mo Jinxin glanced at him. Yes. The restrictions only apply within the dungeon. After receiving the answer, Lu Fang nodded. In the next second, he raised his hand. Payment for life. Buzz. A ghostly image of a gold coin appeared in his palm. Then golden light instantly spread, enveloping his entire body. The wounds, still oozing blood, visibly healed at an astonishing speed. His pale complexion rapidly returned to normal. The mental and physical exhaustion from prolonged combat was forcibly replenished in that moment. In just a few breaths, Lu Fang's condition went from the brink of collapse back to peak form. Beside him, Mo Jinxin raised an eyebrow. This recovery effect is somewhat terrifying. Healing wounds is not difficult. There are many ways to but it is rare to see someone like Lu Fang who can be pulled back to peak condition from fatigue and injury in mere seconds. Xia Ji, standing nearby, also clicked his tongue in surprise. After Lu Fang finished recovering, he did not explain much. He simply walked back to the entrance of the Haya Zhai dungeon and swiped his identity token. Buzz. Spatial fluctuations rippled again. His figure vanished instantly. Mo Jinxin looked at the dungeon entrance, silent for a moment. This guy just got scolded. Without a word, he directly healed and continued into the dungeon. His temperament is quite admirable. Xia Ji suddenly spoke up. Are you being too harsh on him? Mo Jinxin shot him a glance. Xia Ji pointed at the light curtain. His fundamentals are indeed lacking. But for his first solo run relying solely on skills, it's already impressive to clear the dungeon. It's somewhat unfair to compare him with those who have undergone years of systematic training, Mo Jinxin replied blandly. Fairness. Will there be fairness in the battlefield? Xia Ji shrugged. Fine. You are right. Lu Fang was clearly much more skilled than the first time. When the first Haya Zhai minion charged out, Lu Fang did not block it heat again. He simply sidestepped, avoiding the attack path, then slashed along the opponent's wrist. Swoosh. The blade fell. Blood splattered. The opponent's weapons slipped from their grasp. Lu Fang followed up with a reverse strike. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. He did not linger and continued forward. When the second wave of monsters appeared, Lu Fang occupied the narrow mountain pass in advance. 3 monsters were forced to line up. He retreated while eliminating them one by one. The third wave. He memorized the archers' ambush positions in advance, and as soon as he entered their range, he charged forward using the stone wall for cover. The archer hadn't even had time to shoot a second arrow before he was slain up close. His movements could not be described as exquisite yet. However, he displayed significantly fewer unnecessary actions compared to the first time. The number of injuries he sustained had also noticeably decreased. More importantly, he no longer needed to pause for long reflections after each battle. 3.5 hours later, the leader of the Black Tooth village fell once more. Black Tooth village cleared, time taken 3 hours, 32 minutes. A spatial fluctuation arose. Lu Fang exited the dungeon for the second time. Upon seeing the time, Mo Jinxin's gaze slightly tightened. Beside her, Xia Ji raised an eyebrow. Progress is rapid. The first time 5 hours and 31 minutes. The second time 3 hours and 32 minutes. He had directly shortened the time by nearly 2 hours. Mo Jinxin stared at the light screen. This learning ability is indeed terrifyingly strong. After Lu Fang emerged, he still did not rest. By life insurance. Golden light once again enveloped his body. His injuries, spirit, and stamina were all restored. Then he activated his identity token for the third time. He re-entered the dungeon. The third time in Blacktooth Village. Lu Fang's rhythm became clearer. He was no longer merely passively responding to monsters. Instead, he began actively designing the battles. Where to lure monsters, where to cut off their line of sight, and so on. These strategies he had already memorized from his previous 2 attempts. This time, he almost pushed forward using the most efficient methods from the moment he entered the dungeon. The blade fell again and again. Monsters dropped one by one. His injuries were fewer and his movement steadier. When he arrived before the leader of the Black-Tooth village again, Lu Fang did not take half an hour this time. He had already become familiar with the opponent's attack rhythm. There would be a moment of stiffness after a heavy chop. The shoulder would dip before a sweeping attack. When colliding with his shoulder, the right foot would step down and advance. The saber's attack range was large, but its recovery speed was slow. Lu Fang maneuvered around the leader of the Black-Tooth village. Each time he struck, he did not become greedy. He only targeted the most effective spots. 20 minutes later, the leader of the Black-Tooth village crashed to the ground. Black-Tooth village cleared time taken 3 hours 01 minute. A spatial fluctuation lit up. Lu Fang appeared at the entrance of the dungeon for the third time. Mo Jinxin finally opened her mouth to praise him. Now that's more like it. Xiaji glanced at Mo Jinxin and smiled. It's not easy to hear you say that. Mo Jinxin ignored him. Lu Fang looked at his completion time and let out a soft sigh. 3 hours. He had finally caught up with the main group. Continue. On the other side, the conditions of other newcomers began to noticeably worsen. During the second dungeon run, many could still barely maintain the efficiency close to the first attempt. But by the third time, problems began to emerge. Some were pushed back repeatedly by monsters due to mental fatigue and poor judgment. Others, due to excessive stamina depletion, had distorted movements, barely managing to endure attacks that they could once easily evade. Some had consumed restorative potions too frequently, developing resistance, causing the recovery effects to decline. Others could not use skills for an extended period, leading to increasingly chaotic battle rhythms. For most, the time taken for the third clearance extended to over 3.5 hours. Xiaji looked at the data of others and slowly remarked, "It's begun. Their efficiency has dropped." In another dungeon, Shen Jinglei cleaved the head of a monster in front of him with a single stroke. Blood burst forth and the monster's corpse crashed heavily to the ground. He gripped the wide-bladed long knife, panting heavily, his face no longer displaying the easy smile from earlier. "I'm dead tired. This thing is truly not something a human can handle." He looked down at the wounds on his body and downed another restorative potion. As the potion went down his throat, his injuries slowly recovered. Yet the feeling of exhaustion still pressed down on him like a tide, layer upon layer. Especially the mental drain. Unable to use skills for a long time, he had to rely on basic sword skills and physical reflexes to deal with every monster. For someone accustomed to a skill-based profession, this felt like fighting with their hands tied. Shen Jinglei raised his hand to rub his forehead. "If I had known, I wouldn't have stayed up all night grinding the dungeon last night. Who can withstand this?" He looked up towards the depths of the valley ahead, gritting his teeth. "Damn it, I can't let others push me down. I want to be the first to complete the dungeon training." With these words, he charged forward with his knife. On the other side in the dungeon, where Shi Yanqing was located, he pierced the monster's throat with his sword and quickly withdrew, avoiding the claws that came from the side. His breathing was noticeably heavier than at the beginning. Sweat trickled down his forehead. The hand gripping the sword also showed slight tremors. However, Shi Yanqing's gaze remained steady. While fighting, he calculated the time in his mind. In the first run, he took 2.5 hours. Let alone the custom training that followed. This was not a problem that could be solved by mere effort. It was the efficiency decline that inevitably occurred after prolonged exploitation of let alone the custom training that followed. This was not a problem that could be solved by mere effort. It was the efficiency decline that inevitably occurred after prolonged exploitation of stamina, spirit, focus, and judgment. Shi Yanqing forced back a monster with his sword and took the opportunity to down a restorative potion. Clearly this is a warning. Shi Yanqing raised his sword, his gaze locking onto the monster ahead once more. Today no one should be able to complete all the training tasks. But at the very least, I want to be the one who completes the tasks the fastest. The next moment he charged out again. Outside world. On the light screen of the dungeon area, multiple split screens flickered continuously. Most newcomers had already shown obvious signs of fatigue. Some slowed their steps while others reacted sluggishly. Some, after taking continuous injuries, had to search for safe areas within the dungeon for a brief recovery. Even Shi Yanqing and Shen Jinglei, who were among the top newcomers, showed noticeable declines in efficiency. However, one split screen stood out significantly. Lu Fang. Not only had he not slowed down, but he was becoming faster and faster in battle. More crucially, each time he exited the dungeon, he did not need to spend time recovering. In contrast to others who became more fatigued and disheveled, as they fought, Lu Fang appeared so energetic that it was hard to believe he was in training. Xiaji looked at the light screen and couldn't help but chuckle. Interesting. At this rate, he might start to surpass others. Mo Jinxin focused on Lu Fang's split screen, her expression becoming more serious than before. To deal with true geniuses. It turns out that such devilish training is necessary to extract their potential. Xiaji glanced at her. Don't make excuses for yourself. Lu Fang is simply too unique. Although he is a combat profession, his recovery ability surpasses all recovery professions of the same level. At this point, it's a bit absurd. Strong combat ability, strong summoning ability, absurd attributes. Now his recovery ability is also strong. Having so many attributes stacked on one person completely disregards the logic of professions. Time continued to flow. Inside the Blacktooth Village dungeon. For the fourth time, Lu Fang navigated the challenges with even greater ease than during the third attempt. He no longer needed to pause and contemplate how to deal with each wave of monsters. Many of his judgments had transformed into almost instinctual reactions. When a monster raised its shoulder, he already knew it was about to strike. When it shifted its footing, he knew it was going to flank. When an archer's line of sight shifted, he could predict the point of impact of the arrows in advance. Even when faced with multiple monsters attacking simultaneously, he could rely on the terrain and rhythm to dismantle them one by one. 2 hours and 50 minutes later, the leader of the Blacktooth Village fell once more. Blacktooth Village cleared time taken 2 hours and 50 minutes. A wave of spatial fluctuation rippled. Lu Fang appeared in the dungeon area for the fourth time. At this point, the total time had reached 14 hours and 50 minutes. In the dungeon square, several newcomers from the 5 major academies were resting and recovering. Upon seeing Lu Fang, they all displayed expressions of surprise. One person couldn't help but ask Lu Fang, "How many times have you come out already?" Lu Fang glanced at him. 4 times. The person was momentarily stunned. Then his eyes widened in shock. 4 times. The others beside him were equally dumbfounded. They initially thought Lu Fang had merely finished the 3rd dungeon. How is that possible? He hasn't even undergone system training, has he? How could he be so fast? While they were still in shock, Lu Fang had already raised his hand. Life-saving money. A golden glow spread. His wounds healed rapidly. The fatigue vanished completely. Then, without any hesitation, Lu Fang turned and walked towards the dungeon entrance. With a scan of his identity token, buzz, a wave of spatial fluctuation rippled. He entered the Blacktooth Village for the 5th time. The few newcomers sat in place, their expressions somewhat dazed. From the moment Lu Fang emerged to his recovery and then re-entering the dungeon, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. At that moment, the newcomers felt their mental state begin to crumble. Mo Jinshin snorted coldly, her voice coming from the side. "What are you staring at?" The newcomers stiffened at her words. Mo Jinshin looked at them, her tone mocking. "You're not even as good as a high school student. Is it that impressive?" The faces of several people instantly flushed red. Mo Jinshin continued, "The gap in innate profession is one thing, but now everyone is banned from using skills and attributes are suppressed to the same level. It's all about fundamentals, judgment, and willpower. And yet you few have been in university for several years and can still be beaten by a high school student. What a waste of education." This comment cut deeper than a knife. The newcomers from the 5 major academies were left flushed and speechless. One of them gritted his teeth and suddenly stood up. "I'm going back in." Despite not being fully recovered from fatigue, how could he sit still after being provoked by Mo Jinshin? The others also gradually stood up. "I'm going back in too. Let's do this. I can't let a high school student outpace me." Soon they forced themselves to their feet and rushed back into the dungeon entrance. Mo Jinshin watched their disappearing figures and let out a couple of laughs. Xiaji sighed beside her. "Your mouth will eventually scare someone into a psychological shadow." Mo Jinshin replied lightly. "Anyone who can be scared into a psychological shadow isn't qualified to stay in Tianlong." Xiaji. At the same time, in the dungeon where Shi Yanqing was located, he had already made some progress. This was his 5th dungeon, and it was the most difficult one yet. His clothes were already soaked with blood and sweat. There were several wounds on his arms. Even after drinking recovery potions, they only barely stopped the bleeding. Mental fatigue had significantly slowed his judgment speed. Just moments ago, during a monster ambush, he had clearly seen the opening, but due to his body lagging half a beat, his shoulder was brutally torn open. Shi Yanqing grunted softly, pushing back a monster with his sword. Then he leaned against the stone wall, quickly adjusting his breathing. He was in a dire situation, but his gaze remained calm. "This is the 5th one. As long as I complete this, I should be the first to finish the basic dungeon training." He was the top student in his 4th year at the Yuan Academy. He could concede to Lu Fang's talent. But in this fundamental training, he could not allow himself to lose. Shi Yanqing tightened his grip on the long sword, standing up straight once more. "Continue." On the other side, Xin Jinglei had similar thoughts. His condition was even worse, looking as if he had just been pulled from a pool of blood. Yet his eyes were frighteningly bright. "This is the 5th one." He grinned, a hint of fierceness in his smile. "Everyone has been suppressed to the same level. The advantages of profession have been cut, and the advantages of attributes have been cut. It's all about who can endure more, who dares to fight. When it comes to willpower, I will never lose to anyone." A monster roared and charged from ahead. Xin Jinglei raised his blade, his gaze suddenly fierce. "Come, let's see who falls first." At this moment, Blacktooth Village. 5th Dungeon. Lu Fang walked along the familiar mountain path. This time his state was completely different from the first. If he had been forced to learn by monsters in the first attempt, and in the second, he was trying to apply what he learned, the third was a chase and the fourth was a catch-up. Then in the 5th attempt he had truly begun to feel at ease. 3 Blacktooth Village minions appeared simultaneously ahead. One wielded a sword, one a spear, and one an arrow. Had it been the first time, Lu Fang would have been severely constrained by this combination. But now he merely glanced at them and had already determined the optimal way to handle the situation. Instead of rushing towards the swordsman, first he moved towards the right side of the stone wall. The archer's line of sight was obstructed, forcing him to change position. The spear wielder, to maintain attack distance, briefly overlapped with the swordsman. In that instant, Lu Fang moved. He stepped in. The long knife pressed down against the spear shaft, evading the spear wielder's attack route. Then the blade turned horizontally. With a slash, the spear wielder's wrist was severed. The swordsman roared and brought his weapon down. Lu Fang did not retreat, but rather stepped forward along the inner edge of the opponent's blade. The blade missed his shoulder by mere inches. In the next moment, Lu Fang's long knife pierced the swordsman's chest. The archer finally created some distance and loosed an arrow. Lu Fang seemed to have anticipated where the arrow would fly from. He slightly tilted his body. The arrow grazed past his ear. He swiftly picked up a short spear from the ground and hurled it with all his might. Thud! The archer was pinned against a wooden stake in the distance. The 3 monsters fell almost in the blink of an eye. Lu Fang looked at his hand and let out a hearty laugh. No skills, no money, no exaggerated attributes. But for the first time, he truly felt in control of the battle. So that's how it is. Lu Fang's eyes brightened slightly. He finally began to understand why Mo Jinshin insisted on training this way. The ban on skills wasn't meant to weaken them. Instead, it was to help them see what remained after they left their skills behind. Suppressing attributes wasn't just, it was to prevent them from relying on numbers, forcing them to refine their judgment, observation, agility, rhythm, and combat choices. These things may seem basic, but once skills and attributes were restored, the improvements would be terrifying. Lu Fang was certain. If he were to regain his normal state now and use skills again, his combat power would undoubtedly be several times stronger than before. The 15th hour of the special training began. Mo Jinshin and Xia Ji stood before the light curtain. Their gazes were both fixed on Lu Fang. Xia Ji couldn't help but take a light breath. This guy's progress is already among the top 10 of everyone. Mo Jinshin also admired and shook her head. Lu Fang took 5.5 hours to clear the level for the first time. At that time, he was the slowest among everyone. Mo Jinshin had already judged that Lu Fang's progress in today's instance would likely be at the bottom. No matter how strong his talent, how outrageous his skills, or how abnormal his attributes, it couldn't change the fact that his foundation was too poor. But now 15 hours had passed. Lu Fang not only avoided being at the bottom, but instead broke into the top 10. Moreover, he was continuing to push forward. Xia Ji looked at the light curtain and spoke softly. This speed of improvement is too exaggerated. Mo Jinshin nodded. Recovery ability is one aspect. Learning ability is the key. Xia Ji deeply agreed. If it were just strong recovery ability, it would at most ensure he wouldn't drop in speed. But Lu Fang was not slowing down. He was speeding up, faster each time. Time continued to move forward. The 16th hour. Xia Ji was truly starting to feel the pressure. 5th place. He has surpassed several people again. Mo Jinxin's gaze also slightly sharpened. Only a few remained ahead of Lu Fang. Xin Jinglei, Shi Yanqing, Wen Xingxi, Zhaohong. These individuals were originally the most solidly grounded and experienced in combat among this batch of newcomers. In Xun Jinglei's instance, he was covered in blood, swinging his broad-bladed long knife repeatedly. Get lost. Boom. A monster was cleaved away by his knife. Yet his arms trembled noticeably from the excessive force. Xin Jinglei couldn't care less about that. His eyes reddened like a beast pushed to its limits. Last instance. I must finish first today. No one can press me down. He roared and charged once more into the crowd of monsters. On the other side, Shi Yanqing was also nearing his limit. His fighting style was cooler than Xun Jinglei's and more energy efficient. But after a long time of battle, even the calmest person would inevitably be affected. Shi Yanqing gritted his teeth. I must hold on. He began to overdraw his energy, using riskier methods than usual to quicken his pace. Because he knew that there were definitely people chasing behind. And they were closing in fast. He could not afford to lose. As for Lu Fang, his situation was in stark contrast to the others. While others were gritting their teeth and pushing through, he remained steady and methodical. No rush, no chaos, no recklessness. Every step seemed calculated. Each strike was devoid of unnecessary actions. His breathing was steady, his gaze clear, and his movements showed no signs of fatigue. To look at him, he appeared as if he hadn't been grinding through the instance for over 10 hours. In front of the light curtain, Xia Ji's mouth twitched slightly. This contrast is too obvious. Others look like they've been drained dry. He looks like he just warmed up. In the 17th hour, Lu Fang's ranking had risen to second place. Xia Ji's eyelids twitched. He surpassed Shen Jinglei. Mo Jinxin stared at the light curtain, and after a moment she spoke. It's too incredible. Xia Ji looked at her. You can't really let him finish 5 instances first, can you? Mo Jinxin did not answer immediately, because she realized that this question, which originally sounded absurd, was now truly possible. 10 minutes later, on the light curtain, Lu Fang finally reached the leading position. Shi Yanqing was left far behind him. In that moment, Mo Jinxin and Xia Ji both fell silent. Xia Ji was the first to speak. Damn, he really did it. From 5.5 hours to 3.5, then to 3 hours, and now to 2 hours and 50 minutes. And he's still compressing time. This kid is getting scarier the more you look at him. 30 minutes into the 17th hour. In the deepest part of Blacktooth Village, the leader of Blacktooth dragged a cleaving knife and let out one last roar. Its body was covered in knife wounds. Ankles, knees, wrists, shoulders, all had been sliced by Lu Fang. Lu Fang stood before it, a smirk on his lips. As the leader of Blacktooth swung down heavily, Lu Fang instantly sidestepped and cut in. The blade grazed the edge of the cleaving knife. In the next second, Lu Fang's long knife had pierced into its throat. Poof! The leader of Blacktooth froze in motion, its massive body crashing to the ground. Blacktooth Village cleared time used 2 hours and 37 minutes. A spatial fluctuation rippled. Lu Fang walked out of the instance for the 5th time. Mo Jinxin looked at Lu Fang. According to her habit, she should have picked out several issues to continue suppressing Lu Fang. For example, his movements weren't clean enough. For example, the route in the instance could be optimized further. For example, there was still room for improvement in handling the boss. But when the words reached her lips, she found that she had nothing to say. He was the first to complete 5 instances, rising from last place to first. Under the conditions of restricted skills, suppressed attributes, and relying entirely on basic combat, he had performed exceptionally well. Even outstanding to the point of being excessive. Continuing to nitpick would only seem like a facade. Thus Mo Jinxin merely feigned calmness and said, "Don't stop. Continue to complete other projects." Lu Fang nodded. Understood. After saying this, he raised his hand. Pay for my life. Golden light once again enveloped his entire body. A few seconds later, he turned and left the instance area, heading directly towards the location of the other training projects. Watching Lu Fang's retreating figure, Mo Jinxin and Xia Ji exchanged glances and shook their heads. Absurd, too absurd. A few minutes later, a spatial fluctuation lit up again. Shi Yanqing walked out of the instance. His face was pale, his combat suit severely damaged, and his chest rose and fell violently. He looked completely exhausted, but he still raised his head to look at the square first. It was empty. Shi Yanqing felt a slight relief in his heart. It seemed he was most likely first. He gasped for breath while looking at Mo Jinxin. Instructor Mo. Am I first? Mo Jinxin glanced at him. Second. Shi Yanqing's expression froze instantly. Second. He seemed to not comprehend. Who is first? Mo Jinxin replied flatly. Lu Fang. Shi Yanqing's pupils shrank. Lu Fang. At that moment, he even doubted if he had misheard due to his exhaustion. Lu Fang. How could it be Lu Fang? He clearly hadn't undergone any training. How could he be the first to finish 5 instances? Mo Jinxin smiled. Don't doubt it, just accept it, for this is the truth. Shi Yanqing stood there feeling as if all his strength had been drained. He sat down in a daze and took out a recovery potion to drink. The liquid went down his throat, but his mind remained in a state of confusion. He couldn't understand. Truly couldn't comprehend. If it were a normal battle, and Lu Fang had beaten him, he could accept it. After all, Lu Fang's profession was too outrageous. But this was basic instance training under restricted skills and suppressed attributes. This was a test of combat fundamentals, experience, techniques, and understanding of the instance. These should have been his advantages, right? Why was Lu Fang still first? 2 minutes passed again. The spatial fluctuations stirred once more. Shen Jinglei emerged from the instance dungeon. As soon as he stepped out, he plopped down onto the ground, feeling utterly drained. I'm exhausted. Finally finished. He then looked up to see Shi Yanqing recovering beside him. Shen Jinglei's expression instantly fell. No way. Did I lose again? This is so damn frustrating. If only I had been a bit faster. In his view, since Shi Yanqing was already sitting there, he had undoubtedly secured the first place. That meant he could only claim second place at most. Second place is really boring. Shi Yanqing glanced at him, her voice slightly hoarse. I have some bad news for you. I'm not first. Shen Jinglei was taken aback. You're not first. He abruptly. Then who is first? Shi Yanqing paused for a moment. Lu Fang. Shen Jinglei. The air fell silent for a few seconds. Then Shen Jinglei completely lost it. No way. Why am? He looked at Mo Jinxin and Xia Ji. Instructor. Is Shi Yanqing trying to fool me? What's going on? Is Lu Fang really first? How did he manage that? Wasn't he supposed to be the slowest? Xia Ji chuckled. Lu Fang was indeed very slow at first. He took 5.5 hours the first time, the slowest in the entire group. Upon hearing this, the two nodded. What made sense. In fact, one could say Lu Fang's performance was somewhat overly exceptional. If it were the two of them, they would probably not even pass the instance without any training. But Lu Fang has been getting faster every time afterward. The second time he took 3.5 hours. The third time around 3 hours. The fourth time 2 hours and 50 minutes. The fifth time 2 hours and 40 minutes. The main point is that he doesn't need to spend time recovering like you guys do after finishing an instance, so overall he is faster than you all. After listening, Xin Jinglei felt completely numb. No way. Am I really? He pointed at the instance entrance, then at himself. Ultimately, he sighed deeply and said nothing. Shi Yanqing also had a twitch at the corner of her mouth, looking like she had been struck down. Not only was Lu Fang's profession incredible, but his learning ability was also terrifying. What about the others? On the other side, Lu Fang was now in the environmental simulation space. The rules here were different from the previous basic instance. There were no restrictions on skills or attributes. The only requirement was to defeat a guardian who was 20 levels higher in a randomly generated peculiar environment. Around Lu Fang was a muddy toxic swamp. The air was thick with a pungent miasma. Visibility was severely hindered. There wasn't even a solid spot beneath his feet to exert force. Ahead of him, a level 130 toxic swamp crocodile slowly surfaced. Its cold vertical pupils fixed on him. Lu Fang showed no signs of panic. With the skill restrictions lifted, he finally regained a familiar feeling. Come forth. Lu Fang raised his hand. Buzz. Golden light flickered. A money ghost instantly appeared in front of him. He didn't summon 10 of them directly because he suddenly realized that his control over the money ghost had undergone a wonderful change. Previously, he commanded the money ghost with broad instructions like charge, surround, and shoot. However, after the 5 basic instance trials that focused on pure melee combat, his control over his body, his understanding of combat distance, and his judgment of timing had all achieved a qualitative leap. Now this leap directly fed back into the summoned creatures. He felt as if he could control every movement of the money ghost with exquisite precision. Let's try with one first. Lu Fang's mind moved. The money ghost shot out like a bolt from a crossbow. The swamp crocodile opened its massive jaws. It lunged forward. If this were before, Lu Fang would likely have let the money ghost clash head-in, relying on sheer high stats to overwhelm. But at this moment, the money ghost twisted its body in midair in an illogical manner. With a deft misstep, it evaded the giant mouth, while delivering a precise punch to the crocodile's most vulnerable jaw joint. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed. The giant crocodile's movements froze instantly. The next second, the heavenly arrows erupted explosively at an extremely close range. Boom! Flesh and blood flew everywhere. The level 130 guardian was instantly killed. Lu Fang stood in place watching the giant crocodile crash down. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This training, is it a bit too easy for me? Meanwhile, Mo Jingxin's communication token on her wrist suddenly vibrated. She glanced down and then froze in place. Beside her, Xia Ji keenly noticed her abnormality. What's wrong? Mo Jingxin looked at the information on the token, her voice unusually awkward. Lu Fang. He has completed the first environmental simulation space. Xia Ji was stunned. The environmental simulation space was the first part of the customized training set for Lu Fang. It required defeating guardians 20 levels higher while overcoming various extreme environments. A normal person would take a long time just to adapt to the environment. Xia Ji curiously leaned over. How long did he take? Mo Jingxin was silent for 2 seconds before spitting out a number. 1 minute. What? This time Xia Ji was the one left speechless. 1 minute. That was hardly enough time to even enter and find the monsters. Xia Ji inhaled sharply, unable to help but exclaim, impressive. Once the skill restrictions were lifted, this guy is like a wild dog unleashed. He turned to look at Mo Jingxin and suddenly proposed a particularly bold hypothesis. Do you think, given his current terrifying state, is it possible that he could actually complete your entire inhuman customized training plan within 24 hours? Mo Jingxin fell into silence. The plan she had designed encompassed environmental simulations, gravitational pressure, mental pressure reaction limits, and more. From the very beginning, this was not a volume that could be completed in a single day. Her intention was to temper Lu Fang's sharpness. But now, looking at Lu Fang's utterly unreasonable advancement speed, she truly couldn't say for sure. After a few minutes, the entrance to the environmental simulation space flickered with light. Lu Fang stepped out. He had completed 10 environmental simulations, each with a different bizarre terrain. He faced different high-level guardians and cleared them all. Lu Fang rolled his neck and his eyes sparkled. I gained a lot from this. The basic instances honed his combat instincts. And these 10 environmental simulations allowed him to perfectly integrate that instinct into his skill system. Now his control over the money ghost was incredibly precise. He didn't rest, but directly walked toward the next training ground, the gravity training room. Half an hour later, Lu Fang walked out of the gravity chamber drenched in sweat. His entire body was aching, a terrifying feeling, as if his internal organs were being crushed. Yet he did not even furrow his brow. He raised his hand. Life money. A flash of golden light appeared. In an instant he was fully revitalized, his fatigue swept away. He strode towards the mental pressure chamber. Another half hour passed. Lu Fang's face was pale. He rubbed his temples, which felt as if they might crack as he walked out. He raised his hand. Life money. Golden light descended. His mental energy instantly replenished. His eyes sparkled with vitality once more. Next was the reaction training room. In the square, Mo Jinxin's communication token seemed to be malfunctioning, vibrating crazily every half. Lu Fang has completed gravity chamber training. Lu Fang has completed mental pressure chamber training. Lu Fang has completed reaction training room. Mo Jinxin watched the constantly refreshing completion notifications. She even began to question her life. Did I make his training plan too easy? Mo Jinxin took a deep breath and put away the token. She turned around, looking at the newcomers from the 5 major academies sprawled across the square. These were once. At this moment, they were all gasping for air, trying to recover their stamina. Shen Jinglei lay on a stone slab, completely disregarding his image. His eyes were dull. Mo Jinxin sneered, her voice echoing throughout the square. What? 5 basic dungeons have exhausted you. The newcomers heard her scathing voice, and all smiled bitterly. Mo Jinxin's gaze swept over the crowd, her tone dripping with undisguised mockery. Let me tell you some news. Lu Fang has entered his final customized training for today. Once he finishes, he will have completed all his training tasks for today. As soon as this was said, the entire square fell silent. Shen Jinglei sat up straight, startled. What the hell? All the training tasks? The other newcomers looked equally bewildered, their faces filled with disbelief. They had heard rumors about Lu Fang's customized plan. It was the most perverse plan in the entire venue. Mo Jinxin, seeing their shocked expressions, continued to strike. You bunch with the best resources. The most systematically educated university students are now even worse than a high school student. It's truly pathetic, to the point of being eye-opening. The newcomers' faces turned crimson in an instant. Shock, confusion, and bewilderment flooded their minds. How did Lu Fang, this beast, manage to do it? Damn it! Shen Jinglei was severely provoked. Gritting his teeth, he stood up, grabbing the nearby broad-bladed long knife. I can't be outdone by a high school student. He did not take a break. He walked to the side and directly began his daily training of 10,000 basic slashes. Swish, swish. The heavy sound of slicing through the air echoed across the square. Meanwhile, Shi Yanqing leaned against the wall, deeply gazing in the direction of the training room. He felt a storm brewing within him. He had thought that the training plans given by Mo Jinxin were impossible for anyone to complete today. Yet Lu Fang, this monster, not only completed it, but seemed to have energy left over. There were still several hours left before the 24-hour mark ended. However, Shi Yanqing did not jump up like Shen Jinglei to exert himself. He remained calm. He knew Lu Fang was an exception. If he forced himself to train now, he would only completely exhaust his remaining time and energy. Shi Yanqing took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and cleared his mind, continuing to restore his focus. 20 hours into the training, a soft spatial fluctuation accompanied Lu Fang as he slowly opened his eyes, stepping out from the final training room, the battlefield command simulation space. His clothes were somewhat disheveled, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, yet his eyes shone brighter than ever. Huff! Lu Fang exhaled a breath of stale air, rubbing his slightly swollen temples. As expected of the Tianlong training camp, every training dungeon is exceptionally distinctive. He couldn't help but marvel within. After 20 hours of training, he now possessed an almost instinctual transformation in his control over skills, combat rhythm, and battlefield command. Lu Fang clenched his fists. Although my level hasn't increased, my overall combat power has at least risen by over 10 levels. This kind of improvement cannot be quantified, yet it is far more terrifying than a mere level increase. He then raised his hand. Life money. A flash of golden light appeared and vanished. The previously consumed mental energy and stamina were instantly replenished, his sore muscles recovering within a few breaths, returning him to peak condition. Lu Fang turned around and walked toward the assembly square. At this time in the assembly square, the atmosphere remained heavy. Shen Jinglei was still gritting his teeth, repeatedly swinging the long knife. 9,998. 9,999. 1,000. As the last slash was made, the heavy sound of slicing through the air erupted. Shen Jinglei's legs gave out, the long knife slipping from his hand, and he lay flat on the ground, gasping for breath. Damn it! I'm really going to die. Just then, a steady and rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed from the training passage. It's Lu Fang, someone shouted. Swish! The previously silent square suddenly focused all eyes on him. when they saw Lu Fang's refreshed face, which looked as if he had just woken up, even his clothes appearing neat. The entire square fell into an eerie silence. Lu Fang paid no heed to the gazes that regarded him as a monster. He walked straight to Mo Jinxin and Xiaji. Instructor Mo, Instructor Xia. I have completed my training tasks. Mo Jinxin looked at the young man before her, his complexion rosy and his spirits high, as if he had just awakened. The originally cold expression on her face twitched slightly at the corners of her mouth. Mo Jinxin took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her shock, and replied calmly. Understood. Since you have completed it, you may have free time for the next 4 hours. Upon hearing the phrase free, the newcomers in the square felt another stab in their hearts. An indescribable sense of defeat spread among every so-called elite. However, Lu Fang did not leave immediately. He stood there pondering for a moment, and suddenly spoke. Instructor Mo, I would like to make a request. Mo Jinxin raised an eyebrow. A request. Lu Fang spoke earnestly. In the upcoming special training, may I have the freedom to train on my own? Mo Jinxin was taken aback. Lu Fang explained clearly, the customized plan can specifically address my weaknesses, but I feel this training method is somewhat too rigid. The efficiency of various simulation rooms is actually not as good as exploring in real combat. I would like to apply for the freedom to plan my own time, spending more time on dungeon runs while integrating elements like gravity reaction and mental pressure into real combat. This way my efficiency will be much higher. Hearing this, Mo Jinxin fixed her gaze on Lu Fang, the unusual expression in her eyes growing stronger. This kid not only completed the training, but even began to disdain the plan she designed, wanting to take on the role of instructor himself. In the square, the other newcomers were dumbfounded. They were still struggling to barely complete their tasks, yet Lu Fang had already begun negotiating terms with the instructor. Mo Jinxin crossed her arms and remained silent for a moment. Then she let out a cold laugh. Having ideas is a good thing. But in the Tianlong training camp, if you want to break the rules, you need to see if you have that capability. I am preparing to hold a red-blue confrontation match tomorrow. In the confrontation match, you will need to defeat all the newcomers present by yourself to achieve ultimate victory. Of course, to be fair, everyone's levels will be suppressed to the same standard. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire square erupted like a boiling pot. What? Let us all gang up on him alone. At this moment, many newcomers displayed anger on their faces. Instructor Mo, a newcomer from the Yuan Academy, stood up, gritting his teeth and speaking in a hoarse voice. This is too disrespectful. We admit Lu Fang is strong, his talent is astonishing, but we are not weaklings. You actually want us to team up? This is simply an insult to us. The crowd was incensed. A genius has the pride of a genius. They could never accept being treated as mere fodder. However, Mo Jinxin merely glanced at them indifferently. The mockery in her gaze was almost palpable. Insult you? Mo Jinxin snorted coldly, her voice like thunder on a clear day. Not a single one of you has completed today's training, and you dare talk to me about face. In Tianlong, strength is dignity. Right now you cannot even complete the most basic tasks. In my eyes, there is no dignity to speak of. Not satisfied. Feel disrespected. Mo Jinxin pointed at Lu Fang. Then wait until the red-blue confrontation match, and with your strength crush him underfoot. Prove to me that you are not just a heap of trash gathered together. Her words were like a pot of boiling oil poured over the seething anger in everyone's hearts. Damn. Shen Jinglei clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his flesh, his eyes nearly bursting with flames. Shi Yanqing also slowly stood up, the long sword emitting a low, deep hum, his gaze as cold as ice. At this moment, all the newcomers secretly vowed that during the red-blue confrontation, they would give their all to completely crush Lu Fang. And at the center of the storm, Lu Fang. Facing this overwhelming hostility and burning battle intent, he merely turned calmly to look at Mo Jinxin. All right, I accept. His voice showed no fluctuation, as if he had merely agreed to something trivial. After agreeing, Lu Fang glanced at the time on his identity token. There were still more than 4 hours left today. Since it was already free activity time, staying here seemed to serve no. He scratched his head. Then, under the intense gazes of everyone, he turned around and walked slowly towards the dungeon entrance. Since I'm doing nothing, I might as well run a dungeon and relax. Plop. Just as Shen Jinglei stood up, he stumbled and nearly fell to the ground again. The expressions of the other newcomers completely crumbled in an instant. Relax. He calls running a dungeon relaxing. Is this guy even human? Crazy. This is definitely a madman who doesn't know what fatigue is. In the eyes of everyone, almost in despair and collapse, that young figure stepped steadily forward, naturally re-entering the dazzling light of the dungeon area. Inside the dungeon, there was no attribute suppression, no skill restrictions. The familiar sense of power flooded his body once again. Lu Fang stood at the dungeon entrance and waved his hand casually. Buzz. The golden light shone, and 10 money ghosts clad in golden armor fell to the ground with a thud, their violent aura instantly sweeping across the entire demon lair. Kill. Lu Fang calmly issued the command. The next second the devastating slaughter began. But this time it was completely different from the mindless push he experienced during the all-night dungeon run yesterday. After a whole day of extreme close combat, and honing his awareness, Lu Fang's insight into the battlefield had undergone a qualitative change. He no longer just let the money ghosts rush in mindlessly. He began to consciously execute micro-operations. The money ghosts seemed to come alive. The attacks flowed seamlessly, and the positioning was exquisitely oppressive. Originally thick-skinned and high-defense hell-level monsters under Lu Fang's meticulous command couldn't even organize a complete counterattack formation and were instantly torn apart. Efficiency skyrocketed to what could only be described as terrifying. Lu Fang and the money ghosts were practically running while clearing the dungeon. Boom. As the last 160-level hell boss was smashed to pieces by the money ghost's heavy fist, its massive body crashed heavily onto the ground. Shadow Demon Dungeon cleared time, taken 25 minutes and 14 seconds. Lu Fang looked at the pop-up completion notification, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. 25 minutes. He couldn't help but exclaim. To be honest, last night he spent a full 37 minutes barely finishing the same hell dungeon. Just one day of basic training had filled in the most lacking aspect of his combat awareness. The clearing time was directly shortened by 12 minutes. This leap in improvement was simply astonishing. Satisfied, Lu Fang nodded, his figure flashing as he left the dungeon. Outside the dungeon area, a ripple of spatial fluctuation appeared. Lu Fang's figure reappeared in the square. At that moment, some newcomers in the square had just crawled out of various torturous training rooms, while others were still lying on the ground gasping, their minds in a state of crash. Seeing Lu Fang emerge, everyone merely glanced at him numbly, not even reacting to what had happened. Lu Fang skillfully raised his hand. Buying life money. Golden light fell instantly, replenishing the little energy he had just spent in the dungeon. Then, without even moving his feet, he activated the identity token again. Buzz. He vanished again. Until Lu Fang's figure disappeared for the second time into the dungeon. Someone in the square suddenly became aware of something. He widened his eyes in shock, pointing at the surveillance screen above the dungeon entrance. Lu Fang, that was Lu Fang just now, right? Wait. How long did he just go in for? It seems less than half an hour. A newcomer nearby who was rubbing his sore thighs froze for a moment, instinctively glancing at the time. To be precise, it should be around 25 minutes. As soon as this was said, several people around instantly. Xin Jinglei suddenly flipped up from the ground. 25 minutes. He finished a dungeon in just 25 minutes. What kind of speed is that? This guy, has he evolved again? Shi Yanqing frowned tightly. Not just fast. Shi Yanqing's voice was dry and tense. This monster is clearing hell dungeons. 25 minutes. Solo clearing a hell dungeon of the same level. Is that something a human can do? Even for them who were hailed as top talents. In a team fully equipped, it would take them carefully pushing through for 2 or 3 hours to clear a hell dungeon of the same level. And Lu Fang, after completing a grueling 20-hour limit training, went to relax by clearing a hell dungeon and only took 25 minutes. Can anyone live with this? While everyone collectively fell into existential doubt, Mo Jinxin's cold voice echoed over the square. What are you looking at? There are less than 4 hours left until the 24 hours are over. Look at the training tasks on your identity tokens that have not yet lit up. Why are you still standing there? The new recruits let out a chorus of painful wails. They complained, but seeing Lu Fang's frenzied efficiency, these once proud talents were ignited with a fierce determination. Xin Jinglei bit the tip of his tongue, forcing himself to stay alert with the pain, and charged towards the reaction training room once more. Shi Yanqing took a deep breath and turned to enter the mental pressure room. Everyone was striving, squeezing out the last bit of potential from their bodies. Time passed second by second. The 21st hour. The 22nd hour. The 23rd hour. Finally, when the piercing assembly bell rang above the square, this nightmarish 24 hours was declared over. Thud, thud, thud. In the square, the sounds of people collapsing echoed one after another. One by one, the newcomers staggered out from various training rooms and then collapsed on the ground without any grace. No one spoke. Only heavy gasps remained. Everyone was in a dire state, unable even to lift and the results were also tragic. Apart from the most basic 5 normal dungeons, the subsequent customized training plans set by Mo Jinxin, all were complete failures. Even the fastest Shi Yanqing and Xin Jinglei barely managed to complete 80%. Many people lay on the ground, gazing at the sky, filled with resentment and unwillingness. They really wanted to loudly accuse Mo Jinxin, shouting that this was simply a plan that defied the physiological limits of the human body, impossible to complete in 24 hours. But the words were on the tip of their tongues, yet they couldn't spit them out, because they couldn't shout impossible. The monster named Lu Fang not only did it, but he did it in just 20 hours. Moreover, the training plan was the most intense and abnormal one among all the newcomers. If others can do it and you can't, then you're useless, not even qualified to complain. In this suffocating atmosphere where everyone was closing up, buzzing, a faint wave emanated from the dungeon area. Lu Fang walked out with a light step. After clearing hell dungeons for several hours, his level rose by 2, reaching level 112. Lu Fang stretched lazily, feeling refreshed. Not only was his clothing clean, but he was also so invigorated that it made others' teeth itch. He walked up to Mo Jinshin, glanced at the corpses sprawled all around, and casually asked, "Instructor Mo, since the 24 hours is over, when does the competition start?" Upon hearing this, the people lying on the ground collectively rolled their eyes, speechless. Bro, be a human. Everyone had just endured 24 hours of inhumane torture, and now they could barely stand, and you're asking when the fight starts as soon as you come out. It's not like you're rushing to reincarnate. Mo Jinshin looked at Lu Fang's completely unfatigued face. Her eyes twitched slightly, but she quickly regained her indifferent expression and spoke lightly. In 8 hours, everyone gets 8 hours of rest and recovery time. In 8 hours, the red-blue competition will start on time. Lu Fang nodded upon hearing this. 8 hours. He stroked his chin. There's still plenty of time. He'll go clear some more dungeons. After saying that under the dazed gazes of everyone present, Lu Fang turned around and leisurely walked towards the dungeon entrance again. Buzz. A flash of light, and he entered again. In the square there was a dead silence for a full half-minute. Then, Shin Jinglei slammed his fist onto the ground, struggling to sit up. He pulled out a high-level recovery potion from his storage space and frantically poured it into his mouth, like drinking water. Damn it. This is too much. Shi Yanqing also closed his eyes, the light around him surging violently, accelerating his bodis recovery. The other newcomers also gritted their teeth, some swallowing potions, some meditating. A surge of unprecedented battle intent and anger spread through the crowd. Everyone was holding their breath. In 8 hours, they must give this arrogant monster an unforgettable lesson in the competition. Time flew by. 8 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Buzz. The dungeon area glowed again, and Lu Fang stepped out. After a full 8 hours of clearing dungeons, his level rose to 114. And in the square, the corpses that were once lying all over the ground had now all stood up. After 8 hours of full recovery under the dual effects of potions and rest, the newcomers were not only back at their peak state, but also because they were holding back a surge of extreme anger, their momentum was even more fierce than before. Dozens of gazes locked onto Lu Fang, who had just walked out of the dungeon. Their battle intent surged, their eyes sharp as wolves. Xia Ji and Mo Jinshin stood at the forefront of the square. Looking at Lu Fang approaching, Mo Jinshin clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention. Time's up. Next we will start the red-blue competition. According to the rules of past sessions, the red-blue competition usually divides you newcomers into 2 teams for a comprehensive battle of tactics, strength, and teamwork. However, this time the situation is special, because you newcomers who have received an education from higher education institutions are simply too garbage. In 24 hours of training you all failed, while a single high school student easily took the top spot. Mo Jinshin deliberately emphasized the words higher education and high school student. If I were to split you evenly, I would genuinely fear that one side would be slaughtered unilaterally by this high school student, and it would be an embarrassing defeat. So to accommodate your fragile hearts, this time the camp assignments for the competition are quite simple. Lu Fang 1-person red team. All of you remaining blue team. Boom. This statement was like throwing a spark into a powder keg. The anger of the newcomers in the square was instantly ignited, almost scorching their reason. So arrogant. So condescending. Not far away, Lu Fang, listening to Mo Jinshin's words, couldn't help but touch his nose. Mo instructor's ability to provoke hatred is simply phenomenal. With this wave of mockery, once this group of people entered, they would probably want to fight him to the death. At this moment, Xia Ji coughed lightly and spoke up. All right, competition aside, the rewards must be made clear. In this red-blue competition, the winning side will earn 20 training camp points each. And among the winning team, the person with the best performance and the greatest contribution will receive an additional unbound profession equipment crate. Hearing the mention of the profession equipment crate, Lu Fang's calm eyes suddenly lit up. A crate. This is a good thing. Due to the extreme specialty of his profession, he can't use the conventional equipment on the market. What he lacked the most now was equipment that could match his profession's characteristics. The unbound profession equipment crate, once opened, can generate the most suitable exclusive equipment according to the opener's profession. This thing is virtually priceless. It must be mine. Lu Fang made a quick decision in his heart. But after thinking for a moment, he suddenly raised his hand. Instructor Xia, I have a question. Xia Ji looked at him. Speak. Lu Fang pointed to the group opposite, who seemed ready to devour him. If I win and I get 20 points all to myself, isn't that a bit unfair? After all, I am fighting against a whole group of them. Shouldn't the reward be a bit more generous? As soon as these words were spoken, the newcomers opposite were even more furious. They hadn't even fought yet, and he was already calculating how many points he would get for winning. Xiaoji couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. Alright, if you can eliminate them all by yourself, the point reward will increase to 500 points. 500 points. Lu Fang nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Mo Jinshin waved her hand. Dozens of silver-gray wristbands flew precisely into the hands of each newcomer. Put it on. This is a restriction wristband for the competition. To ensure fairness in the contest, everyone's levels will be forcibly suppressed to match Lu Fang's. Upon hearing this, everyone put on the wristbands. Their expressions varied. Mo Jinshin continued to announce the rules. The location of the competition is a special virtual combat space. Within the space, death does not result in true death. When receiving fatal damage, the wristband will directly teleport you out of the match. The time limit for the competition is 10 hours. Victory condition: one side must be completely annihilated. Do you all understand? Understood. Accompanied by the thunderous roar, the teleportation gate to the virtual combat space roared open in the center of the square. Before the teleportation, Shi Yanqing cast a deep glance at Lu Fang. Lu Fang, you are indeed strong, and your talent is terrifyingly high. But no matter how strong one person's power is, it cannot surpass all of us working together. Xin Jinglei also hefted his sword, sneering. Bro, prepare to face the fear of being besieged. In the face of everyone's harsh words, Lu Fang merely maintained a calm expression as he flexed his wrist. You'll only know after fighting. In the next second, brilliance engulfed everything. Everyone was instantly teleported into the arena. Buzz, accompanied by the closing of the teleportation gate in the center of the square. In midair, a massive surveillance screen slowly unfolded. The screen quickly split into dozens of small subscreens, clearly displaying the scenes within the virtual combat space. It was an expansive wilderness. The howling wind whipped up dust. Dozens of newcomers were randomly teleported to various corners of the wilderness. In the square, Xiaoji looked up at the screen and couldn't help but turned to Mo Jinshin beside him, clicking his tongue twice. Instructor Mo, your methods of stirring emotions are truly reaching a level of mastery. Just before the teleportation, the expressions of those kids looked like they wanted to devour Lu Fang alive. Mo Jinshin crossed her arms, her expression calm. Only under extreme anger and pressure can they unleash 200 of their potential. I am stimulating their capabilities. Xiaoji smiled and did not refute, but instead changed the subject. What do you think the outcome of this competition? Without a second's hesitation, Mo Jinshin gave her answer. Lu Fang will definitely lose. Xiaoji nodded, clearly sharing the same view. Indeed, Lu Fang was able to complete inhumanly intense training within 20 hours and surpass everyone else due to his unreasonable, terrifying recovery skill. However, in the red-blue competition, strong recovery abilities do not determine victory or defeat. Though these newcomers may not have the foundation of the older students, they have all received the most professional combat training at the top academies. In terms of combat techniques, skill coordination, and positioning predictions, even if Lu Fang trained intensely for a day, he would still be unable to compare to the foundation they have built over the years. Xiaoji looked at the screen and slowly said, at the same level, one person taking on dozens of well-equipped and well-coordinated prodigies. This is practically an impossible task. Mo Jinshin smiled as she looked at the solitary subscreen of Lu Fang in the monitor. The Tianlong training camp has its own rules. Newcomers must honestly complete 3 months of basic training to temper their pride. At the same time, in the virtual combat space somewhere in the wilderness, Lu Fang's feet had just landed, and he hadn't even had a chance to observe the surrounding terrain. A violent surge of magical power erupted not far in front of him. Lu Fang, a voice suppressing excitement and rage, resounded. Lu Fang looked up. He saw a young man in a robe staring at him intently from 100 meters away. Lu Fang had some impression of this person. This person was a summoner from the Holy Spirit Academy. It was said that his core summon was a particularly rare light-type golden dragon known for its immense combat power and ranking among the top in the newcomers. I didn't expect my luck to be this good, running into you as soon as I landed. The summoner's eyes sparkled with fervent combat spirit. Let me challenge you. Before the words fell, he swung his staff, violently chanting furiously. Come forth, radiant gold dragon. Roar. Accompanied by a deafening dragon's roar, blinding golden light gathered in the air. A giant dragon over 20 meters in length and covered in golden scales roared down. The dragon's might was overwhelming, and the fierce winds swept through. Under the control of this summoner, the radiant gold dragon opened its massive jaws, unleashing golden dragon breath capable of melting steel. The scene was extremely grand. However, facing this world-destroying dragon breath, Lu Fang merely stood in place, his expression unchanged. Then Lu Fang casually snapped his fingers. Buzz. The void split open. A money ghost smaller than the golden dragon, and clad in golden armor suddenly appeared before Lu Fang. Go! With a relaxed expression, Lu Fang pointed forward with his right index finger. The money ghost let out a low growl and charged forward against the torrent of dragon breath. The summoner from the Holy Spirit Academy, witnessing this, instantly darkened his expression. He stared fiercely at the lone money ghost before Lu Fang. A mix of humiliation from being underestimated and rage surged in his mind. Lu Fang, you are too arrogant. The summoner gritted his teeth and roared. Who didn't know that Lu Fang could summon 10 golden armor money ghosts at once? But now facing his ace summon, Lu Fang had only summoned a single money ghost. You think one summon can withstand my dragon breath? Who do you look down on? Yao Guang, burn him to ashes. The Yao Guang golden dragon in the sky seemed to sense its master's anger, its crimson eyes shining brightly. The golden dragon breath spewed forth, its temperature suddenly rising by several hundred degrees, distorting and deforming the air along its path. Meanwhile, above the desolate wilderness, the monitoring light screen hovered. Xiaji looked at the scene in the split screen, unable to help but chuckle and shake his head. This kid from the Holy Spirit Academy is still lacking in psychological resilience. His luck is indeed terrible. He ran into Lu Fang right after landing. Mo Jinshin crossed her arms and commented coldly. A foolish guy blinded by anger. In a confrontation, a fragile summoner should seek to regroup with teammates first instead of rushing to use their trump card to duel a strong enemy. This battle was already over the moment he made his move. Now it's just a matter of how long he can last. Mo Jinshin paused here, her brows slightly furrowing. However, Lu Fang has indeed been a bit overconfident. That Yao Guang golden dragon has extremely high attributes among summons of the same level. With only one money ghost summoned, it might not be enough to resolve the battle. It could even be suppressed by the golden dragon. One is indeed a bit too weak. In the center of the battlefield, the overwhelming golden dragon breath, carrying terrifying high temperatures capable of melting steel, had already bombarded above the money ghost's head. Facing this scorching breath that could instantly kill ordinary opponents of the same level, the money ghost showed no intention of retreating. Instead, it forcefully kicked off the ground. Boom! The ground instantly cracked. The money ghost's body, propelled by this wild force, soared into the air, its pure gold-crafted fist clenching tightly. Against the descending dragon breath, it straightforwardly threw a punch. No flashy skills, just the purest and simplest straight punch. Bang! A deafening sound of air bursting resonated throughout the wilderness. Under the dumbfounded gaze of the summoner on the opposite side, that seemingly unstoppable golden dragon breath was unexpectedly shattered at the moment it collided with the money ghost's fist by a force so raw it was beyond reason. The dragon breath transformed into countless golden light spots scattering everywhere. The violent punch even carved a visible vacuum passage through the wilderness. This is impossible. The summoner's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. That was dragon breath. Even the highest defense shield practitioners wouldn't dare to take it heat-in without using their ultimate skills. But Lu Fang's single summon actually shattered his dragon breath with a punch. Before he could recover from the extreme shock, the money ghost had already penetrated through the shattered golden light. So fast, the money ghost twisted midair, performing a textbook-like side dodge, evading the dragon claw of the Yao Guang golden dragon. In the next second, the money ghost had surged like a golden meteor, appearing right in front of the summoner. Its massive golden armored figure cast a shadow over the summoner. Damn, Yao Guang, save me, shield. A chilling sense of death instantly enveloped him. The summoner's face turned pale, frantically waving his staff. He stacked layer upon layer of magical shields before him, simultaneously commanding the golden dragon to defend. However, everything was too late. The whistling fist tore through the air, creating sharp explosive sounds. Boom! The money ghost's punch came crashing down. The seemingly solid layers of defensive magical shields in front of the summoner were as fragile as sheets of paper against this punch. In an instant, they exploded into countless fragments. Then, with unrelenting force, the punch landed heavily on his chest. Puh! That unmatchable, terrifying power instantaneously destroyed all of the summoner's defensive gear. At the moment when the damage reached the lethal threshold, the silver-gray restrictive bracelet on his wrist suddenly erupted with a dazzling teleportation light. In the final half-second before his body was completely engulfed by the spatial teleportation light and forcibly eliminated. The extreme shock and disbelief twisted the summoner's face to the extreme. Instant kill. With the protection of the Yao Guang golden dragon and his shield stacked up, he was unexpectedly one-punched to death by a summon from Lu Fang. Terror and unwillingness conquered all other thoughts at that moment. Before the teleportation light faded, he exerted his last bit of strength to activate a communication skill. He let out a near-screaming roar, his voice instantly echoing throughout the virtual battle space. Don't engage Lu Fang in unknown combat. His summon is a monster. Buzz. The light faded. The summoner's figure completely vanished in the wilderness. And that Yao Guang golden dragon whose master's magic had dissipated let out a reluctant wail before slowly dissipating into golden light. In front of the monitoring light screen, Xia Ji and Mo Jinxin fell into an eerie silence simultaneously. After a while, Xia Ji found it somewhat difficult to swallow, his eyelids twitching. What the hell? One punch kill. Did I see that wrong? Mo Jinxin's eyes were filled with astonishment. It seems we still underestimated him. In the conventional logic of practitioners, those who can summon multiple summons usually do not have very strong individual attributes for each summon. But Lu Fang's summon. Xia Ji took over, his voice filled with shock. Just from the pure power and explosive speed it demonstrated earlier, its attributes are definitely higher than Lu Fang's own. A single ordinary summon with power capable of crushing top talents of the same level. The spatial fluctuations surged. The summoner from the Holy Spirit Academy appeared, his face full of despair as he walked out of the teleportation array. The cold sweat covering his forehead and his still trembling legs indicated the nightmarish experience he had just undergone. He stood there in a daze, engulfed in extreme frustration and existential doubt. Mo Jinxin suppressed the shock on her face and resumed her instructor's icy composure. She strode forward, standing before him and gazing down with detached authority. Her voice was glacial. The summoner bowed his head in shame, his voice hoarse. I was wrong. Where did you err? I shouldn't have acted rashly. Clenching his fists until his knuckles whitened, regret etched deeply across his features. I assumed, even if I couldn't defeat him, I could always retreat at will, leveraging the blazing speed of my radiant golden dragon. Yet I never imagined. I didn't even have time to react or maneuver. I was eliminated instantly. Mo Jinxin let out a cold snort. A summoner stripped of distance and linear sight control is nothing more than meat awaiting slaughter. The summoner sighed heavily and slunk away, shoulders slumped in dejection. Meanwhile, within the virtual wasteland, that shrill, piercing warning reverberated thunderously in every novice's ears. Do not engage Lu Fang alone. His summoned creature is a monster. In a jagged pile of rubble, Xin Jinglei heard the voice echoing across the barren expanse, and his lips twitched violently. With an exasperated scoff, he muttered bitterly, "Tisich. What an utterly brainless fool. That's Lu Fang we're talking about. Even I, a supreme powerhouse, dare not face him unknown." Shaking his head, Xin Jinglei drew his long saber across his chest, his gaze sharpening into unprecedented focus. We need to gather allies, fast. If anyone ends up isolated and runs into this monster, they're finished. On a high ridge elsewhere, Shi Yanqing gripped his long sword tightly, his sword-like brows drawn tight. There's no hope in single combat. We must locate others, immediately. At the far edge of the wasteland, Lu Fang rubbed his ears with mild exasperation. That fellow really went all out with the megaphone act just before leaving. He watched the fading ripples of the transmitted voice dissolve entirely into the air and chuckled quietly to himself. The survivors will surely converge as swiftly as possible. Yet rather than concern, a faint relieved smile flickered across his face. Converging is ideal. The sooner this confrontation ends, the sooner I can return to the dungeon zone and resume grinding. With casual ease, Lu Fang chose a direction and strolled forward unhurriedly. Let's start searching this way. Not far from Lu Fang, Yin Song of the Tianwu Academy darted swiftly across an undulating sea of dunes. His academy possessed unique communication protocols. He was racing full speed toward the nearest allied signal sources. But the moment he crested a towering dune, his steps froze mid-stride. His pupils contracted sharply. Hundreds of meters below the dune's slope, a familiar figure ambled leisurely toward him, hands tucked casually into his pockets. Beside him loomed a humanoid monstrosity clad in heavy golden armor, radiating raw, untamed ferocity. Lu Fang. Their gazes locked, and Lu Fang raised a single eyebrow, then lightly tapped his right index finger upward. Go! Boom! Qian Gui roared low in his throat, then launched forward like a golden artillery shell bursting from its barrel, hurtling straight for Yin Song atop the dune. Almost simultaneously with Lu Fang's gesture, Yin Song didn't hesitate. Not even a curse escaped his lips. He pivoted instantly. Energy surged violently around him as he pushed his speed to its absolute limit, fleeing blindly in the opposite direction. Damn it! Of all the rotten luck. Run! Outside the arena before the monitoring holographic screen, Xia Ji arched a brow, his eyes gleaming with quiet admiration. Yin Song of the Tianwu Academy. His reflexes are commendable. Decisive judgment, no hesitation whatsoever. Mo Jinxin gave a slight nod in agreement. He knows when to yield. That's the mark of true brilliance. On the battlefield, wind step art. Haste step. Double acceleration. Song unleashed every last mobility and acceleration skill he possessed, blurring into a streak of afterimages as he tore across the wasteland. But when he instinctively glanced back, his scalp prickled violently. That golden-armored monstrosity wasn't falling behind. It was closing the gap with terrifying, unnatural speed. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. What unholy velocity is this? Just how absurdly high is this creature's agility stat? A storm of disbelief raged within Song's mind. He himself was a specialist famed for peerless agility. Yet this hulking armored summon seemingly built for brute force was outpacing him by a wide margin. As the distance shrank alarmingly, Song's fury flared alongside his terror. This is beyond provocation. Whirling mid-sprint, he cast a spell on the fly. Several razor-edged wind blades slashed through the air, sharp enough to cleave steel, hurtling toward Qiangui with lethal intent, aiming to impede his advance. Thud, thud, thud. The wind blades struck Qiangui's chest plate with perfect precision, yet what unfolded next filled Song with despair. Not a single scratch marred the golden armor. Not even a tremor disrupted Qiangui's relentless charge. Complete dismissal. Absolute unyielding indifference. Having inherited 150 of Lu Fang's base attributes, Qiangui's defensive capacity had ascended to a grotesquely overwhelming level. Such a desperate counterattack amounted to little more than a trivial itch against him. How can it be this resilient? Speed was bad enough, but defense this extreme. Panic flashed across Song's eyes. In that split-second lapse, Qiangui closed the final gap and crashed down before him with earth-shaking force. A maelstrom of pressurized wind slammed into his face. A cold, golden iron fist swelled rapidly within his widening pupils. No, boom. There was no contest. Under absolute crushing superiority, his barrier shattered. White light erupted. The restriction bracelet's teleportation protocol activated instantly. Song vanished from the wasteland. Annihilation. Another flawless, instantaneous kill. Outside the arena, Xia Ji and Mo Jinxin had still been praising Song's decisiveness moments earlier. Now their expressions froze in unison. Xia Ji parted his lips slightly. This just ended. He couldn't outrun it. He couldn't even dent it. This wasn't combat. It was outright slaughter. Mo Jinxin's eye twitched faintly. She remained silent. The comprehensive prowess exhibited by Lu Fang's summon utterly shattered their understanding of what same tier truly meant. Encounter meant instant elimination, no logic, no mercy. The teleportation array shimmered. Song reappeared upon the central plaza, standing motionless, hollow-eyed, radiating profound disorientation. Who am I? Where am I? Didn't I flee immediately? I didn't even look back. I expended every skill I had. Why did I still die? Mo Jinxin looked at his skeptical expression and instinctively took a step forward, wanting to scold him habitually, to reflect on his mistakes during the battle. However, the words stuck in her throat, unable to come out. Reflect on what? Reflect on him not running fast enough. Or reflect on his skills missing the target. In the face of such absolute numerical oppression, Song's handling of the situation was actually flawless. If it were someone else, the outcome would have been the same. Indeed, Lu Fang's abnormality was too overpowered. Mo Jinxin silently swallowed her words and stood firm again. Xia Ji turned his head, looking at the red dot representing the red team on the screen, his tone finally turning serious. Instructor Mo, Lu Fang is killing too quickly. At this rate of clearing, if the other freshmen can't successfully gather in a short time, and he keeps picking them off across the map, this confrontation, where dozens fight against each other, he really might win. Mo Jinxin nodded. Indeed, I admit, I underestimated him. She then pointed at several blue dot areas on the map and said solemnly, the good news is that there are already people meeting each other in the instance. The first wave of groups has formed. The real confrontation is only just beginning. Not far from where the battle had just erupted in another weathered rock forest, Danyang suddenly stopped in his tracks, his sharp gaze directed towards a certain direction in the wilderness. There are fluctuations of battle. Danyang frowned, his expression somewhat grave. So close. That direction probably indicates that our Tianwu people have been eliminated. At this moment, 4 newcomers from Tianwu Academy had already gathered around Danyang. This 5-man team was perfectly configured. With a heavy knight in the front line, a priest responsible for healing and buffs, and a mage and archer who combined control and output. Adding Danyang, a top-tier high-burst melee fighter, they had formed a perfect combat system. Brother Dan, should we sneak over to see the situation? A marksman holding a longbow suggested in a low voice. Danyang's eyes flashed with a hint of temptation. If they could gather the team's strength here to take down Lu Fang, it would not only vent their anger. It would also allow Tianwu Academy to surpass several other major academies in this confrontation, taking the lead. But soon reason overcame this temptation. Lu Fang absolutely could not be measured by common sense. No, not yet. Danyang shook his head and said calmly, We should stick to the original plan and continue moving towards the next coordinate. Let's gather a few more teams to form an absolute numerical advantage to avoid any mishaps. Everyone nodded in agreement. All right. However, just as they were about to turn and leave, a rustling sound of footsteps came from the sand dunes nearby. Dan Yang and the others tensed up and immediately assumed a combat stance, their gazes fixed in unison. They saw a young figure casually strolling over. Lu Fang. So you really do have a special means of communication. Lu Fang looked at the tightly arranged five-man team below, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Following the direction that guy ran away, we indeed found others. Brother Dan, what should we do? The heavy knight beside him swallowed hard, his fingers gripping the giant shield, turning white from exertion. Dan Yang stared at Lu Fang, his mind racing. To fight or to run? He glanced at his well-configured team beside him and then at the lone summon beside Lu Fang. Run. They were a full 5 people, and they were the elite talents of a top-tier academy. Although he had decided to gather more people earlier, that was under the condition of not encountering Lu Fang. Now if they ran without even fighting, just meeting and fleeing, how would Tianwu Academy's reputation hold up if the instructors and others from outside saw this? Furthermore, even if they couldn't win, they had a priest and a mage's protective skills, so they should be able to retreat unscathed. He's too arrogant, only releasing one summon. In that case, Dan Yang took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Stay alert, maintain formation. If anything seems off, immediately use protective skills to escape." Understood. Everyone responded in unison, their morale rising. Run? What the heck are you probing for? You can't withstand that monster's attributes. In Song wailed helplessly in the square, but his teammates, when he saw that Dan Yang not only didn't run, but instead was preparing to engage Lu Fang, In Song was in a panic, sweating profusely, almost jumping up in frustration. Run? What the heck are you probing for? You can't withstand that monster's attributes. In Song wailed helplessly in the square, but his teammates in the space couldn't hear his voice at all. Standing beside him, Xia Ji and Imo Jinxin exchanged glances, both showing a hint of curiosity in their eyes. Finally, a fully structured team has encountered Lu Fang. The battle was about to break out. Facing this 5-man team, Lu Fang directly issued the attack command. Go! Boom! The money ghost transformed into a golden whirlwind, charging towards Dan Yang and the others. Guard! The heavy knight in the front row shouted angrily, smashing the giant shield to the ground, instantly enveloping the team in a thick earth-based light membrane. Bang! The money ghost punched the light membrane, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Puff! The heavy knight turned pale, his feet plowing 2 deep grooves into the ground, almost being directly knocked away by the punch. How can this monster's strength be so outrageous? The knight shouted in horror. Holy light healing. Toughness. The priest in the back responded quickly, 2 beams of light instantly landing on the knight, forcibly stabilizing his condition. Quagmire. Vines and Tangle. The mage's control skill followed closely, accurately blocking the landing point of the money ghost. Immediately afterward, the archer's armor-piercing arrow and Dan Yang's thunder strike simultaneously poured onto the money ghost's golden armor. Bang bang bang. Sparks flew everywhere. The money ghost stepped back a bit, managing to dissipate the impact. My armor-piercing arrow didn't even break his armor. The archer gasped. Steady, Dan Yang shouted angrily. Although this team was completely overwhelmed in attributes by the money ghost, they did not collapse instantly like the previous summoner. The heavy knight relied on the priest's protection to withstand damage, while the mage continuously interrupted the money ghost's charge rhythm with various micro-control skills. Meanwhile, Dan Yang and the archer used their positioning to continuously wear down the enemy. Back and forth, they managed to engage the money ghost in a back-and-forth battle in a short amount of time. On the sand dune, Lu Fang watched the battle below, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This was the first time he truly controlled the money ghost in a real battle against a cohesive and complementary elite team. So that's how it is. The knight's shield strike carries a stun. The mage's skills are not for damage, but to block movement. Lu Fang rapidly absorbed the opponent's team tactics in his mind, while meticulously controlling each movement of the money ghost. This battle had not lasted long, but it had already benefited him immensely. Truly, these are the elites selected from a top-tier academy. Lu Fang couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Under the same level of suppression, the attributes of the money ghost were estimated to be several times greater than those of these individuals. Yet Dan Yang and the others managed to bridge such a vast numerical gap solely through their exceptional tactical skills and professional synergy. However, while Lu Fang was appreciating and learning, Dan Yang and the others who were struggling to hold on were left only with endless fear and shock in their hearts. What on earth is this monster? They had revealed all their trump cards and coordinated perfectly, yet they couldn't even defeat this summoned creature. They even felt that the monster's movements were becoming increasingly fluid and harder to counter. Even more terrifying was that Lu Fang could summon a total of 10 such monsters. Now with just one they were already pushed to the brink, having exhausted all their trump cards. If 10 were to come at once. We can't fight anymore. Dan Yang's eyes turned red as he decisively shouted. Wind restriction formation. Flashbang. Everyone retreat. Hurry. The mage and archer immediately unleashed the skills they had ready. The 5 of them showed no reluctance to fight, turning to flee in different directions. Watching the 5 people frantically preparing to escape, Lu Fang finally stopped his meticulous maneuvers. Now you think of running. If you had scattered and fled the moment you encountered me, I really wouldn't have been able to ensure that all of you remained. But now, Lu Fang slowly raised his hand, golden light radiating from his palm. It's too late. Buzz. Buzz. Accompanied by 2 piercing sounds of the void trembling, 2 nearly identical brilliant golden lights exploded in the rubble forest. 2 more money ghosts crashed to the ground. Just right, I can practice my chasing technique, Lu Fang muttered to him. The 3 money ghosts instantly spread out in a triangular formation, like 3 bolts of furious golden lightning, encircling the 5-man team, who were preparing to scatter. The fleeing 5-man team instantly felt an indescribable sense of terrifying oppression. The speed of the money ghosts was already far greater than theirs. Under Lu Fang's meticulous maneuvers, the 3 money ghosts not only sealed off all their optimal escape routes, but also preemptively intercepted every possible direction they might dodge or cast skills from. Damn, we can't create any distance. They're closing in. The heavily armored knight and the cleric had barely run 100 meters when one of the money ghosts abruptly cut off their path, its massive shadow instantly enveloping the 2. Bang! The heavy punch struck, and the earth-based defensive light membrane was instantly torn apart by brute force. The knight and the cleric didn't even have time to scream before being forcibly teleported out as 2 beams of white light. Dango, I can't hold them off. My traps are completely useless. The archer shouted in terror. You all hurry and go. Seeing the team about to be captured, Dan Yang gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with determination. As an elite of the Tianwu Academy, he had his own pride. Thunder tread. Void severing slash. Dan Yang turned fiercely, his body engulfed in lightning, attempting to buy time for the remaining mage and archer to escape with his own life. However, Dan Yang's lightning slash struck one of the money ghost's shoulders, only sparking a series of dazzling. The next moment, another money ghost's heavy fist, as massive as a mountain, had already pierced through the lightning and slammed heavily into his chest. Boom. The damage instantly exceeded the fatal threshold. A white light shone, and Dan Yang was eliminated. Almost simultaneously, the archer was also crushed by a punch from another money ghost, dissipating into white light. In the blink of an eye, the 5-man team was left with only the Tianfeng mage. Wings of wind. Ascend into the sky. This Tianfeng mage, at the moment Dan Yang fell behind, didn't dare look back and activated the flying skill directly. 2 azure wings made of wind elements suddenly spread behind him, propelling him skyward, and in the blink of an eye, he soared to nearly 100 meters high. Phew. Phew. Thank goodness I can fly. The mage looked down at the shrinking wilderness below, breathing heavily, his heart still racing. The golden-armored money ghosts on the ground were as formidable as demons, but they all appeared to be purely melee fighters. Facing him, who had already flown up to 100 meters and created an absolute safe distance, they had no means to pursue. Lu Fang, you wait for me. After I regroup with the others, I will come back for revenge, the mage shouted loudly from high above. However, before his smile could fully bloom on his face, the money ghost that had just eliminated Dan Yang suddenly stopped in its tracks. It slowly raised its head, locking its gaze on the azure figure high in the sky. Then the money ghost clenched its hands as dazzling golden magic power surged wildly in its palms. In an instant, it coalesced into a golden energy longbow towering over a person. Drawing the bow and knocking an arrow, violent power was madly compressed at the golden arrowhead. Skill: celestial arrow. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sharp sound that nearly tore through the eardrums, a blinding stream of golden light shot upward. What a... The Tianfeng mage's pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinheads. He never expected that a seemingly clumsy, heavy melee summoned creature could actually draw a bow and shoot arrows. Moreover, the speed and might of this arrow completely exceeded his understanding. He couldn't dodge it. There was no way to evade. Boom. The golden arrow shot through the multiple shields formed by the swirling winds before him, and the violent power exploded the moment it made contact with his body. Summon creatures. How can they use active skills? The Tianfeng mage was engulfed by the life-saving white light of the teleportation ring in utter shock and confusion. Outside, in front of the monitoring screen, Xiaji and Mo Jinshin couldn't help but gasp. Is that a single target burst skill? Xiaji rubbed his slightly numb face, his voice somewhat ethereal. Mo Jinshin stared fixedly at the screen, a deep sense of absurdity filling her eyes. This summoned creature. Not only does it have base attributes that crush peers, but it also possesses such high burst active skills. Meanwhile, in the nearby gathering square, the teleportation array flickered continuously. Dan Yang, the heavily armored knight, the cleric, and the archer emerged from the array, their faces blank. In Song, who had been eliminated earlier and was waiting at the side, couldn't help but smile bitterly as he approached. Dan Yang sat down heavily on the ground, his face extremely grim, letting out a long sigh. Damn it. If I had known, I should have scattered and fled the moment we met. Maybe we could have saved 1 or 2 more people. That monster's attributes are simply unreasonable. But thankfully Xiao Feng should be able to escape. He flies fast with his wings of wind. As long as he ascends to the sky, even if Lu Fang is invincible on the ground, he won't be able to do anything to him. At least we haven't been completely wiped out. Buzz. Before Shan Yang could finish his words, another dazzling white light flashed through the teleportation array. The wizard, caught in a state of extreme existential doubt, stepped out from the radiant glow in a daze. The expressions of Shan Yang and the others instantly froze on their faces. The air in the plaza eerily fell silent for a full 3 seconds at that moment. Xiao Feng, how did you come out too? Shan Yang jumped up, his face filled with disbelief. Didn't you fly up into the sky with the wings of wind? The wind mage turned his head in a daze to glance at his team leader. That monster suddenly pulled out a giant bow on the ground and shot me down from 100 meters in the air. The power of that arrow instantly killed me. Huh, a high explosion range skill. Hearing this, Shan Yang, In Song, and everyone else momentarily experienced a complete mental shutdown. Invincible in close combat, immune to defensive scraping, moving faster than agile professions, and it could even shoot ranged skills. What on earth is this monster? Moreover, the armored knight beside him spoke in a low voice. The scariest part is, such a monster Lu Fang can summon 10 of them at once, each one being invincible at the same level and capable of both close and ranged attacks. Once these words were spoken, everyone in the plaza completely shut down, each person numbly collapsing to the ground, their eyes devoid of all luster. What the hell is this game? This isn't even a battle from the same dimension. Not far away, Xia Ji and Mo Jinxin listened to the somewhat desperate discussions of the new students, utterly speechless. Xia Ji turned his head, looking somewhat stiffly at Mo Jinxin. Instructor Mo, I'm starting to feel that the outcome might deviate a bit. Mo Jinxin's eyes twitched slightly as she opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for how to refute him. Meanwhile, in another area of the wilderness, Lin Sun from the Tianfu Academy was racing towards the coordinate point, preparing to join the main force of the academy. However, while running, he habitually sensed the information sources. In the next instant, he abruptly halted. The few information sources belonging to the Tianwu Academy that were not far from him had extinguished simultaneously within just a few seconds. How? How is this possible? Lin Sun's face was filled with absurdity and disbelief. Those information sources clearly made up a team. Even if they were unlucky enough to run into Lu Fang and couldn't win, couldn't they at least escape? Could it be that they couldn't even escape and were completely annihilated by Lu Fang in an instant? Once this absurd thought arose, it became inescapable. Lin Sun felt goosebumps all over. This guy is a bit too freakish, isn't he? Just as he stood there on the sand dune, horrified, hurried footsteps suddenly came from behind a pile of rocks. Lin Sun warily distanced himself, but saw several people from the Divine Mechanism Academy walking out from behind the stones. The leader Wei Ming brightened upon seeing Lin Sun. From Tianfu Academy. Want to join us? We are looking for Lu Fang's whereabouts. Our team is well equipped, we might be able to win against him. Hearing this, Lin Sun looked at them as if they were fools, his mouth twitching. If you want to seek death, don't drag me in. Lin Sun spoke dryly. Wei Ming frowned. What do you mean? Just now our academy's 5-man team was completely wiped out less than a kilometer from here. Once this was said, Wei Ming's smile instantly froze on his face. You? Are you serious? Would I lie to you for points? Lin Sun snorted coldly. If you don't want to be eliminated, follow me to join the main force. Right now, only by sticking together can we have a chance to win. Wei Ming and the others exchanged glances, their previous pride and eagerness vanishing instantly, beads of cold sweat forming on their backs. Without any hesitation, they immediately followed Lin Sun's lead. In the outside world, in front of the surveillance light screen, Xia Ji and Mo Jinxin watched this scene and nodded slightly. At least these kids aren't foolish, Xia Ji said with a smile. In the virtual wilderness, the situation was rapidly changing. Lin Sun and the team from the Divine Mechanism Academy were continuously encountering others as they moved. As everyone gathered, the information that Lu Fang has the ability to instantly annihilate complete teams was also being spread continuously. Those professionals who were originally scattered across the map exploring were gradually converging towards the same coordinate point. Before long, this team, hastily assembled from several squads, successfully reunited at the edge of a basin with a large force led by Shun Jinglei and Shi Yanqing. After Lin Sun detailed the specifics of the Tianwu Academy team being annihilated, a deeply serious expression emerged on Shun Jinglai's face, which was typically fearless. He gripped his broad-bladed sword and muttered under his breath, "This kid really is unreasonable." Beside him, Shi Yanqing took a deep breath. In his eyes, shock, vigilance, tension, and a hint of fervent battle intent stirred, ultimately coalescing into intense anticipation. Shi Yanqing surveyed the somewhat demoralized new students around him, his clear voice resonating in everyone's ears. "Everyone, do not lose your composure. We currently have more than 30 people fully equipped with professions. As long as our tactics are sound, our chances of victory are extremely high." Meanwhile, on the other side of the wilderness, Lu Fang, with his hands in his pockets, had been leisurely wandering across the desert for over 10 minutes. He stopped, glanced at the empty surroundings, feeling somewhat helpless. It seems that the previous commotion scared everyone back, and they are probably all gathered together now. Since that's the case, I won't bother searching all over the mountains. Lu Fang looked up and saw a steep stone platform made of weathered rock ahead. With a light step, he landed steadily on the highest point of that stone platform. Lu Fang casually sat on a large stone at the edge of the platform, resting his chin on his hands, his gaze calm and leisurely as he watched the distant wind and sand, quietly waiting for the arrival of the main force. "Sure, go. Found him." From behind the main force, a professional with dual scouting abilities, eagle eye, and airflow perception, called out urgently. "Where is he?" Shi Yanqing immediately asked. The scouting newcomer swallowed, pointing in a certain direction with a strange expression. He is at the very top of a weathered stone platform ahead. He hasn't moved or hidden, he is just sitting there in a daze. It seems like he is waiting for us." Upon hearing this, Shun Jinglai's eyelids twitched, a flicker of anger rising in his heart as he scolded with a laugh. "Damn. This kid is too arrogant, isn't he? Sitting alone at the most conspicuous high point, waiting for us to surround him." However, despite the scolding, Shun Jinglai couldn't help but feel a hint of indescribable envy in his heart. This kind of strong aura is truly full of style. If he had this strength, he would definitely go up and strike a similar pose. "Everyone, steady your minds." Shi Yanqing drew the long sword at his waist and with composed determination began issuing commands. "All who possess support abilities, apply every beneficial buff to everyone. Stack them to the maximum." A low resonant hum filled the air. A low resonant hum. A low resonant hum. In an instant, dozens of multicolored supportive auras blossomed across the blue camp of the new recruits, forcibly elevating everyone's momentum to an unprecedented peak. "This battle will be under my command," Shi Yanqing declared, and no one objected. In such a large-scale engagement, a commander was indispensable to unleash their utmost fighting strength. Shi Yanqing had once been bestowed the title of Best Commander in the Academy League. He was the most fitting person to direct the assault. Even Shun Jinglai, intent on defeating Lu Fang, chose to cooperate for now. Under Shi Yanqing's leadership, dozens of prodigies fully armed and layered with various god-tier buffs surged like a rolling tide toward the high stone platform where Lu Fang stood. Outside, watching the Redan blue tableau on the surveillance screen, the atmosphere across the assembly plaza tightened to a razor edge. The decisive duel is finally upon us. My heavens, it's been less than half an hour since the battle began. Already it's entering the final stage. There's no other choice. Lu Fang is outrageously powerful. If we want to win, we must settle it with a grand clash, quick and decisive. The eliminated recruits huddled together, eyes fixed on the screen as they whispered predictions. "I bet Lu Fang will win. His monstrous fists are too solid. However many buffs they stack before absolute numerical domination, a single punch still settles things." "That is uncertain." With more than 30 fully equipped complementary prodigies under Shi Yanqing's command, the blue side's combat power will explode so that 1 + 1 far exceeds 2. Mo Jinxin and Xia Ji watched the screen without blinking, emotions nodded. Wind whipped sand beneath the precipitous stone platform, howling like a beast. Shi Yanqing led over 30 prodigies and finally faced Lu Fang directly beneath the stone dais. "Lu Fang, you are formidable." Shi Yanqing stood with his hand on his sword, inhaled deeply, and spoke in a grave voice. "This battle represents the dignity of all of us. We will show no restraint. Prepare yourselves." Lu Fang rose slowly, composed, and smiled with casual ease. "No need for chatter. Let us end this swiftly. I still have dungeons to run." "How arrogant." Hearing Lu Fang's near-teasing replies, several new recruits behind him turned pale. With all units, heed orders. Disperse the formation. Shi Yanqing's gaze crystallized. His sword flashed free with a clear ring that pierced the wasteland. Heavy shield guards raise the unbreakable bulwark and hold the front. Ranged fire suppress with full force. Thunder array, inferno tempest release. Under Shi Yanqing's orchestration, the more than 30 prodigies erupted into unparalleled synchrony. Thunder clouds gathered above the wasteland and flames congealed into a sweeping storm. Dozens of offensive skills, each carrying a cataclysmic aura, engulfed the weathered stone dais. Confronted by this deluge of terrifying power, Lu Fang stood on the dais edge and waved his hand lightly. Come forth. With the deafening roar of the void tearing, 10 blinding golden pillars detonated beneath the platform. 10 enormous Qiangui, each sheathed in heavy golden armor, landed in formation. They stood like an impassable wall of steel, firmly shielding Lu Fang at their rear. Thunderous impacts. The dozens of devastating skills slammed into the 10 Qiangui defensive line. Blinding energy and billowing sand consumed several hundred meters, erupting with a sound like muffled thunder. When the dust was swept away by the gale, a chorus of sharp intakes rose from the blue camp. How is this possible? The 10 golden-armored Qiangui remained unscathed. Advance, Lu Fang commanded indifferently. With savage roars they stamped the ground and charged back with brutal force. Do not break ranks. Curse class vocations, unleash your curses. Clerics, establish gravity control. Shi Yanqing's complexion betrayed no panic, his commands were steady. Mages, seal the routes. Assassins, fade into the shadows and seek an opening to circle and strike Lu Fang's true body. Knights, taunt them open, pull them apart, and isolate them one by one. Rings of dark curse auras snapped onto the charging Qiangui, quagmires and walls of ice erupted from the earth. Through exquisite team coordination, the 10 Qiangui's charge was abruptly checked. Heavy warriors stepped upon the formation, and with deft skill links and precise footwork, met them heat, entangling the 10 towering behemoths in place. For a time the field flashed with sparks and surging energy, as both sides fell into a fleeting stalemate. In the rear, Lu Fang watched the blue team's machinery-like operation under Shi Yanqing's direction, a flicker of surprise passing his eyes. Impressive. Their coordination is flawless. Meanwhile, the blue recruits were 100 times more astonished than Lu Fang. Damn it. How many stats does that summon have? I hit it with a gravity spell, and it acted as if nothing happened. 3 people cooperating could barely withstand 1. What monstrous strength is this? Outside at the monitoring plaza, my heavens, Lu Fang by himself has withstood the combined onslaught of more than 30 top prodigies. Even if Lu Fang loses this match, he will have been defeated with honor. A single person forcing the entire training camp's new recruits to this point. He is undeniably the top of this cohort. The eliminated recruits were awash with shock. Yet at that moment on the battlefield screen, the air behind Lu Fang suddenly warped in an eerie distortion. A cold, bone-deep killing intent erupted behind Lu Fang, without warning. Got him. Lu Fang, fall for me. Someone shouted. An assassin abruptly emerged from the shadows, twin poison blades flickering a deathly white as they drove toward the back of Lu Fang's neck. Capture the king to catch the thief. If Lu Fang's true body were slain, the summons would dissipate. The assassin believed Lu Fang could not possibly defend against this long-planned killing blow. Yet Lu Fang did not even turn his head. His body slipped aside in an almost uncanny arc. The ghastly blade grazed past his ear, finding only empty air. What? The assassin's pupils shrank. You are too slow. Lu Fang's face remained calm. Using the sidestep's momentum, he drove his waist and abdomen, and his right fist cleaved the air with a shrill crack, delivering a savage counterpunch to the assassin's chest. Crash. Ugh. The assassin reeled as if struck by a sledge, his chest denting and blood spewing as he was hurled dozens of meters backward. Had he not triggered his life-saving skill Shadow Shelter at the moment of contact to negate most of the damage, that single punch would have shattered him into a flash of white light and sent him out of the trial. The assassin pressed both hands firmly against his deeply sunken chest, his heart racing violently. How is this possible? Why was his reaction so fast? The assassin screamed frantically in his heart. The punch just now, whether in timing, power, or angle, was nothing short of perfection. With powerful combat instincts and terrifying stats far exceeding those of his peers, the figure before him was like a moving fortress of steel, flawless in every aspect. Below the stone platform, Shi Yanqing watched this scene, his expression darkening to the extreme. It was unbearable. A feeling of discomfort and frustration surged in his heart. As the commander of the blue team, Shi Yanqing believed he had arranged the tactics to perfection. This strategy could easily throw even seasoned veterans from the training camp into chaos. Yet Lu Fang was an unyielding monster. No matter how varied the tactics, he remained unmoved. The battle continued to rage on. Boom. My arm. Healer. Holy light healing, catch up. The heavy shield guardian can't hold on any longer. In the blue camp, painful grunts and cries echoed. The frontline newcomers were all injured, their skin torn and bleeding, forced to grit their teeth and swallow recovery potions while struggling under the glow of various healing spells. Meanwhile, the 10 golden-armored money ghosts summoned by Lu Fang, despite being bombarded by over 30 talented individuals, bore deep, menacing wounds on their heavy golden armor. Yet these wounded money ghosts showed no sign of pain on their faces. Instead, they grew braver in battle, their golden light in their eyes swelling their onslaught, becoming increasingly ferocious. These damn ghosts. Do they not feel pain? Shen Jinglei cursed angrily. He struck out at a money ghost in front of him, yet it completely ignored the deep, visible wound he inflicted on its shoulder. Then it retaliated with a heavy punch aimed at his face. How the hell am I supposed to fight this? A sense of helplessness quietly spread among the crowd. Stealth. Wait for the right moment to strike. Amidst the shadows, a few persistent assassins like venomous snakes crept up towards the stone platform. They attempted to deliver a fatal blow to the dazed Lu Fang, but the outcome was utterly predictable. Boom, boom. With the dull sounds of flesh colliding, several figures didn't even touch the hem of Lu Fang's clothes. They were simply and brutally knocked off the stone platform by a punch or a kick. Following in the footsteps of their predecessors, it was all utterly useless. Meanwhile, Lu Fang on the stone platform had an increasingly bright gaze. His hands trembled slightly in the air as if he were playing a piano. Third on the left stepped diagonally to evade the lightning while countering with the left elbow. Two on the right switched places to trap that ranger's shooting blind spot. Lu Fang felt his micromanipulation skills for the money ghosts evolving at an incredible speed. Under the pressure of this group of top elite students and the perfectly arranged tactical team, he had to refine the movements of each money ghost to the utmost precision. As Lu Fang's micromanipulation became increasingly fluid and monstrous, the coordination of the 10 money ghosts also grew tighter. The pressure on the blue team surged exponentially. Damn it! Shen Jinglei was struck by the heavy wind of a money ghost again, retreating several steps on the sandy ground. He felt a sweetness in his throat and couldn't help but curse. Shi Yanqing, have you noticed? This kid has no intention of wiping us out in one go. He's treating us like a whetstone. He's using us to train his troops. Hearing this, the blue team's newcomers, who had been gritting their teeth to hold on, suddenly turned pale with rage. What a humiliation. More than 30 of them, the pride of various universities and future pillars, banded together to besiege one person. Yet not only could they not win, but they had also become the free NPCs for the other side to hone their skills. Shi Yanqing also sensed the problem. Veins bulged on his forehead as he pressed his sword to the ground, gasping for breath. He knew they could not drag this out any longer. Lu Fang's tactical prowess was growing at a visible rate. If they dragged this out for a few more minutes, they would be dragged to death. Shi Yanqing shouted loudly, his voice resonating across the wilderness. Shen Jinglei, hold the front line for me for 3 seconds. I need to build up energy. Thunder Fury / get the hell out of my way. The violent blade light rampaged forcibly, pushing back several approaching money ghosts by several meters. At the same time, Shi Yanqing tightly gripped his sword, his entire being boiling with sword energy at that moment. Wind God's Fury. 1,000 blades breaking the void. Boom. Shi Yanqing's sword suddenly erupted with a 100-foot azure light. As he swung his sword down fiercely, a towering tornado formed from thousands of wind blades howled out violently, striking against the defensive line of the 10 money ghosts. Boom. Under the impact of Shi Yanqing's desperate move, the charge of the 10 money ghosts was finally halted, temporarily pushed back dozens of meters by the violent storm's power, creating a vacuum area. Now is the time. Shi Yanqing's face was pale, but his eyes sparkled with madness, betting everything. He shouted, "Everyone, hold nothing back. Unleash your strongest and most explosive moves, all in the same direction. Let's go all out. Flame Furnace. Aurora Piercing Arrow. Heaven's Punishment Thunderstorm. Destruction 9 Strikes." In an instant, vibrant and terrifying skill lights crazily converged on the wilderness. More than 30 top talents unleashed their full power, merging into an unstoppable elemental torrent. Carrying the terrifying momentum that could tear through the void, it surged towards the 10 money ghosts like a tidal wave. The very heavens and earth changed color at this moment. Above the stone platform, Lu Fang's lips curled slightly as he revealed a hint of approval. Good idea, but... Lu Fang slowly raised his hand, snapping his fingers, the crisp sound instantly piercing through the thunderous storm. Heaven's Arrows. 10 ghosts simultaneous fire. In the next moment, under the incredulous gaze of Shi Yanqing, Shen Jinglei, and the others, the 10 originally unarmed, golden-armored money ghosts bizarrely achieved absolute synchronization at buzz. 10 rifts in the void erupted in their hands simultaneously. Each of them held a gigantic golden longbow towering like a person, drawing the bow like a full moon. The violent golden energy crazily gathered at the tips of the 10 arrows, radiating a blinding brilliance akin to 10 blazing suns. What? Shen Jinglei's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? Those melee heavy-armored monsters. Can they actually draw bows and shoot arrows? Shi Yanqing's heart suddenly contracted, a sense of life and death crisis like never before engulfing his entire being. No, this is not an ordinary shot. That is A combination skill. Before they could recover from their shock, the golden light on the 10 money spirits perfectly fused together through some mysterious chain of rules. Combination technique activated. 10 arrows combined into one. Extra 400 strength damage. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The 10 deafening explosions that tore through the air and pierced the heavens rang out simultaneously. 10 golden meteors shot through the sky, merging into a massive golden arrow midair. With the terrifying power akin to burning the heavens and boiling the seas, it charged headlong into the elemental torrent of over 30 blue team members. Boom, 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 boom. The two forces of destruction collided violently in the center of the wasteland. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. Then blinding white light engulfed everything. The ground trembled violently, and the entire weathered stone forest instantly turned to dust under the shockwave. In the next moment, a roar erupted from the giant arrow formed by the 10 money spirits. It ruthlessly tore apart the elemental torrent that over 30 blue team members had combined with their strength, ripping it apart. Bang, bang, bang. In the horrified and despairing gazes of the blue team, their skills crumbled like paper before the golden arrow's brilliance, transforming into an array of harmless elemental light spots. And the unstoppable golden storm was already rolling towards them like an avalanche. We can't stop it. Run. No. Boom. The violent energy rampaged across the ground in an instant. In a moment, the blue team's defense collapsed and several life-saving shields exploded upon contact, accompanied by a blinding white light that merged into one. The front lines, shield warriors, fragile mages, and archers. They didn't even have time to scream. In an instant, 7 or 8 figures were detected to have suffered fatal damage by the hand rings forcibly turning into white light and getting eliminated. Smoke billowed and the wind howled. Yet the battlefield fell into an extraordinarily eerie silence. Shi Yanqing, Xinjinglei, and all the remaining blue team novices. At this moment, they stood frozen like stone dumbstruck. Their eyes were nearly popping out of their sockets, and their gaping mouths could fit a fist. A strange gurgling sound emanated from their throats, yet not a single word could escape. Bewildered. Utterly bewildered. Shocked. A soul-shattering shock. That was the full-force strike of over 30 top talents from various academies, the future pillars of the nation. The power of that elemental torrent was enough to instantly severely injure or even kill an ordinary Tudorn level 200 powerhouse. But now, in this pure unadorned clash of raw power, more than 30 of them, they hadn't even managed to take down 10 summoned creatures. That golden giant arrow sliced through them like a heated blade through ice, easily shattering their pride, their full power, and their dignity into powder. This can't be real. It must be a bug in the virtual space. It has to be. A female mage from the Holy Spirit Academy completely broke down, collapsing to the ground, her staff slipping from her hands, her eyes vacant as she muttered to herself. Faith collapsed completely at this moment. Meanwhile, outside at the Tianlong training camp assembly square, a deathly silence. Just a few breaths ago, they were still discussing how exquisite Shi Yanqing's tactics were, how the blue team's cooperation exceeded the sum of its parts. Now everyone felt a chill creeping up their spines, their hair standing on end. The two instructors in front of the big screen. Xia Ji stood frozen like a clay statue. Mo Jinxin held her arms tightly, even digging her nails deep into her flesh from the force, yet she was oblivious. Combination skill. Xia Ji finally found her voice. His summoned creatures not only have absurd attributes, not only are they unafraid of pain, not only are they versatile in combat, they even have combination skills. The key point is, isn't this guy just a bit over level 100? Xia Ji repeated the word not only several times, nearly shouting in frustration. As a senior instructor of the training camp, he had seen countless strange and immensely powerful hidden professions. But to find a summoned creature that satisfies all of the above elements. Before level 400, not to mention seeing it, he hadn't even heard of it in the entire history of profession since the founding of the Dragon Kingdom. What kind of profession has this kid switched to? In the virtual battle space, Lu Fang looked at the blue camp, whose defense had been completely torn apart after the clash, and didn't give them much time to ponder life. Take advantage of his weakness, go for the kill. Lu Fang's expression was calm, his right index finger pressed down again. Charge. Roar. The 10 money spirits instantly sheathed their longbows and let out a deafening roar. If the blue team had previously managed to hold on through tight coordination and formation, now having lost nearly a quarter of their members in an instant, and with their ultimate moves already unleashed, they faced the recharging 10 money spirits like lambs to the slaughter. Shield warriors, hold the line. A heavy knight, barely steadying himself, didn't even have time to raise his shield before a money spirit shattered his massive shield with a punch. The punch continued unabated, smashing into his chest, instantly turning him into white light and sending him out of the game. Create some distance. Get away. Oh, priest mages. These fragile classes in the backline had nowhere to hide under Lu Fang's precise micro-control and pursuit. 5 money spirits blocked, 5 money spirits advanced. In one seamless encirclement, they could accurately take away several lives. White teleportation lights began to flicker across the wasteland, illuminating the desperate faces of everyone. We can't fight back, it's impossible to fight back. The piercing cries of his teammates echoed in Shun Jinglai's ears. He gripped his long knife, tightly watching as one by one his close teammates vanished, forcibly teleported away, leaving him momentarily speechless. Shun Jinglai was a top-notch troublemaker of prodigious talent. He feared nothing and thought this training camp would be his stage to shine. But who would have thought he would encounter a monster like Lu Fang? Why do we even have Shun if we have Fang? The battle had lost all suspense. Damn it. I'm so frustrated right now. Shun Jinglai suddenly let out a self-mocking laugh. Since defeat is inevitable, then I shall lose like a true man. Lu Fang. Shun Jinglai's eyes turned bloodshot. Taste my final strike. Thunderquake of the 8 wildernesses. 9 heavens fury slash. Shun Jinglai leaped high, his long sword igniting a 100-foot arc of thunder. With an unyielding and tragic momentum that defied 1,000 foes, he charged fiercely towards the nearest Qiangui. However, facing his desperate blow, Lu Fang remained calm, gently moving his fingers. Buzz. 3 Qiangui instantly shifted position, forming a triangle to surround Shun Jinglai. The thunder slash struck one Qiangui's shoulder, igniting a sky full of sparks. In the next moment, the other 2 Qiangui's cold and heavy iron fists, along with the side kick from the last Qiangui, simultaneously struck him. Boom. Refreshing. Shun Jinglai spat out a mouthful of blood and let out a wild laugh. Immediately after, a dazzling white light erupted, and he was directly teleported out. Shun Jinglai's elimination seemed like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The remaining newcomers completely collapsed. Now on the battlefield, including Shi Yanqing, there were less than 10 people left. Brother Shi, a swift class practitioner from the Tianfu Academy, panted as he approached. We really can't fight anymore. How about we run? He pointed to the vast wilderness. This virtual space is huge, or we can split up and find a place to hide. The time limit for the contest is 10 hours. As long as we can last until the time ends without being completely wiped out according to the rules, it will be a draw between the red and blue sides. As long as it's a draw, we can at least save some face. Hearing this suggestion, the remaining newcomers' eyes lit. Indeed. If we can't win, can't we still play hide and seek? For a moment, everyone's gaze fell on Shi Yanqing, waiting for the commander's decision. However, Shi Yanqing only slowly lowered his head, glancing at the dimly glowing longsword in his hand. Then he let out a self-mocking smile and gently shook his head. A draw. Although Shi Yanqing's voice was somewhat hoarse, it was exceedingly firm. Over 30 people attacking just one, and in the end you want to rely on hide and seek and time to claim a so-called draw. For such face-saving as Shi Yanqing find it disgraceful. He raised his head, his gaze crossing hundreds of meters, directly landing on the calm young figure above the stone platform. Rather, Shi Yanqing gripped the longsword tightly again. The azure wind, attribute magic power, surged violently around him. Let's fight to the death. Before his voice fell, Shi Yanqing's toes touched the ground, and he transformed into a whirlwind of azure. Without any hesitation, he charged bravely towards the encirclement of Qiangui. Kill. The remaining few newcomers looked at Shi Yanqing's resolute and tragic figure, exchanging glances, their faces showing a hint of shame. Damn it. Let's do this. If we die, we die. Dying in battle is better than being a coward. The last few with red eyes charged forward. Rumbling. The battle came to a close with a final loud bang. Shi Yanqing's longsword danced wildly, wind blades filling the sky, but before the unreasonable numerical superiority and encirclement of the Qiangui, all his struggles ultimately turned to nothing. As the heavy fists fell, his shield shattered. Shi Yanqing sighed softly, allowing the life-saving teleportation light to envelop him completely. Buzz. In the wilderness, the last few beams of white light gradually dissipated. The once noisy and chaotic wilderness instantly returned to silence. The wind and sand continued to howl. Above the stone platform, Lu Fang slowly stood up, brushing off the dust from his pants. Ding. A crisp system notification sound appeared in the void. All blue team members have been eliminated. Contest ended. Winning side red team. Buzz. A gentle white light enveloped Lu Fang. In the next second, his figure directly vanished from the stone platform. Tianlong Training Camp, Assembly Square. Spatial fluctuations rippled, accompanied by a dazzling white light. Lu Fang's figure steadily landed in the center of the teleportation array. The moment he stood still, he keenly sensed the unusual atmosphere in the square. It was too quiet. So quiet that one could hear a pin drop, and even the sound of breathing was deliberately suppressed to a very low level. Lu Fang blinked and turned his head to scan the area. He saw dozens of newcomers who had come out earlier scattered around the square. At this moment, every person's gaze was firmly locked on him. Those eyes, filled with fear, respect, horror, and disbelief. Not just the students. Even the two devil instructors, Mo Jinshin and Xia Ji in front, had strange expressions, staring intently at Lu Fang, as if they were studying him thoroughly. Under this almost tangible gaze, even a strong person like Lu Fang felt a bit overwhelmed. He awkwardly scratched his head, touched his nose, and broke the silence with some embarrassment. Instructor Mo, Instructor Xia. I won. The points and the exclusive professional equipment jar, when will they be distributed? And from now on I shouldn't have to come for training, right? Mo Jinshin looked at the boy in front of her, who seemed to take it for an indescribably complex emotion overwhelmed her like a tide. He really did it. The 24-hour hellish pressure training she designed along with the subsequent red-blue contest was essentially an almost impossible form of failure education. She had seen many top talents who dominated locally, knowing that what this group lacked most was a sense of reverence. Thus, she had them attack one person to completely shatter Lu Fang's pride as a hidden profession and make him obediently follow the training. But what was the outcome? This high school student, who should have been severely punished by society, used an almost reckless attitude, treating all rules as if they did not exist. He shattered her meticulously constructed failure education to pieces. The Tianlong training camp had been established for decades with strict rules. But today these rules had to create a historical precedent of free training for this boy, named Lu Fang. Mo Jinshin took a deep breath. She restored her indifferent expression, but within that indifference there was an added seriousness towards the strong that even Xia Ji could perceive. I never default on my debts. Mo Jinshin slowly spoke, raising her palm. Buzz. A metallic long jar abruptly floated in midair, exuding a heavy sense of pressure. This is an unbound professional adaptive equipment jar. Mo Jinshin flicked her finger, and the long jar steadily landed in Lu Fang's hand. Then she took her identity token, lightly scratched its surface with her finger. Ding. A crisp sound echoed from the token, accompanied by a fleeting golden light. You single-handedly annihilated the blue side, and your promised 500 training camp points have been fully credited to your token. Mo Jinshin then fixed her gaze on his eyes, solemnly announcing, "From now on I will fulfill my promise. During the next 3 months of training you do not need to participate in any collective tasks. You have absolute freedom in training." As soon as these words were spoken, Shi Yanqing, Shun Jinglei, and the other new students were filled with bitterness and envy. Mo Jinshin paused for a moment, gritted her teeth, as if making a significant concession. Additionally, in light of your excellent performance, all basic training rooms requiring points in the training camp will be fully open to you for the next 3 months. For example, the gravity room, reaction room, and so on will be completely free for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Fang's face broke into a brilliant smile. An equipment jar, 500 points plus 3 months of free facility usage. This round of red and blue competition was a massive win. Thank you, Instructor Mo, and thank you, Instructor Xia. Lu Fang happily stored the jar back into his storage ring and politely expressed his gratitude. He was just about to turn and leave when he seemed to suddenly remember something and paused slightly. Lu Fang turned his head, looking at Mo Jinshin with curiosity. By the way, Instructor Mo, may I ask another question? Will there be more of these red and blue competitions in the next 3 months? If there are more competitions, will there still be rewards like points and equipment jars? Lu Fang rubbed his hands, a bit shyly grinning. If there are rewards, can I still sign up to participate? At that moment, the square, which was already somewhat sour, fell completely into a suffocating silence. Confused, speechless, terrified, and desperate, countless emotions flickered vividly on the faces of the dozens of new students. What the hell? Shun Jinglei's cheeks twitched violently, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Are you still thinking of participating? You single-handedly wiped out more than 30 of us in just one match, and now you're actually pondering the next time. Shi Yanqing also painfully closed her eyes. How could the world's benefits be monopolized by you alone? If you participate again, what significance would the red and blue competition hold? It might as well be renamed the Lu Fang Personal Experience Giveaway. Be a human, Lu Fang. Leave some room for the brothers to breathe. A new student from the Tianwu Academy couldn't help but silently scream in despair. They were truly traumatized. Mo Jinshin and Xia Ji exchanged glances, somewhat amused by Lu Fang's inquiry. Mo Jinshin quickly composed herself and replied, there will be more. Throughout the training period, there will be 3 red and blue competitions. The second one will be held in the middle of next month, and before the end of the 3-month training, there will be the final graduation competition. The rewards will be more generous each time. Upon hearing this, Lu Fang's eyes lit up like 2 searchlights. More generous than 500 points and the equipment jar? Mo Jinshin watched his excited expression, the corners of her mouth curling slightly. I will not deprive you of your right to compete. Mo Jinshin spoke deliberately. However, there's one thing you need to understand. Starting from the second competition next month, the level suppression will be lifted. All participants will fight with their true levels and combat power. Upon hearing this, Shen Jinglei, Shi Yanqing, and the others who had been slumped over in despair suddenly widened their eyes. In an instant, the previously desperate atmosphere subtly shifted. However, Lu Fang showed no signs of panic or worry upon hearing this rule. Alright, I understand. Lu Fang smiled slightly and waved at the two instructors. I will come back on time for the competition next month. Instructors, I'm off to grind some dungeons now. After saying that under the complex gazes of everyone, Lu Fang turned around, walking lightly and cheerfully towards the direction of the dungeon entrance. As they watched Lu Fang's disappearing figure, the square fell silent for a few seconds, and then a chorus of miserable and despondent sighs instantly echoed above the square. The once proud and invincible top talents in their respective universities now looked like frostbitten eggplants, their faces filled with gloom and despair. This time we really lost badly. Yeah, it's too hopeless. Looking at this group of dispirited new students, Mo Jinxin's expression suddenly turned cold. What are you all wailing about? Her voice was like a thunderclap, resounding in everyone's ears, instantly suppressing all the lamentations. Mo Jinshin stepped forward, looking down at them from above. Her eyes were filled with intense disappointment as she sternly scolded. Are you embarrassed or not? Huh. You are the top talents of this generation. Just because you were beaten by a high school student, have you completely broken your spine? Shen Jinglei, where did your fierceness go? Shi Yanqing, has your pride been eaten by dogs? As Mo Jinshin publicly berated them by name, Shen Jinglei and Shi Yanqing's faces flushed red, tightly clenching their fists. I know Lu Fang is strong to the point of being unreasonable. Mo Jinshin snorted coldly, scanning the crowd. But next month, there will be no level suppression in the competition. You have the advantage in levels and numbers. If that's the case in next month's competition, if you are still crushed to pieces by him alone. Mo Jinshin curled her lips into a mocking smile. Then you will truly be a group of trash gathered together, even worse than garbage. Tell me, are you trash? No. Shen Jinglei suddenly stood up, letting out a beast-like roar. His usually carefree face was now filled with ferocity and fervent battle, intent, veins bulging on his forehead. For this month, I won't back down until I've shed some skin. Next month, I will definitely turn all of his summoned creatures into dust. Shi Yanqing also slowly stood up. The instructor is right. Losing once is not scary. What's scary is having no courage to win it back. Exactly. Let's get him. Without level suppression, I can take him out with just one fireball. Next month, we will win back the dignity we've lost. In an instant, the despair and lamentation that had pervaded the square was ignited, transforming into unprecedented flames of anger and fighting spirit. Until someone weakly said, but we are older than him and our levels are higher. Can we really regain our dignity by winning against him due to the level gap? The crowd buzz. As the familiar dizziness faded, Lu Fang's feet firmly landed on the black earth filled with a rich sulfur smell. Level 114 held difficulty dungeon lava purgatory. Roar. In the midst of the rolling lava, dozens of lava giants, each over 3 meters tall and flowing with scorching magma, emerged. They let out deafening roars, charging towards the unwelcome guest with heavy steps. Lu Fang placed his hands in his pockets. Boom, boom, boom. As golden light flashed, 10 golden-armored money ghosts crashed to the ground, shaking the earth. After the baptism of the competition, Lu Fang's control over the money ghosts had reached a higher realm. Under his command, the 10 money ghosts spread out. Like a precision meat grinder, they instantly shredded the charging group of lava giants. Ahead was a battlefield of blood and flesh, while Lu Fang, the instigator, strolled leisurely, as if in his own backyard. He moved forward lightly with the money ghosts, taking out an equipment jar. Who? May the god of wealth bless me with good equipment. Lu Fang took a deep breath, pressed his hands on the top of the jar, and with a sudden force cracked it open. Snap! The ancient talisman on the jar shattered instantly. A sound of ethereal, melodious metal clashing echoed in his ears. The next moment, brilliant light gradually converged. A coin roughly the size of a baby's fist, forged in dark gold, and engraved with the characters for wealth and fortune on either side, appeared in his palm. The equipment information panel popped up instantly. Equipment: lucky gold coin, grade epic, unique passive skill, continuous wealth, increases drop rate by 20 permanently when killing monsters in dungeons, active skill, fortune mastery, cooldown 24 hours, grants great luck for 5 seconds upon use. Lu Fang held this gold coin tightly, his excitement making his face flush. This was the first epic equipment he received since his job change. A 20 boost to drop rates, this was practically tailor-made for him. However, when Lu Fang's gaze fell on the brief description of the skill fortune mastery, he couldn't help but great luck. Last for 5 seconds. Lu Fang rubbed his chin in confusion. This description was far too vague, and 5 seconds was an incredibly short time, practically fleeting. Fortune is unpredictable. How will it manifest? Lu Fang muttered to himself, his eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. Since the time was a precious 5 seconds, it must be used wisely. Decided, he'll use it when we defeat the final boss. 20 minutes later, deep within the lava purgatory, a hell-level lord of 114 meters tall, clad in obsidian armor, appeared, King of Destruction Akuz. Under the relentless assault of the 10 money ghosts, it roared in humiliation and anger. Boom, boom, boom. Each punch from the money ghosts sent shards of obsidian flying. In a brief moment, the King of Destruction's hefty health bar was reduced to a mere 1. Roar! Damn reptile! Let's perish together. The King of Destruction let out a hysterical roar. Its magma surged violently, and the obsidian core in its chest erupted with a blinding red glow. This was a desperate final struggle of a hell-level boss on the brink of death. A massive self-destruction. Now's the time. Lu Fang's eyes sharpened as he pinched his fingers together. He tightly gripped the lucky gold coin on his chest and shouted in his heart, Fortune Mastery activate. In an instant, a strange, indescribable power descended from the void, without warning, wrapping around Lu Fang's body securely. It was a warm, noble, ethereal sensation. Unexplainable and indescribable. But Lu Fang could clearly feel that at this moment, he was the sole master of this world. Immediately, the King of Destruction, which was swelling wildly and preparing to take the entire space down with it, suddenly froze in an eerie manner. The dazzling self-destruction red glow on its chest seemed to have been paused, bizarrely stuck. Moreover, due to the overflowing energy and the jam, the King of Destruction spat out a large mouthful of lava. It had stumbled at the last moment of charging for self-destruction because its left foot stepped on the debris of its right foot. Its massive body lost balance and crashed into the nearby boiling lava river. Not only was its self-destruction skill forcibly held back, but it also triggered a 3-second paralysis effect. Lu Fang. What? This is possible. The money ghosts were relentless. The 10 money ghosts swarmed in, holding down the paralyzed King of Destruction in the lava and delivering a relentless barrage of blows. Boom. The final punch landed, and the King of Destruction let out the most suffocating whimper of its life. Its massive body shattered into countless pieces of obsidian, collapsing loudly. Lava purgatory cleared. The next moment, a deafening sound of equipment dropping like a torrential downpour exploded across the wilderness. Lu Fang focused his gaze and felt his eyes intensely stung by the myriad colors of light filling the sky. The drop rates were absurdly high. At the very top of this small hill, 3 noble and mysterious, deep purple glows intertwined, almost completely suppressing the light of the lava. Epic equipment. Moreover, a total of 3 epic-level weapons. Next to the epic weapons lay 4 golden scrolls circulating with strange medicinal fragrances. Quick recovery potion, crafting book, raging potion, crafting book. For extremely rare potion craft. Damn, is this the effect of good luck? This lucky gold coin is practically a cheat. Lu Fang excitedly clenched his fists, ready to step forward and gather this mountain of treasures. However, just as he took his first step, a crisp sound of space shattering suddenly echoed from behind the ruins of the King of Destruction. Lu Fang's figure froze instantly, his muscles tensed, and his gaze turned exceptionally. The 10 money ghosts instantly formed a protective formation, encircling him tightly, their golden eyes coldly locked onto the front. In that space, an eerie pitch-black rift over a person's height inexplicably opened. A chilling airflow distinctly out of place in this dungeon swept over. A small black shadow, completely wrapped in a heavy black cloak and carrying a patchwork bag several times larger than its body, slowly stepped out from the rift. The shadow wore a tattered top, hat pulled low, revealing eyes that sparkled with a golden, eerie glow. There was not a trace of life emanating from it, but it exuded a